Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1137 to chapter 1181. It really is the absolute beginning life stone. Many people from Fan family cried out in alarm, feeling incomparably moved and overwhelmed with emotions. It was entirely silvery white in color, not all that brilliant, but it became the only one in the universe, drawing everyone's attention. The life force gradually flourished, and the primal chaos aura became strong, turning this place into a primordial land. Excellent. Fan Zhou sighed in admiration. This was a divine stone, one that was comparable to the heaven's mandate rock. It could replace other main materials, an immortal object bestowed by the heavens to refine the most powerful divine liquid. It wasn't that large, but it could swallow stellar streams, making the entire cosmos rise and fall. There were powerful life fluctuations, as if it was breathing like a human. It was rumored that this type of stone was born in the absolute beginning era, rumored to be a product of legends. Even after searching the entire cosmos, there weren't many of them found since ancient times. The fist-sized stone was silvery white in color. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were streaks of fine patterns. These were the absolute beginning life patterns, containing the extreme secrets of life. When refining the most powerful evolutionary liquid, some rare ores would sometimes be replaced with other materials, because some main materials with divine nature couldn't be found. For example, this absolute beginning life stone, being able to find it could be considered a type of miracle. Forget about refining it, just holding it in one's bosom and slowly comprehending it would be extremely beneficial. It could allow one to gain enlightenment, understand the profound mysteries of life, use it to prolong one's life. At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly shocked. He sensed a bit of a familiar aura. The words origin ancient mine appeared in his mind. This strange stone's aura is actually similar to origin ancient mine. He was inwardly shaken. In that instant, it was as if he experienced endless time. His eyes crossed over time, as if he could see through the sea of stars, seeing the ancient mine within the life-restricted region. Right, that place, is the absolute beginning life stone. Yi Fan thought back to the scene he saw when he entered the restricted region back then. That night, the divine mind swallowed heaven and earth, stellar streams falling, a few ancient corpses floating. In that instant, he understood a bit of origin ancient mind's mysteries. He shivered inwardly, becoming absent-minded. No matter how powerful origin demon star sees people are, there is no way they can attack origin ancient mine. Yi Fan said to himself. Haha. Fan Zhou roared with laughter. His scarlet hair scattered about, jumping about like flames. His figure was robust and valiant, his entire being bewitching and powerful. Fan Tian, Fan Xian, and the other clansmen were all happy from the bottom of their hearts. With such a powerful divine treasure, refining the most powerful precious liquid was just around the corner. The people of Origin Demon Star Ocean were all grief-stricken. There were many dangers during this journey. They encountered a powerful life form in an ancient lair, and even the sacred ship was almost torn apart. They narrowly escaped with their lives, but the absolute beginning life stone was snatched away halfway. They were dejected and full of unwillingness. Buzz. 5 elements divine light shot out from Fan Zhou's palm and sucked the absolute beginning life stone over. The starry river also fell down, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. The fist-sized divine stone throbbed like a heart, making his life force as vigorous as an ocean in an instant. Fan Zhou put away the absolute beginning life stone and the galaxy disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses from the shock. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Only such a heaven-defying miraculous creature could refine the most powerful precious liquid. Fan Zhou. I hope you can fulfill your promise, said Imogen. Don't worry, I will keep my word. I won't harm your lives. Our 2 clans have been on good terms since ancient times, so how can I be so ruthless? Fan Zhou was in a good mood. The people of Origin Demon Star Ocean despised him inwardly, but they were all expressionless. They had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves and could only face each other in silence. Return to Heavenly Hall. Fan Tian ordered. Warships flickering with cold metallic luster returned to their positions and lined up neatly. A starry gate was constructed, and there were many giant meteorites scattered around it. The enormous warships flew in an orderly manner, embarking on their return journey. Heavenly Hall, this was a small planet that originally lacked vitality and water. It was a dead star in name and in reality. However, there were ancient saints who transformed it into a pure land, opening up a small world and planting endless plants, creating a space full of vitality. This was the home of the plunderers, giving all the great powers headaches. They wanted nothing more than to raze it to the ground, but it still stood strong. The enormous fleet of warships returned, entering the sky above the small planet. Looking down from above, a magnificent mountain and river was enshrouded in a screen of light, while the other regions were withered and barren. This is a small world left behind by a great sage who passed away in meditation. It is located on this small planet, and after a bit of time, it will evolve into a star with life, said Fan Xian. Yi Fan was astonished. A small world established by a great sage could evolve into a continent full of vitality, so if an ancient great emperor created a true life star, it definitely wouldn't be a problem. There were all kinds of defenses below, and every important place was engraved with divine patterns. There were also sacred artifact-level magical artifacts between the fortresses, making this small planet seem like an impenetrable fortress. The enormous fleet returned, and after landing on the ground, many people in front of the enormous building cheered. After learning that they had intercepted the absolute beginning life stone, the entire base was in an uproar. The Heaven's Mandate Stone is a wondrous object that belongs to the Heaven's Mandate. Now that I've obtained it, it means that the heavens are standing on our side. The absolute beginning life stone is an auspicious stone formed after the creation of the world. It is engraved with the mysteries of eternal life, and it was also obtained by us. This is enough to explain everything. We need to refine the precious liquid and nurture the universe's most powerful physique. Let its radiance scatter over the eternal kingdom, and create an immortal legend. Fan Zhou and the middle-aged men's voices were full of emotion, inspiring the people. Everyone's hearts were filled with hope and expectation, and they were determined to protect everything. It will only take a few months. The most powerful divine liquid will be produced, because we have an ancient method and an ancient deity's method to refine immortal pills. It can greatly shorten the time needed. This time, there will be rewards based on contributions. Those with outstanding abilities who can bring prosperity to our clan will receive generous rewards. They will be bestowed with the divine liquid. A storm swept through the pure land of heaven. Everyone longed to obtain the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Everyone knew that this type of thing was too precious, and only a few people could obtain it. As for the masses, what they could obtain might only be some diluted medicine. Even so, it was still incomparably precious, and everyone had to fight over a quota. From this day forth, the big shots of the marauders all appeared one after another, asking for a quota for their own heirs. It was because this was related to their future. Dao City was an important city of this continent. Spiritual essence was abundant, and the city's surface was covered densely in saint-level natural law patterns. It had experienced the flames of war many times, yet it still hadn't collapsed. Tall buildings stood in great numbers within the city, rising from the ground one after another. Lights flickered in the night, making this place seem like a city of dreams. In this place where traces of the great Tao appeared and holy artifacts rose and fell, this enormous city that was full of a modern city's atmosphere left Yi Fan absent-minded, as if he was in a dream. It was to the extent where he saw a few buildings that were similar to the ones on Earth. He couldn't help but recall many memories, and his footsteps couldn't help but stop. Hey, who is that youngster? He's walking together with young Miss Fan Xian, and he seems to be quite extraordinary. A drunk cultivator walked over. Yi Fan, Fan Xian, and the baldy entered a building that looked like a bar. This was a place where marauders relaxed, a drunken place after every life and death battle. Fan Xian rarely appeared in this kind of place. A group of drunk men saw her arrival, and they immediately howled like wolves as they surrounded her. Among them were a few young experts with unordinary identities. They were all heirs of the Heavenly Hall's giants. Even though they didn't do much to seize the absolute beginning life stone, they all wanted to obtain the most powerful evolutionary liquid. Young miss, I heard that Uncle Fanzhou might give this person a great reward this time. Who is he? What right does he have to use the most powerful evolutionary liquid? Someone said while exhaling the smell of alcohol. Fan Xian said, "Young miss, I heard that Uncle Fanzhou might give this person a great reward this time." "Who is he? What right does he have to use the most powerful evolutionary liquid?" Fan Xian said, "He saved me, and that's why I was able to send the news of the absolute beginning life stone to the Heavenly Hall. Moreover, he participated in this expedition and performed outstandingly, so he has the right to enjoy the evolutionary liquid." "How many years has it been?" "The most powerful evolutionary liquid has never been successfully refined, and divine ores are rarely seen. Finally, this precious liquid is going to reappear in this world, so how can we let an outsider share it? Even with the Heaven's Mandate Rock, the absolute beginning life stone, and other rare divine objects, it was impossible to refine many immortal liquids. Rumor has it that no more than 8 people in the younger generation had the right to enjoy it, and people would break their skulls to get it. An outsider brat with no status or background had interfered, which made many people unhappy. If it wasn't for him, we most likely wouldn't have been able to obtain the absolute beginning life stone. While he was fighting, you guys were all here drinking and enjoying yourselves. What right do you have to criticize him?" Fan Xian sneered. She had a tall and slender figure, and under her purple short skirt, a pair of snow-white slender legs flickered with a white luster. In the dusky hall, she appeared especially alluring. Her long red hair was bright and shiny, and her charming face was tender and moving. Her big eyes were intelligent, and she was like a queen of the night that had descended. At this moment, the corner of her mouth carried a wisp of mockery. Her pure white arms spread out, and her slender waist slightly twisted. Her belly button revealed a small patch of snow-white skin as she sat on a high chair with her long legs crossed. There was a different kind of charm to her. Not far away, a group of cultivators walked over and pushed aside a group of drunkards to make way for them. "I heard that little sister Fan almost encountered danger. Fortunately, she returned safely." The person in the lead was a young man wearing a silver-white metal armor. His body flowed with a star-like brilliance, and he was surrounded by a group of people. "It's nothing, just a small battle," Fan Xian said. Her eyes flickered, and she was like a fire immortal blossoming on a moonlit night. Her appearance was peerless. "This is Chao Qing, a young master of a great power in the Eternal Kingdom. In order to pursue the young miss, he willingly came here to become a first-rank guest elder. He can mobilize a lot of manpower and money, and this time, he provided the Brahmin race with a supplementary material to refine the precious liquid," the Baldi said in a low voice, secretly introducing him to Yi Fan. Today, it could be said that no discord, no concord. Chao Qing looked very young, and his aura was extraordinary. His cultivation was profound, and he had a head of long silver hair. He was handsome and callous, and for ordinary women, he was extremely attractive. "That's good. This time, I brought a supplementary material for my race. Even though it isn't a rare divine material, the Brahmin race might have some use for it." Chao Qing didn't look at anyone else. He only had eyes for Fan Xian, completely ignoring Yi Fan, the Baldi, and the others. His callous face was full of confidence. "Oh?" Fan Xian was surprised. "I'll take you to see it," Chao Qing said. "All right." Fan Xian's smile could topple cities. She uncrossed her beautiful white legs and left with him. She told the Baldi that he would accompany Yi Fan to familiarize himself with this great city. Under the dim light, a group of people had unkind expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. However, because of Fan Xian's words just now, no one dared to provoke or find fault with him. Pung! Suddenly, the giant door of the building collapsed. It was 10 zhang tall and made of mixed divine metal, but it was broken by a single stomp. Each piece was as tall as a person and half a meter thick, and they all flew towards Yi Fan. "A lowly outsider brat wants to seize a spot? Scram back to where you came from." A tall figure flew in through the air. His black hair scattered behind him, and his eyes were silver gray. He was extremely callous, and he looked down from above as his foot stepped towards Yi Fan's skull. The one who arrived was 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. His figure was imposing, and he had a pair of silver eyes that were chilly and callous. He flew through the air, and with a single step, he stepped towards Yi Fan's head. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, making many people's expressions change. They couldn't help but back up. "Xian Mo, what are you doing?" The Baldy shouted loudly. Even though he had clashed with Yi Fan before, they had already reconciled, so he didn't just watch from the sidelines. How am I, Xianmo? Doing things is not something you can question. Get lost. The corners of Xianmo's mouth were sinister. The instant his foot stepped towards Yi Fan's skull, he also reached out a large hand to slap towards the Baldy's mouth. His aura was extremely domineering. His body was tall and sturdy, not placing anyone in his eyes. Life and death were all decided by a single thought. You. The Baldy's expression changed. He was deeply aware of how terrifying the silver-eyed male was. He was far from being the other party's opponent. Strong winds blew over, making his entire face feel as if it was scraped by blades. In that instant, he was almost slapped flying outwards. The silver-eyed tall male had a sinister smile on his face. He leapt into the air and attacked the two of them at the same time. Yi Fan was indifferent. He watched as that large foot trampled towards him. With a ping sound, he reached out his right hand, and with lightning speed, he grabbed that foot and stopped it in midair. The silver-eyed male's hand was originally about to slap the Baldy's face, but it was forcibly stopped. His body was pulled back, and a look of pain appeared on his face. His right foot was in extreme pain, as if someone was gouging out his bone marrow with an iron blade. He couldn't take half a step forward, and even his cultivation was restricted. Outsider brat, you. His expression was sinister. He released a great roar, and then the entire building rumbled and trembled violently. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He grabbed his right foot, and then forcefully swung it, fiercely smashing it into the ground. An enormous figure was smashed into the ground within an expanse of smoke and dust. The diamond stone floor was originally harder than fine iron, but right now, there were cracks everywhere. This was especially the case when a human figure appeared at the center. Yi Fan directly smashed him into the ground. Angry roars, wrath, and berserk erupted from underground at the same time. Yi Fan stood at the edge of the human-shaped pit and looked down. His expression was cold and indifferent, without any emotions. The silver-eyed man, Xianmo, shook with all his might. This piece of diamond rock collapsed. He was prepared to rush up, but as soon as he stuck his head out, what awaited him was a huge foot. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down and landed on his face, leaving behind a shoe print. His mouth and nose were sealed, and the howling stopped. Xianmo was furious. A large foot covered his face just like that, like a dark cloud, causing his nose to spurt blood and his teeth to fall out. He wanted to scream, but the sole of the foot sealed his voice. He had wanted to stomp on the top of Yi Fan's head and crush him to the ground, but now it was the other way around. Yi Fan's foot was on his face. Xianmo's hair stood up in anger. His mouth and nose were sealed, and his face was in intense pain. Snot and tears flowed down. He was stomped back into the human-shaped pit by Yi Fan's foot. The people at the side were all stunned. Xianmo was tyrannical during the day. He was very famous in the Pure Lands of Heaven, and there weren't many in the younger generation who dared to provoke him. But now, he was captured by someone with a raise of his hand, and a large foot was fiercely smashing into his face. This was strange news, and the group of people were all stunned. This is Xianmo. He severed his Tao a month ago. The person who can suppress him like this must at least be someone who stands on the second small step of the Tao-severing realm, right? Someone said softly. A trace of reverence suddenly arose for Yi Fan. Originally, the people here didn't take him seriously, but now they were very afraid. Brat! Xianmo shouted as he climbed out of the pit. His expression was fierce, and he wanted to rush up. His face was full of killing intent and coldness. Yi Fan still didn't say a word. He stood at the edge of the pit and only raised a foot. He didn't step on anything else, and only stepped towards his face. Xianmo's face was full of blood, and his forehead seemed to have been stamped with a large stamp. He directly fell down with his head raised, and the word brat was choked back. This became a vicious cycle. As soon as the silver-eyed man's head popped out, Yi Fan directly stomped down, causing his face to blossom. He fell into the human-shaped pit, and there was no chance for him to come out. Yi Fan didn't deal a fatal blow, and he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't touch anything else, and just stepped on his head so that he couldn't crawl back up. For a youngster who had a place in the pure lands of heaven and was ranked in the top 8, to be treated like this was naturally a great humiliation. His silver eyes were bloodshot, and they became bloodshot. Xianxia severed his Tao and was ranked in the top 8, but he couldn't do anything. This person called Yi Fan is really powerful. Even Xianxia can't do anything. Many people whispered, and the drunk people also sobered up. When they thought of their impudence not long ago, they broke out in a cold sweat. So this person was actually so terrifying. Brother Yi, that's enough. The bald man came forward and said in a low voice, reminding Yi Fan that the young experts in heaven all had some background. There was no need to talk about Chao Qing, who had left. His strength was outstanding, and wherever he went, he was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was the center of attention, and Xianxia also had a large group of subordinates. At this moment, the silver-eyed man had long since lost a trace of strength. He was lying in the human-shaped pit, and the bones in his face were broken beyond recognition. His forehead was even more so, broken into more than 30 pieces, and the skin on his face was twitching in pain. Yi Fan finally spoke. He stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. I don't like to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. I have no grievances with you in the past, but you came up and humiliated me, stepping on my skull. If you don't come over and apologize to me, don't even think about leaving today. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This person really wasn't someone to be trifled with. He trampled on the person until he became stupid. He was at the bottom of the pit and didn't even know how to climb up. It wasn't over yet. Xianxia, why aren't you coming over and apologizing? The bald man shouted. The silver-eyed man seemed to have recovered a bit. A vicious glint gradually appeared in his eyes, and then he suddenly roared angrily, Who do you think you are? You dare speak to me like this? That outsider brat, I'm not finished with him. Then, he struggled to stand up and reached out a hand to slap the bald man's face. He was bossy, and it was as if he didn't place the bald man in his eyes at all. Yi Fan took a step forward and directly slapped down. Golden blood energy flowed, and like a great millstone, it slapped him over. All of the bones in his body were broken into 700 to 800 pieces. Xianxia cried out loudly. This time, the expression in his eyes became completely unfocused, and his consciousness became unclear. He cried and threw a tantrum. In the end, someone supported him up. His speech was unclear, and in a daze, he apologized to Yi Fan. Only then did the disturbance pass. Afterwards, many people heard his angry roar. He had lost all of his face. He was stepped on until he became stupid for more than 2 hours, becoming a complete laughingstock. Hong, in the distance, a sacred mountain shrouded in spiritual essence. It turned into millions and millions of strands of multicolored light that rushed into the heavens. Everyone was shaken. The great sage's ancient furnace was opened, and it was currently refining the most powerful evolutionary liquid. A tremendous opportunity was waiting for a few people. During this half-month, it was unknown just how many people were anxiously waiting, hoping for the immortal liquid to be formed. They hoped that they could make a great breakthrough and awaken the most powerful blood. Yi Fan calmly waited. During this period of time, no one came looking for trouble. Stepping on Xianxia was already enough, making others feel restraining fear, not daring to provoke him. Medicine Refinement Mountain was located several dozen li outside of Dao City. Multicolored light shone in all directions during the day. All types of spiritual essence flowed about, making the ancient trees and grass that covered the mountains and plains flourish several dozen times. Every day, the ancient furnace on the sacred mountain would rumble. It would be surrounded by millions and millions of strands of immortal light. This was an ancient method to refine evolutionary liquid, increasing the speed by many times. It was rumored that this was an ancient method of refining immortal pills. It was obtained by several great powers in Eternal Kingdom, and when used to refine evolutionary liquid, it also had great benefits. Hong, 2 months later, Medicine Refinement Mountain trembled greatly. The sacred furnace rose and fell, releasing light that was even more dazzling than the sun. A corner of the furnace lid was lifted with a quang-dang sound. In that instant, the entire mountain was surrounded by immortal energy, creating a hazy expanse. A wave of faint fragrance wafted out, rising gracefully. Not even the barrier of light could stop it. Success. So fast, it really is a miracle. The foot of the mountain was packed with people. Everyone was looking forward to it, their hearts stirred to the extreme. They stared rigidly at the mountain. Kwang, unfortunately, after a loud tremble, the furnace lid closed again, closing tightly. The immortal energy that rose in spirals disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed, but they didn't leave. Everyone knew that the day wasn't far off. The most powerful evolutionary liquid was about to be successfully refined. In the following month, the sacred mountain was completely covered in mist. It swallowed multicolored light and released brilliance. All types of irregular scenes appeared. Within the immortal clouds, a sacred furnace rose and fell. There were all types of flowers, birds, fish, bugs, birds, and beasts engraved on its surface. It guided the underground dragon vein flames into the bottom of the furnace. Streak after streak of strange Tao patterns continuously flickered on the bronze furnace. In the end, several true dragons broke through the bronze walls and flew out. Several Qilins also struggled free, surrounding the furnace and spitting out heavenly flames, refining the ancient divine furnace together. Immortal mists drifted about. It's about to succeed. The furnace might be opened soon. From that day forth, a sea of people gathered at the foot of Medicine Refinement Mountain. They all raised their heads to watch, quietly waiting for the furnace to open. The immortal liquid was about to appear. A clear and cold cry sounded. Several fiery red divine birds appeared, dancing around the sacred furnace and spitting out streak after streak of scarlet flames to refine this furnace. Oho! Less than 5 days later, 3 white tigers jumped out from the bronze furnace. They surrounded the furnace and roared, spitting out strand after strand of white tiger true flame, making the ancient furnace even more sparkling and translucent. One could even see the heavens mandate rock and absolute beginning life stone changing inside, smelting together. A bit of liquid was produced between the cracks of the rocks, slowly flowing out. It really is about to succeed. Heaven and earth irregular scenes are appearing, true dragons, flame phoenixes, white tigers, Qilins, and all types of auspicious beasts are appearing. The heaven-bestowed immortal liquid is about to be refined successfully. Forget about the youngsters, even a few calm giants couldn't sit still. They personally arrived at the scene, excitedly waiting. In the end, a human-shaped multicolored head appeared through the bronze furnace wall. A silvery white little person carried the absolute beginning energy, containing the heavens mandate divine light. It spat out the old and took in the new, refining the ancient furnace together. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at that place without blinking. The entire great sage furnace was like a 9-colored divine glass, bright and glistening, almost transparent. 10 million streaks of multicolored light shot out, the scene inside visible. The heavens mandate rock, meteorite withered vine heart, absolute beginning life stone, and other main materials were smelted together. Between those pores, a mysterious liquid gushed out, dripping out. Kwang dang, half a month later, a cold and drawn-out metallic sound rang through the air. The bronze furnace lid flew up, and the true dragon, flame phoenix, white tiger, Qilin, and the silvery white little person all disappeared into the furnace. At the same time, immortal energy flowed out like water, a sweet fragrance wafting in all directions. The base of Medicine Refinement Mountain was boiling. The ancient furnace on the mountain seemed to have a life of its own, taking in and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth, as if it was breathing. The most powerful immortal liquid contained within was trembling. Success, the most powerful evolutionary liquid has been completed. Haha, I can finally break through. After obtaining its baptism, my bloodline will be revived, and my constitution will become unprecedentedly powerful. Everyone was shouting, each and every one of them was excited to the point of no return. Worthy of being the ancient method of refining immortal pills used by the ancient deities. The precious liquid was extracted in such a short amount of time, and the fragrance filled the air, making the medicinal effects much stronger. Fanzhou came, like a heavenly wolf. His eyes flickered with demonic radiance as he swept his eyes over everyone, secretly warning them. Fan Xian was also here, her white and tender body slender and elegant. Her eyes were moving about, and her heart was full of expectation. Chao Qing stood not too far away, his silver hair falling down like a waterfall. His cold face also revealed ripples as he was surrounded by a group of experts from his family. Yi Fan's heart was not calm either. He was looking forward to obtaining the most powerful evolutionary liquid. What realm would he be able to break through to? Would he be able to become a saint? Immortal energy spread out from Alchemy Mountain. That saint furnace rose and fell at the peak of the mountain. Multicolored clouds rose and fell, creating a magnificent scene. In the blink of an eye, the vegetation on the entire mountain became several dozen times more luxuriant. The strange rocks on the Pill Cliff shone with tens of thousands of strands of auspicious light. It was like immortal water, giving off a clear and crystalline feeling. The most powerful constitution evolution fluid had been refined. The furnace lid had long been opened, and the immortal liquid within the bronze saint furnace gurgled. A sweet fragrance wafted in all directions, filling the entire Alchemy Mountain with a fragrance. This was different from the divine liquid extracted by the purple-eyed woman and the others outside Undying Mountain that Yi Fan encountered. The fragrance was much stronger, because this was refined according to the method of refining pills. A few cyan true dragons were coiling around inside the furnace. Then, a few fiery red divine birds spread their wings on the heaven's mandate rock, and a few white tigers leaped up. Within the saint furnace, dragon cries, phoenix cries, tiger roars, Kirin roars, and other such sounds rang out one after another. Several types of immortal beasts gushed out with multicolored light, raising their heads high above the divine ores that had been smelted together. It was only after a long time that they disappeared. A few giants from the heavenly halls rose into the air, immediately appearing at the peak of Medicine Refinement Mountain. At the same time, several holy artifacts appeared, protecting this place. Great Tao traces hung down from saint-level warships, divine chains of order submerging this place. They could not afford to be careless. In the past 2 months, they had been in constant conflict with the Fairy Feather clan and the Mo clan of the original Demon Sea. If they hadn't come to an agreement in private, the storm would have died down, and a terrifying battle would have taken place. Even so, the Brahmin race didn't dare to lower their guard. Now that the evolution liquid had just been formed, if it was stolen by someone else, then it would truly be a waste of effort. Boom, suddenly, holy artifact fluctuations transmitted from outer space. Something really did happen. There were enormous holy ships that attacked one after another, stopping in outer space. This small planet wasn't large. The pure land of heaven was only a continent that was covered by a barrier of light. The experts inside could sense that an exceptional great danger was about to descend. Yi Fan's spiritual sense was very sensitive. Other than the ancient sages, no one could claim to be number one in this place if they claimed to be number two. A layer of small bumps appeared all over his body, and his fine hair stood on end. He felt as if he was being stared at by an archaic vicious beast, and a terrifying premonition of death emerged. Oh no, this is bad. Yi Fan was inwardly anxious. He didn't know how many saint artifact warships had arrived from outer space, and perhaps even ancient saints had descended. Now that the pill furnace was opened, they were going to take action against the heavens. This was a small planet, and it wasn't very big. If the Brahmin race couldn't defend it, it would be easily destroyed by the saint-class battleship. The entire planet would explode, and when that happened, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most likely, only a few people would survive. He was in the hopeless whirlpool, and it was possible that he would suffer a great calamity. The saint artifact flying ship's light beam of great Tao might bury him, and it would be very difficult for him to escape. Alchemy Mountain had been relatively peaceful these days. Only on the day of the completion of the pill and the opening of the cauldron did a great enemy come to attack. Their goal was clear, and it was obvious that they had come for the strongest evolutionary fluid. Fan Zhou and some other masters shouted out loud. They entered the Saint Artifact warship and rushed towards the outer realms. During this process, the floating Saint Furnace was undoubtedly the most important item. It was put away as soon as possible. Alchemy Mountain was in chaos. Everyone learned that the Immortal Feather clan and the Mo clan of the original Demon Star Ocean had come to attack. They didn't come with good intentions, and today, the heavens would face a great calamity. In the outer realms, battleships were densely packed, forming a black mass that covered the entire ancient planet. Battleships flickering with an ice-cold metallic luster aimed all kinds of great Dao weapons and scientific martial arts downwards. Boom! The battle in the outer realms caused the pure land of the heavens to tremble. The entire small planet was under attack. All kinds of symbols carved by the saints flickered together and covered the sky, temporarily blocking all the attacks. However, it was hard to say whether they could defend until the end. The Immortal Feather clan and the Mo clan had come in a torrential manner, and they had mobilized almost all of their Saint-class battleships. Moreover, their ancestors seemed to have arrived as well. Many people in the Pure Land had snow-white faces, and they didn't know if they could safely get through this. The heavens had offended two superpowers, and this time, the most powerful evolutionary fluid had been successfully refined. Only then did the great enemy start to truly cause trouble. Boom! In the distance, a huge light beam shot down, and the land there immediately turned into ashes. The ground caved in, revealing a boundless black hole. This was an attack from a divine tool, and it brought about terrifying consequences. What happened next was even more intense. Even though the Holy Land was enveloped by all kinds of great Tao symbols, it couldn't completely block it. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light shot down. If it wasn't for the protection of the ancient great sage's formation, this small planet would have been destroyed many times over. Suddenly, a human figure streaked across the starry domain. He was faster than all of the divine tool ships, and a huge wave swept out, almost destroying the outer realms on the spot. While they were still far away, he stretched out a large hand and covered an entire small planet beneath him. It was boundlessly terrifying. Within the heavens, many powerful cultivators were terrified out of their wits. They were so scared that they almost fainted. What kind of concept was this? A large green hand covered the sky and covered the earth. It enveloped this ancient planet and was about to smash it into pieces. The scene was terrifying and boundless. It was as if a deity had awakened. This was the destruction of the world and the destruction of all living creatures. In the outer realms, many battleships suspended outside the small planet fell one after another. They were sent flying by a powerful fluctuation, and it was difficult for them to resist for even a moment. They were simply powerless to resist. If they rushed up, they would definitely be crushed into powder. Even saint-level warships couldn't display too much of an effect. It was because this was the old ancestor of the origin demon star sea taking action. He was a true exceptional expert, Peng. At this moment of life and death, in another starry domain, a large black hand quickly streaked across the starry sky. It was as if a divine chain was attacking. It cut off the path ahead, blocking the large green hand, colliding with it, blocking the way forward. This place immediately collapsed, turning into a boundless black hole and abyss. This part of the cosmos seemed to have suffered a great destruction, and the destruction was beyond recognition. The small planet was grabbed by the large black hand, and it was unknown how far it moved. The coordinates of the starry sky were actually changed. Yi Fan was shaken. Was this the method of an ancient saint? Even if this was a small planet, an ordinary ancestral saint shouldn't be able to do this. It's the ancient saint war treasure body. Someone cried out in alarm. Then, they began to tremble. Those who hadn't reached the saint level could control saint-level warships. Similarly, ancient saints also had powerful and terrifying weapons at their disposal. They were the combination of great Tao runes and technology. The so-called ancient saint war treasure body was a kind of powerful metal warrior. It was engraved with all kinds of runes and divine chains of Tao laws. When a saint entered it, its power would increase by many times. This kind of mecha weapon could allow an ancient saint's power to reach a shocking level. This was also the reason why Eternal Kingdom was aloof and considered to be the highest race. In this starry domain, the Tao executioners had saint warships that could display the battle power of a saint. They were invincible in the cold and vast universe, and they killed all who stood in their way. It was precisely because of this that these people had the possibility of fighting above their level. They were extremely terrifying. When traveling in the boundless starry domain, even if they encountered terrifying opponents, they wouldn't be afraid. Plucking stars and capturing moons, moving stars and filling up the sea, all of this happened before his eyes. Yi Fan naturally sighed. He didn't dare to underestimate Eternal Kingdom anymore, and he became even more cautious and attentive. He had originally wanted to take out the chessboard matrix, but now he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since an ancient saint had appeared, there would definitely be a dialogue at the peak. There was no need to fight to the death. Boom! Suddenly, in another part of the starry domain, a large purple hand reached out and covered this small planet, wanting to grab it. The pitch-black hand attacked again, colliding with it. The starry domain collapsed, and all kinds of complicated and mysterious strange phenomena appeared. The rumbling was deafening. In the end, a few old voices traveled over, as if they came from ancient times. They were communicating. Unfortunately, the people in the pure land of heaven couldn't hear them. They quickly entered the depths of the universe, not wanting others to hear them. No one knew what they were talking about. Not long after, all the warships that had surrounded this starry domain retreated, and not a single one stayed. The Mahast clan, the Deity Feather clan, and the Brahmin clan of the Origin Demon Star Ocean came to a compromise and reached an agreement. In the end, a great war was avoided. The commotion died down, and not long after, news came. Originally, it was said that the younger generation would have 8 people, or at most 12 people, who would enjoy the strongest evolution liquid. Now, there were only 4 people, which was a sharp decrease. Everyone's hearts sank. They knew that the people of the Deity Feather clan and the Origin Demon Star Ocean had set out conditions to get a share of the spoils. In the pure land of heaven, the big shots all frowned and moved out one after another to fight for their children. They wanted to obtain a spot because it was possible for them to have a glorious life and reach the peak. In the following 3 days, those who had the ability ran around everywhere. They all wanted their children to have a good future. As for the big shots, there was no need to talk about them. They would definitely have a share. The most important thing was to increase their own strength. 2 days later, news spread that Fan Tian, Fan Xian, Fan Gu, and Fan Meng of the younger generation had obtained the qualifications. The other young experts all turned pale. They were incomparably disappointed, and their hearts were ice cold. Young master, you brought 2 types of supplementary divine materials from the clan, but you are not on the list. The Brahmin clan is too excessive. In a courtyard, an old servant's eyes burst with light, and he was full of anger. No matter, let's wait a bit longer. Chao Qing smiled indifferently, not showing any signs of impatience. An hour later, a mysterious person entered their courtyard. It was an important person from the Brahmin clan. He secretly told them that a spot would be given to Chao Qing. Until he left, Chao Qing was still very calm. The old servant's expression softened, and he said, "The Brahmin clan did not disappoint." In the depths of the pure land of heaven, Fan Xian was arguing with her clansmen. Regardless of whether it was the 4 spots on the surface or the 1 or 2 spots in the dark, Yi Fan was not included. The strongest liquid evolution had nothing to do with him. "Cousin, he's just an outsider. Why are you so stubborn? Even the core disciples of our clan cannot enjoy this kind of thing." "Who does he think he is?" a young man from the Brahmin clan said coldly. "That's right. If we nurture our clan's experts, we might be able to completely activate the strongest bloodline and let the Brahma battle physique reappear in the world. This is a priceless treasure. So what if we get the absolute beginning life stone because of him?" "Just give him some other compensation," another person said. "Do you know what kind of physique he has?" Fan Xian was slender and elegant. She was a bit taller than the average man, and her figure was indescribably beautiful. Her eyes flickered as she said, "He might have the legendary indestructible golden body, one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Moreover, his bloodline has only flowed for a dozen or so generations. If such a person's bloodline fully recovered, can you imagine? Our clan will have another super expert with boundless potential. If he becomes a saint, who wouldn't be afraid of him? As far as I know, our star field might have given birth to a few extremely terrifying physiques. If we can get him, we will be able to rival them." "What? He has the indestructible golden body bloodline?" The group was astonished. "All right, give him a spot." Fanzhou didn't say much until now. 2 beams of resplendent light shot out from his eyes as he looked around like a hawk. An hour later, a figure appeared in Yi Fan's courtyard. He solemnly handed him a purple gourd that contained the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. Keep it well. Many eyes are looking at you, and many of them aren't convinced. They want to know what level you can evolve to. Don't disappoint us. Unexpectedly, it was Fan Zhou. He had personally come here and handed him the precious fluid. When the courtyard quieted down, Yi Fan stared at the divine fluid in his hand and then looked up at the cosmos. He didn't know what level he could evolve to, but he was quite excited and expectant. A cool breeze caressed his face, causing the bamboo forest in the courtyard to rustle. The sky was about to turn dark as fiery clouds scattered down. The afterglow dyed the grass and roofs red. This place was very peaceful and harmonious. Yi Fan pulled out the cork of the purple gourd. Immediately, a sweet fragrance overflowed and filled the entire garden. Immortal energy flowed like smoke and clouds, intoxicating both physically and mentally. He quickly confirmed that this liquid was much stronger than the one he had seized from the purple-eyed lady. The liquid was sparkling and fragrant, giving people the illusion that they were about to ascend to immortality. As expected of an ancient refining method used by the ancient deities. It only took a few months to achieve this. Ordinary people needed to prepare meticulously before using the liquid, allowing their body and spirit to reach their peak state. Then, they would have to concentrate and guard their Tao heart. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. This preparation process couldn't be sloppy and there couldn't be a single mistake. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be wasted and the divine liquid would be wasted. However, Yi Fan didn't have so many concerns. He was different from the people of Eternal Kingdom. He focused on excavating the corporeal treasures and nurturing the primordial spirit. He rarely relied on external tools and could do it at any time. As expected of a divine mineral refined from the destiny rock, meteorite withered vine heart, and absolute beginning life stone. Now that it has been refined, the divine effect is astonishing. After midnight, the entire garden was extremely quiet. Only the watery moonlight sprinkled down, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from the bamboo garden. It looked graceful and mysterious. Yi Fan poured a bit of the divine liquid into his palm. It immediately turned into a clear stream of energy that revolved around his body and entered his pores. It made his flesh tremble and thunder rumble as if he was doing a special type of physical training. This was only his first experience and an experiment. He felt that the effect was extraordinary and needed to treat it seriously and cautiously. A jade pond had already been prepared in the courtyard. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the middle and took out the purple gourd. He was ready to pour all of the liquid into the pond to refine it. The purple gourd didn't look big. It was only half a foot long and was produced by a spirit vine. However, it actually contained a lot of divine liquid and was engraved with the spatial laws. It could fill up half of the jade pond. The destiny rock, the meteorite withered vine heart, and the others had their active components dissolved. The liquid was the spirit energy of heaven and earth, while the real essence was the supreme essence contained in the grand beginning life stone. If it's miraculous for me and I can break through to the next level, Eternal Kingdom will be my land of enlightenment. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a strange and cold laughter came. The bright moon in the sky was blocked by a black cloud, and the courtyard instantly became cold. The white moonlight disappeared, and the pure and holy aura disappeared without a trace. The bamboo forest was serene and dark, and it was pitch black. Someone had used great magical power to seal the bamboo garden, and a cold killing intent pervaded the air. In the darkness, a silvery white figure appeared, especially bright and eye-catching in the black fog. In the entire dark garden, only he was bright. This was an elder with a goatee and silver pupils. His body was shriveled like an old tree branch that had gained intelligence. Although he looked short and withered, he was full of vigor, especially his eyes, which were like two lanterns, making it hard for people to look at him directly. On his body was a silver metal armor, which was shiny and dazzling in the dark. "Who are you, and why have you barged into my residence?" Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. He stared at the person, kept the purple gourd, and did not pour out the evolution fluid. "Not bad, young man. Your cultivation is not shallow. Not just the fairy feather star ocean, but even Eternal Kingdom might have a place for you in the future." Divine light flowed in his silver pupils, and he was calm. He walked to the stone table and chairs in the garden and sat down. In this bamboo garden, he was like the owner, and Yi Fan was an outsider. His voice was penetrating, and it rang like a bronze bell. He said, "Kneel over here. I appreciate talent, and I will show you a bright path." Yi Fan's expression turned cold. He stared at him indifferently, and did not say anything. The atmosphere in the bamboo garden suddenly became strange. "Why? You don't believe my words?" the silver-eyed elder said plainly. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. "What's your relationship with Xianxia?" Yi Fan asked. "He is my grandnephew." The elder put down the teacup and tapped his fingers on the stone table, making a rhythmic sound. "No wonder. You want to stand up for him?" Yi Fan said coldly. Xianxia provoked him, wanting to step on his head and attack him. He did not expect to be abused. He was smashed into the ground by Yi Fan, and his cheekbones and frontal bones were all broken by Yi Fan's foot. "Young man, being in the limelight is easy to suffer, and it is even easier to die early. The so-called geniuses all die early, or rather, are killed by others," the silver-eyed elder said indifferently. "So you are a piece of trash, and that is why you are still alive?" Yi Fan said. "Brat, your mouth is quite unforgiving. This kind of person dies the fastest." "I don't think you will see the sun tomorrow morning," the elder said gloomily. Yi Fan did not say anything. Instead, he suddenly moved, turning into a streak of lightning as he charged at the elder. He felt a type of danger, and he did not want the other party to attack first. He wanted to take the initiative to kill first. His entire body flew over, and his hands pressed forward as if a golden heavenly monument was pressing down. The silver-eyed elder's expression changed. The silver-white metal armor shone and quickly enlarged, turning into a small silver giant that was several zhang tall. Dang, Yi Fan's palm collided with the alloy body, leaving behind two shallow palm imprints. An ear-piercing sound rang out, but it was not destroyed. He couldn't help but fall back. His eyes shone brilliantly as he shot out two beams of light that were over 10 zhang long, staring at the metal armor. "What a powerful body, exceeding my imagination. I almost underestimated you, but your struggle is futile." "There is no hope," the silver-eyed elder said in shock. The silver-white metal man released strand after strand of holy artifact fluctuations. It was incomparably terrifying. It began to fully recover. This was a Saint Mecha. It wasn't that large, and it wasn't as terrifying as the holy ship either. However, it had entered the ranks of the holy word, so it was extremely terrifying when used in combat. There weren't many of these holy artifacts, and they were difficult to refine. Even great powers didn't have many, and only important figures could control them. "Heh, Yi Fan, weren't you arrogant? Let's see how you escape this disaster today." Xian Mo's voice sounded from the distance, revealing a bone-deep hatred. It was clear that he came for revenge. He invited his great-uncle over, and if he wasn't a saint, who could stop him with their flesh, while operating a Saint Mecha, he could fight against exceptional experts. Anyone would shiver in fear. He towered in the distance, his face carrying a bone-deep coldness. He suffered greatly not long ago, and today, he was going to pay it back. "Youngster, hand over the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid in your hands, and I'll give you a dignified death." The elder's voice sounded from within the silver-white mecha. Xianxia sneered cruelly from the distance, saying, "You obtained a quota, so you want to break through tonight? I am precisely going to interrupt you at this crucial moment, seize your divine liquid, make you watch helplessly without being able to do anything about it." He was well versed in the way of torturing others. If it was a normal person, having the precious liquid seized at this crucial moment, they would definitely go mad from anger. The silver-pupiled elder and Xianxia couldn't be said to be anything but vicious. They wanted Yi Fan to feel stifled and remorseful, and then die in despair. That was why they attacked after midnight. "You all think you've already eaten me?" A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. "No one can save you. This garden has been sealed, and unless I die, no one in the outside world will know what happened. Youngster, I'll send you on your way," the silver-pupiled elder said. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Xianxia laughed arrogantly, and then coldly said, "Outsider brat, the time for your head has arrived." Not long ago, you made me suffer endless humiliation, and I can't even raise my head. Today, I will return it 100 times over. I will refine your skull into an exquisite ring and wear it on my finger as a spoil of war. The silver-pupiled elder didn't seem to want to cause too much of a disturbance, and so he directly threw himself over murderously. Even though the mecha was several zhang tall, it was extremely agile, and in its hands was a large silver sword. Just now, this mecha didn't revive. Now, you can try again. He adopted close combat. In this world, if one wasn't at the saint level, no one could resist this soldier. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was the fluctuation of a saint level, and a true saint tool had revived. The silver sword was exceptionally sharp, and there were tens of thousands of traces of the great Tao on it, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Moreover, this elder was a king-level expert himself, close to the half-saint level. He operated the saint tool mecha with ease, and his control of power was perfect. He didn't waste any divine power at all, and the boundless traces of the great Tao and sword qi all rained down on Yi Fan. Yi Fan was very straightforward. His true body entered the stone body, and a black holy arrow hung above his head. He held the other in his left hand for double protection, and at the same time, his right hand carried the seemingly broken green cauldron. He turned into a bolt of lightning and crashed into the silver mecha. Clang, the green copper cauldron smashed into the silver sword. Even though there were no fluctuations on the cauldron, and there were no traces of the great Tao on it, it still broke the sword in half. Boom! Moreover, the green cauldron's momentum didn't change. It was swung by Yi Fan, and like a beam of green light, it struck the chest of the silver-white metal mecha, piercing through on the spot. Yi Fan didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand, and he didn't have many chances. If the two of them pulled apart, the other party could use this mecha to display the magic power of a saint. If others were to be alarmed, it would be a great disaster for him. He had to seize this rare opportunity to kill him. It could be said that at first, both sides didn't want to cause too much of a commotion and fought with all their strength. They both wanted to finish the battle in the shortest time possible, and they both relied on their sturdy saint bodies. But now, it was too late for the silver-eyed elder to regret. This was a monster. He didn't have any saint-level magic power, but he had a saint-level body. Moreover, the green cauldron in his hand was too terrifying, and it smashed his saint mecha into pieces. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out incessantly. Yi Fan attacked repeatedly, and all of them hit the vitals, causing large holes to appear all over his body. These days, he had thoroughly studied the holy ships, mecha, and so on, and he knew where their weaknesses were concentrated. Gotcha, sparks flew everywhere, and many traces of the silver-white mecha's great path were destroyed. Its body's luster dimmed a lot, and the silver-eyed elder's expression changed. The change was too fast. He had never thought that a Tao Slayer could break through a saint tool. Your indestructible golden body, the bloodline has completely recovered, and it has become one of the strongest constitutions, he couldn't help but shout. In the past, only the primitive devil body, Brahma battle body, and supreme immortal body could break through saint tools with their bare hands. The person in front of him had such power before becoming a saint, so he was definitely not from the 10th generation. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Yi Fan held the green cauldron in his hand and smashed half of the mecha's body. All kinds of Tao patterns and sparks flew everywhere, and wisps of white smoke rose up. The silver-eyed elder was so regretful that he wanted to kill himself. He had been too careless. A precious saint tool mecha had been destroyed just like that. The losses were immeasurable. But now was not the time to hesitate. Saving his life was the most important. He rushed out of the mecha and tore open the void, wanting to escape. However, how could Yi Fan give him the chance? This person had come to bully him, and now that he had exposed the green cauldron, he would definitely kill him. Bang! He used the line formula and turned into a beam of light. He arrived in an instant and grabbed the elder. The silver-eyed elder was shocked. He was a great success king tier, but he was grabbed like a little chick, and he couldn't struggle free. Young man, if you have something to say, then say it. This old man can give you endless benefits. The silver-eyed elder completely softened, and his face was pale. Yi Fan sneered. With a pft, he directly pulled off the elder's head, and blood gushed out from the broken neck. Stop, stop. Killing a great success king tier like this old man will bring you great trouble. The silver-eyed elder's primordial spirit cried out in fear. So what if you are a great success king tier? Yi Fan's expression was cold. He slapped down, and like smashing a watermelon, the head turned into a pool of blood. He had killed this person thoroughly. With a single slap, the great completion king-level expert's head turned into a pile of blood and pus, dying a violent death. The tattered mecha flickered with a dull metallic luster. It was no longer bright and had lost its Dao marks and spiritual energy, becoming a useless weapon. No. Xianxia cried out with a terrified expression. He fled for his life, but how could he compare to Yi Fan in terms of speed? He was caught up in half a breath's time. Pa. Yi Fan's methods were extremely violent. With a single slap, half of Xianmo's face was smashed to pieces, and even his chin flew out. Spare me. I'm someone from the Eternal Lord Star's Xian family. You can't kill me. He cried out in fear. The other half of his face was completely devoid of color. He was so scared that his legs were trembling and his calves were cramping. In this star domain, the Immortal Feather, Original Demon, and Divine Earth were the three relatively small life stars. Meanwhile, the Eternal Star was the boundless main star. Its vastness was extremely rare in the boundless cosmos. You've caused trouble for me again and again. Today, you even ambushed me at night, wanting to take my life and steal my precious liquid. What else is there to say? Yi Fan raised his foot and stomped down. Pung, at this time, he wasn't as lenient as last time. He didn't hide anything and used his strength that could kill half-saints. With a stomp of his foot, the universe collapsed. A rain of blood scattered down from the sky. Xianxia screamed miserably as his body was trampled into pieces. Only a bloody head flew out. I surrender. I'll do anything you want me to, please spare my life. The primordial spirit in the head rushed out, wanting to escape. However, its strength was too lacking, and it couldn't succeed. Your great uncle said that heroes die young. I'm not a hero, I'm stupid. Please let me go. Xianxia was normally domineering and didn't even put Fan Xian's subordinates in his eyes. However, at this moment, he was extremely afraid. If you're not a hero, then you'll end up like your great uncle. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. With a stomp of his foot, his primordial spirit and head were crushed into ashes. A moment later, this place became clean. All traces disappeared, and the silver-eyed elder's seal also slowly melted. In the distance, on a low mountain, Xiaoqing looked over. Beside him was an old servant. When he saw the seal disappear, his expression changed. That old man is dead. He didn't come out alive after going in. Just who is this person to be able to kill a late-stage king? The old servant revealed a shocked expression. Xiaoqing nodded and said, he is indeed extraordinary. If you want to get rid of this guy, it's best to use a half-step Saint Mech. Moreover, you need to use a super Saint Mech. I'm afraid that ordinary Saint artifacts won't be able to subdue him. In another direction, Brahma's hair was as red as fire. His face was evil as he stood towering in the clouds, staring at Yi Fan's bamboo garden. From the night sky. What a powerful brat, even killing off Xianmo's grandfather. He truly is a powerful opponent. Just what kind of methods did he use? He said softly to himself. Extraordinary splendor flickered in Fan Xian's beautiful eyes as she said, I told you a long time ago that his potential is enormous. Even now, he's still a piece of rough gold and unpolished jade that has yet to be developed. Of course, he might become a sharp blade that harms both others and myself, so I have to grasp him firmly in my hands. Heh, cousin sister's eyesight isn't bad. I think we can let him marry into our family. He might even be a bit stronger than that Xiaoqing. Brahma's evil aura was cold. Brahma, don't talk nonsense. Fan Xian glanced at him. Then, she twisted her soft waist and gracefully left like a water snake. Her snow-white long legs flickered with a sparkling luster, making her look exceptionally alluring. Cousin sister, what I said is true. Rather than having him offer up a part of the indestructible golden body's essence blood, it would be better for you to marry him and give birth to the most powerful physique with both the golden body and the battle physique. That might be even better. Humph, you should take care of your own matters first. Fan Xian sneered. She swept him a cold glance, and with a hint of cruelty, she disappeared into the night sky. In another part of the sky, there were still a few people watching. Fan Zhou's eyes were deep, and he didn't say a word. He remained silent for a long time before disappearing from the void. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He knew that someone was watching him because his spiritual sense was terrifyingly sharp. He could sense it, but he didn't look for it carefully. That undying old fart made a move against me. This is exactly what these people were hoping for. They are all probing me. He didn't want to stay in this place forever. As long as he obtained what he wanted, he would leave without any reluctance. He wouldn't hesitate at all. Soon. My goal is only the most powerful evolutionary fluid. Now that I have it, I can think about it more. After midnight, not a sound could be heard. The stars and moon shone brightly, and the silver-white radiance descended. This place was finally completely peaceful, and all the spying people had disappeared. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and then poured out the entire gourd of evolutionary fluid into the jade pond. The sparkling water and fragrance assailed his nostrils as it transformed into strands of immortal energy. He entered naked and sat cross-legged in the middle. He began to refine his body and realize the evolution process of the eternal kingdom. This was a bizarre process. One could almost see stars being destroyed one after another, and only a bit of the most divine and undying divinity was left behind, slowly gathering. It was unknown how many galaxies were destroyed, withered, and died. Then, after millions and millions of years of evolution and accumulation, their most primordial divinity fused together and melted into one, turning into a body of rock that was cast into a divine stone. This was the divine rock of destiny. Yi Fan was immersed in it. He felt the changes of the years and comprehended the elapse of time. He captured the rise and fall of star domains one after another, engraving the path of the Tao under the starry sky. The most powerful bloodline evolutionary fluid was a miraculous existence. It could allow one to forcefully comprehend the Tao, understand the evolution process of the world, and truly understand the origin of the universe. Yi Fan was in a state of detachment. He seriously experienced it, and his heart became more and more tranquil. Galaxy after galaxy appeared outside his body. Worlds were being born, flourishing, desolate, and declining. This was the path towards the great Tao. He had to start from the most fundamental thing of the world, comprehend it bit by bit, and slowly tread forward. His heart was constantly enlightened, and his body was shining. This was the most powerful physique evolutionary fluid. It didn't simply refine the physical body, but also cleansed the spiritual level. It would imbue fragments of the great Tao and imitate the everlasting and unchanging laws. Every inch of the human body was a treasure. If it was completely opened, the potential of the human would be limitless. It was known as the door of all wonders. Yi Fan continuously comprehended and saw the treasures of the physical body opening. His body was in the most powerful evolutionary fluid, and he could truly feel the magic of this primitive power. It allowed him to comprehend the Tao, sublimate, and unlock the shackles of the physical body. He became stronger and stronger. There's hope of advancing and going up another small step, but I always feel like I'm still lacking something. I can't break through. He whispered to himself. At this moment, the divine ability to move mountains and fill seas, the power to catch the moon and catch the stars, the spiritual sense of the heavenly eye and heavenly ear, the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity, and other treasures were opened one step further. Many divine doors were opened. This was the most powerful physique evolutionary fluid. It contained a heaven-defying divine ore and was imprinted with the essence of the world, allowing one to transcend and sublimate. This is the power of the absolute beginning life stone. It originated from primal chaos and was formed at the absolute beginning. It contains the power of immortality. Yi Fan felt the power of the strange ore in the precious fluid a step further. At this moment, he seemed to have passed through the primordial era of the cosmos and condensed the mysterious yellow of heaven and earth. He understood the past, present, and future, and gained a deeper understanding of life and death. Strands of Tao patterns appeared on the surface of his body. The immortal platform's frontal bone was even more profound and complex. The fine patterns were like the creation of heaven and earth. Suddenly, his body trembled. The swordsman's secret art of the 9 secrets operated on its own. Millions and millions of Tao marks appeared, and he had a major breakthrough in his comprehension of the Tao. This was originally an incomplete art, but now that he was comprehending the power of longevity and comprehending the life and death fruit, he was unexpectedly touched. His mind was enlightened, and he deduced a part of the lost true meaning on his own. The swordsman's secret art was perfected a step further. This was a type of miraculous power. He actually relied on himself to repair the flaws in the 9 secrets. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the world. The swordsman's secret art was known as an ancient divine scripture, containing the mysteries of immortality. It was obtained from the ancient Ziwei star field, and the other half was in Xianxia's hands. Yi Fan had always kept it in his mind, wanting to collect it all. Now, he finally saw the light of hope. At the same time, he thought of an extremely terrifying question. How extraordinary was the origin ancient mine exactly? Could it be that it contained the power of the undying, the stars and moon scattered down their splendor? The crown of Yi Fan's head was sparkling and translucent, as if he had established some kind of connection with the cosmos. It was as if he wanted to become one with it, becoming a part of the Tao. Qi. The space between Yi Fan's brows flickered. A small golden figure flew out, carrying a simple and unadorned little cauldron. It forcefully severed the light beam that shot out from the crown of his head, severing the connection with the cosmos. The human body is a world of its own, containing endless divine treasures. It can become the gate of the Tao, perhaps the foundation of becoming an immortal. Immortals were undying, able to live forever. Meanwhile, there would be a day when a star system would collapse. If this cosmos no longer existed, how could everything within it continue to exist? Yi Fan observed all types of great Tao fragments, but he didn't want to rely on them. He didn't want to entrust his life to this cosmos. If he truly took that step in the future to verify the Tao, he would only rely on the cosmos of the human body, and not attach his life to this great world. Hong, an enormous sound rang out. He severed his own body's connection with the star system, but it didn't stop the appearance of the ancient stars in outer space and the scattering of divine splendor. It was incomparably vast. All types of light descended from the starry sky, resonating with the heavens' mandate divine rock. This was endless divine radiance, illuminating the source of the cosmos. Then, chaotic energy surged, splitting heaven and earth apart, resonating with the origin life stone. The power of life and death was being extinguished, all types of light flowing about. He severed his connection with the boundless heavenly domain, but the departed, the existing, the eternal, all types of profound mysteries appeared at his side, turning into Tao laws for him to study. Even though it was already the latter half of the night and this place was extremely peaceful, this type of irregular scene still startled many people. Quite a few experts woke up from their dreams. It was because this place was just too vast. Star radiance flew in tens of thousands of streaks, primal chaos forming a waterfall, all types of ancient star systems rising and falling, surrounding Yi Fan, protecting him at the center. This was the fundamental energy of heaven and earth, the complex profound mysteries, the embodiment of the world's intrinsic divine laws. He was comprehending it, not relying on it, relying on it. His own cultivation was advancing. This fellow really is formidable, even more terrifying than I imagined. I truly underestimated him a bit. Fan Xian's expression changed. She already attached enough importance to him, never expecting that she still underestimated Yi Fan, actually causing this type of disturbance in heaven. My dear cousin, are you moved? Fan Xian laughed evilly, but there was also a trace of coldness. Hung, I can't be bothered with you. Fan Xian's exceptional immortal appearance recovered its cold arrogance and confidence. In the latter half of the night, all was quiet. The stars and the moon were gentle, and their light shone like water. Yi Fan's bamboo garden was filled with all sorts of strange phenomena. The ancient galaxies of the universe shrunk and floated, surrounding him. The chaotic light of creation fell, protecting him in the center. This was a pure land overflowing with light. He had become the unchanging one. He calmed his mind and focused, comprehending the unchanging path of the past. He used it as a reference to realize his own ascension. In the darkness, in the sky, among the clouds, there were people watching in secret. They looked at everything in amazement, feeling that it was unbelievable. We have to stop him, or else the sky is going to break through, Xianxia said to himself. His expression was cold, and his face looked like it had been carved out of marble. Beside him, the old servant in grey robes spoke in a cold voice, "Let this old servant go. I'll just kill him directly. His current state is clearly extraordinary. Otherwise, he might become a great enemy in the future. No, there are so many eyes watching. If we kill him, there will be big trouble. Maybe there are people who can't wait any longer than we can. Let's wait and see," Xianxia said. The old servant's eyes flashed as he said, "Then create a huge disturbance and interrupt his state of enlightenment. Make him fail at the last step. The most taboo thing to do after consuming the strongest evolutionary fluid is to be disturbed by outsiders. Let him nurse a grievance." Within the grey mist, Fan Zhou's expression was cold. He watched as Yi Fan was surrounded by several ancient universes, becoming a deity-like existence that released endless light. The corners of his lips curled up into an unfathomable smile. His eyes were like two divine lamps, but he didn't say a single word. "My dear sister, are you not going to accept my suggestion? This kid from another galaxy is really extraordinary. He is a good choice. If the two of you can produce the strongest combat body in the universe, the Brahma race might be able to enter the Eternal Lord Star and become the leader in the future instead of staying in a remote corner of the universe. We will no longer have to retreat to the Fairy Feather Star Ocean," Brahma said with a sinister and cold voice. "I feel that this person is getting more and more difficult to control. No, I have to think of something." Fan Xian walked gracefully on the clouds. Moonlight shone down on him. His slender body was as white as jade, and he looked like a beautiful fairy. His red hair shone brilliantly. Boom, suddenly, a huge beam of light shot down from the sky. It was as thick as a mountain, and it wanted to flatten the bamboo garden and turn it into ruins. This was an attack of the Grand Tao. It was like a gorgeous yet dangerous display of fireworks, and it was sufficient to annihilate a half-saint. Someone had used a terrifying warship to launch an extremely powerful attack. Bang! Fan Zhou made his move, and a purple ball of light appeared on his body. Then, it quickly turned into a purple-gold mecha. It was dozens of feet tall, and it swung a purple spear horizontally across the sky, blocking this world-shaking attack. "B** starred, he's working for my clan, but you want to kill him. How can you be so petty?" Kuan Zhou's face darkened. He sent his soul consciousness to a battleship in the sky. This was a relative of the Brahmin clan, young and powerful. His name was Luo Luo, and he was valued greatly. Right now, he was secretly taking action, wishing to get rid of a future competitor and eliminate a great threat. Luo Luo liked Fan Xian, and he hated those who were close to her. First, there was Xianxia, and now, there was this Yi Fan of unknown origins. This made him feel a powerful sense of danger, and he wanted to eliminate him at the crucial moment of evolution. Evolution was the most dangerous, and it couldn't be disturbed by outsiders. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in eternal damnation. Yi Fan's mind was clear. His body was within the ancient cosmos nebula, comprehending the Grand Tao. The past, present, and future. All types of Tao marks appeared, and primal chaos energy surged. He didn't fear being disturbed, because his main cultivation was precisely the flesh treasure. He wasn't like the people of this star domain who relied on external artifacts. From his flesh to his consciousness, everything was as sturdy as iron, unshakable. In this short period of time, his cultivation advanced greatly, and he actually touched upon the 8th small step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. If he could comprehend it, he might be able to immediately break through. Heavenly Mandate Divinity, Absolute Beginning Life and Death Method, appeared one after another. The profound mysteries were imprinted on his body, turning into undying traces, allowing him to comprehend the Tao from his spirit to his bones. Still a little bit off. He frowned, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was just a little bit off, yet he still couldn't touch that threshold, unable to cross it. Yi Fan felt helpless. The evolution liquid this time was even more mysterious and powerful than the most powerful precious liquid he plundered from the purple-eyed woman. but it still wasn't enough. Could it be that the most powerful evolution liquid is already useless to me? The ancient cosmos nebula slowly faded away. The undying divinity imprinted itself into his frontal immortal platform, and the absolute beginning chaotic light also disappeared. In the end, it engraved itself into his flesh, and the power of long life spread. The divine essence of the most powerful bloodline precious liquid was completely absorbed by him. His flesh and spirit were both tempered and baptized, but he was still a step off, unable to advance. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a tremendous fluctuation transmitted over. This was the attack of a saint, and it submerged this entire place. A green hand that was incomparably terrifying pressed down on the bamboo garden, completely covering it. It could destroy everything, and no one could stop it in time. Boundless smoke and dust rose up, and a bottomless abyss appeared in this place. Boundless darkness formed the shape of 5 fingers, completely destroying this vast region. Who was it? Who actually dared to use such a destructive method to slaughter him? Fanxian's countenance turned cold, and she was furious to the extreme. Yifan was brought back by her, and they had just started to polish him, yet he was killed before he could even display his brilliance. This was truly ruthless. Fan Tian spoke, how decisive. To act while he is in the process of evolution, even if he doesn't die, he will still be crippled. Just this huge disturbance alone is terrifying enough. In the distance, Fan Zhou's expression was cold. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he instantly soared into the sky. He only saw a sacred ship performing a spatial jump and vanishing. In another part of the sky, the ruthlessness on Chao Qing's face disappeared, and he regained his calmness as a cold smile appeared on his face. Beside him, the grey-robed old servant said, "No one discovered it. It's just a pity that this sacred ship has no choice but to leave the pure lands of heaven." Even if he didn't die, his heart must be stifled and uncomfortable. His state of Tao comprehension has already been forcefully interrupted. Chao Qing indifferently said. This series of unforeseen events happened in an instant, causing chaos in the pure lands of heaven. In the latter half of the night, there was a commotion as many people flew over. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? Heavens, such a huge and deep hole must have been created by a saint. Who could survive such a tyrannical attack? The scene was in a clamor. Many people in the pure lands of heaven were spectating, and they all exclaimed in surprise. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Yifan climbed out from a large crack in the distant abyss. Although his clothes were tattered, he didn't die, and his expression was extremely cold. Someone wanted to kill him by hook or by crook, and this place might not be able to stay for long. Those who had enmity against him couldn't hold back any longer, and he couldn't help but want to start a massacre and launch a cold-blooded counterattack. He really is lucky, actually surviving. He just happened to fall into the large crack. If he was covered by that attack, he wouldn't have been killed even if he had 100 lives. The people who arrived later were all discussing, and the scene was noisy and chaotic. They didn't know what happened, and they only thought that Yifan was extremely lucky. Only those who understood the inside story would understand just how extraordinary this was. This was an attack from the sacred ship that contained magical power and divine marks of the great Tao, equivalent to the full power of an ancient saint, yet it was actually avoided by him. This was an inconceivable miracle. He survived and escaped with his life from a saint's attack. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes released multicolored light, and her beautiful and fair complexion was full of excitement. This fellow really isn't simple. I say, cousin, if you stick together with him, the one who will suffer in the end might be you. Brahma frowned, and for the first time, he put away his evil smile and became incomparably serious. Without a doubt, to avoid this attack required an incomparably sharp spiritual sense and astonishing talent. This was most likely a kind of divine ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the sky on the other side, some of the direct descendants of the Brahma race witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Their expressions were all different, and only Fan Zhou's eyes were frightening. With a flash of divine light, he disappeared from the void. I want this person to die immediately. His instincts are too terrifying. Once he breaks through, he will definitely become a great disaster in the future. Chao Qing's silver hair was scattered, and his expression was cold. His face was full of coldness as he muttered to himself, those few people in the eternal kingdom are enough. Once this fellow appears, it will be very troublesome. This old servant knows what to do. I won't let him live for too long, the gray-clothed old servant said sinisterly. After a long time, this area finally calmed down. After the sky brightened, many people were discussing this matter, and there were many different versions of it. Hey, did you know? That outsider brat was actually lucky enough to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, but a chicken is still a chicken in the end. He didn't become a phoenix, and the evolution failed, and he even caused such a commotion. What right does he have to obtain the most powerful evolution fluid? He wasted an opportunity for nothing, and it was completely useless. Truly hateful. A group of people were dissatisfied, and they all spoke words of ridicule. They felt that using this kind of thing on Yifan was too excessive. However, one of the giants of the Brahma race, Fan Zhou, made a shocking decision. He secretly sent over some more evolution fluid for Yifan to use. Even Yifan was a bit astonished. He didn't expect the Brahma race to be so generous. However, the result was disappointing. He still didn't break through, and this level of evolution fluid was useless for him. How could it be like this? This fella's talents are astonishing. Last time, he was interrupted, and this time, it went smoothly. How could he still fail? Fan Tian revealed a strange expression. Fan Xian was incomparably disappointed. His face was full of confusion as he said, he actually didn't evolve successfully. I was originally looking forward to him blossoming with dazzling brilliance. Could it be that he has a legendary trash body that is difficult to evolve? Could it be that he can only rely on himself to break through bit by bit and slowly cultivate? This matter couldn't be concealed. Soon after, it was leaked out. Many people were unconvinced, and at the same time, they began to curse viciously. A chicken will always be a chicken. It will be difficult for it to become a phoenix. He used it twice, but he still failed. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Truly laughable. Even many of the Brahma race's direct descendants were dissatisfied. They all sought out the giant Fan Zhou to demand an explanation. Uncle, isn't this too wasteful? This is the most powerful constitution evolution fluid that was refined with a great price. Do you still want to continue? Even Fan Xian's devastatingly beautiful face revealed a look of surprise. You don't understand the inner secrets. This person's constitution is far more terrifying than we can imagine. Fan Zhou said. His terrifying eyes unexpectedly revealed a look of excitement. We must kill this person. We can't let him break through. Seize his blood for me. It belongs to me. In another secret room, Chao Qing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His evolution has failed. The outside world is saying that he is a trash body that is rarely seen in 100 years. Do we still need to care about him? The old servant was confused. No, it is the opposite. This person is extremely terrifying. Moreover, I know what the fan universe is trying to do. This time, the fan race even extracted an even higher level of evolution liquid. I believe that this brat might be able to shine brilliantly and soar into the heavens. Before that, we have to kill him and seize his precious blood. Chao Qing said resolutely. Hey, did you know? That outsider kid failed again. He used up 2 portions of the evolutionary fluid. He caused quite a commotion, but it didn't have any effect. Yifan's failure made many people gloat and feel indignant. They thought that it was a waste of the divine mineral and an extreme waste. A feeling of dissatisfaction was brewing. Some people hated him, and when Yifan went out, he clearly felt this atmosphere. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, outsider brat, you really are thick-skinned. Do you still have the face to continue staying in the heavenly halls? Relying on young Miss Fan Xian's trust and favor to willfully consume divine elixirs, yet you can't evolve? Aren't you ashamed? Come on, let's have a contest. I think it's necessary to make you realize that a useless body is useless. An ant can never evolve into a dragon. Don't be delusional. Do you think Miss Fan Xian can protect you forever? I think you will be kicked out very soon. Yifan ignored all provocations. Only those who dared to attack him would be punished. However, after the incident with Xianxia, no one was tired of living and would use force against him. Is his body that scary? Fan Xian could not understand her uncle. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to leave. He had received a hint from Fan Zhou to adjust his state. There might be some unexpected changes. Uncle, are you sure you want to give him the third stage of the evolutionary fluid? This is the most precious divine fluid. Even the big shots are waiting for it. Not a single drop can be wasted. Fan Xian was skeptical. The strongest evolutionary fluid was divided into grades. Back then, outside Undying Mountain, the purple-eyed lady and the others had only refined a beginner grade of the fluid. They had said it themselves, and Yi Fan remembered it clearly. This time, the Brahmin race in heaven had used the method of the ancient gods to refine elixirs. Not only had the time been greatly reduced, but the grade of the fluid had also been greatly improved. Hence, the first refinement had produced a second-grade fluid. These days, they had been refining intensively. Finally, they were about to obtain the third stage of the fluid, which was known as a rare treasure. The divine mineral was the most important thing. The Brahmin race had obtained a few of the rarest main materials, which was why they were able to refine the third stage of the precious liquid. This was shocking, and it had not been seen in the fairy feather star ocean for many years. The Brahmin race's absolute beginning life stone and heaven's mandate divine rock were undoubtedly top-notch and unparalleled in this world. However, the other main materials with divinity were a bit inferior, so they couldn't be upgraded further. In addition, the method of refinement was also very important. Several types of deity-level ancient methods had already been lost, so even if some great forces had divine materials, it would be difficult for them to succeed. The value of the third stage divine liquid was immeasurable. It would make many old farts come into being and break their heads for it. This person's blood will be even more valuable. Fan Zhou only said this to resolve all the doubts of the direct descendants. His eyes were extremely deep. Within them, there were mountains and rivers collapsing, grand scenes of stars moving about. He was incomparably expectant as he stared at Yi Fan's place of seclusion. Could his blood be from within the 10th generation, or even earlier? Fan Xian was shocked. In the outside world, there was an uproar. Everyone was discussing the problem of Yi Fan's physique. They all said that he had a useless physique and that it would be a waste to use the strongest precious liquid on him. However, Fan Zhou and the others were all waiting quietly, their eyes emitting frightening rays of light. Yi Fan didn't go out much. Otherwise, he would always be in trouble, and he didn't want to face those provocations. However, things didn't stop there. It was another cold night with gentle moonlight. Yi Fan sat on a stone cliff with his divine heart facing the sky, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. He had a premonition that a breakthrough was not too far away. If he continued to train like this, he might be able to break through in the near future. The second stage of the strongest evolutionary liquid was still somewhat effective. The heaven and earth were boundless, and the universe was vast. He felt as if he was situated in the cold universe, absorbing and comprehending the secrets of heaven and earth, listening to the primordial voice of the great path. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of ice-cold blade radiance erupted. It was several thousand zhang in length, hacking down from the cliff. This was saint-level fluctuations, terrifying beyond compare. Yi Fan turned around to leave. There was someone who wanted to kill him, and they had made ample preparations. They used ancient saint-level magical force, using pure cultivation to suppress him, not giving him the chance to fight in close combat. Blade radiance flickered about. It was several thousand zhang in length, swift and fierce. A vast expanse of whiteness erupted, cutting off even the moonlight in the sky. Under the night sky, only it was releasing endless cold radiance. In the distance, a light blue metal mecha appeared. It was 8 zhang in height, not all that large, but it was incomparably terrifying. It released ancient saint-level fluctuations, and in its hands, a blue demon blade hacked down. This was forged from a type of mixed divine gold. The blue metallic luster flickered about, making the mecha appear sparkling and translucent. It was full of a type of power and beauty. Its attacks were threatening, powerful beyond compare. Yi Fan's expression changed. During these days, he understood that the stronger the person controlling a saint-level mecha, the more terrifying the power they could display. If a half-saint operated it, it would be enough to contend against an ancient saint. It was clear that this was a powerful half-saint, and it brought him great pressure. Now that he was in control of the blue Mecca, the sky was filled with traces of the great Tao-like water, imprinting itself in the eternal void. It was like a reborn blue phoenix, spreading its wings and tearing apart the universe. Yifan used the black arrow to protect himself and quickly retreated, but he also almost died. The only thing he rejoiced about was that the underground draconic energy was very dense. With the help of the heavenly origin divine technique, he traveled 8,000 li in one go, avoiding a fatal blow. Even though he was in a somewhat sorry state, it had to be said that this was a type of miracle. He had escaped an attack equivalent to an ancient saint. The instant he entered 8,000 li underground, the stone forest immediately turned into flying ashes. The vast area became a black hole, flattened by the flickering blue metallic luster of the Mecca's blade. Who dares attack my pure land of heaven? Fanzhou was furious and led a group of experts to chase after him. Unfortunately, they were a step too late, and the blue gold Mecca had already disappeared through space. This was another great chaos. Many people were making a racket, and a large number of people rushed over, breaking the silence of the night. In Chao Qing's courtyard, the old servant bowed and apologized. This old servant is guilty. I didn't think I would actually fail and let him escape. Chao Qing's face was gloomy. This person's instincts are too terrifying. He can sense danger ahead of time. It seems like the heavens mandate rock and the absolute beginning life stone have brought him great benefits. Worthy of being an ascetic, opening many divine doors of the human body, he can't be underestimated. The main reason is that this old servant is not familiar with this super saint Mecca, so his movements were a bit sluggish. Otherwise, even if he avoided the first attack, he wouldn't have been able to escape from my hands. The magical power of an ancient saint is boundless. How could he resist? The old servant blamed himself. We can't let this person grow. Hurry up and contact people. We must eliminate him by hook or by crook. I need his indestructible golden blood, its value is immeasurable. Chao Qing said with a ruthless expression. Is his value really that high? The old servant was doubtful. Chao Qing was very certain, of course. If my guess is not wrong, he at least has the indestructible golden body of the previous generations. It is precisely because his physique is powerful and perfect that the second stage of the liquid is not very useful to him. If the third stage of the liquid is given to him, I think his indestructible golden blood will completely recover and become one of the strongest physiques in the universe. The old servant was aghast, that is to say, he will have the strongest ancient blood, almost perfect? If that is the case, his blood will be especially precious, comparable to the abnormal blood of the eternal Lord Star. That's right, he can only die. I must obtain his blood to cultivate my strongest physique. Chao Qing cruelly muttered. An ice-cold murderous intent filled the entire courtyard. The next day, all kinds of discussions arose once again, causing a huge uproar. All of this was caused by Yifan. This outsider isn't that good himself, but he always causes big trouble. Why is it because of him again? I think someone can't stand it and wants to kill him. If I were him, I would have left long ago. Don't tell me that even young lady Fan Xian doesn't pay attention to him anymore. Yifan returned with a cold expression. If not for his profound Tao, he would have been killed by that ancient saint last night. The only reason he stayed was because the third stage of the liquid was about to appear. Otherwise, he really wanted to counterattack and kill one person every 10 steps. In the next few days, he felt a serious sense of crisis. The person who wanted to kill him was like a ghost, and he could even hear the breath of death. He desperately wanted to become stronger, however, things became even worse. Half a month later, someone from the Eternal Lord Star came. It was an expert from Xianmo's family who came to demand an explanation. This was Xianmo's great-grandfather. A life for a life, a debt must be paid. It is only right and proper. Xian Linfeng was a powerful half-saint. He arrived in an ancient Saint Mecca and was very domineering. He raised his sword and directly rushed to Yifan's seclusion area, wanting to kill him. Brother Xian, what is the meaning of this? You came to my Brahmin race to kill people. You are too unbridled. An elder of the Brahmin race appeared. Don't try to stop me. My great-grandson came here to pursue your Brahmin race's girl Xianxia. You actually killed him. This debt will be settled in the future. Now, don't stop me. Xian Linfeng barged in. A powerful half-saint riding an ancient Saint Mecha raised his sword and wanted to cut off Yi Fan's head. This was a terrifying matter that gave the Brahmin race a headache. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He looked at the person pointing a sword at him in the distance, his heart rising and falling. There were many troubles now. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble had come to him. If I can break through, I will kill all of them. He urgently wanted to become stronger. He really didn't want to endure in this place anymore. Not only was he in great danger and could be killed at any time, but he was also constantly being pressured by others. His heart was already filled with disgust and hatred. Fine, I won't make a move today. I want to see how long your Brahmin race can protect him. I will stay here and not leave. When he comes out, I will take his head. Xian Linfeng said sinisterly. That night, even though Yi Fan was arranged to enter a safe place, there were still powerhouses secretly attacking him. They broke through his defenses and wanted to kill him. Now, even those who had been ridiculing him didn't dare to say anything. Many people were sensitive enough to realize that this foreign brat was not ordinary. How could he be ordinary when he provoked an ancient saint? In just half a month, several half-saints riding ancient Saint Mecha attacked him. The situation was extremely critical. Yi Fan was forced into a dead end. He could either leave immediately or break through. Otherwise, if he continued, his life would definitely be in danger. Fortunately, the third stage of the evolution fluid was successfully refined at this time. It was finally out. His indestructible golden blood belongs to me. I must obtain it. Chao Qing said. This old servant has arranged everything. This time, we must kill him and seize his precious blood while he is breaking through. Even the Brahmin race won't be able to protect him, the grey-robed old servant said sinisterly. The third stage of the precious liquid has been refined. I wonder if this guy can break through and what kind of performance he will have, Fan Xian said to himself. I want to see just how extraordinary he is and what kind of evolution his indestructible golden blood will undergo. I want to see if it is as terrifying as the legends say. Fan Tian said. Those who knew the inside story were all paying close attention. They all wanted to know the final result. Fan Zhou personally came with a 5-colored divine bottle. Inside was the third stage of the precious liquid. Every drop was priceless, enough to make all the giant's eyes go red. There was a strange luster in his eyes as he stared at Yi Fan as if he was staring at the most resplendent jewel. Yi Fan opened the 5-colored jade bottle. With just a sniff, he knew that this divine liquid could help him break through. It was absolutely effective. In just a moment, he felt as if he had ascended to immortality. His entire body felt light and his hair stood on end. If I break through, I'll settle accounts with all of you, he said to himself. Everyone was paying close attention. They all wanted to know what the result would be. This outsider bastard, how can he obtain the third stage of the evolutionary fluid? Even I don't have the qualifications to use it, but he was chosen. Luo Luo was a blue-haired man. He was usually elegant and refined, but at this moment, his expression was ferocious. His white face was filled with hostility. He smashed his goblet on the ground, and the bright red wine spilled all over the floor like blood. He had already made a move before. On that night when Yi Fan was comprehending the Tao, he used the Saint Artifact Warship to ambush Yi Fan, but he was stopped by Fan Zhou. He was a powerful relative of the Brahmin race. He was young and had extraordinary strength. He had already cut his Tao for many years. Because of his pursuit of Fan Xian, he was extremely hostile towards people like Yi Fan. An old woman stood to the side and said, "Young master, it's too late. Fan Zhou has already personally sent the third stage of the evolutionary fluid over. I think that brat will make a breakthrough soon. It's said that he has the indestructible golden blood, which will be very valuable. I really want to release all the golden blood in his body with my own hands. Damn it, which star field did he come from? If I find out, I will definitely flatten that ancient star field." Luo Luo paced back and forth in annoyance. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation came down from the sky. A huge star gate appeared. It seemed to be made of purple gold. Starlight flickered inside, and it was connected to an unknown star field. The stargate appeared. This is the Brahmin race's ancient saint ancestor summoning his descendants. Luo Luo looked up in shock. If that's the case, then Fan Zhou and the others are leaving. This might be an opportunity. The old woman's eyes flashed with madness. You mean, isn't it too risky? Luo Luo asked with a trembling voice. Two cold lights shot out from the old woman's eye sockets. She said, that is the third stage of the evolutionary fluid. Many noble lords will fight for it. Fan Zhou is about to leave, so he will definitely be worried about him breaking through alone. The opportunity is right in front of you, so why not fight for it? If young master can obtain it, then he might soar into the sky. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Brahmin race's descendants, especially the giants, all stood up and rushed towards the stargate the moment they saw it. Don't be in a hurry to break through. Wait for me to come back and protect you, lest any accidents happen. Fan Zhou said. Then, he frowned as if he thought of something and said, it's not good to leave the evolution fluid with you. It might bring about a great disaster. Put it back first. Moreover, you should also enter the secret land. Everything will wait for my return. Over the past few days, there had been many people trying to assassinate Yi Fan, and there was no lack of powerful half-saints piloting super-ancient sage mechas. If Yi Fan was allowed to make a breakthrough on his own, he would most likely be killed. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Fan Zhou and the other powerhouses did not waste any time. They immediately charged into the sky and entered the star door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Yi Fan entered the Brahmin Pure Land. It was a very important place, and normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Only Brahma Immortal and Brahma Heaven could enter. What? Isn't it too risky to attack the Pure Land now? Luo Luo was stupefied. The powerhouses had just left, yet they were already doing something so out of line. This shocked him greatly. He has just stepped into the Pure Land and has yet to enter the important area ahead. This is our only chance to seize the divine liquid. The old woman said in a deep voice. Standing here, she could clearly see the figures in the Pure Land ahead. This is too daring. Luo Luo was very uneasy. I am willing to take action. If something happens, I definitely won't implicate the young master. The old woman said. Good, kill him all and seize the third stage of the evolution fluid. Luo Luo said coldly. His expression quickly became cold as he said, I will ask grandfather to come out of seclusion. When the time comes, I will have him clean up all traces. Perhaps it's time to leave the Brahmin race and seek refuge with that person on the Eternal Lord Star. As long as we have the divine liquid, everything is negotiable. He was going all out. This kind of divine liquid would make even half-saints go crazy. It would even make the most powerful nobles bow down. If he could seize it, everything would be worth it. The Pure Land was extremely peaceful. The spiritual essence of the plants was abundant. As he walked through this region, the clouds were dense and mists rose. It was as if he had arrived at the residence of immortals. Between the stone mountains, divine springs gurgled. A few auspicious beasts roamed about. 3-footed golden crows streaked across the sky, dragging long streaks of fiery light behind them. Divine wands' wings were beautiful, filling the sky with brilliant radiance. There were also all types of ancient medicines growing everywhere. Their fragrance assailed the nostrils. As Yi Fan walked through the Pure Land, he discovered a few strange creatures roaming about, adding a layer of mystery to this place. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He felt a powerful sense of danger, as if something bad was about to happen. He didn't even think about it and immediately shifted several thousand zhang outwards. A streak of black light appeared where he originally stood, piercing through the place he was standing on. A several dozen-li deep hole appeared there, and even the underground magma was blasted out. What a terrifying sneak attack. Someone wanted to take his life. A black mecha appeared there. It was only 7 zhang tall, and its entire body seemed to be cast from black iron. It flickered with an ice-cold black golden luster, and in its hand was a pitch-black dagger. For a normal person, it was still extremely large, several meters long. Brat, even. Someone like you wants to have this type of precious liquid? You should just hand it over. This was an ancient saint-level mecha. Someone used it to carry out an assassination on Yi Fan. It was equivalent to an attack from a saint, terrifying beyond compare. Who dares intrude into the Brahmin clan's pure land? The elders in front were furious. Bloodshed happened from time to time in this heavenly hall. They were plunderers, all of them brave and fierce. If they didn't agree with each other, they would often settle disputes with duels. However, no one dared to take action here. Today, they broke this rule. Pooh. The black mecha was decisive and fierce, its attacks ruthless. The pitch-black dagger spun, removing the head of the elder, who roared out, blood splashing everywhere. This was an ancient saint-level method. Even though these elders were unordinary, extremely powerful, Brahmin clan elders, they still weren't enough. Dang, the black dagger tore apart the void, completely shattering the elders' armor defenses, instantly killing 4 elders. Their bodies were blasted apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Every single one of them died with remaining grievances. Enemy attack. Men. The elder who held the 5-colored divine bottle cried out loudly, feeling extremely shocked. There was someone who dared to do this. He ran with all of his strength, calling out to the experts in the depths of the Pure Land. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. The 3rd stage of the evolutionary liquid really was precious, rarely seen in this world. This was definitely a traitor, not hesitating to gamble with his life, wishing to rebel against the Brahmin clan. The black mecha was 7 zhang tall, a colossus compared to normal people. However, its movements were nimble, like a streak of black lightning. With a pu sound, that elder's body was torn apart. Bone fragments, inner organs, and everything else flew out, the scene bloody and cruel. The eyes of the old woman inside the black mecha flickered with a crazy radiance. She leapt high into the air, grabbing towards the 5-colored divine bottle, about to obtain it. At the same time, the black dagger in the mecha's other hand hacked towards Yi Fan. The black light reached several thousand zhang, endless ruthlessness radiating from it. Brat, go die. There is no fate between you and this liquid, you shouldn't have it. The black mecha was incomparably domineering, incomparably awe-inspiring, carrying incomparable joy. It felt like it had cut off Yi Fan's immortal path. However, its voice quickly came to a screeching halt. It was because another mysterious mecha had appeared, flickering with sparkling radiance. It held a spear in its hand, almost piercing through its palm. It blocked its path halfway, snatching towards the 5-colored jade bottle first. She wasn't the only one who took action, there were others who took the risk out of desperation, attacking viciously at this crucial moment, wanting to seize the 3rd stage of the evolutionary liquid. This was just too tempting, so they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to break off relations with the Brahmin clan. Hong, on the other side, a powerful mecha attacked. It held a sharp sword several zhang long, drawing out a cold and gloomy light. The fluctuations of a divine artifact were intense as it directly slaughtered towards Yi Fan. Kill. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. There was also a person holding a dragon spear, controlling an ancient divine mecha. Its attack power was astonishing, wanting to slaughter Yi Fan, destroying both his body and soul. The people who had previously attacked Yi Fan had all appeared, including the half-saints like Xian Linfeng. At this time, they were hiding in the mecha, displaying their holy might. This was a great disaster, and the situation was dire to the extreme. Yi Fan had been on guard for so many days, and if it wasn't for obtaining the 3rd stage of the evolutionary liquid, he would have left a long time ago. But now, great enemies had appeared, and their attacks were coming one after another, putting him in a desperate situation. The black arrow defended himself, and the green bronze prepared. He immediately entered the ground, entering deep into the dragon vein, drawing upon the great power of the heavenly halls. He was just a hair's breadth away from brushing shoulders with the god of death. Several ancient saint-level attacks penetrated several dozen li underground, shattering many dragon veins and great abysses. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he narrowly avoided it. He needed to obtain the divine liquid to break through, and he didn't want to endure in this place anymore. This was too passive, and it wasn't easy to counterattack. His life was always in danger. On the ground, several mechas were fighting, almost sinking the outer perimeter of the Pure Land. They were fighting over the 5-colored divine bottle. Ding! Suddenly, the divine bottle made a sound, and with a slight tremble, it entered the underground dragon vein. Yifan borrowed the army formula to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. His true cultivation wasn't any weaker than theirs, just not as strong as the mechas. Several experts were operating precious artifacts. Although they could display the power of ancient saints, they were somewhat inferior in terms of technique. They couldn't compare to the destructive power of the mechas. Who dares cause trouble in the heavenly halls? In the distance, the Brahmin race's people roared angrily. A group of old monsters rushed over, and an expanse of destructive divine light swept over. The mechas didn't continue fighting and immediately fled. They didn't want to be blocked, and that would only result in certain death. Damn it, that brat didn't die? He didn't even get the evolutionary liquid. Luo Luo couldn't restrain her anger. The old woman's eyes were cold as she said, several experts took action, and they all wanted to seize the liquid. They messed up the rhythm. In another courtyard, Shan Linfeng said coldly, "This little bastard escaped another calamity, but you won't live for much longer. As long as you are still in this star domain, you will die sooner or later." In a secret room, Chao Qing's expression was gloomy, and his face was like a carved stone. He said, "I wanted to obtain his precious blood, but I failed again. This time, it was too hasty. There won't be any mishaps next time. Not long later, his every move will be in our sight." "He will undoubtedly die," the grey-clothed elder said sinisterly. The Brahmin race's people were furious. They didn't capture the person, but they didn't act blindly without thinking. They only increased their vigilance and waited for the giants to return before making a decision. "He didn't die, did he?" Fan Xian frowned. She swung her elegant and slender legs like two snow-white snakes. In the depths of the earth, Yifan's expression was cold. He held the 5-colored divine bottle in his hand and sat cross-legged for a long time. After confirming that there were no threats, he decided to immediately enter the starry sky to break through. "I've already obtained what I wanted, so I won't endure it any longer. You guys, just wait, I'll make you pay the price in blood one by one." He arranged the chessboard formation and entered the starry sky. He continuously traveled, and after confirming that he had arrived at a place far enough, he prepared to cross the tribulation. "This starry sky is too beautiful. It will become the place where I obtain the Tao." The boundless cosmos, the brilliant river of stars, was boundless and boundless. Yifan stood in the cosmos, everywhere was spacious and empty. The cosmos was sometimes dull and lonely, sometimes colorful. It was a contradictory entity. Yifan sensed the vastness of the boundless cosmos and didn't move for a long time. He was adjusting his body's state. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or his spiritual will, he had to reach the optimal state. It was because he understood that he could definitely break through this time. The shackles that had troubled him for half a year were about to be shattered, and he was going to break through today. According to normal circumstances, the further a cultivator advanced, the more difficult it would be to advance. If it took 10 years to advance a step, then the next step might take 30, or even 50 years. How long had it been since he last advanced? It had only been a year or two, yet he was actually going to break through again. It could be said to be a miracle. In the void of the cosmos, he took out the 5-colored divine bottle and pulled out the stopper. A dazzling light rushed out, turning into an expanse of clouds and mist that surrounded him, turning into streaks of 5-colored divine light. "It's here. It's really too useful." Yifan was shocked. At this moment, the 5-colored divine bottle continuously released multicolored mist. This was all formed from liquid, and it surged out on its own, entering his body. It was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. All of the pores on his body opened and closed, and strand after strand of fine multicolored light entered and exited, swallowing and spitting out. It made him flow with brilliant colors, dazzling and resplendent. Hong long long, a tremendous sound rang out. The golden blood in his body surged, releasing the divine sound of thunder and lightning on its own, shaking this part of the cosmos until it resonated, producing all types of irregular scenes. It wasn't a heavenly tribulation, nor was it a fluctuation of divine force, nor was there any special divine ability. It was just the natural reaction of his physical body. His golden body was moving rhythmically, as if he was performing a mysterious body technique, causing the void to collapse. This was an extremely terrifying scene. There wasn't any destructive tribulation or punishment, only Yi Fan's physical body was trembling. Just this kind of normal shaking that cleansed his flesh shook the cosmos apart. Yi Fan's entire body shone, and golden lightning radiance shot out streak after streak. It was as if streaks of primal chaos lightning had struck him, but in reality, it was only his physical body that was shining. Soon, his joints also began to move, as if he was changing his blood and forging his bones. The rumbling in his body was even louder than the sound of a surging river or a surging tsunami. His body emitted boundless light, becoming the only thing in the vast universe. The sun, moon, and stars no longer existed. Only he remained, and he was the most dazzling. Rumble, the next moment, the rhythm of his body and the blossoming of the blazing golden light became even more terrifying. The instinctive power of his body shattered the vacuum, turning this place into a black hole that instantly swallowed all the light. The third stage of the evolutionary fluid was a mystical substance. It completely dissolved the divine substance of the destiny rock, the meteorite withered vine heart, and the absolute beginning life stone. It was also mixed with too many fragments of the great Tao. The effects were terrifying. This was a type of radiance that instantly made one feel as if they had experienced millions and millions of years. Yi Fan's body and spirit were all nourished. All kinds of Tao marks densely covered him as he observed the secrets of the creation of heaven and earth. Especially in the galaxy of the universe, he was even closer to this kind of Tao. Yi Fan closed his eyes and concentrated. He comprehended the Tao, tempered his divine senses, cleansed his flesh, and forged his divine bones. He walked step by step towards a unique great Tao, walking further and further. He observed the path of those before him and walked his own Tao. He looked at the secrets of the universe and experienced his own results, forging his own extraordinary physique and Tao skills. Pung, the five-colored divine vase exploded. All of the evolutionary fluid rushed out and turned into a dense expanse of immortal energy. It was truly like an immortal pill refined by an ancient deity, mysterious and powerful. Milky white immortal energy curled about, and then it suffused with all types of light. It submerged Yi Fan within and released the sonorous sound of the great Tao. It shook this part of the universe and rumbled with noise. In the end, the black hole disappeared. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body were releasing sounds. His divine senses were incomparably condensed. The small golden figure sat cross-legged, the space between its brows flawless, sparkling and translucent. A terrifying streak of lightning descended from the heavens and hacked down on his body. The tribulation had begun. He finally broke through. None of this was unexpected, because he had long had this type of feeling recently. He just needed a bit more to break through the shackles. And now, the third stage of evolutionary fluid was in his hands. There wasn't the slightest bit of suspense left. Advancing another level was immediately a reality. This was a terrifying world of lightning. It covered heaven and earth, descending from the boundless cosmos. It was as if there was a divine realm that was closely controlling everything, making it seem so terrifying. Lightning was endless. Every single streak tore apart the void, illuminating the dark cosmos until it was resplendent. Turning it into a divine country world, Yi Fan began an incomparably great tribulation, but he faced it calmly, not feeling the slightest bit of alarm or danger. He tempered his flesh within the lightning storm, cleansed the small golden figure, and forged his own cauldron patterns, continuously becoming stronger. Correct, he could clearly sense that he had become many times stronger. Regardless of whether it was his spiritual senses or combat strength, they all entered a brand new realm. There was actually a trace of a saint's aura and might. The Great Tribulation had begun, and it was boundlessly domineering. This was a strange scene in the starry sky. It was as if stars were exploding one after another, forming a terrifying and magnificent picture of the universe. God, what am I seeing? Is there a battle between gods? Are there many galaxies destroyed? Why is it so brilliant and terrifying? On a grand astronomical observatory on the Eternal Lord planet, a man cried out in shock. He had inadvertently captured this scene and was incomparably shocked. Although it was extremely far away, their technology was unrivaled. They captured the magnificent scene of interweaving lightning and surging galaxies. It's really unbelievable. Those are bolts of lightning that are happening in the void of the universe. God, am I dreaming? It's really happening. Oh, no, there seems to be a figure within that light. Is he a demon? How can he withstand that kind of power? At the same time, in other places on the Eternal Lord planet, there were also some people who saw this scene. They were all shocked and began to discuss it. Unfortunately, no one could clearly see the person within. The heavenly tribulation was terrifying and contained the divine patterns of the great Tao. No matter how much technology was used to restore it, it was useless. Even an ancient saint wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that the legends are true? An ancient god has been resurrected from the dark universe and is now returning? Many people on the Eternal Lord planet were suspicious. Some people uploaded the scene they saw to the star web. It quickly spread throughout the world and caused a huge discussion. The true experts were all shocked and horrified. They were sure that someone was undergoing a tribulation. If they weren't wrong, it should be the most terrifying chaotic tribulation, the 5 elements tribulation, the grading tribulation, and all kinds of other great tribulations. Even saints could fall. Let's go take a look and see what kind of amazing person has appeared. We won't disturb them. We'll just watch quietly. Yifan's tribulation had alarmed the people of the Eternal Lord planet in another distant star region. They were separated by the sea of stars and were extremely far away, but it still caused a huge uproar. He didn't know that he had become the main character and had attracted the attention of countless people in the center of this universe. That huge star was vast and boundless, with a population of hundreds of millions. The civilization was extremely powerful. Whether it was the great Tao or technology, it was extremely prosperous. Therefore, some people could see the strange scene in the deepest part of the universe. Young master, we have invited the Black Shadow Man. His tracking skills are the best in the Fairy Feather Star Ocean. He has a strange ability that allows him to sense the enemy's location. He has never failed before, the gray-robed old servant reported to Chao Qing. The Black Shadow Man was a mysterious expert. He had an innate magical power that allowed him to sense the location of anyone with his heart. Many people had hired him. Over the years, his price had increased, and very few people could afford it. Chao Qing and the others had hired him at all costs in order to obtain the indestructible golden blood. In fact, he was indeed a mutant. In the field of tracking people, he was not far from being the best in the Eternal Kingdom. When Yifan was undergoing the tribulation, he was performing a space jump and exploring the star region. He was a super expert. When he appeared in the ancient sacred Mecca, he naturally caused some disturbances. Such a strong aura was suffocating. However, in the face of the heavenly tribulation, it was not very important. Yifan sensed it immediately and saw the Mecca that was 10 feet tall in the distance. It was extremely advanced and frightening. There were many patterns of the great Tao carved on it, and it was equipped with the most advanced space jump technology crystal board. Boom! Yifan rushed over immediately and attacked. The person who was riding the ancient sacred Mecca was definitely a strong deterrent. Yifan instinctively felt a sense of hostility. The Black Shadow Man was stunned. He saw such a vast heavenly tribulation when he came out of the star door. He was stunned for a moment. When he saw the heavenly tribulation approaching, he immediately retreated. However, it was too late. The heavenly tribulation was like the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. On the spot, the ancient sacred Mecca was hit hard, and sparks flew in all directions. Bang! Yifan turned into a golden lightning bolt and tore through the void. He came to the side of the Mecca and used the heavenly tribulation to blow up the Mecca. It was simple and violent. The Black Shadow Man was beaten half to death and was captured. The Mecca was broken, and the Black Shadow Man was killed, while many people on the Eternal Lord planet were paying attention and discussing it on the star web. Yifan's heavenly tribulation was coming to an end. He had moved a long distance in an instant. When all the lightning disappeared, he crossed the sky with a broken Mecca and disappeared completely. Because he was afraid that the heavenly tribulation would cause too much of a commotion. It would be troublesome if some people were alarmed after such a long time. In fact, not long after he disappeared, a holy ship from the Eternal Lord planet jumped through space to observe and investigate. Unfortunately, they missed him. Chao Qing. You want to kill me and take my precious golden blood. This time I will accompany you to the end. It had only been a year or two since Yi Fan's last heavenly tribulation breakthrough. He successfully broke through again and stood on the 8th step of the Tao severing stair. It could be called a miracle, because, normally, he would need another 30 years, or even longer. At this moment, every inch of his flesh and blood was shining with precious splendor. He was full of power that could destroy any Tao severing stair. He even felt that he could challenge the ancient saints. After successfully crossing the tribulation, his strength reached a new peak. Yi Fan felt that this star domain was the place where he obtained the Tao. If he could find the 4th or even 5th stage evolutionary fluid, he might be able to continuously advance and break through endlessly. Yi Fan brought the tattered mecha back to heaven. He didn't say anything and directly slaughtered his way towards Chao Qing's courtyard. He didn't hide anything and was about to unleash a massacre. You're still alive. You disappeared from the pure land of heaven. I thought you were already dead. Along the way, a loathsome voice sounded. Yi Fan encountered Luo Luo as soon as he returned. This was a provocation. Beside her was an old woman. Killing intent flashed past her eye sockets, and her gaze was extremely cold. Yi Fan's expression immediately became gloomy. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. He was sure that this old woman was the one who used the black mecha to intercept him in the Pure Land. You really are lucky. I just don't know if you'll be able to survive next time. Luo Luo laughed unbridledly in an extremely arrogant manner. He raised his chin and left, only showing the back of his head to Yi Fan. I've endured you for a long time. Now, I can finally make my move. Yi Fan forced his way over. What do you want? This is the Pure Land of Heaven. I'm Fan Xian's cousin. You dare to harm me? You're courting death. Luo Luo looked at him vigilantly, but he was still domineering and arrogant. Pooh. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. A golden bolt of lightning streaked past, and the head of Luo Luo, who was at the 3rd layer of the Tao severing realm, flew high into the air. Ah-woo. Luo Luo only had time to let out a short scream before his head flew into the air. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His face was still filled with fear. He didn't think that Yi Fan would really dare to make a move. There was no hesitation at all, it was decisive and thorough. His headless body fell forward, his corpse lying in a pool of blood, looking extremely miserable. He was killed just like that. His head flew out diagonally, and during this process, a lot of blood flowed out. The expression of fear on his face froze, and disbelief was written all over it. No. His primordial spirit flickered within his skull, wanting to rush out in extreme fear. He howled, screamed, and wailed. The old woman at the side was also quite shocked. This was the Pure Lands of Heaven, and Luo Luo was an extraordinary relative with boundless potential. He was the distant cousin of Fan Xian, yet his head was actually cut off by someone. She immediately summoned the black mech and entered it. She frantically attacked Yi Fan to stop his next move, but it was already too late. Yi Fan's golden finger shook and smashed into the flying head, causing it to explode on the spot. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and that panicked primordial spirit lost its support. The moment it revealed its head, it was instantly sliced apart by a single finger. It let out a mournful scream and died on the spot. You killed young Master Luo Luo, and you actually dared to do this. You must pay the price in blood. A life for a life, blood for blood. The old woman went crazy. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame for such a thing. Yi Fan was very decisive. The moment he killed Luo Luo, he immediately took out the tattered black mech and entered it to fight against the old woman. This was an ancient saint-grade war tool, and its cost was extremely high. Even the top powers didn't have many of them, because if they wanted to refine it, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. Just the materials alone were enough to make a clan fall. Pung, one of Yi Fan's mechanical arms flickered with green smoke, clashing head-on with the old woman's hand. This was a contest of close combat and magical power. Even though this mech was tattered, it could still display a portion of its power. At the very least, it could fight for a short period of time. Weng, the great Tao rumbled. The old woman controlled the black mecha, and a dagger that shone with black light appeared in her hand. The moment it slashed through the void, all sorts of great Tao runes flashed, and its power was as great as a tsunami. A true ancient mech was extremely mysterious and powerful. Only the direct descendants of nobles could control it, and it was extremely terrifying. Even though it was a metal mech, it was engraved with the most complicated and mysterious runes of ancient deities, allowing it to display holy might. Clang, one of Yi Fan's mechanical arms had been cut off. This tattered mecha was no match. It had no weapons, and even more than half of its great Tao runes had been destroyed. Its defensive power was greatly reduced. Brat, go to hell. I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to young Master Luo Luo. The old woman's eyes were blood red, full of hatred. She wanted to tear him apart immediately. Old hag, it was you who wanted to kill me last time and seize the third stage of the evolutionary fluid. Today, I will take revenge and send you on your way. Yi Fan dodged. Although his mecha wasn't a match, it could still unleash holy might and could hold on for a while. Dang, Yi Fan used his remaining mechanical arm to attack horizontally, sweeping towards the chest of the black mecha and forcing it to take a few steps back. Then, he continued to unleash heavy attacks and began his fierce counterattack. Great Tao runes flickered. Saint-level magical power confrontation was secondary, and close combat was the main focus. Yi Fan attacked continuously, focusing on a few vital points of the black mecha in an attempt to break through its defense. The old woman released a strange whistle to call for reinforcements. She wanted to stop Yi Fan and prevent him from escaping. She discovered that this brat was too difficult to deal with. He was able to fight her with just a tattered mecha. Quang, Yi Fan's mecha was on the verge of breaking apart. Strands of green smoke rose from it as if it was about to explode. Because of the continuous high-intensity confrontations, it was already on the verge of breaking apart. Now, it was even worse. Brat, you're finished. The old woman was extremely bloodthirsty. She licked her lips and released a resentful voice. The dagger in her hand hacked over. Boom, suddenly, the right leg of Yi Fan's tattered mecha swung up high and exploded as it swept across the enemy. It emitted a blinding light and blasted a large hole in the chest of the black mecha. All of this was done intentionally by Yi Fan. He borrowed the power of a saint-level mecha's explosion to heavily injure the enemy. The old woman's expression changed. This was equivalent to a divine tool exploding, and she suffered a severe impact. All kinds of great Tao runes flickered, and the black mecha's luster dimmed quite a bit. She staggered backwards and was almost shaken out. However, the sound of the explosion didn't stop. Another sound rang out. This wasn't an ordinary explosion. It was the terrifying fluctuations produced when great Tao runes were destroyed. They could kill exceptional experts. Ah! The old woman screamed miserably and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan's tattered mecha was also almost finished. It had broken into pieces. He rushed out from within and directly pounced towards the black mecha. Before the old woman could calm herself down, he rushed in through the huge hole in the chest of the black mecha. Using the black arrow to protect himself, he defended against the divine rune fluctuations. Brat, you. The old woman was sinister. She didn't expect Yi Fan to be so ferocious and be able to kill his way so close to her. Old man, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan was very fierce. He stretched out a golden palm and grabbed the old woman's neck, directly pulling her over. Even someone as powerful as the old woman who had reached the half-saint realm was no match for him. At such a close distance, no one could contend against the indestructible golden body. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she struggled intensely. However, the result was without any suspense. Being attacked by the human race's divine physique was definitely a nightmare. Yi Fan ripped off her head, causing blood to spurt high into the air. He then smashed her primordial spirit into pieces and threw all the flesh and bones out of the mecha. Who is causing trouble in the Pure Land? Someone in the distance discovered the tragedy here, and many people flew over. Especially the manor next to it. That was the residence of Luo Luo and his subordinates. Just now, the old woman's cry for help had already alerted the people inside. An ominous glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he piloted the black mecha and rushed into the manor with large strides, starting a massacre. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere, and white bones stained with traces of blood flew everywhere. This was a terrifying massacre. How could this group of people stop Yifan? Not only could they not kill him, but they were also killed instead. In an instant, they all scattered and fled for their lives. Yifan's expression was cold. Time was limited, and he couldn't delay for too long. He tore open the void and directly rushed into the distance, looking for Xiaoqing to settle the score. This person was very gloomy and cruel. He had dealt with him many times, and this time, he didn't hesitate to invite the Black Shadow Man to slaughter him for his precious blood. This made him truly angry. Within a picturesque mountain forest, there were a few majestic and beautiful palaces. The gray-clothed old man said that outsider really has some ability, being able to silently retreat from the Pure Land. However, this time, he still reached the end. The Black Shadow Man's tracking technique can be said to be number one under the heavens. He has most likely lost his life now. I don't care about anything else. I only care about whether or not his golden blood can be brought back. Xiaoqing's expression was cold like an ice sculpture. There shouldn't be a problem, the old servant said. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the mountain forest. A palace was shattered, and a 7 zhang tall black gold mecha appeared, hacking over with a dagger in its hand. It's him. He actually came back alive. The gray-clothed old servant's eyes released two cold glints. A layer of ice appeared around his body, and snow filled the sky. King Chong sounds rang out as an 8 zhang tall blue mecha appeared. He entered and quickly equipped himself. This mecha was incomparably powerful. Its entire body flickered with a light blue metallic luster, and its lines were extremely smooth. One could tell with a single glance that it was a terrifying war tool, much stronger than Yifan's black mecha. Young master, leave this place first. I will kill him with 1,000 cuts. The old servant's voice was cold. Extract his imperishable golden blood for me. I want to step on his corpse to evolve into the most powerful body. Xiaoqing's voice was gloomy as he decisively left. Old man, Xiaoqing, none of you should even think about leaving. Yifan raised his hand, shooting out a huge beam of light towards Xiaoqing's direction. The gray-clothed old servant reacted quickly. The 8 zhang tall light blue mecha instantly shifted horizontally, raising a curtain of light to block this attack. Brat, you've run again and again. This time, you've delivered yourself to our doorstep with golden divine blood. You're dead for sure. The old servant taunted. Xiao, Yifan didn't say anything. His expression was cold as the black dagger in his hand streaked across the sky, releasing a black light. Divine marks filled the sky as magical power quickly spread. Chong, the old servant's lips curled into a sinister smile. The blue demon blade in his hand collided with the black dagger, instantly cutting it in half. Yifan was shocked. They were both ancient mecha, but the other party's was clearly much rarer and much more powerful. It was a super war tool, far more powerful than his own. Brat, offer up your precious blood and you can die. The old servant pounced. Whether it was the magic power fluctuations or the sturdiness of this mecha, they were both excellent. Pa. Yifan blocked with his black arm, but it was instantly deformed. A large part of his arm was dented by the light blue mecha. Whether it was magic power or sturdiness, they were both inferior. In the following clashes, the black mecha was continuously heavily injured, and Yifan felt quite shocked. He felt that he had to take this ancient holy mecha, as it was a rare war magic treasure. The black mecha was dented in many places, and many runes had been destroyed. Whether it was in terms of magic power or melee combat, it was a complete defeat. Dang, the light blue mecha driven by the old servant was slender and powerful. It was full of a sense of beauty and power. It was exceptionally strong, and its magic power attacks almost destroyed all of the great Dao runes on Yifan's mecha. Rumble, moreover, the most important thing was that the blue demon blade in his hand was very terrifying. It almost split Yifan's mecha in half. Sparks flew in all directions, and lightning danced in the air. Kacha, whoosh, Yi Fan drove the black mecha like a cheetah and rushed out. Its back was almost disintegrated. The black mecha was much weaker than the Super Saint mecha. He was in the war tool, but he was almost affected by the overwhelming Saint magic power. His expression changed. Yi Fan came to the depths of the mountains. His target was Chao Qing. Because he sensed that he had not gone too far, he temporarily broke away from the light blue mecha and chased after him. Bang! One of Yi Fan's mecha's arms was cut off by the blue demon blade. The Dao marks shattered, and a lightning storm surged, flattening a mountain range. It was also at this time that he discovered Chao Qing. He merged with the void and was hidden in the sky. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to discover him, but he had cultivated the secret techniques of the Celestial Court, and his assassination techniques were rare. Pooh! Yi Fan attacked. Great Dao ripples spread out, shattering the sky. No, young master. The old servant discovered Yi Fan's evil intentions and hurriedly stopped him. He opened up a light blue screen of light to stabilize this area, but he was still a step too late. In the sky, Chao Qing spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was in tatters, and he almost turned into a pile of meat paste. Who knew how many secret treasures on him were destroyed, but he still managed to block this divine might. Kill him. Slaughter him. Chao Qing was furious. His expression was sinister as he quickly fled. The grey-clothed old servant roared. He controlled the light blue mecha and used all of its abilities to the extreme. He almost dismembered Yi Fan's mecha, and it was soon broken into pieces. Brat, you're finished. The old servant laughed sinisterly. Ah. Suddenly, Yi Fan roared, using the last of the black mecha's saint-level Dao patterns to release the shout. The ancient sacred mecha could display the power of a saint, and it used its supreme Dao marks to activate this mantra. He took advantage of the old servant's relaxed vigilance and thought that victory was certain to be won to attack him. It was like a demonic voice piercing into his brain, shaking him silly. His consciousness was in chaos, and he almost collapsed. Bang! Yi Fan attacked quickly, actually pouncing on the light blue mecha. He was like a falcon spreading its wings and soaring in the 9 heavens, incomparably swift and fierce. He wasn't a moth flying into a flame, because he had long wanted to use this attack. The great Dao ripples of the light blue mecha were temporarily interrupted. He used his origin technique and wanted to enter. Origin techniques were very mysterious. He could use its supreme profundities to enter the Saint Spirit Stone embryo with his physical body. Now that he had reached the acme of perfection, he could naturally force his way into the ancient sacred mecha. Before the old servant's mind was in a daze, he naturally wouldn't dare because he had terrifying saint-level magic power. But now, things were different. It was temporarily chaotic and interrupted. Even so, Yi Fan was still taking a risk. If the old servant woke up halfway and the great Dao marks of the saint appeared, he might be able to destroy him. The main reason was that this mecha was extremely powerful, making him feel that it was very troublesome. He had encountered danger several times, so he had no choice but to do this. Moreover, he wanted to obtain this undamaged war tool. This way, he would be full of confidence and be able to sweep through an entire region. In the end, everything went smoothly. Yi Fan used the ancient sacred mecha to release the heavenly swastika, targeting the enemy's consciousness and almost shattering the old servant's immortal platform. He transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and successfully entered the mecha. A cruel smile appeared on his face. You. The grey-robed old servant finally woke up. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Yi Fan's physical strength was. Old fellow, didn't you want my life? Yi Fan mocked. No. The grey-robed old servant screamed and fought with all his might. However, the result was ruthless. With a pfff sound, Yi Fan broke his neck, causing blood to flow everywhere. Finally, an ice-cold corpse was tossed out of the mecha. Yi Fan entered and successfully obtained the super ancient sacred war tool. What happened? Who is behaving atrociously? Who exactly is it that dares to come to my pure lands of heavens and start a massacre? In the surroundings, countless people flew over, surrounding this mountain region. Many experts appeared. It's him, it's actually this brat. Good, you finally appeared. I'm going to take your life to avenge my grandson. The half-sage Xian Linfeng laughed sinisterly. Other than this, Luo Luo's grandfather who was in seclusion also appeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. After learning that his grandson and the old woman had died, his eyes were spewing fire. A group of powerful experts appeared, including the experts from the Brahmin race, surrounding Yi Fan. Fan Xian also arrived. Her legs were as white as a snake, her beauty capable of toppling cities. Chao Qing stood beside her. His expression was extremely cold, but he didn't say anything. Yi Fan wielded the blue devil blade and controlled the mecha, rushing towards Chao Qing, wanting to take his life. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Fan Xian shouted. Kill him. Yi Fan pointed his blade at Chao Qing. No, I won't allow you to be so impudent and kill the innocent. Stop him for me. Fan Xian shouted. A group of experts acted, blocking his path. Fan Xian's expression was unsightly. He ordered a group of experts to stop Yi Fan and stop him from killing. He shouted, Yi Fan, do you know what you are doing? I'm just trying to kill Chao Qing, said Yi Fan calmly. Fan Xian's expression was cold. In the pure land of heaven, no matter who you are, you can't start a massacre like this. If you have any disputes, you can bring them to the table. In the pure land of heaven, the Brahmin race had absolute authority. No one could provoke them. All disputes had to be resolved according to their will and rules. He killed me not long ago. I took this light blue mecha from his servant, said Yi Fan. Put down your weapon. Wait for my uncle to come back. He'll give you an explanation. Not far away, Brahma appeared. His red hair was thick, and his expression was solemn. No, this is between me and him. There's no need for anyone to judge. Yi Fan didn't back down. Impudent. This is the pure land of heaven, not the outside world. No one can break the rules of the Brahmin race here, shouted an old man angrily. What happened today was very serious. Battles between ancient saints and mechas were usually only fought when enemies invaded from the outside. But now, they were happening inside the pure land of heaven. It was intolerable. Yi Fan, you're in the wrong. I don't want things to get out of hand. In a few days, I'll give you a fair explanation, said Fan Xian. In a few days? Yi Fan shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long. You should know that there are always people targeting me. If I miss today, I won't have a chance to kill Chao Qing. What do you mean? Do you want to break the rules of the Brahmin race? Said an old man with an unfriendly expression. Yi Fan, think carefully. Do you really want to disregard everything? Today, you're being unreasonable. I won't allow you to kill Chao Qing. This is the pure land of the Brahmin race. Fan Xian's expression was frosty, and her tone was strict. Beside her, Chao Qing didn't seem to be affected at all. He was calm and collected. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. He didn't say anything as if what happened had nothing to do with him. Am I being unreasonable? Yi Fan sneered coldly. His gaze swept over everyone present, and then he stared at Fan Xian and said, You only saw me kill him. Don't tell me you don't know that he was the one who sent people to kill me? And he almost succeeded. I was merely retaliating. Fan Xian's expression was cold as he warned him to get out of his mecha and wait for Fan Zhou and the other giants to return. Little brat Yi, you're too full of yourself. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you've gotten the Fan universe's recognition? You can't do whatever you want in heaven. A very senior expert of the Brahmin race shouted. The Chao clan was a very large clan, and had a lot of influence on the Eternal Lord planet. No major organization would dare to offend them, and Chao Qing had come for Fan Xian. The Brahmin race naturally tried their best to rope him in and usually took good care of him. This time, he was able to bring 2 types of auxiliary divine minerals from the Chao family to refine the strongest constitution evolution fluid. His status was evident. Now that he was in trouble, even if the Brahmin race knew what was going on, they couldn't allow Yi Fan to kill him. Therefore, they had to protect him. Little brat, you're seeking your own death. It would have been fine if you had been hiding like a turtle, but now you dare to come out so arrogantly. Death is at hand. Xian Linfeng's eyes were filled with hatred as he sneered. He wanted to take revenge for his grandson Xian Mo. Looking at the important figures of the Brahmin race, he said, "Now that I've attacked him, you have nothing to say, right? He's seeking his own death and is challenging the dignity of your race. I'll take care of him for you." The group of experts present didn't say anything and just watched coldly. Many people stared at Yi Fan, sealing off all directions to prevent him from escaping. He must die. Luo Luo's grandfather's expression was also gloomy. He couldn't wait to refine Yi Fan right away. He hated this young powerhouse in front of him. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan saw the situation. Although the Brahmin race wanted to recruit him and desired his indestructible golden blood, they couldn't let him kill Chao Qing. They didn't hesitate to capture him. Xian Linfeng was a powerful half-saint who came from the Eternal Lord Star. He had an illustrious status and extraordinary strength. Now, he was riding a silver-white mecha with a holy sword in his hand. Now that Yi Fan had reached the 8th layer of the Tao-severing realm, his strength was extremely tyrannical. He could fight anyone below the level of a saint, and he even felt that he might be able to shake an ancient saint. Although he hadn't tried it before, he had such a feeling. Now that he had obtained the blue gold mecha, he was even more fearless. Chi. He met the attack head-on. His body turned into a beam of blue light. Although he was 8 meters tall, his movements were agile and swift, leaving behind a powerful afterimage. The air exploded, emitting strange sounds. As soon as they clashed, Yi Fan and Xian Linfeng exchanged more than 100 blows. A battle between super-ancient saint mechas also depended on the strength of the pilot. The stronger the pilot, the more real and sharp the holy might they displayed. Pop! A light blue brilliance flashed, and the blue demon blade in Yi Fan's hand turned into a field of dazzling fireworks. The blade light covered the sky and submerged the entire sky. A crack appeared on the silver sword in Xian Linfeng's hand, and sparks flew in all directions. Black holes appeared in the sky as holy might erupted. They almost rushed to the outer realms and were tens of thousands of meters above the ground. In the fierce confrontation, Yi Fan clearly had the upper hand. He went from being unfamiliar with mecha control to being incomparably skilled, and his attacks were becoming increasingly fierce. Pfft! Xian Linfeng's expression changed. He raised his left arm slightly, and a beam of destructive light shot out. This was the martial divine light, and it was enough to penetrate a planet. If one was hit, it would be difficult to survive. Yi Fan let out a low roar as he operated the light blue mecha, fully displaying its power. First, he moved tens of thousands of meters horizontally, like an ancient saint crossing the sky. Then, he crossed his hands and shook them. The light blue traces of the great Tao spread out like ripples, filling the sky. Xian Linfeng shook violently, and the energy shield of the mecha couldn't block it either. It shattered like a crystal, and the mecha shook violently, almost crushed to pieces. Stop him. Fan Xian's expression changed. He didn't expect that Yi Fan, who had just started using mechas not long ago, would be so terrifying and defeat Xian Linfeng. One had to know that Xian Linfeng was a person with an illustrious status and strength. He came from the Eternal Lord planet, yet he was defeated by Yi Fan. The two experts of the Brahma race controlled their mechas and rushed into the sky, attacking Yi Fan. At the same time, Luo Luo's grandfather, Luo Maluo, also entered a green mecha and rushed into the sky. The speed of the three of them couldn't be said to be slow. Moreover, they activated their firearms midway, shooting out 3 beams of destructive light towards Yi Fan, wanting to shatter him. Yi Fan used his mecha to display the power of an ancient saint and displayed a rather terrifying side. He activated the Rho formula, and like a flickering light, it was almost impossible to catch a trace of him. Clang! He held the blue demon blade in his hand and cut Xian Linfeng's battle sword in half. Saint-level fluctuations filled the air, and the sky exploded as a large expanse of primal chaos mist appeared. He didn't show mercy and continuously slashed out with dazzling blue light. The demon blade in his hand shone brilliantly, illuminating eternity. Kacha! A terrifying sound of metal cracking rang out. His blade had cut Xian Linfeng's mecha in half at the waist, disintegrating this tool of war. It couldn't display its might anymore. Luo Maluo and the two experts of the Brahma race had arrived. They attacked with all their might and attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Yi Fan. Just now, Shan Linfeng was frightened out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately rushed out of the mecha that had been cut in half and wanted to flee. However, Yi Fan was unstoppable. He was getting more and more proficient in controlling this tool of war. He forcibly killed his way out of the encirclement of the three mechas. Where do you think you're going? He held the blue demon blade in his hand, and his entire body flickered with an ocean-like luster. He took a step forward and chased after Xian Linfeng. Xian Linfeng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. It was true that he was a half-saint, but facing an ancient saint mecha, he was clearly not enough. He fled in terror. All of this had exceeded his expectations. Pfft! Yi Fan's blade slashed down. The blue demon blade that was dozens of feet long drew a faint light and slashed at Xian Linfeng's body. When such a huge blade fell, it didn't seem like a slash, but more like a hammer smash. Xian Linfeng immediately turned into a pile of blood paste and shattered bones. His primordial spirit didn't even manage to rush out. His body and soul were both destroyed. This brat is showing off his abilities. He's too terrifying. He's a natural battle saint. Even such a powerful half-saint was killed by him. Many people of the Brahma race were shocked. In the next instant, Yi Fan turned around and rushed straight at Luo Maluo. He intentionally avoided the two experts of the Brahma race and focused on the half-saint who was controlling the mecha. Not good, we can't subdue him. Hurry up and ask the Doyens to move out and bring the most elite tools of war here. Fan Xian's expression changed. Every Empyrean saint-grade mecha was precious. Creating one required an unimaginable price. To be able to cause a sizable clan to decline, there was a limit to how many Empyrean saint-grade mechas could produce. The battle in the sky was ongoing. Yi Fan was fighting 1 against 3 with ease. He had become increasingly powerful, and the battle blood in his body was boiling. Golden blood chi pervaded the air and dyed the light blue mecha a golden color. At this moment, he had an urge to use his physical body to fight against the Empyrean saint-grade mecha. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. He successfully broke through and stood at the 8th layer of the Tao-severing realm. His strength had increased by a large margin. He felt that he could fight against Empyrean saint-grade without the help of a mecha. Clang! Yi Fan displayed his might. Golden blood chi pervaded the air as he slashed out with his blade, chopping off the right arm of Luo Maluo's mecha. A small explosion occurred there as lightning interweaved and the void collapsed. Luo Maluo was terrified. This young man's terror was beyond his imagination. He was trembling with fear and couldn't hold on any longer. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you want to kill me? Yi Fan chased after him. The two experts from the Brahma race also felt a chill in their hearts. In this battle, they couldn't even stop a single person. The other party was becoming increasingly fierce and terrifying. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. A loud sound rang out. Flames rushed into the sky and great Tao runes flickered. Then, a large area collapsed. Yi Fan wielded the blue demon blade and chopped down on Luo Maluo's mecha. He was shaken out and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Pfft! A blue light flashed past. Another half-sage exploded. Not even his bones remained, and his primordial spirit turned into ashes. He had been killed by Yi Fan. A long whistle came from the depths of the heavenly hall. The race's veteran experts moved out. They controlled their mecha and turned into several beams of flowing light as they rushed over. Yi Fan's expression changed. He didn't have much time left. He had to kill Chao Qing before the others arrived. Otherwise, his chances would be slim. Swoosh, he entered the ancient sage war tool and used the travel formula in the sky. His power increased by a large amount. It could be considered teleportation as he appeared on the ground. Stop, Yi Fan. It's not too late to retreat. My uncle will give you a fair explanation when he returns. You can't kill Chao Qing now. Fan Xian shouted. How could Yi Fan stop now? He rushed over with a few steps and hacked out with the blue demon blade. A blue ocean of splendor poured out in torrents. Stop him. Fan Xian's expression changed. She ordered loudly. Yi Fan actually wanted to kill the enemy in front of her. She ignored him. The two mechas in the sky descended and attacked ruthlessly towards Yi Fan's back. They wanted to crush him to pieces. Yi Fan moved sideways. His footsteps changed unpredictably. He turned into a blue beam of light, flashing left and right. Every time he changed, he would cross tens of thousands of zhang. It was terrifying. Chao Qing's expression finally changed. He had never met such a person before. Yi Fan dared to run amok in the Brahmin race's territory. Was he not afraid of the revenge of these marauders? He was simply too unscrupulous. Chao Qing dodged quickly. Someone who was not afraid of the Brahmin race, the scariest power in the fairy feather star ocean, had to be a madman. There was no point in saying anything. He had to escape first. At that moment, he turned into millions. There were shadows everywhere. Some flew into the sky, some dug into the ground, and they rushed in all directions. It was a dazzling sight. A normal person would have frowned. Such a secret technique was terrifying. Every one of them was real, and it was impossible to tell them apart. However, Yi Fan had studied this technique. In order to understand the Three Pure Ones technique, he had been studying all kinds of cloning techniques for so many years. It could be said that Chao Qing's display in front of him was like a child's play before an expert. Moreover, the source sky eye was different from other sky eyes. It could see the source. Chao Qing detected the real body at the first moment. He moved forward with the blue demon blade and slashed forward, intending to crush him. Suddenly, a horrifying sense of danger appeared. Chao Qing took out a few secret artifacts. They flew towards him and exploded immediately. The power was shocking. It can hurt sages. These are ancient sage forbidden artifacts. Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, he slashed in the void and opened up a dimensional space. He used the secret technique of the ancient chaos that he had obtained from Wang Ting and performed the eternal banishment. A cross-shaped crack appeared, swallowing the exploded forbidden artifacts and sending them into the mysterious dimensional space. But even so, the horrifying power of the forbidden artifacts was still revealed. Black holes appeared where they were, and the dimensional space was shattered. Let's see where you can run to this time. Yi Fan shouted. Tisk. A dazzling light rushed out of Chao Qing's skull. It was a man dressed in green. He looked very heroic. He shouted, "Who dares to hurt my descendant?" A strong holy aura swept across everyone. It was like a vast sea rising and falling, shocking everyone. It's the ancestor saint of the Chao clan, Chao Tianjun. Many people were horrified, revealing looks of shock. They never expected him to appear here. I want to kill him. Yi Fan did not even frown. He still walked forward with large steps and slashed forward with the blue demon blade. You want to stop me with just an imprint? Roar. Chao Tianjun roared angrily. He let out a world-shaking roar and pounced towards Yi Fan. This was an intense confrontation. It happened in the blink of an eye. In the end, Chao Tianjuan's imprint disappeared and he was killed by Yi Fan. Everyone was shaken. In the distance, deafening roars could be heard. The experts of the Brahma race had finally arrived and started to attack from far away. Yi Fan, you better think this through. This is the pure land of the Brahma race. I won't allow you to kill Chao Qing. Fan Xian shouted. Then there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan raised his blade and slashed down. Attack him with all your strength and save Chao Qing. Fan Xian shouted. Pfft. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. A beam of blue light descended and cut Chao Qing into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed Fan Xian's short skirt red. Even her flawless legs were dripping with blood. Yi Fan was decisive and ruthless. He killed Chao Qing right in front of Fan Xian. Blood sprayed high into the air and splattered in all directions. The people in front of him all had traces of blood on them. Fan Xian's white and slender legs had a few drops of blood, which made her look incomparably seductive. You actually dared to kill Chao Qing. How reckless. Everyone, attack and kill him. Fan Xian's face was frosty. At this time, two ancient Saint Mechas had already rushed forward, protecting her and the important figures of the Brahmin race behind them. They were afraid that Yi Fan would go crazy and kill them all. Those who kill will always be killed. Is he allowed to kill me, but I can't retaliate and kill him? Yi Fan said expressionlessly. Now that the light blue mecha had appeared, the evidence was conclusive. This was a super Saint Mecha belonging to the Chao clan. It was obvious what had happened before. The Brahmin race knew that it was Chao Qing who had acted. In the past, they had tried to kill Yi Fan several times, but they still protected him. Fan Xian didn't hesitate to give the order to kill him. Now, there was nothing more to say. A long whistle tore through the air. This was a powerful divine will fluctuation, coming from afar. 5 mechas appeared, flashing with terrifying divine light. These were the most mysterious and powerful super saint war tools of the Brahmin race. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Whenever they appeared, there would be a rain of blood. Today, they actually used these saint tools for Yi Fan. It was clear how much they valued him. Yi Fan turned around and left. He didn't want to fight to the death with the Brahmin race. It was not worth it at all. He didn't want to continue killing here. He had already killed all the people he wanted to kill. He rushed into the sky, but what awaited him was a huge energy shield that sealed the entire Pure Land. He couldn't escape. Yi Fan quickly activated some of the runes on the light blue mecha, preparing to jump through space. This mecha was very mysterious. It was a rare saint artifact of the Chao clan. Its various functions and great Dao runes were extremely shocking. With a clanging sound, a starry door was opened. However, before he could rush in, the cold starry door suddenly collapsed. Forbidden space domain, the Brahmin race had sealed space and sealed all void laws. There was no way to escape, and the starry door was ineffective. Yi Fan's expression changed. This wasn't a good sign. The other side was determined to keep him here. This was a bit troublesome. It would be difficult to deal with so many experts. Fan Xian shouted, he's an ascetic cultivator with a strange formation platform. Maybe he can break through space. Hurry and use the ancient god's pill sealing formation to seal this place. Yi Fan's expression changed. Fan Xian had seen the chessboard formation platform before, so he understood it well. He took the initiative to set up a great formation, preventing him from escaping. In addition, all types of firearms interweaved at the same time, turning into streaks of blazing radiance that submerged the skies. This was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan was surrounded by a heavenly net. Every streak of light was destructive, able to blast out large amounts of black holes, able to destroy small planets. Right now, they were all concentrated on him. I don't want to break off relations with you, but don't force me. Yi Fan shouted. There's no need to say more. Capture him. We can't let him escape. Fan Xian's expression was ice cold. Xiao, Yi Fan rushed into the sky. He used the Xing technique to move through the concentrated martial divine light. He avoided layer after layer of danger and arrived in the sky dome. Hung Long, he wanted to shatter the light barrier and escape. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Brahmin race. Brat, where do you think you're going? My race was kind enough to nurture you with the most powerful evolution liquid, but in the end, you actually dared to do this. An elder rushed over in a powerful mecha. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He didn't retort. The Brahmin race treated him well on the surface, but there was no such thing as kindness without reason. He was well aware of their schemes. He had always been on guard against them. What they wanted was nothing more than his imperishable golden body. The Brahmin race wanted to extract his golden precious blood when he was successful and use it to increase their own constitution to become the most powerful in the universe. From a certain perspective, he was now a precious medicine that was being nurtured. Once he matured, he would be plucked, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Of course, if he was loyal enough to the Brahmin race, he would still have a way out. He might even be entrusted with an important position. After all, this type of powerful constitution was too rare. But was he that kind of person? How could he be willing to be a slave? If he didn't have freedom, he might as well just die. There would definitely be a great life and death conflict in the future. He had seen the terrifying gaze of the Brahmin race's giant Fanzhou. He stared at his imperishable golden body as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. He had a vague feeling that his golden precious blood might not even be their ultimate goal. Dang, Yi Fan fought against this ancient mecha. He continuously clashed, forcing the other party to retreat again and again. The blue demon blade released several thousand zhang-long beams of light, leaving behind cracks on the other party's body. Two more mysterious war machines rushed over from behind and surrounded him. Both of them used their most powerful methods, attacking ruthlessly and fiercely. Yi Fan's movements were bold and unrestrained. He could display the fluctuations of a saint within the light blue. Ancient sacred armor. It spread in all directions, free and unrestrained, sweeping through everything in his way. The three Brahmin race mechas couldn't even defeat him. If he didn't care about their feelings and didn't kill them, he would have already destroyed one of them. Little bastard, you truly are an ingrate. You used my race's most powerful evolutionary liquid to advance, yet in the end, you still want to betray us. We cannot let you live. An elder roared angrily. Yi Fan calmly said, I have already been lenient. Moreover, I saved your clan's Brahmin immortal, allowing you all to obtain the absolute beginning life stone. Just based on this, I have the qualifications to use the precious liquid. I don't owe you all anything. The two most precious divine minerals this time were the Heaven's Mandate Divine Rock and the absolute beginning life stone. The latter was especially heaven-defying. If they didn't have it, it was unknown when they would be able to refine the precious liquid. It could be said that this time, Yi Fan had contributed greatly to the Brahmin race. Without him, they wouldn't have obtained the absolute beginning life stone. Everything would have been for naught. He had the qualifications to use the most powerful precious liquid. Young man surnamed Ji, we admit that you've contributed quite a bit, and you can indeed enjoy the third stage of the precious liquid. However, you've provoked a great disaster today. You shouldn't have killed Chao Qing. There's still time to turn back now. Leave that mecha, and everything can be discussed, said another elder. The battle continued and became increasingly intense. Several mechas soared into the sky and surrounded Yi Fan. Their attacks were world-shaking as black holes appeared one after another. Yi Fan didn't want to wait helplessly for death. He shook his head and said, I want to go out and take a stroll. I might come back after a while. An elder said in a low voice, no matter what, you can't leave. You took the most powerful purifying liquid and now you want to leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If he stayed, he most likely wouldn't survive. The Brahmin race wanted his immortal precious blood, but they also needed to give the Chao family of the Eternal Lord Star an explanation. Therefore, it was reasonable to use its value. Handing over a useless corpse was most likely the best choice. Therefore, Yi Fan couldn't stay. He had to leave no matter what. If you treat me as a friend, then let me go. I will repay you generously in the future. We might have a good chance to cooperate in the future, Yi Fan said. An elder in the mecha shook his head and sneered. He was just an outsider. He didn't have any foundation or power. Wasn't it a joke to talk about cooperation? In their eyes, the most precious thing about Yi Fan was the golden blood in his body. However, they were about to get it, so there was nothing to talk about. There was no need to cooperate. If I stay, I will die without a doubt. The Chao family is so powerful, so they definitely won't let me go. So, you want me to die to appease their anger? Yi Fan said in a low voice. You can't leave now. We'll talk after the big shots come back. A cold and emotionless voice came from a golden mecha. Yi Fan laughed. His voice was cold as he said, you guys are quite heartless. You want to use my value and throw me out as a scapegoat? Don't think that I don't know you want the golden blood in my body. Since the conversation had reached this point, both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no need to hide anything anymore, because it was meaningless. That's right. You're right. We want your immortal precious blood. A cold and straightforward voice came from a crimson mecha. Then I have nothing to worry about. If you attack again, don't blame me for being heartless. I won't care about our friendship anymore. Yi Fan said coldly. What friendship could we have with you? We only gave you the evolutionary liquid to make your golden blood purer. To put it more bluntly, we want to fatten you up like a pig, and then slaughter you." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, the smell of gunpowder in their words had reached its peak. A middle-aged man spoke extremely coldly. He controlled a green mecha and swooped over. He first used a terrifying firearm, and then he stabbed forward with a green spear. This was a battle between ancient saints. Great Tao symbols covered the sky. This was a type of symbol, and even more so a manifestation of the heaven and earth's recognition and power. When he spoke up to this point, Yi Fan's eyes also became cold. Two astonishing beams of light shot out from his eyes, burning like torches. He stared at everyone and swept out with the blue demon blade, fighting a great battle against the enemies. Zing zing zing, 10,000 swords shot out simultaneously. Sounds rang out continuously. One of them brandished a holy sword and slashed out a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of sword radiants converged together, producing a landslide and tsunami-like rumbling sound. The Brahmin race's mechas used Ku Wu as the vanguard as cover. Each of them held a cold weapon engraved with great Tao symbols and rushed forward together. They shattered the universe, and chaotic energy surged violently. Clang, the blue demonic blade in Yi Fan's hand was like a ripple, clear and translucent. However, the radiance that swept out was destructive. He charged forward valiantly, targeting one person to attack, cutting that person's mecha apart. In the encirclement of several people, he actually injured one of them, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood inside the mecha. That war tool was covered in cracks. The expressions of everyone on the ground changed. In the encirclement, Yi Fan actually didn't die. Instead, he actually seriously injured one of the experts. This kind of divine bravery made everyone feel restraining fear. "Don't let him go. Stop him," Fan Xian shouted. She asked the other ancient saint mechas that hadn't moved out to immediately join the battle. In an instant, divine light shot out in all directions. The divine laws of order turned into chain-like beams of light that densely covered every inch of space. The great battle suddenly became countless times more intense. A total of 7 super ancient saint war tools surrounded Yi Fan and carried out a destructive attack. They were all the most terrifying divine artifacts, and they wanted to suppress and kill him. Yi Fan rushed over, wanting to escape from the pure land of heaven. This was the territory of a group of plunderers, and they possessed tremendous strength. If this continued for a long time, he would definitely suffer greatly. However, at this moment, there were 7 ancient saint-level war tools surrounding him. The situation was incomparably grim. He was surrounded by so many experts, and breaking out wasn't easy. Chong, scarlet radiance was like blood. The half-saint on the other side controlled a super war tool, holding blood-colored swords that were several zhang in length. They hacked forward, over 10,000 great Tao symbols densely covering the sky, covering Yi Fan below. Yi Fan used the blue demonic blade to block. It was like a pool of autumn water, sparkling and translucent, releasing tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. It was like a dark blue ocean as it rushed out, interweaving with the tens of thousands of divine chains of order. Rumbling noises rang out. This was a great battle. Both sides didn't hold back at all, bathing in blood as they fought with their lives on the line. It was either you die or I die. It was intense and majestic. The others couldn't help much. This was a great battle between ancient saints. Holy might surged, and even the sky dome collapsed. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Primal chaos fragments shot out in all directions. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Yi Fan, if you turn back, you still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you will definitely be eliminated today. A heroic middle-aged man controlled a golden mecha. His attacks were the most ferocious as he faced Yi Fan head-on. The only reply he received was a blue demon blade. Yi Fan's eyes were extremely cold. At this point, what else was there to say? It could only be a battle of life and death. A large golden bell appeared above the golden mecha's head. It was several zhang tall, golden and translucent, grand and imposing. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, fish, insects, and beasts were engraved on it. This was an extremely strange scene. The ancient Saint Mecha had a large golden bell above its head, releasing holy might. It seemed a bit out of place. Dang, the large bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking tens of thousands of leaf circles of golden ripples appeared in the sky, spreading outwards. Wherever they passed, all tangible things would be broken. The bell waves were terrifying. This was the embodiment of an extremely profound understanding of the great Tao. This was a half-saint who was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he was able to unleash the full power of this mysterious ancient sage Mecha. Yi Fan wielded the blue demon saber and slashed out, creating hundreds of cross-shaped cracks in a row. He slashed open the dimensional space and devoured all the golden bell ripples. However, there were simply too many enemies, and all of them were the most powerful ancient sage mechas. As a result, he was unable to deal with them. Just as he stopped the bell wave, a green spear pierced through the sky and swooped down like a green dragon. It was over 100 li long and exceptionally sharp. This was an extremely shocking spear strike that vividly displayed the might of the Grand Tao. It was as if it carried along an ancient universe as it pressed down, and the azure-colored spear light rumbled as it covered a vast expanse and suppressed everything. Dang, Yi Fan was exceptionally valiant. With the blue demon saber in hand, he slashed out horizontally, cutting apart the cosmos-like azure divine patterns of the great Tao. It was as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, slashing out a world and scattering the chaotic energy that filled the sky. The collision between the blue blade and the azure spear was deafening. A sphere of dazzling light appeared in this place. The sky was destroyed and turned into an abyss of destruction that made even the ancient sages frown. And this was only Yi Fan's instantaneous battle. There were still 6 similar experts surrounding him. One could well imagine what kind of dangerous situation he was facing. A battle between ancient sages. None of them were saints, but when they controlled these mysterious war tools, they became incomparably terrifying. When one reached this realm, the battle was exceptionally intense. Yi Fan's expression was cold and indifferent. There were no fluctuations in his heart. He forced himself to maintain a calm and unperturbed state in order to face all possible dangers. His eyes flourished with divine light as he stared at one of them. Hong Long, his aura suddenly rose, and the immortal treasured blood in his body boiled. His blood energy dyed the entire light blue mecha golden, and his battle prowess increased by a large margin. Yi Fan rushed toward the person whose mecha had cracks intertwined and attacked him. He wanted to kill him first while being surrounded by so many experts. The light gold and light blue intertwined armor was overflowing with color. The slender body of the mecha was full of a sense of smoothness. He was agile and swift, moving like a beam of floating light. Clang, 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 after dozens of collisions, he moved forward while wielding the saber. He continuously slashed down, causing more cracks to appear on this person's mecha. It was on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, inside this war tool, blood traces appeared all over the body of the Brahmin race's half-saint. He was severely injured, and the external forces were transmitted in, making him increasingly unable to endure. Boom, Yi Fan's golden blood energy flourished even more, causing the ancient mecha to almost completely turn into a golden body. It was dazzling and dazzling. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Capture and kill him. This is precisely the golden blood. We must obtain it. A middle-aged man inside a black war tool coldly shouted. It seems like he is even more astonishing than we imagined. This kind of bloodline is most likely the immortal golden blood of the previous generations, and not the later generations. Its value is inestimable. Another person inside a silver-white mecha revealed a wave of excitement and bloodthirst. Yi Fan felt the pressure suddenly increase. 2 of them were nothing to be afraid of, and he could cut them down. However, the green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white mechas that arrived later were extremely difficult to deal with and difficult to destroy. Moreover, when combined together, they actually emitted 5 elements divine light. Kill! He roared loudly. He had to kill a half-saint. Only then would he be able to hurt them. Only the deterrence of death could make them not dare to go too crazy. Hong Long, a black mountain appeared. Yi Fan could now release holy might, and at this moment, he used the embracing mountain seal. The power displayed at this time could be said to be absolutely astonishing. The black mountain pressed down on the sky, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. Its power was boundless, and the black aura was monstrous. He still rushed towards the cracked mecha. Everyone's expression changed, and they tried to help, but they could not block the holy runes that filled the sky. Kacha, the black mountain fell, smashing the ancient Saint Mecha in front of him and causing it to stagger. Then, it was sent flying horizontally. Immediately afterward, the arms that were crossed in front of it to block the mountain exploded. Bang, dang, chi. At the same time, Yifan also suffered a heavy blow. The other 6 people attacked together, leaving terrifying grooves on his mecha's body, almost splitting it in half. Yifan's expression was cold. He activated the line formula and avoided the heavy blow. He waved the 6-path fists and continued to attack. He was determined to kill that person. A deafening sound rang out. Yifan entered this powerful war tool and used holy might to activate this kind of fist intent. It was simply peerlessly terrifying. He and the mecha seemed to be burning. Golden battle chi surged, and he punched out again and again. Kacha! The sound of metal shattering rang out. Everyone was stunned. The war tool of the ancient saint in front of them had been completely destroyed. Yifan punched out again and again, first penetrating it, and then turning it into powder. Fragments of divine materials flew everywhere. The half-saint had already realized that the situation was not good. He rushed out and wanted to escape, but how could he be faster than Yifan's 6-path fists? He was beaten into a mist of blood, and broken bones flew everywhere before turning into ashes. So powerful. Everyone on the ground was shocked. 5 elements interlink, destroy him. The people in the green, yellow, red, black, and white mecha shouted at the same time, their expressions solemn. There was light flowing between them, as if they could borrow strength, and they could coexist. A terrifying aura filled the air, and in an instant, it was many times stronger. This was the Brahmin race's super ancient Saint Mecha, far surpassing ordinary war tools. It was peerlessly precious, and even the powerful looters of the heavenly hall were limited in number. The people of the Brahmin race were all shocked. Only when a great enemy invaded, or when there was a great threat to the heavenly hall, would the 5 elements coexist, and the 5 types of divine light would fuse together. Now, it was used to deal with a single person, which was rarely seen in 100 years. Fan Xian's expression was extremely cold. He called out to the chief elders of the race, and then he personally boarded a several thousand zhang long holy ship, giving the order to use the most powerful divine martial light to deal with Yifan. This kind of enormous holy ship's power was boundless, able to destroy a planet with a single strike. If it really hit Yifan, there was no way he could survive. Yifan felt an intense sense of danger. All the pores on his body opened up, and energy poured in. His eyes flickered, and the heaven's origin eye shot out 2 beams of light that were several hundred li long. He saw that Colossus, currently absorbing the world's essence, and a peerless divine light was about to shoot out. Yifan took a step forward, changing heaven and earth with the Rho formula, teleporting over 100 li. A destructive divine light pierced through the place where he was just standing, and primal chaos fragments shot out in all directions, destroying everything. The remaining 6 mechas chased after him as fast as lightning, chasing after Yifan. The situation was extremely bad. The enormous holy ship was parked in the distance, possessing an incomparable deterrent force. Meanwhile, the 6 ancient mechas were attacking from the front, putting him in a very passive position. Are the ancient deities' heaven-sealing formation patterns really that powerful? Yifan muttered to himself. Just now, he was too tired to deal with them, so he didn't have time to bring out the chessboard formation platform. He didn't try it, so he couldn't be sure if he could pass through. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. He had no other choice, so he quickly brought out this kind of formation pattern. With a long sound, a large crack appeared in the sky, and then it was propped open, barely opening a realm gate. However, it was extremely unstable. What? Where did this ascetic come from? His formation platform can actually penetrate the ancient deity's symbols, this. Everyone was shocked. Yifan was even more shocked than them. The chessboard's formation pattern was extremely unstable, and it could collapse at any time. However, this was still a damaged emperor pattern. The ancient deity's formation pattern was also damaged. It was truly terrifying, so Yi Fan turned around and rushed in, disappearing into the realm gate. Many people were alarmed and furious, but they couldn't stop him in time. Kill him at all costs. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes were ice-cold, flickering with ruthless light. She prepared to use her most terrifying weapon to pierce through the void realm gate. He already went in, so we might not be able to kill him like this. Let's chase after him and obtain all of the golden blood in his body. We can't waste a single drop. Within the mecha flickering with green divine light, the middle-aged man spoke coldly and coldly. 5-element divine light flickered. Green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white, the 5 victory tools linked up and entered the realm gate that hadn't closed in time. Because they were tangling with Yi Fan just now, they were close to this gate, so they could rush in immediately. Meanwhile, the 6th ancient mecha also didn't hesitate in the slightest. It also flew in and began to chase after Yi Fan, wanting to recover the undying precious blood. This is the supreme human medicine we raised, it definitely can't be lost. A few of the Brahma clan's direct descendants had the same thoughts, loudly warning. Fan Xian's snow-white legs were slender and elegant. Her fair and beautiful face had a cold expression, making her look like a peerless temptress. She said, "He can't have gone far. That kind of formation platform is damaged and can't cross the boundless cosmos. It only entered this star domain. Quickly scan it, we will control the sacred ship to capture and kill him." Yi Fan appeared in the ice-cold and dark cosmos. All around him was a deathly silence, a vast and boundless emptiness. In a single breath of time, this kind of silence was shattered. Several super saint mechas with 5-element divine light flowing around them appeared, and then the 6th war tool also rushed out, surrounding him once again. "Heh, you guys really chased after me. You didn't disappoint my expectations." Yi Fan's teeth were snow-white, flickering with ruthlessness and callousness. He was extremely calm and unperturbed. After leaving the pure lands of heaven, in this free cosmos, he completely let go of himself, not fearing any enemies. "You are very arrogant, but you are only a human medicine we raised. It's time to slaughter you. I hope you can still act like this when we extract your golden blood." The middle-aged man in the scarlet ancient mecha said sinisterly. "I can't wait anymore, I really want to test your holy might with my physical body." Yi Fan's battle intent was high. He really wanted to leave all of these mechas behind and make the Brahma clan's flesh ache to the point of going crazy. The half-sages of the Brahmin race all had gloomy faces. Who would dare to speak to them like that in this part of the Star Ocean? This outsider was unbridled and wanted to treat them as prey. How many years has it been? Perhaps the fairy feather Star Ocean has been peaceful for too long. Many people have forgotten the dignity of the Brahmin race marauders. It has been a long time since I have met such an insolent young man like you. This was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. While they were speaking, they had already begun to fight to the death. Ancient sage mechas flashed with a cold metallic luster as they soared into the sky like lightning bolts. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy was emitted. A half-sage stood outside the battlefield, controlling a fiery red war tool. It looked as if it was made of phoenix blood and gold. Its entire body was as red as blood. The bow in its hand was knocked and an arrow was aimed at Yi Fan. This was a powerful divine weapon. It absorbed essence energy from all directions and almost dried up the void of the universe. The starlight in the distance was like a vast expanse of white water, surging over. In his hand, the huge ancient bow was emitting a blinding red light. It was like a sun absorbing the galaxy and essence energy. Blood-colored runes were flashing on it. A mysterious blood arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was engraved with many divine runes. It was overflowing with ancient meaning, powerful and terrifying. Swoosh, the arrow flew out like a shocking river of blood. It was especially eye-catching in the dark universe. It flew for hundreds of miles and chased after Yi Fan. It would not stop until it hit its target. This was a huge divine arrow with peerless power. Everywhere it passed, the universe shattered, the light of the primordial era gushed out, and the law of primal chaos shot everywhere. The golden blood energy shook, and the light blue mecha trembled. Its arm had been pierced, and it could not avoid this attack. Hey, this kid's mecha has been damaged, but he is only SOSO. Let's finish him off quickly and take away his golden blood to avoid any accidents. Ah, not good. One of them cried out, noticing that things weren't good. Yifan's mechanical arm that was shot didn't explode. Dao patterns swirled about, actually opening up a dimensional space there, devouring all of the great Dao symbols left behind by the holy arrow. Yifan used a secret technique to dissolve it. Moreover, he was very close to a golden mecha. Borrowing the power of the arrow, his body became one with the arrow, and he rushed over to kill the enemy. Crack, the blue demon saber in Yifan's hand shone brightly, suppressing this enemy below. The saber radiance surged like the sea, and the Dao patterns were endless, completely sealing the sky. This was a fatal blow. He was determined to get rid of one of the semi-saints immediately and risk damaging his mechanical arm. Clang, a large golden bell appeared in front of him. It was several zhang in height, and on its surface were engraved the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, fishes, bugs, and beasts. It was simple and imposing, blocking the demonic blade. However, Yifan's attacks were incomparably swift and fierce, like a torrential waterfall, like a raging storm or tsunami. All kinds of seals were struck out. His palm and fingers turned into a black mountain and blasted the big bell away. Meanwhile, the demonic saber in his other hand penetrated every nook and cranny, drowning the place with dark blue saber chi. Ah! The golden mech was very powerful. It was one of the 5 elements divine armors, and in terms of performance and other aspects, it was only above Yifan's war tools. However, it was still unable to withstand such a fierce attack. Kacha, a cracking sound rang out. The golden mech cracked and was on the verge of disintegration. Powerful holy might pervaded the air, and the semi-saint inside suffered the impact. Many of his bones were broken, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. 5 elements coexist, divine screen, block. A middle-aged man roared at the side. His divine sense was like thunder, shattering the pitch-black void of the universe. Green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white mysterious mechs flickered with divine splendor, instantly illuminating this part of the universe. They could actually coexist and fuse together with light, blocking Yifan's attack together. At the same time, a monstrous force gushed out and counterattacked. Yifan's expression changed, and his heart was greatly shaken. This 5 elements divine light was indeed miraculous. He was so close to finishing off a great enemy, and he missed a chance to kill. Swoosh, he turned into a beam of floating light and retreated several dozen to 100 li, confronting them in the ice-cold sky. A strange sound rang out from the distance. That almost shattered golden mech was actually healing. Symbols flickered about, and it seemed extremely strange. It was as if it hadn't suffered any serious damage. Yifan was shocked. He had heard before that this was the king of ancient sacred mechs. It was extremely sinister and possessed self-healing abilities. It was the most terrifying. Green, yellow, gold, scarlet, black, and white, 5 mysterious mechs. Now, their radiance blended together, coexisting with each other as if they were one. They actually possessed this type of mysterious power. It was the same as the king of ancient sacred mechs. Not long after, the cracks on the golden mech completely disappeared. It was as if it was reborn, becoming a flawless whole. It completely healed. Youngster Xianxia, do you think you are that strong? How much can an outsider understand about this starry domain? There are plenty of methods to deal with you. A middle-aged man said coldly. We will only know the result after fighting to the end. If the 6 of you can't kill me, then today, I will break your Brahmin clan's bones and make your clan feel bitter regret. Yifan looked at those half-saints with disdain. Your words are excessively arrogant. Fighting in this starry sea, an outsider like you will die without a burial. A half-saint sneered. Before coming here, Fan Xian had already told them that as long as they could tie down Yifan, she would be able to quickly use her mothership to scan for traces of him. Then, she would come over with the super holy ship that was tens of thousands of feet long and launch a destructive attack. In a great battle in the boundless starry sea, that kind of leviathan was absolutely unmatched. It could destroy stars one after another. It was extremely difficult to stop. Yifan saw that they weren't in a hurry to take action. He immediately sensed something and guessed that they were definitely waiting for reinforcements. The universe was boundless, but this starry domain civilization was extremely developed and splendid. Even if they were far away from the heavens, the people behind them would most likely still be able to find this place. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You forced me to unleash a great slaughter. Today, I will dye this starry sky red with your blood. This starry sea is the world of us marauders. Do you think you can escape?" The person in the silver mecha launched an attack. Yi Fan's expression was cold. His footsteps were illusory and dreamy, leaving behind a trail. He didn't bat an eyelid as he used a secret art to embed pieces of wood into the void. This was the heaven-deceiving formation pattern carved on the path understanding tree. Now, Yi Fan was using it to seal off the aura of this place. He wanted to isolate it from the outside world and didn't want Fan Xian to discover it immediately. "Come." Yi Fan accepted the challenge and fought fiercely with them. "I don't believe you can defy the heavens." A half-saint sneered and attacked even more fiercely. "We'll only know after we try. Let's see who can kill who." Yi Fan said coldly. He saw that the 5 elements divine armor could automatically regenerate, so he didn't dare to lower his guard. Even though the enemy was troublesome, the 6 experts weren't anxious at all. They were calm and unperturbed. Not to mention their own strength, they reckoned that it wouldn't take long for the mothership to arrive and steadily kill Yi Fan. "Young man, your appearance has given us a pleasant surprise. As an indestructible precious medicine, anyone would be tempted. Our race gave you the evolution liquid to purify your bloodline, yet you dared to go against it. Now, you're like a fattened prey. It's time to slaughter you." The voices of the half-saints were ruthless, sinister, and cold. They wanted to disturb Yi Fan's state of mind and suppress him forcefully. They wanted to use blood to write down the dignity of the Brahmin race. Is that so? We'll see the results soon. Let's see who will be slaughtered. Yi Fan's expression was cold. The 5-colored mecha was very difficult to deal with. They attacked in tandem, attacking and defending as one. Moreover, they could regenerate themselves. They were powerful and swift. He rushed toward the 6th mecha, which was slightly weaker, and prepared to eliminate this person first. Rumble, he raised his battle prowess to the extreme and launched an all-out attack. A golden treasure trove appeared behind him, and all kinds of mysterious weapons appeared together. Golden divine treasures, Yi Fan piloted the ancient sacred mecha. Now that he used this kind of heaven-reaching secret technique, it was simply a great disaster for the enemy. This was a golden world. There were golden heavenly swords, golden ancient bells, Tao cauldrons, 9-layered pagoda, everything that should be there was there. They were all exuding holy might as they appeared behind him. In this place, there were no Brahmin race experts watching over him. There was no huge mothership threat. There was no restriction of the pure land of heaven. This place was vast and boundless. He could be unrestrained and use all his trump cards without any misgivings. The golden light was dazzling. He piloted the ancient sacred war tool and used the heaven-defying ancient emperor divine technique. Naturally, the holy might was much stronger than before. The 6th mecha bore the brunt of the attack. Many cracks appeared on its body when it faced the attacks of the golden weapons. It almost collapsed on the spot. He quickly dodged, and the other 5 mechas quickly came to support him. However, it was still a bit too late. Yi Fan attacked powerfully and didn't hold back at all. Far away from the heavens, there were no more great threats. He could fight with all his might. Dang, the golden ancient bell leisurely smashed the shoulder of the mecha. Clang, the golden heavenly sword hacked down, directly cutting off one of the arm of the 6th mecha. Boom. The 9-layered pagoda pressed down. Primal chaos surged and smashed into his chest, causing his metal battle body to completely cave in. Then, it began to disintegrate. This kind of attack was too ferocious. Yi Fan continuously attacked. Hundreds and thousands of attacks were launched. All kinds of golden divine weapons moved together, forming an eternal light. How could the 6th mecha block it? Under the attacks of all kinds of weapons, ear-piercing shattering sounds rang out. Even the ancient sacred war tool couldn't block it. A loud sound rang out. It was as if a resplendent firework had bloomed. It was also as if a huge volcano had erupted in the cosmos. It made people's hearts tremble. This mecha was completely destroyed and turned into a ball of flames. The half-saint inside cried out in fear, but he couldn't break free. Pooh! A golden heavenly sword swept over and minced him into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and his divine sense turned into smoke. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed. Yifan's battle prowess exceeded their expectations. He was far stronger than when he was in the heavenly Pure Land. It made them feel a bit uneasy. 5 elements coexist. They stood together. 5-colored divine light circulated, hazy and mysterious. They evolved into 5 different worlds to fight against Yifan together. You guys said that once I'm fat, I can be slaughtered. However, I feel that it can be done the other way around. Yifan walked forward. Behind him was the golden world of divine treasures. It was brilliant and dazzling. Young man surnamed Ji, let's see how long you can be arrogant for. In the end, you are just an imperishable precious medicine of our clan. One of the middle-aged men said. He felt that the mothership of Xianxia should be arriving soon. Swish, a fiery red holy arrow shot over, exceptionally eye-catching in the darkness of the universe. Wherever it passed, thousands of runes would be extinguished, and the holy inscriptions would interweave. Behind Yifan, the golden divine treasure shone with resplendent light, causing the sky to rumble. All sorts of divine weapons flew out, colliding with the holy arrow. Resplendent light, eternal light. A great battle erupted between the 2 sides, a life and death struggle in the starry sky. The expressions of the few half-sages from the heavenly halls were unsightly. Because after waiting for half a day, the Brahmin immortal and the mothership still hadn't appeared. Clearly, they hadn't discovered this place, and this made them feel somewhat puzzled. Dang, a huge bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. This was a type of terrifying energy fluctuation. There was a golden holy bell hanging above the head of the golden mecha, and at this moment, the bell waves were unceasing, defending against all sorts of attacks from Yifan. The golden ripples were formed by thousands of runes, these were ancient saint-level laws. They transformed into all sorts of light and flew out, densely engraving themselves in the void of the universe. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be badly battered. It would be difficult for them to endure such a terrifying saint weapon. However, Yifan wasn't afraid at all. He brandished the 6 paths fist, causing the bell to rumble, as though it would shatter at any moment. This was a terrifying scene. His mecha was dyed gold, and behind him was a boundless world of treasures. He was currently fighting for supremacy, sweeping everything before him. All sorts of divine light revolved around him. In this ice-cold cosmos, he became the only resplendent one, as though a god had been reborn. This brat is freakishly powerful. Could it be that when the ancient cultivators developed to the extreme, they would be unrivaled? The few half-sages couldn't help but frown, feeling astonished in their hearts. They recalled some of the records of their ancestors. According to the ancient records of the Eternal Kingdom, there were extremely terrifying characters among the ascetics who had barehandedly torn apart their divine mechas. They were unrivaled in the universe. Chi. The black mecha of the Brahmin race displayed its might. It wielded a battle spear that flickered with black light, piercing through the starry sky like a black dragon that traversed hundreds of miles, pressing towards Yifan's immortal platform. A ray of fire burst forth, and a golden heavenly sword appeared in front of Yifan's midbrows. This was an attack made with the help of an ancient saint-level war tool. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword blocked the attack. Clanging swords rang out and snow-white light streaked across the universe. The silver mecha soared like a terrifying specter, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The fluctuations from the saint weapon destroyed a large area of the void, not leaving Yifan's vitals. Boom! The crimson mecha raised its left arm and activated its thermal weapon. A beam of divine light annihilated a large area of the sky. At the same time, the crimson sword in its left hand attacked. The golden divine treasure behind Yifan opened up, and it was like a mysterious country. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed at this great enemy. This was just a microcosm. In reality, it was like this every moment. Yifan fought against 5 experts by himself. All kinds of weapons and secret techniques attacked like thunder. The originally desolate universe was boiling at this moment. Millions and millions of strands of holy radiance flowed, and any one of them could destroy a living being. This was a great battle, and it had reached its climax. The 5 people on the other side were all shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so powerful, far exceeding their expectations. If it wasn't for the few of them having secret techniques, they would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, 5 kinds of light interweaved and connected together. It was as if 5 worlds were interacting. They rotated continuously, dispersing Yi Fan's attacks into nothingness. Boom! Yi Fan's fist intent was so powerful that it locked onto an ancient Saint mecha. It cracked twice, but in the end, it healed itself and was unscathed. This was the power of the 5 elements. Any heaven and earth could be interpreted by the 5 elements. Naturally, it was extremely mysterious. This was a secret that the Sanskrit had excavated from the ruins of ancient gods. Hey, are you still waiting for the mothership to descend? Sorry, I've already sealed this place. Not only can you lock up the void, but I can too. Yi Fan laughed coldly, disturbing their hearts. Their hearts sank. They finally understood why they hadn't received any reinforcements even after waiting for so long. The uneasiness in their hearts immediately became even stronger. With the 5 of us together, you will never be able to break through. We can be destroyed and reborn. Let's see how long you can fight for. A cold voice sounded from within one of the mecha. The 5 of you only know how to hide together and passively defend. Could it be that you don't dare to fight to the death with me? Yi Fan spat. In reality, both sides were constantly fighting to the death. The other side was just advancing and retreating together, so they weren't afraid to fight. At our level, it's useless even if you provoke us. Today, we are going to wear you down. Our mecha can heal itself, but yours will continuously be exhausted. A half-saint replied. Since you all are so cowardly, I'll use my physical body to accompany you all a few times. After speaking, Yi Fan appeared in the void, standing there with his head held high. Within the 5 mecha, the eyes of the great experts flickered. They were all shocked. A Dao Severer actually dared to face holy might like this? If he really dares to come out, then we'll kill him first. The universe rumbled. 5 streaks of light shot over. If they hit him, the consequences would be hard to predict. Whoosh! Yi Fan's physical body shook and tore apart the void. Instantly, he appeared hundreds of miles away. All kinds of light danced and curled around his body. Golden blood chi filled the sky. It's his true body. He really dares to leave his mecha. This is a rare opportunity. Let's slaughter him. A half-saint laughed sinisterly. He transformed into a streak of light and rushed over. Destroy his mecha. This is the price he has to pay for his arrogance. He's courting death. Another person cried out. He was overjoyed and incomparably excited. For mechas chased after Yi Fan's physical body. As long as they caught him, the golden blood on his body would change owners. Meanwhile, one mecha rushed towards Yi Fan's war tool. Clang, clang, Dao swords rang in unison. The golden bell shook violently. The ancient pagoda rose and fell. Yi Fan's physical body displayed a secret technique. He transformed into a streak of light and retreated. His speed was no longer below that of a saint. He maintained a certain distance and used the boundless divine treasure to protect himself very tightly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation came from afar. It was incomparably violent, and a furious roar could be heard. We've been tricked. His true body hasn't left the mecha. The black mecha had encountered great trouble. The battle spear in its hand had been broken as it retreated step by step. The 4 mechas turned around. They were all astonished. The light blue mecha was filled with golden blood chi. It was obvious that Yi Fan's true body was still inside and was attacking their companions. Not only did Yi Fan display the golden divine treasure, but he also used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist will. At this moment, his divine bravery had reached its peak. The black spear shaft was broken inch by inch. Meanwhile, the ancient saint-level divine armor was continuously collapsing. It was destroyed beyond recognition and was about to disintegrate. This kind of attack was too violent. 5 elements as one. The few of them all shouted. For streaks of light flew up, and a streak of black light also rushed out from the black mecha. They merged together and formed a perfect 5-colored divine light. Clang, this divine light that had fused together was filled with boundless chaotic chi. It was even heavier than the stars. It pressed down so much that even Yifan fell back. He revealed a shocked expression. Boom, tens of thousands of ancient runes jumped out. Each and every one of them was profound and profound. It was these runes that formed the 5-colored divine light. This was a mysterious power of the ancient gods. Now, it had successfully fused into the ancient Saint Mecha. Yifan collided with it repeatedly but was unable to stop it. The tattered black mecha escaped and the 5 elements mecha merged back together. The 5 people on the other side had gloomy expressions. They had almost been tricked and killed just now. Their expressions were very ugly as they glared at Yifan. Yifan's Dao body returned and stood beside the light blue mecha. He wanted to fight together with it. He frowned and felt that this was very troublesome. Attack. Finally, he made up his mind to attack fiercely. The 5 elements divine light could heal itself, but he believed that it couldn't continue indefinitely. There would come a time when it would dry up. Mountain embracing seal, the huge black mountain was like the sky. It smashed down ferociously, causing the 5 mechas to tremble continuously. However, the cracks that appeared quickly healed. Moreover, the 5-colored divine light swept out continuously, posing a great threat to Yifan. The golden divine treasure was unleashed, yet the 5 elements world was like a reincarnation cycle. The power of the 5 elements collided and fused into one, blocking him and preventing him from attacking. Yifan felt a headache coming on. He had used all kinds of methods, yet he actually couldn't break through this kind of defense. Moreover, the other party could defend and attack at the same time. It was a terrifying threat to him. The 5 wisps of mysterious power left behind by the ancient gods are showing signs of awakening. The few of them were pleasantly surprised. Their expressions were cold as they began to counterattack. Boom! The 5 mechas were actually going to fuse together. This was a shocking change. The 5-colored divine light they emitted burned even more brilliantly, sweeping Yifan away and making him somersault a few times. Every beam of 5-colored divine light was an exceptional divine sword. With clanging sounds, their power became even greater, almost causing the sky to collapse. Yifan's expression was grave. He circulated the army formula several times, but it was almost dissolved. The ancient god's mysterious power was very terrifying and difficult to control. Continue to activate it. He didn't believe it and used the army formula again. With a rumble, the 5 mechas finally trembled violently and almost separated. The 5-colored divine light was instantly somewhat scattered. Yifan's eyes shone brightly as he took this rare opportunity to attack. All kinds of wondrous techniques were unleashed as he attacked fiercely. 5 elements as one is limitless. Limitless life Tao was a terrifying power. The few half-saints roared loudly and fought back with all their might. However, Yifan's army formula began to show its might. After the first success, it became increasingly smooth. He forcefully separated the 5 mechas and controlled them to collide with each other, making it difficult for the divine light to fuse together. However, this consumption was huge. He felt that there were 5 special mysterious power seeds in the 5 mechas. They were extremely mysterious and had the aura of gods. The luster of Yifan's mecha dimmed quite a bit. He had used too much magic power, and the consumption of the army formula was astonishing. It could be said to be exceptionally terrifying. Boom! The 5-colored divine armor collided, and the 5 rays of divine light were completely separated. Finally, they couldn't be fused together. Attack and kill him together. The few half-saints shouted. They knew that the situation was far from good. They attacked Yifan with their divine light, wanting to fuse with him and destroy him. Kill! Yifan also roared. There was no way out now and he could only advance. He could clearly feel the power of the ancient gods. These 5 mechas couldn't threaten him, but the secret power within them was too terrifying. This was the final battle. Whoever fell into a disadvantageous position would be destroyed. Both sides fought to the death. Heaven overturning imprint, Yi Fan's right hand slapped down and transformed into the Celestial Emperor's precious imprint. It was unstoppable and collided with the scarlet mecha. A resplendent light was emitted and an ear-splitting explosion sounded. The scarlet ancient mecha and Yi Fan's mecha's arm were crushed together, turning into a field of runes and shattering a large black hole. He was not the slightest bit afraid. His other hand displayed the Battle Saint technique and the Eternal Universe Emperor furnace flew out. It was a fiery red field. Now that he was using the methods of a saint, its divine might was vast and mighty, almost turning this part of the universe into ashes. Boom! The golden mecha exploded, causing another terrifying shockwave. Clang! Next, an ancient mirror appeared. The Void Emperor mirror emitted a brilliant light and shone on the black mecha like a celestial light. It quickly melted and exploded with a boom. In such a short period of time, he had destroyed 3 ancient mechas. However, his own mecha had almost disintegrated and lost half of its body. Hand over your life. The other 2 mechas roared and rushed forward together. However, what awaited them was a self-destructive explosion. At the same time, Yi Fan used the army formula to make the 2 mechas collide violently. When everything was calm, Yi Fan and the Tao body stood in the dark universe. The green and white mechas were in tatters on the other side, but they weren't completely destroyed. Brat, let's see where you can run. How can you fight without a mecha? The 2 half-saints rushed over. I don't have a mecha, but my body is enough. Let's see how I can fight against you. Yi Fan was fearless and rushed up. He would be scared if his opponent wasn't damaged. But now, his mecha was in tatters and most of the talismans on it had been destroyed. Its holy power was extremely weak. Clang! Yi Fan used the army formula to make them collide again. Sparks flew everywhere and the mechas were badly damaged. Swoosh! His Tao body rushed to the front. His body fought with the mechas and the waves of divine power were terrifying. The half-saints and the 2 mechas didn't believe it. Damn it! Is this still a human body? How can it fight against the body of an ancient sage? They were all shocked. Kill him. The 2 mechas moved and used all kinds of horrible methods. However, their bodies were deformed and their movements were slow. They couldn't emit any divine light, which made them sweat profusely. Kill. They had no choice but to activate their other Tao marks in an attempt to crush Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's Tao body rushed forward. His physical body was no weaker than a real ancient saint's. With a snap, he tore off the arm of a mecha. Yi Fan's real body revealed a cold smile. The 2 mechas couldn't hold on any longer. Many talismans engraved on them had been destroyed. He also rushed over and started to fight with his body. The 2 half-saints used their magic power with great difficulty. However, Yi Fan and the Tao body were very close. Yi Fan attacked fiercely. His pure physical strength was terrifying to the extreme. He destroyed all the important parts of the mechas. Is this the power of an ascetic? It's too terrifying. The 2 half-saints' faces were ashen. Yi Fan and the Tao body used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist together. The golden fist smashed the 2 ancient sage mechas into pieces. No. The 2 screamed in pain. This was simply a nightmare. Yi Fan's body made them despair. He could break anything. Didn't you want to kill me as an immortal precious medicine? In the end, I'm the one who will send you on your way. Yi Fan shook his head. No. The 2 half-saints screamed in fear. However, in front of Yi Fan's golden fist, there was nothing they could do. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. They turned into a bloody mist. Yi Fan looked at the broken ancient sage mechas and then looked at his hands. He was a little uneasy. After obtaining the strongest evolution fluid and successfully breaking through, his battle strength had indeed increased a lot. He believed that if he could gain more and enter the 9th minor step of the Tao Severing Realm, he might be able to fight against the undamaged ancient sage mechas with his pure physical strength. In other words, he would be able to challenge a sage. I need the evolution fluid after the 3rd stage. The broken pieces of the mechas were everywhere. They flashed with a cold metallic luster. In this messy place, there were 5 seed-like brilliance flickering, flowing with the aura of deities. This is. Yi Fan's heart stirred. In the depths of the universe, on a huge mothership, Fan Xian's expression was filled with shock. She looked at the 5 soul marks on a crystal wall disappear. She was full of shock. She said with a trembling voice, "They're all dead. They were all killed." The enormous mothership floated in the pitch-black cosmos. Fan Xian's complexion was snow-white. She clenched her teeth, her expression incomparably unsightly. The ancient saint-grade 5 elements mecha had been destroyed, and the 5 great experts had all been wiped out. How could this be? Her appearance was unmatched. She looked at the 5 soul patterns that had disappeared from the crystal wall, feeling extremely unsatisfied and uncomfortable. He was clearly just a Dao Severer, and no matter how astonishing his bloodline was, he was still far from ancient saints. However, he displayed such terrifying power, and caused such serious consequences. It was hard for people to accept. We must seize the 5 secret force seeds. They were found in the ruins of ancient deities. I don't know how they are now, but they might be useful in the future, said an elder. They had obtained great benefits from the ruins, such as the ancient pill refinement method and the damaged formation that sealed the heavens. Meanwhile, the 5 element seeds couldn't be considered all that dazzling at first. At first, there wasn't anything special about them, but in recent years, they swept out with 5 elements divine light, and only then did they gradually blossom with brilliance. The losses this time are too disastrous. The expressions of the people on the mothership were all gloomy. The heavy price made people feel suffocated. These were elite and mysterious ancient divine mecha, and the loss of any one of them was enough to make an ordinary family suffer greatly. Even though the foundations of the heavenly hall's plunderers were powerful, they still couldn't withstand such losses. This was a disaster that made people want to vomit blood. The price is too great. Fan Xian's snow-white face was filled with anger, shock, and even more regret. In order to deal with Yi Fan, they actually caused such terrifying consequences. The gains didn't make up for the losses. To be more precise, they didn't obtain anything, and the losses were disastrous for nothing. Under the ice-cold starry sky, Yi Fan quietly stood there, many metal fragments floating around him. The 5 seed-like splendor flowed about, gradually dimming. 5-colored divine light. This was the most original thing among the 5 mecha, and one could tell with a single glance that it was a rare item. The splendor was disappearing, continuously dimming. The ancient deity's aura was becoming weaker, about to return to nothingness. Yi Fan used the army character formula, absorbing the 5 streaks of divine light. They curled around the tip of his finger, and he lowered his head to carefully observe them. Every seed was sparkling and translucent, and there were ancient deity runes on them. They were glistening with a mysterious strange power, gently fluctuating, spreading like ripples. It can't last long. It won't take long for them to dry up. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and his Xianxia flew out. The little golden person opened its mouth and sucked in all 5 seeds. Immediately, the little golden person's body flickered with the radiance of the 5 elements. One after another, ancient runes flickered on the surface of the small golden person's body. He quickly resonated with them, capturing every strand of aura and branding them in his heart. These 5 secret force seeds grew dim, quickly disintegrating within the golden little figure's body, unable to exist for long. However, there were many divine chains of order that interweaved, and in the final moment of disintegration, the most fundamental thing was revealed. Capture it, we must engrave it. The golden little person released great radiance, firmly remembering every single ancient symbol, arranging them in his sea of consciousness, earnestly comprehending them. This was the 5 elements, the world's most terrifying power. By grasping it, one could control all things in this world, standing above all sages. This is a type of divine skill of the ancient gods of Eternal Kingdom. It turned into a secret power seed and was preserved. I obtained it. Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. Any source of life, any star field, or even the entire universe could be explained by the 5 elements. This was a supreme power. The 5 elements were the root, constructing the world, transforming it into the universe and the galaxy. This was the foundation. How could Yi Fan not be surprised to obtain such a divine skill seed? He constantly analyzed, repeatedly deduced, and wanted nothing more than to completely grasp it. This was the secret skill of the ancient gods, so it was naturally broad and profound. He quickly entered a state of enlightenment, his mind completely immersed in it, and his whole body emitted the divine light of the five elements. The five secret force seeds dispersed, and the various symbols on the surface of the small golden person's body also disappeared. Everything returned to nothingness, but Yi Fan remembered the perfect imprint of the origin. The previous secret force was the divine power left behind by the ancient gods. Now, it had finally been annihilated, but the most precious imprint had been passed down. As long as Yi Fan was strong enough, he could condense his own divine power in the future. The most precious thing is not the Empyrean five elements mech itself, but the five secret force seeds within it. This is really delightful. Yi Fan could not help but laugh out loud. Although the light blue mech was destroyed and he did not obtain a single piece of the five elements mech, he was still in a good mood. After all, the mech was an external object. It was like an ancient sacred weapon that was stolen. It could only be used, but it was not the foundation of one's cultivation. However, this five elements divine light was different. It could improve his cultivation and increase his combat power. If he could advance a little further, he would not need the mech. He would be able to block it with his bare hands and tear apart the ancient sacred weapon of war. I want to break through. Just one more step and I can go anywhere in the entire star field. Yi Fan did not leave this place. He believed that Fan Xian and the rest would definitely be searching for him in the fairy feather star ocean. Instead of going out and risking his life, he might as well stay here and cultivate. He had set up the heaven-deceiving stratagem and could not see through this place. Even the various space carriers with high-level star field deities' eyes could not detect him. Time flowed like water. For half a month, Yi Fan's body glowed with the five elements' divine light from time to time. He swept away the pieces of the mech in the distance and collected them again to continue his training. Clang clang clang, another half a month passed. The sound of swords rang out and 5 swords rose up behind him. They lined up in a row and were filled with a chaotic aura. It was a majestic sight that shook the entire star field. Yi Fan studied the secret techniques of the ancient deities and finally had some understanding. He opened up the 5 elements divine light again and gathered the secret force. With a sweep, everything in the universe was destroyed. He fumbled around and tested it again and again. The result was amazing and he displayed extraordinary combat power. Once the 5 elements divine light appeared, it could be used for both offense and defense. Yi Fan found that the 5 elements divine light could be used to sweep away enemies and everything in the universe. The effect was amazing. Yi Fan was still in seclusion. He studied it seriously and consolidated his Tao fruit. He wanted to improve it further. Only after another month did he let out a long sigh and stand up. This is as far as I can go. I need to slowly study it and experience it in actual combat. He was already very satisfied with this. He had unexpectedly obtained a divine technique that was not inferior to the secret technique of the ancient sovereign scriptures. It was a peerless ultimate technique. Yi Fan put away the talisman carved from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree and unsealed the heaven-deceiving stratagem. He returned to the outside world and floated in the universe, preparing to enter the Eternal Lord planet. If there is the 3rd stage of the evolution fluid, then there must be the 4th stage. If I can get my hands on it, I might be able to shorten 100 years and directly advance to a higher realm, he muttered to himself. In this star field, the evolution fluid was a treasure. All the major forces attached great importance to it and were all thinking of ways to refine it. It could be said to be a heaven-defying shortcut. Different star fields had different paths. This was the difference between the great civilizations, and they all had their own strengths. However, Yi Fan knew that to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid was an extremely difficult and illusory task. This was because in the fairy feather star ocean, even the 3rd stage of the evolution fluid had not appeared for many years. The 4th stage was simply a myth. According to the records, someone in the fairy feather star ocean had successfully extracted it 5,000 years ago. It was too long ago. The fairy feather star, the original demon star, and the divine land are 3 smaller star fields that surround the Eternal Lord planet. I believe there must be an exciting divine liquid in the center. Yi Fan was hopeful. The journey in the star field was very monotonous. Yi Fan planned to go to the fairy feather star first and then go to the eternal Lord planet. The pure heavens was not a real-life star. It was just the base of the plunderers in the fairy feather star ocean. The fairy feather star was the origin of this smaller star field. Boom! Suddenly, a huge light beam was shot from the front. This was an extremely powerful thermal weapon. When traveling in the void of the universe, it could destroy a large number of meteorites in an instant to ensure that the route was smooth. Now, someone was using such a weapon to deal with Yi Fan. It was extremely terrifying. If he was hit, he would most likely be in big trouble. Swoosh, Yi Fan moved 10 miles to the side and avoided the light beam. A huge warship came from the depths of the dark universe and launched a fierce attack on him. The people from the heaven are really persistent. They have so much patience and have not retreated. Yi Fan was surprised and then frowned. His feet moved with the row word art, changing unpredictably. He moved in the darkness and attacked forward, wishing to board this enormous ship. It's really him. Stop attacking. Perform the space jump immediately and return to the mother ship. The person in charge of the ship ordered. This was a huge warship that could perform long-distance space jumps. It was sent into the starry sky to search for Yi Fan. In the past 2 months, the Brahmin race had invested a lot of manpower and resources because they were really angry. Even the pure heavens could not bear the loss of so many ancient sage mechas. They did not obtain the immortal blood and suffered heavy losses. They went for wool and came home shorn. What? He appeared? I want to meet him personally. The leader of the heaven, Fan Zhou, said. I'll go too. Fan Xian clenched her fists. Her pretty face was cold. In the next moment, the huge mother ship jumped into the stargate and appeared in the starry sky. It quickly chased after the coordinates where Yi Fan had appeared. He can't escape. Search for him. Fan Xian's expression was cold. This serious expression gave her a unique charm. She stared at the screen in the main control room and gritted her teeth. Not good. There are changes in the heaven. The Qi family of the immortal feather star has ambushed our pure heavens. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded. The whole mothership was in chaos. Damn it. They attacked right after we left. They have been planning this for a long time. An elder of the Brahmin race on the ship roared. Oh no, they stole part of the evolution fluid. When the news reached them, Fan Zhou, Fan Xian, and the others' expressions changed. They immediately ordered to reinforce them. They could not let them escape. Qi Meng is among them. She was captured by us for a period of time. She is very familiar with the pure heavens. Later, when their ancestor came, we were pressured to let her go. I never thought that she would be the one leading the way. Yi Fan flew up from a meteorite. Seeing them leave, he looked pensive. He then set up a chessboard formation platform and crossed the starry sky. He wanted to follow them and take a look. He wanted to fish in troubled waters because he lacked an ancient sage mecha. It was very inconvenient to travel in this country. Boom, the flames of war reached the sky. Blazing light burned. A great battle was going on in the starry sky outside the heaven. Countless battleships and ancient sage mecha were fighting. At the same time, there were also mother ships fighting. Great Dao runes and beams of light flooded the area. It was terrifying. This is a good chance. Hey! Yi Fan used the deceiving heaven formation to hide his aura. He then used the secret technique of the celestial court to hide himself in the void. He was invisible. He moved toward the huge battleship and prepared to land. Yi Fan boarded a giant ship. The cold metal flowed with fine symbols. The fusion of the great Dao and technology made it extremely sturdy. This was a rare material that had been refined hundreds of millions of times. Divine laws interweaved. From time to time, enormous flames would erupt. Terrifying energy surged. The void was densely packed and extremely dangerous. It had become a land of destruction. The battle between the two sides had reached its climax. No one noticed him. All of his aura was concealed by the formation patterns as he mixed into the battlefield and waited for an opportunity. Qi family, you've gone too far. An elder from the Brahmin race roared angrily. His divine senses spread into the cosmos as he controlled an ancient mech to charge forward. Yi Fan stared at this war tool. His eyes flickered with light as he said, "Not bad, but it's too difficult to seize it." So, a fiery red ancient mech flew up and rushed towards the Brahmin race's elder. It brandished a flaming divine blade and was like a divine phoenix bathed in immortal flames. The fluctuations of the saint level were boundless. A sea of divine force appeared between the two. More than 30 small spaceships exploded in succession, metal fragments flying in all directions. Then, black holes appeared one after another, separating the two sides and turning them into the source of destruction. A grand battle began. It was carried out everywhere. The giant motherships were the most terrifying. They could easily destroy large amounts of planets. They could also activate light screens to protect their own fleet. Hong, a 500 zhang long ship exploded, metal fragments flying in all directions. Many small warships were affected and destroyed one after another. Yi Fan frowned. A large-scale battle in the starry skies was cruel as expected. Death could arrive at any time. Qi family, you will pay the price. The Brahmin race's people roared. The Qi family's people retorted. They sneered and said, "Heaven's plunderers, you can only blame yourselves. First, you stole our heaven's mandate rock. Later on, our clan's sacred ancestor descended and made an agreement with you. Only then did you agree to give us the evolutionary liquid. Only then did the war end." This time, they went smoothly. They broke into the plunderers' pure land and directly seized a portion of the precious liquid. If not for the evolutionary liquid being divided into several portions and not stored in one place, they would have directly plundered it all. Hong, in the distance, the mechas of the ancient sages were engaged in a great battle. Near them, the symbols of the ancient gods flickered. Both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. Firearms, weapons of the great Tao, and all sorts of other weapons were brought out at the same time. This was a chaotic place. From time to time, there would be spaceships exploding, turning into fireworks like sparks that were exceptionally resplendent in the starry sky. The battleship that Yi Fan boarded was 3,000 zhang long, and its interior was very spacious. There were experts guarding it, but there was no ancient sage mech. He wandered around and searched through a few battleships. Unfortunately, none of them existed. Ancient saint-level mechas were too precious, and the Brahmin race did not have many of them. The remaining ones were probably on the mothership. Yi Fan waited patiently next to the mothership. He stroked his chin and said, "Don't tell me they've been overwhelmed after I destroyed the 5 elements armor and can't send them out." In the end, he boarded the mothership. He was confident that as long as the saint did not appear, he would be safe. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded. The moment Yi Fan entered, many symbols flashed. He had been discovered. He was not discovered by a scan, but by a person. This caused his hair to stand on end. It seemed like an ancient sage, a person with flesh and blood. "You're quite bold to dare to board the mothership." The middle-aged man who looked like he was valiant raised his fist and punched over. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. He really felt the aura of a saint. He had never thought that he would meet such a huge person the moment he appeared. He had no choice but to brace himself and fight. At this moment, he raised his physical strength to the limit. Since the other party was attacking him with his physical body, he did not want to injure him badly. No, it's far from the real body." When the two clashed, Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Although the other party's mana waves were terrifying, they were not as invincible as he had imagined. Could this be a clone? "Brat, could you be that indestructible golden body? You can actually fight against my clone." The middle-aged man revealed a strange expression. This was a battle physique cultivated from the flesh and blood of an ancient saint. Moreover, a strand of his primordial spirit had entered it. His physical body was definitely at the ancient sage level. Although his mana was lacking, it was still stronger than a half-saint. As long as you're not a real ancient sage. Yi Fan relaxed completely and took the initiative to attack. Boom, a great battle erupted. The ancient sage's expression changed. He opened a screen of light and opened the super training field inside the mothership. Otherwise, he was afraid that the holy ship would be destroyed. What happened? Inside the mothership, the important members of the Brahmin race were shocked. When they saw what happened, all of them were dumbfounded. The battle physique created from the flesh and blood of an ancient sage was actually suppressed by Yi Fan and was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Swoosh, behind Yi Fan, the five-colored divine light swept over, and the ancient sage ancestor tumbled twice, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Fan Xian was almost petrified. Her small cherry-like mouth was wide open, and her eyes were wide open. She had never thought that Yi Fan would be so powerful. Impossible. This is a battle physique created from the flesh and blood of an ancient sage. How can it not stop him? Brahma cried out. This is too inconceivable. Even the Brahmin race's giant Brahma was muttering to himself, his eyes blazing with light. There was not a single person who wasn't shocked. This toppled their understanding. A Tao-severing realm expert could beat an ancient sage until his flesh bled. This was like a fantasy story. He has the true indestructible golden body, not a few generations later. His golden blood is very pure, the ancient sage battle physique said in the middle of the battle. He had been artificially created, and his divine sense was a true strand of a saint's. He had vast knowledge and experience, and after suffering a great loss in a real battle, he naturally understood. Stop him, we have to make him stay. Fan Zhou was trembling from excitement. The first generation indestructible golden body was far more powerful than the later generations, and its value was immeasurable. Every single drop of refined golden blood was comparable to the most powerful precious medicine. This type of physique was difficult to produce even out of billions of people in 100,000 years. The first generation had nothing to do with their parents, and it was completely natural. Hurry, don't attack the Qi clan anymore. Let them leave and do everything we can to make him stay. Fan Zhou ordered. If it was the first generation indestructible golden body, its blood would be incomparably precious, and its value would multiply several times. It was even more precious than the lost portion of the evolution liquid. If it is refined with all of its power after a few generations, the precious blood's divinity will flow out. However, the true first generation is different, and it can continuously produce golden divine blood. An elder from the Brahmin race said excitedly. Then, he ordered everyone to seal up this information and not let it leak out. Yi Fan was rather gloomy. He wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he did not expect to block a disaster for the Qi clan. He was being targeted, and the fleet of battleships was about to be freed. Hey, you guys don't have to go that far, right? I'm just here to see if there are any ancient sacred mechas. I'm not here to raid your base like the immortal feathered Qi clan did. Yi Fan did not dare to continue fighting, and he charged out. Stop him, don't let him leave, a group of people shouted. At the same time, two ancient sacred mechas returned from afar, and they were about to enter the mothership to deal with Yi Fan. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yi Fan swung his golden fists, and the ancient sacred's physical body was pushed back, and blood spurted out of its mouth. This was his current combat ability. He did not use magic, and he only fought with his physical body. After obtaining the evolution liquid and breaking through to the 8th heaven of the severing Tao, he became this powerful. I'll beat you up. I'll beat your ancestors. Yi Fan cursed. The group of people all felt dizzy. They were so hateful that the roots of their teeth were itching. From a certain perspective, the battle body created from the flesh and blood of a saint really was one of their ancestors. However, when Yi Fan said this, they all felt very uncomfortable. Bang, the saint's physical body was beaten until it bled, and its body was covered in wounds. It was actually suppressed by Yi Fan, and everyone was shocked. Finally, the two ancient sacred mechas returned. Yi Fan immediately turned around, took out the matrix platform, and stepped into the space gate. He left the mothership, and he did not want to be surrounded and killed by all the forces from the heaven. Chase, don't let him escape. The mothership started to move, and it scanned the entire sea of stars. What made them dizzy was that Yi Fan immediately rushed out and disappeared into the fleet of Qi clan battleships. Behind him, Fan Zhou and his people could only chase after him. The Qi clan was puzzled. Just now, The people from the heaven had retreated, and they did not expect that they would suddenly come back and start a fierce battle. I don't want to be the scapegoat of others. You guys can carry on. However, I am going to the immortal feather star, and I can hitch a ride. Otherwise, I won't know where I am, Yifan said to himself. He rushed towards the Qi clan's mothership. This time, he was more careful, afraid that he would provoke another ancient sacred beast. Fortunately, no accidents happened. This guy has many secrets. He entered the immortal feathered Qi clan's holy ship. This is going to be tricky. The battle body created from the flesh and blood of the ancient sacred beasts had a light beam that was hundreds of miles long, and it could see everything clearly. They could not make any noise. Otherwise, if the indestructible golden body fell into the hands of the enemy, the losses would be even greater. They could only resist the urge to curse and chase after him. The leaders of the Qi clan also had the urge to curse. They realized that the people from the heaven had gone crazy, and their attacks were even more ferocious than before. Yifan entered the mothership and did not find any monsters. However, he did not dare to wander around unscrupulously. He planned to hide and leave immediately when he reached the immortal feather star. Little friend Yi, as long as you return to the pure land of the heaven with me, I will immediately betroth Fan Xian to you. If there is any trouble, I am willing to die. Fan Zhou swore. With the help of the battle body created from the ancient sacred beast's flesh and blood, he sent a divine thought into Yifan's ears. Although it was dozens of miles away, he could hear it clearly. On the side of the Brahma clan, everyone was shocked, especially Fan Xian. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was full of shock. I am serious. Fan Zhou said. Let me think about it for half a year. Yifan said lazily. He entered the Qi clan's mothership and was very relaxed. He knew that the people from the heaven did not dare to let him be exposed. Inside the holy ship, it was very spacious. There was an armory, a dining area, and a resting area. It had everything. This was a large base, and there was space law inside. It was many times larger than it looked from the outside. Unknowingly, he came to the resting area and entered a room that looked very luxurious and comfortable. In his opinion, there was a war going on outside, and no one would be resting here. Both of you go ahead and fight. I will rest here and recover my energy. When we reach the immortal feather star, I will automatically leave this car. Yifan lay on a soft bed. The pillow, which was carved from the 9 heavens' sacred jade, was emitting a precious light. The quilt, which was refined from the feathers of the golden crow, was warm and comfortable. All of this was extraordinary. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Someone had come, and they were actually rushing towards this room. The door opened, and a slim figure appeared. She was beautiful, and her hair was shiny. She was wearing a feather robe, and she looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. You. Who are you? Why are you lying on my bed? You have entered the wrong room. The Qi clan leader said that this room is temporarily occupied by me, Yifan said shamelessly. Nonsense, you. Get up. The beautiful girl was angry. This was a young woman. Her appearance was dreamlike, beautiful to the point of being unreal. Her fine black hair flickered with starlight, and her entire body was like this as well. Immortal radiance flowed about her, causing her pure white skin to appear even more sparkling and translucent. Who are you? What right do you have to order me around? Yifan was lying on the bed calmly. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye and did not seem to want to get up. Qi Mei was speechless. She did not expect this guy to be so calm. He had come to her bed, but he was still so calm. It was as if she had walked into the wrong room. Who are you? Get up. How did you sneak in here? A beautiful woman was a beautiful woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her beauty was illusory. Even this slight reprimand had a different kind of charm. Her beautiful body was glowing, and her jade-like body seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight. She looked ethereal, and very fairy-like. Didn't I tell you? The Qi family leader has lent me this room temporarily. You can choose another room, Yifan said seriously. Nonsense. Qi Meng could not take it anymore. More black lines appeared on her forehead, and her eyebrows were twitching. She gritted her silver teeth and said, "This is the first time I've seen a B***starred like you. You dare to tease me? Do you want to be thrown into the depths of the barren universe forever?" In this galaxy, there was a special punishment for controversial felons. All their relics would be taken away, and they would be stripped naked. Then, they would be thrown into the depths of the universe and left to fend for themselves. Unless one was a saint, it would be difficult for any cultivator to cross the boundless universe. Most cultivators would die of exhaustion, especially in the Eternal Kingdom, which relied on external artifacts. "Don't be so cruel, okay? I'm just hitching a ride. Once I reach the immortal feather planet, I'll leave immediately," Yi Fan said lazily. He was lying on the soft bed, feeling very comfortable. He had been living the life of a monk for so many years, and it had been many years since he had laid on a bed like this. He looked at the woman in front of him and guessed her identity. This was because there were only two most resplendent immortal pearls in this sea of stars. One was the heavenly palace's peerlessly beautiful Xianxia, and the other was the fairy-like Qi Meng. Suddenly, Qi Meng's expression froze, and she said, "You're Yi Fan, the foreign ascetic cultivator who wreaked havoc in the heavens and caused the Brahmin race to lose face?" She was quite sharp. Although she had never seen Yi Fan before, she quickly made the association and judgment based on recent events and confirmed his identity. Yi Fan said, "That's right, it's me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You guys have a grudge against heaven, so we should be allies. That's why there's nothing wrong with me commandeering your bed now. Let me take a nap." Qi Meng was very pure and very beautiful. She was as indistinct as a fairy, making people feel that she was too high to reach. However, at this moment, she was grinding her teeth. It was as if she had been banished to the mortal world and was tainted by the aura of the mortal world. She gritted her teeth and said, "You really make people want to beat you up." Yi Fan's name had spread throughout the heavens recently, and even she had heard about him. He had single-handedly destroyed many of the Brahmin race's ancient sacred meccas. It was so shocking that even some of the big shots of the immortal feather star were shocked. This was a powerful ascetic cultivator that everyone wanted to rope in. But now, no matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a good person. He seemed a little sloppy. Boom, the mothership suddenly trembled and shook violently. It was obvious that it was under attack, and it was very fierce. "Hey, pretty lady, is your mothership okay? The Brahmin race is risking their lives. Don't fail to steal the evolution fluid and get sunk here," Yi Fan said. Qi Meng rolled her eyes at him and looked at him carefully. No matter how she looked at him, he did not look like an ascetic cultivator. He did not have that kind of tenacity, coldness, and steadiness. Instead, he looked very frivolous. Very quickly, she thought of a rumor that said this ascetic cultivator had a special physique. The Brahmin race wanted to get their hands on him. She could not help but look surprised. Qi Meng was suspicious and said, "The battleships behind us have already given up, but they are suddenly chasing us relentlessly. It can't be because you are here, right?" "Nonsense. Nonsense. It was clearly you who stole the evolution fluid, and you blame it all on me. I am your ally, so don't be so suspicious of a good person, okay?" Yi Fan still had an indifferent and frivolous look on his face. "What kind of person is this? For no reason, he came to my bed and still acts like he is in the right place," Qi Meng muttered. Then, she raised her head and threatened, "No matter what, you had better get up and leave this room. Otherwise, all the firepower on the mothership will be aimed at this place." She was like a fairy, elegant and beautiful. Her whole body was covered with the light of the stars and the moon. She was surrounded by a divine aura, which was intoxicating. At that moment, her expression was very flirtatious. "All right, then I will go take a look elsewhere. As an ally, you should play the role of a host and treat me well." "Lead the way," said Yi Fan. He had the mentality of a game. At worst, he would just pat his butt and run away. There was nothing to worry about at the moment. "You really think of yourself as a guest and barged in without reason. Hurry up and apologize, or else you will be destroyed in this battle." Qi Meng threatened fiercely. Yi Fan opened the door and walked out with her. He really thought of himself as an ally and acted very familiar with her. Miss, who is he? Why is he here? A few young experts walked over and appeared in the corridor. After seeing Yi Fan, they were all shocked. Some of them were guard commanders, while others were old friends. Oh, sorry to disturb you. Although we have just boarded the ship, we are all allies, said Yi Fan. You. Who are you? Where were you just now? Why did you suddenly appear? A young man asked suspiciously. I just rested in Miss Chi's room for a while. Now, Miss Chi is going to show me around, Yi Fan said. Nonsense. You can take a nap in this room? The group of young people opened their eyes wide. Yes. Yi Fan spread his hands and pointed to the door behind him that was not closed. A few people suddenly saw the messy bed and were tongue-tied. Then, they glared at him, as if they wanted to bite him. You went to Miss Chi Meng's bed? A young man's face was as white as snow and he clenched his fists. Beside him, there were two people who almost fell to the ground. At first, Chi Meng did not speak. She wanted to judge what kind of person Yi Fan was based on his various reactions. But now, she could no longer hold it in. When she heard this, her body could not help but tremble. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Going to her bed? If this scandal were to spread, the entire Fairy Feather Star would be shaken. There would be many people who would cry. She would not be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the sea. The veins on Chi Meng's forehead were bulging. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This is a special intruder, and he is also a B** starred. You guys keep an eye on him and bring him to trial. Guys, don't be nervous. I just accidentally entered your mothership when I was crossing the star region. I was just joking. In fact, the Heavenly Palace is also my enemy. 2 months ago, I killed several of their ancient sacred mechas," Yi Fan explained. It was rare for him to be so serious. A few young people pointed all kinds of firearms and great path weapons at him. They were questioning him seriously and gritting their teeth. It took a long time for their expressions to soften. I knew it. How could he get into Lady Chi's bed so easily? It turns out that he came in by mistake. One of them let out a long sigh. Another person said fiercely, "Boy, you better pray for your own good. If the news spreads to the Fairy Feather Star and people find out that you have been in Lady Chi's bed, all the young talents in the entire ancient star will fight you to the death." Enough. The veins on Chi Meng's forehead were bulging. Her fair and alluring body was glowing brightly. Her beautiful eyes looked like they could kill. She warned everyone not to talk nonsense. It was not a big deal at first, but if they continued to pester him, it would only make things worse. If the news spread to the Fairy Feather Star, it would be explosive news. Especially those bad newspapers and Starry Sky websites, they would definitely do their best to add fuel to the fire for the sake of popularity. After a round of questioning, Yi Fan's freedom was almost taken away by the few old men. He wanted to rush out immediately, but an important person arrived. Everyone changed their minds and allowed him to continue hitching a ride. The war in the universe was still going on. The Brahmin race was dead set on them. The Chi family did not dare to make a large-scale space jump. They were afraid that the Stargate would be destroyed along the way and they would suffer heavy losses. "Xiao Meng, you guys go back first. It won't be a problem for us to restrain the enemy's mothership. We can definitely get rid of them, but just in case, you guys should take the evolution fluid back to the mother planet first to prevent any accidents," one of the giants ordered. Yi Fan was lucky enough to leave with Chi Meng and the others. They took a smaller spaceship and rushed into the open Stargate, disappearing without a trace. "Hey, did you really kill the Brahmin race's 5 elements armor alone? That is the famous King of Massacre, the war tool of the ancient sages." The group of people who left were mainly young people with sensitive identities. One of them could not help but ask. Yi Fan smiled and said that it was a fluke. "I heard that you killed Chao Qing before this. He is a noble son of the eternal main planet. Not many people dare to provoke the Chao family. Yes, it is definitely a terrifying force. It even has a place in the Eternal Kingdom." The group of people was discussing. Is this real or fake? Why do I feel like I don't believe it? Aren't the ascetic monks a bit too powerful? Some people were skeptical. Boom, the spaceship, which was more than 100 feet long, rushed out of the Stargate and into the starry sky. There was a planet with life not far ahead. It would not take long to travel there. Oh, we are back. Everything went well. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. However, Chi Meng's expression quickly changed. She stared at the big screen. In the cold space ahead, a huge mothership appeared, blocking the way. This was another mothership of the Brahmin race. It had actually stopped outside the fairy feather star and had come to their doorstep to stop them. It looked like it had just made a space jump and had been guarding here. D***, we are being watched. Don't worry. We are already at the doorstep of the fairy feather star. They will not dare to stay for long. As long as we avoid them, we will be safe. The group of people could not calm down. Everyone was very nervous. Boom, a huge divine light shot out. It was as fast as lightning. It was so fierce that it shattered the starry sky. Whoosh, the 100-feet-long spaceship was very agile. It dodged the attack and flew away quickly. Boom, the attacks from the Great Path God Sigil and the hot weapons were getting more and more intense. Beams of light intertwined in the void, drowning the place and turning it into a sea of fire. Oh no, they have blocked the way. If we continue to escape, we will only get further and further away from the fairy feather star. Many people were worried. I will stop them. You guys get ready to break through. Chi Meng stood up, took out a mecha, and prepared to fight. No, how can we let the lady go? I will stop them. The other 3 young men stood up and said at the same time. They were not ordinary people. They came from prominent families and all had mechas. They had only come to pursue Chi Meng. 2 of them rushed out, but they were hit by the blazing light and had to retreat. Although they had the ancient sage mecha, it was difficult for them to unleash their full power. Who can lend me a mecha to help you retreat? Yi Fan asked. He still did not look serious. The group of people looked at each other. Thinking of his battle record, they were all tempted. But was it true? Yi Fan did not wait for them to say anything. He stood up and pushed Chi Meng's mecha out of the hatch. He then entered the mecha and charged forward. Boom, more than 10 beams of divine light shot out. The hot weapons and the Great Path God Sigil were used at the same time. Whoosh, behind Yi Fan, the 5-colored divine light flashed and shot up to the sky. It swept away all the attacks. He entered the ancient sage mecha and unleashed his power. He faced the front alone. It's him. In the mothership in front, Fan Xian stared at the 5-colored divine light and clenched his fists. Fan Xian's fiery red hair was very beautiful and fluttered like flames. She was graceful and elegant like a fire elf, but at this moment, her knuckles had turned white from clenching so tightly. Facing Yi Fan once again, the other party used her clan's 5-colored divine light. The divine might was so great that it shattered the dozen or so light beams fired by the mothership. She had complicated feelings toward this person. She was the one who brought him back to the clan and could have put him in an important position. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? A beam of bloody light flew out from the mothership. This was a divine technique supported by the ancient saint's runes. It was an attack of the great Tao, and it was aimed at Yi Fan. This was a strike comparable to an ancient sage, capable of shattering a small planet. It was as if a river of blood had streaked across the pitch-black sky. Several 100 million ancient characters were densely packed together, and every single one of them was blood-red. This is the burning devil blood sacrifice. I hope it can ignite his golden blood and make him temporarily lose control. Fan Xian said calmly. In order to deal with Yi Fan, the Pure Lands of Heaven had made a lot of preparations. They even found an ancient technique to deal with people with special bloodlines. As expected, even Yi Fan felt a bit of heat inside. The mecha. The golden blood in his body was boiling as if it was burning. He was moved and said, "Not simple. What happened in the Eternal Kingdom in the past? Could it be that they created a special technique to deal with the indestructible golden body?" His expression didn't change as he circulated the swordsman's secret character. The blood in his body quickly cooled down, but his blood energy didn't decrease. He was sure that this forbidden technique couldn't do anything to him. Clang, behind Yi Fan, 5 colored divine light rushed out and turned into 5 treasured swords. Green, yellow, red, black, and white lined up in a row. Chaotic energy filled the air, and each of them seemed to be able to crush an ancient star. They were extremely heavy and powerful. Crack, the 5 colored divine light swept out, and the 5 treasured swords slashed horizontally. The hazy auspicious energy scattered, and the blood-like light beams and the tens of thousands of characters all dimmed down. Moreover, the sword radiance clanged as 5 beams of sword energy swept through the army. They directly slashed out for hundreds of miles and attacked the giant mothership, wanting to sink it. How greedy! Do they want to destroy our mothership? A veteran expert from the Brahmin clan said angrily. The others all had ugly expressions on their faces. The rainbow divine light originally belonged to them, but now, it had fallen into Yi Fan's hands and was being countered. This made them all feel terrible. Boom, 5 streaks of sword chi slashed down with boundless divine might, causing the expressions of the people on the mothership to change. The mothership's shield flickered and the runes cracked a little. This guy's power is too great. Is he really just a Tao Slayer? To be able to fully unleash the might of an ancient sage mecha, it's comparable to a sage. The group of people at Qi Meng's side were all shocked. A few youngsters revealed peculiar expressions, feeling that this fellow was too fierce. It seems like the rumors are true. The Brahmin race, which is as powerful as the heavenly halls, was really defeated. They suffered heavy losses, and this was caused by a single ascetic monk. Within the 100-zhang-long spaceship, the expressions of the youngsters were complicated. They were all elites, but none of them could display such power. Yi Fan's performance was truly shocking. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Behind Yi Fan, 5 treasured swords rushed into the heavens, releasing brilliant light. He actually took the initiative to attack the giant mothership. Boundless sword energy drowned out heaven and earth. Damn it, this fellow is truly powerful. He hid his true cultivation before. The people of the Brahmin race were helpless. They felt regret and hatred. They had allowed such a powerful youngster to walk on the opposite side. Hong Long, the mothership was trembling. It was actually being threatened. Open the energy barrier and protect the hull. Fan Xian gave the order with a solemn expression. A giant screen of light opened up, protecting the entire giant mothership within. Countless ancient runes flickered, lighting up on the body of the ship. These were the remnant runes of the ancient deities, and they could be used for protection. Yi Fan was shocked. It would be very difficult to break through. The reason why the mothership was so powerful was that it had the highest performance. Unless it was the throne of the mecha, ordinary weapons of the ancient sages would not be able to break through it. He only relied on one mecha, and yet he was able to force the people of the heavenly halls to be so cautious. This is really incredible. The people of the immortal feather star exclaimed. Even Qi Meng's beautiful eyes blinked, revealing a look of surprise. Yi Fan did not dare to be arrogant. He was very careful, using the row formula. Every time he moved, he would move dozens of miles, and he would choose to attack. Damn it, he is provoking us. Crush him, someone in the mothership said coldly. Yi Fan had a premonition of danger, and his movements became even more careful. Once the opponent's energy barrier opened up, it would be very difficult to break through. But the mothership could still launch attacks outwards without any hindrance. Smash him. This is too hateful. He is humiliating us. We cannot let him live, someone from the Brahmin race said. Angrily. In the distance, Yi Fan twisted his body in the blue mecha. His movements were agile, and he kept making all sorts of gestures at the ancient ship. This made it difficult for them to suppress their anger. Let me go out and tear him apart. A strong fighter with a head full of fiery red hair said. It was obvious that he had a bad temper, and he was about to rush out with his mecha. Don't be angry, Fan Xian said. He won't be able to hold on for long. The power of the mothership is unparalleled. He can only buy us some time. I really can't stand his provocation, the strong fighter with a fiery temper said. He is actually using the 5-colored divine light to carve words to provoke us. I want to join the battle. An elder stepped forward and said, I admit that you are very strong, but even the 5 elements mecha were defeated. Do you think that you are stronger than their combined strength? Our race's ancient sages mecha are almost gone, and we cannot lose another one. I just want to give it a try. You all can carve divine patterns on the mecha. If I lose, I can immediately take it back. It won't be lost. The middle-aged man insisted on fighting, unable to swallow this anger. Many people in Heavenly Hall were discontent, all of them asking for permission. In the end, an old monster nodded, allowing the expert with the bad temper to control the ancient sage's mecha to fight. Xiao, a streak of purple light rushed over, fast to the extreme. This was an extremely powerful war tool. The mecha's body was sparkling and translucent, its lines smooth and almost perfect. He held a dragon spear in his hands that looked like it was carved from a purple diamond. It was extremely sharp and dazzling, stabbing towards Yifan. There were no words, only a battle, hung. It was just the aftermath of the spear. In the distance, an enormous group of meteors collapsed, radiance sweeping through the cosmos, ultimately turning into dust. Chang, Yifan pulled out a water-blue longsword from his back. It was several zhang long, and like a ghost, it attacked forward, fast to the extreme, leaving behind streak after streak of blue light. Chang, his sword hacked out, sending the dragon spear high into the air. The 5-colored radiance behind him even more so flickered, 5 streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy hacking down, actually hacking off an arm. His movements were concise and swift, extremely ferocious and powerful. Everyone became stupefied. It wasn't that they didn't know that this foreign ascetic cultivator was strong, but they never expected him to be valiant to this extent, attacking like this as soon as he took action. Hurry, activate the formation patterns, drag him back. Inside the mothership, Fan Xian hurriedly gave the order. A streak of light appeared, forming an extremely resplendent divine gate, forcibly dragging the purple ancient sage's mecha inside. When Yifan saw this, light flashed past his eyes. The 5 precious swords on his back became one, turning into 5-colored divine light, tearing at this war tool. Everyone was shocked. He only relied on a single mecha, yet he could seize prey from the several thousand zhang-long mothership, continuously pulling at it. The 5-colored divine light is too mysterious, worthy of being the secret force seed of an ancient deity. In his hands, it truly shone with stunning brilliance. Fan Xian couldn't help but admit this fact. A violent tremor sounded. The mothership activated divine patterns, energy surging. Yifan had no choice but to give up, unable to compete against the giant ship. However, he didn't stop here, attacking fiercely. Half of his body stood within the divine gate, a fist smashing outwards, 6 streaks of fist intent blasting apart one of the purple mecha's legs, and then he even more so reached out his hand to tear off the other leg. Too valiant. The people on Qi Meng's side cried out in alarm. Damn it, kill him. This bastard is too hateful. Even Fan Xian couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. Ever since Yifan appeared, the heavens had continuously encountered bad luck. The only fortunate thing was that the purple mecha had been seized back, its source not lost, so it was easy to repair. No wonder he is a powerful ascetic cultivator from outside the region. His valiance is boundless. Qi Meng couldn't help but cheer with her people. Seeing this, Fan Xian felt even more uncomfortable. She and Qi Meng were equally famous in this starry sky, and there were many enmity between beautiful women. Yifan had turned around and betrayed the Brahmin race and her, and now he was helping Qi Meng, which made her feel terrible. We must capture them alive. Activate your strongest attack. Fan Xian ordered angrily, in a bad mood. Let's go. Qi Meng ordered. At the same time, she sent a telepathic message to Yifan, telling him not to continue fighting. No matter how strong an individual was, it would be difficult to destroy a mothership like this. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. The ascetic cultivator lives up to his name. No wonder he dared to kill Chao Qing. He is really powerful, to be able to destroy the Brahmin race's divine armor so easily. Among the rising stars, perhaps only a few freaks from the Eternal Lord Star can be a match for you. The people from the Immortal Feather Star shouted. Through the spaceship signal, they deliberately transmitted it to the enemy's mothership. The people from Fan Xian's side were so angry that their faces turned green. Even so, Yi Fan still had a small spaceship to escape. It was impossible for him to be a match for the huge mothership, so he fought and retreated. Oh no, the people from the immortal Feather Star Ocean are here to rescue us. Not long after, Fan Xian's expression changed. She had discovered the disturbance in the distance. This be asterisk starred. She stared at Yi Fan on the big screen, watching him attack. She was extremely angry, but she had no choice but to order a space jump and leave. On the 100 Zhang spaceship, the people cheered. The enemy had retreated, and they were finally safe. They had a good impression of Yi Fan, and they invited him on board. Of course, there were some people who frowned and did not look good. After all, Yi Fan's performance was too godly, and he had shown in front of Qi Meng, which made them feel threatened. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan was waving at them from afar. He was saying goodbye to them, and he did not return. Why did he leave? He made such a great contribution, why did he just leave? Even Miss Qi Meng admires him. With such combat power, the Qi family will definitely try their best to rope him in. The people were shocked, and they could not help but discuss. Qi Meng was surprised at first, and then her expression changed. The smile on her face disappeared immediately. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and said, "This be asterisk starred, he stole my ancient sage mecha." The group was stunned at first, and then they all had different expressions. Their expressions were very interesting. No one had expected Yi Fan to do such a thing. They had been prepared to welcome the hero back, but in the next second, he had turned into a bandit and stolen an ancient sage war tool. "Everyone, I have saved you. Take the mecha as my reward. I am leaving now, and we will meet again if fate allows it." Yi Fan waved at them from afar, and then disappeared with a whoosh. This be asterisk starred is too ruthless. Losing an ancient sage mecha is enough to hurt a very strong family. His reward is too generous. The group did not know whether to thank him for saving them, or curse him. This guy is a be asterisk starred. Even Qi Meng, who was usually very gentle and delicate, could not help but grind her teeth and curse like a little devil. Yi Fan used the chessboard's matrix to cross the starry sky and rush to the immortal Feather Star, which was the home planet of Qi Meng and the others. In the past, the stargate on this ancient planet had exploded many times, causing many casualties. Since then, stargates were not allowed to be built on the ground. Normally, they had to go deep into the starry sky. Therefore, when Qi Meng and the other spaceship returned, they appeared in outer space. The chessboard's matrix that Yi Fan controlled was not restricted, and it did not take long for him to appear on this life planet. "What a beautiful planet," he could not help but exclaim. The mountains were surrounded by fairy energy, the lakes were like gems, and the plains were like jade. The whole planet was fresh and beautiful, and the spiritual energy was dense. It was very beautiful. In particular, he saw a lot of modern cities, skyscrapers, and rows upon rows of them. It was a very visual impact. Moreover, there were many huge divine islands floating in the sky. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, the spirit springs were gurgling, and the palaces were floating. Golden crows, cheelants, rocks, and other divine birds and strange beasts could be seen. This was a modern planet with an ancient mythological atmosphere, which gave people a very different feeling. Yi Fan did not know how many people there were on this planet. When he was in midair, he saw many huge cities. As he flew, he saw many desolate places. Hey, besides the modern cities and ancient divine islands, there are also ancient barbarian cities and some ancient ruins. Yi Fan was surprised. He found that there were some ancient cities and castles in the primitive desolate places. These should be the only remaining ascetic cultivators. In this starfield, there were people who specialized in cultivating the treasures of the human body. It was just that there were very few of them. They had completely declined. In fact, most of them were crafting equipment and could not be considered as pure ancient cultivators. Yi Fan was very cautious. He knew that the people in this starfield were always on guard against races from outer space. If he was not careful, he would be detected. After putting away the mecha, he changed his appearance and used a few days to understand it. Then, he changed into a new legal identity. He even had the crystal soul seal of this starfield to show his identity. It's like a dream. It's so modern. I thought I had returned to Earth. Walking in a city that was even more modern and dreamy than Earth, Yi Fan sighed. Before going to Eternal Lord Star, I should relax. Yi Fan wandered around. The fiery sun, the white beach, and the blue seawater all looked so beautiful and pleasant. Sunshine, beach, sea. How many years has it been since I felt like this? Yi Fan hugged a coconut and lay on the beach. It felt very surreal. There were many people in the distance, most of them mortals. They were enjoying the sunshine, the beach, and the sea. On this ancient path, there was such a place. It was like returning to Earth. It made Yi Fan feel surreal. Yi Fan stretched his limbs and lay on the white beach. He faced the sapphire sea and completely relaxed. He treated himself as a mortal, as though he had returned to the past. Robber. Thief. Return my Mecca. Not far away, a pure and beautiful girl with a great figure walked over. Her angry look made people want to pinch her flawless white cheeks. How did you find me? Yi Fan's face was gloomy. Qi Meng actually found him. She was wearing cool clothes suitable for the beach. Her delicate body was as white as ivory, and her clear eyes were staring at him. The white sand beach, the blue seawater, the gentle sea breeze, and the hot beauties walking by naturally made people feel relaxed and happy. Yi Fan had a ridiculous feeling. This was the other side of the universe, but it felt like he was on the beautiful coast of Earth. It made him doubt whether it was real or not. However, he couldn't care about this now. Trouble had come knocking on his door. Qi Mei was standing in front of him. She was wearing cool shorts, a tight corset, and a pure white body. Her hair was soft and shiny, like the condensed starlight. Her big eyes were very lively, and she was grinding her teeth at him. Beauty, do I have such great charm? Is it worth it for you to not be willing to follow me for thousands of miles? You really flatter me, Yi Fan said lazily as he lay on the beach. With Qi Meng's identity and status, the people she came into contact with were all refined and courteous talents who were very respectful to her. It was rare to see such a sloppy guy. Thief. In the end, she spat out these two words with a trace of a little devil's smile. Yi Fan touched his chin. These two words were really a little destructive. After roaming the world for so many years, she was known as the indestructible golden body in this star field. But now, she was regarded as a thief. How shameful was that? You dare to come here alone? Isn't it the same as a little white sheep voluntarily throwing itself into the mouth of a lion? Aren't you afraid that I will kidnap you? Yi Fan said with a mischievous smile. Qi Meng glanced at him vigilantly. She moved her snow-white feet slightly and took a few steps back. She looked like she was guarding against a wolf or a thug. She whispered, "That's true. There are not many good people among thieves." Yi Fan was speechless. This girl was obviously not afraid of him. What she said was completely to mock him. If she was really afraid, she wouldn't have shown herself. Qi Meng playfully blinked her big eyes and said, "I have used a special mysterious forbidden tool to capture your soul wave. I can upload it to the Starry Sky Network at any time. At that time, the entire Eternal Kingdom will put you on the wanted list. It's useless even if you change your appearance. I'm not from this star field. If I can't do it, I'll just leave. It's no big deal." Yi Fan had a look of indifference on his face, and then he threatened viciously, saying, "Before I leave, I'll take away this most resplendent immortal pearl of yours. I believe there are many fat-bellied uncles or bald uncles who will like a girl like you. I believe you can be sold for a good price. If they know your identity, they will be even more excited. Maybe they can even trade it for an ancient Mecca." Go to hell. Qi Mei was so angry that she almost pounced. Being able to enjoy the dance of the most beautiful woman in this star domain in front of this blue sea, blue sky, and sandy beach is indeed a delightful thing. Yi Fan took out a celestial cherry from the fruit basket and bit into it. The juice was fragrant as he looked at her contentedly. "Are you really an ascetic? Why do I feel like you grew up in the scoundrel battalion?" Qi Meng blinked her big eyes and asked seriously. "What do you think a cultivator should be like?" Yi Fan naturally knew that she was mocking him. This girl looked delicate and pure, but her mouth was very unforgiving. Qi Meng tilted her head and thought about it seriously. A monk should walk barefoot in a world of ice and snow or magma without frowning. He should train his will through all kinds of hardships. He should move forward alone in the midst of hardship. He should be serious in speech and manner and strict in self-discipline. He cannot be a thief. Are you scolding me again? Yi Fan found her lively and interesting. I'm not scolding you. Give me the mecha. Otherwise, you won't be able to control it. It has the mark of my race, Qi Meng said. Yi Fan had already guessed why she was able to find him so quickly. This ancient sacred mech was extremely mysterious and complicated. It had long developed intelligence and had an inseparable connection with the Qi family. I can polish this ancient sage war tool and remove the imprint on it. On top of that, you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. If I don't accept such a huge gift, the heavens will not tolerate it. Yi Fan stood up. His expression was evil and he did not look like a good person. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to do anything on the immortal feather planet, I believe you won't be able to leave, Qi Meng said, wrinkling her nose. Tell me. What do you want? Yi Fan refused to return the mecha. I'm here to ask for the ancient sacred battle matrix. Why are you so shameless? Qi Meng mumbled. She frowned and thought for a while. It's fine if you don't return it, but you have to show me enough sincerity. My uncle wants to see you. No way, Yi Fan said, laughing. You want to see his parents so soon? You're too impatient. We haven't known each other for long. Qi Meng stared at him and waved her fist. She made a throat-cutting gesture to give him a warning. My uncle is inviting you with sincerity. There is no motive. He just appreciates your fighting power, Qi Meng said seriously. Yi Fan frowned. After what had happened to the Brahmin race, he did not want to join any powerful factions. This was a cruel and realistic world. There was no gratitude or hatred for no reason. Once he got involved, there would be endless karma. How about this? You can talk in private. You don't have to go to my race, Qi Meng said, taking a step back. Yi Fan looked into the distance. There were dozens of experts hiding there. They had followed Qi Meng here. This was why she dared to approach the imperishable golden body so casually. Your spiritual senses are really scary. Even from so far away, you can still detect me with the ancient talisman of the Great Path. Qi Meng was surprised. She asked the people in the distance to leave to show her sincerity. Yi Fan did not say anything. He thought about it carefully and walked forward with Qi Meng. They entered a coconut grove. There was a spiritual spring there. There were many beautiful buildings. An old man had been waiting in a stone pavilion for a long time. This was Qi Meng's uncle. He was a big shot in the Qi clan of Fairy Feather. He had come personally to ask Yi Fan to join them. As a first-rank guest of the Qi clan, his status would be extraordinary. Yi Fan naturally did not want to join them. He had no interest in these things. He had come to this ancient planet for the evolution fluid. There was no point in using it. At the same time, he had reason to believe that they knew he had the imperishable golden body. It was hard to say whether they would have the same goal as the Brahmin race. Qi Kuan said, Don't worry, little friend. We will not be as heartless as the Brahmin race. Compared to your golden blood, we appreciate your talent and potential more. We believe that you will become a peerless ascetic cultivator. Yi Fan smiled. He shook his head and said, Do I need to join the Qi clan? What he meant was obvious. What benefits could he get? What was the point of joining them? He would rather be free and unrestrained. I know you are thinking about the evolution fluid of a higher level. I believe you have experienced its charm. It can save you decades, or even hundreds of years of hard work, and you can easily advance a level. You have to know that in this star area, only the top forces can refine the best evolution fluid. That is because the materials are all rare divine minerals from ancient times. Our Qi clan is about to succeed. If the heaven did not snatch the destiny rock, the divine fluid would have been flowing. This time, we have found an ancient planet with traces left by ancient deities. I believe we will be able to gather the materials soon. In the near future, the fourth stage of the evolution fluid will appear in the world again after thousands of years. Qi Kuan was very eloquent. He laid out his bargaining chips and let Yi Fan choose. There was something here that he needed the most. The fourth stage of the evolution fluid was indeed a powerful temptation. How could Yi Fan not be moved? He had come here for this. However, he did not want to take the risk. This clan definitely had an ancient saint. He did not want to provoke them before he successfully crossed the tribulation. I can obtain the fourth stage of the evolution fluid just by joining? Yi Fan was not convinced. Of course not. The materials we need are in a strange place. It will be difficult to excavate them, so we need the help of a powerful ascetic like you. Qi Kuan smiled. Let me think about it first. Yi Fan did not want to join. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he wanted to excavate the divine mineral, he might lose his life at every turn. I naturally will not force you. Think about it carefully. Qi Kuan handed him a jade crystal wall. He told him that if he had any ideas, he only needed to crush it and he would rush over. Hey, you have to take good care of my ancient sacred Mecca. Don't make it too bad, Qi Ming said. She did not ask for it back and left with Qi Kuan. The immortal feather star was a source of life. Like the original demon star and the divine soil star, it was not very vast. Together, they protected the eternal Lord Star in the central star area. The Qi clan was known as the Immortal Feather Clan. On this ancient star, they were not the most powerful clan. No one dared to provoke them. Tens of thousands of years ago, their clan had a supreme immortal body. They were invincible in the eternal kingdom. Because of this star was named after the clan. The Brahmin clan had a Brahma battle body, which was also world-shaking. They also appeared in this star area. However, they could not name this star because they came from the Eternal Lord Star area. The Eternal Lord Star was too vast. It had produced many terrifying people. No clan could completely rule it. There were many kings, and it was like the Big Dipper star area. The Immortal Feather clan was located in a vast wasteland. There were many divine islands floating in the air. It was a forbidden land, and no one dared to enter. Big brother, you have a lot to worry about. Why don't you just capture that boy? I heard that the Brahmin clan used evolution liquid to nourish his body. Now, it is already fat and can be refined into golden divine blood. This is a great gift. Why don't you do it? On a divine island, a middle-aged man sat on a stone chair with a cold look in his eyes. He faced the clouds in front of him. There was a waterfall there, rumbling. And the island was suspended in the air. It was a spectacular sight. Qi Kuan's expression darkened. He said, "Little brother, if you dare to act rashly, don't blame me for not considering our brotherhood. This young man is not simple. The battle talent he has shown is even more precious than his indestructible golden blood. Things that can be grasped in the palm of your hand are the most precious," Qi Yin said with a cold smile. Qi Kuan warned him solemnly. "I will not allow you to do this." He saved Qi Meng and the other young people. If you act rashly, others will say that we are biting the hand that feeds us. He stood up, flicked his sleeves, and flew away from the island, disappearing into the horizon. Hey, what do you mean by biting the hand that feeds you? Reality and the situation are stronger than you. Qi Yin said. Report, the Chao family is here, and they are asking to see Lord Jiao, someone reported to the island. Qi Yin's heart jumped. He said, "Oh, people from Eternal Kingdom? That family is a giant. They are super powerful, and they can look down on everything. They are respected as nobles. Chao Qing is dead. They heard that the murderer might have come to the Immortal Feather Star. They most likely want to ask Lord Jiao for help. The leader is a beautiful woman." Good. Please, meet them, Qi Yin said. Yi Fan left the seaside and appeared on a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. This place was covered in snow and ice. Cold mist was everywhere, and it was bone-chilling. He studied the Mecca here and finally erased the Qi family's imprint. As for the jade disc, he threw it by the seaside. He had no intention of contacting Qi Kuan. he saw a huge mothership flying through the sky towards the depths of the desolate sea. Its aura was monstrous. It has the Chao family's insignia. Is it here for me? Yi Fan was very alert. He pondered for a while and then flew towards the seaside. When he was hundreds of miles away from where he had thrown the jade disc, he stopped and opened his celestial eye to observe and wait. Ever since he killed Chao Qing, every time someone mentioned it, they would sigh at how powerful the Chao family was. Naturally, Yi Fan paid attention and had a deep understanding of them. This was a large and terrifying clan. Among the great powers of the Eternal Lord Star, they played an important role. They were a powerful overlord. Otherwise, Chao Qing would not have been able to send 2 auxiliary divine materials to the Brahmin race. The seaside was beautiful and nothing had happened. Yi Fan waited for half a day and no one came. However, he did not leave. Instead, he buried the crystal wall in a cliff in the no man's land. He set it up repeatedly and carved the deceiving heaven matrix. Of course, he left a flaw on purpose. The crystal wall could avoid the scanning of the mothership, but it could still send out a wisp of qi that allowed others to deduce his location. Then, he started to wait patiently. On the second day, an undetectable ripple came from the distance. Dozens of battleships appeared. They were like dark, leaden clouds. Many people flew out and started to make arrangements here. They are really careful. They stopped when they are still 500 miles from the seaside. Yi Fan revealed a sinister murderous smile. They were definitely coming for him. The group used a special method to hide themselves. Then, they advanced 200 miles and started to make arrangements about 300 miles away from the crystal wall. They buried many forbidden weapons. This was a great Dao-killing formation. If it was activated at the same time, there would definitely be heaven overflowing baleful energy that would be able to flatten everything within a range of 300 miles, completely shattering it. I want him alive. This brat has an imperishable golden body, and his body has golden blood. It will be extremely useful. A youngster licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Yi Fan murmured to himself from afar, "People of the Chao clan, you're really overbearing. I killed Chao Qing and provoked a group of experts. They didn't hesitate to cross the starry sky to come here. Do they want to extract my golden blood? Oh, this brat really has some tricks up his sleeve. Even the mothership couldn't scan this place." He could only deduce the aura of the crystal wall here, a middle-aged man said. To himself. Yi Fan watched them coldly from the side. With the secret art of the celestial court, he hid a dozen miles behind them and watched them quietly. What kind of role did the Qi family play? Were there people guiding them? He muttered to himself, his gaze somewhat cold. 1,000 miles away, a huge mothership sank into the sea. It was closely monitoring the situation in this direction, ready to provide assistance at any time and carry out a destructive attack. He's just an ascetic cultivator from the outer realms. Does he really think he's one of those terrifying existences from ancient times who could summon the wind and rain, devour the sun, moon, and stars? Unless Wan Qing comes back to life, no one can behave atrociously in the Eternal Star region. A youngster from the Chao clan sneered. Clearly, his status was not low. He was Chao Qing's cousin, and his name was Chao Feng. Alright, the ancient killing taboo divine patterns have all been buried underground. After we activate them, we'll definitely flatten this place and destroy that brat's soul. We must pay attention to the heat, or else we'll waste the golden blood for nothing, a middle-aged man said. This was one of Chao Qing's uncles, Chao Delin. Don't worry, leave him alive. We'll beat him until he begs for mercy like a dog and kneels on the ground, Chao Feng said with a chuckle. Killing him isn't enough to display our might. We should keep his blood and use it wisely. Even his bones, flesh, and blood are treasures for refining weapons. It's worth preserving, another youngster named Chao Jin, who was also from the direct line of descent, spoke up. This time, the Chao clan had mobilized such a large force. They naturally had to give an explanation. Chao Qing had died, and they had lost an important ancient Mecca. Such a great enmity had to be avenged. Activate it. The middle-aged Chao Delin waved his hand. The people from the Chao clan all revealed cruel smiles. They moved together, activating the divine patterns buried underground. This place instantly changed. In an instant, wind and clouds surged, and a vast killing intent surged. Thousands of zhong, boom, black clouds pressed down, and killing intent covered the sun. Giant divine statues rushed up one after another, all of them as black as ink. They crushed forward, definitely capable of creating a rain of blood and a foul wind. Yi Fan's expression changed. If he was trapped in this great formation without the rose symbol art, he would most likely be killed and turned into a mist of blood. You guys are truly vicious. Since this is the case, I won't be polite either. He transformed into a specter and appeared beside an important character of the Chao clan. With a slash of his finger, the head of that person was decapitated. Fresh blood sprayed 2 meters into the air, and with a flip of his hand, he shattered the immortal foundation of that person. After that, he rushed towards the next person. In a simple and direct manner, he used the killing arts of the celestial court, vanishing without a trace, reaping lives. Pooh, pooh, almost instantly, 8 people died. All of their heads flew into the air. They died so suddenly that no one even saw the killer. It was as if there was a malicious spirit secretly stealing their souls. Retreat quickly. Chao Delin shouted. Heh, you guys want to leave after coming here? Didn't you guys lay down a great formation for me? Yi Fan rapidly arrived before Chao Delin and attacked mercilessly. This was a half-sage, and it was impossible for him to wait helplessly for death. He resisted fiercely. However, a 5-colored divine light flashed behind Yi Fan, sweeping him away. After that, a green, yellow, scarlet, black, and white treasured sword appeared, all of them shrouded in chaotic chi as they slashed over. Pooh, even someone as powerful as a half-sage was not enough. He was immediately beheaded, and blood splattered everywhere. His body and soul were both destroyed. It's him, the ascetic with golden blood. He was the one who killed Chao Qing and seized the Brahmin race's divine power seed. Chao Jin shouted and fled for his life. No one had thought that the unforeseen event would happen so quickly. The person they had trapped to kill had actually appeared behind them and was not in the formation at all. Qi Yun, that old bastard, set up a trap for us. This ascetic must have received the news long ago. And turned around to kill us, Chao Feng shouted on the other side. He no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had before. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Sure enough, there were people from the Qi clan involved. With a single step, he caught up to Chao Feng and twisted his neck. With a ka-ba sound, he beheaded Chao Feng, ending his life. Pooh, at the same time, there was a flash of bloody light. Yi Fan's finger pointed out and pierced through the space between Chao Jin's eyebrows from a kilometer away. Blood blossomed everywhere, and his corpse fell from the sky. In the distance, the battleships rumbled as they discovered the abnormality here. They all moved over, and huge beams of light shot over with divine might that could shatter the sky. Yi Fan transformed into an Azura with a faint cold light in his eyes. He moved quickly, and a golden world opened up behind him. The golden divine treasure appeared, and all kinds of divine weapons flew out. They were dazzling and incomparably terrifying. Many people from the Chao family were shot through and couldn't board the battleship in time. Their corpses lay there, and blood flowed everywhere. Miserable screams rose and fell. Yi Fan was like a god of death. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood and foul winds, and he started a boundless massacre. Once a divine technique like the golden divine treasure was used, it was as if the source of destruction had been opened. He was invincible. Many people cried out in fear. In order to avoid him, many people were forced into the monstrous killing formation in front of them. They stepped into the danger zone they had set up themselves, and immediately, miserable screams rang out incessantly. Boom, Yi Fan faced the battleship and used his corporeal body to fight against the metal hull that was 300 meters long. He tore it apart with his bare hands, causing many people from the Chao family to turn pale with fright. The indestructible golden body is actually terrifying to such a realm. Quickly, run. This was a great defeat. The Chao family was caught unprepared and suffered a huge loss, suffering heavy casualties. Yi Fan gave chase. Once the 5-colored divine light shot out, a 400 meters long battleship was swept by him and struck into the dangerous formation in front of him, instantly shattering into pieces. Boom, once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. He destroyed 4 battleships with his bare hands, and his golden fist smashed the ice-cold metal hull into pieces. The Chao family was shaken, and many young people were so frightened that their faces were drained of blood. To them, this was truly like a legend. Was he still human? More than a dozen battleships were sunk. Buzz. Suddenly, violent energy waves came over. That mothership that was hidden in the sea 1,000 miles away rushed into the sky and shot a beam of scarlet light at Yifan, traversing 1,000 miles. This was definitely a thunderous strike. If one was really hit, even an ancient saint's body would be penetrated. Yifan used form transposition and traversed more than 10 miles away. His eyes flickered as he looked at that gigantic object. Its entire body was flickering with green light, and it was thousands of meters long. It was like a giant steel city, eternal and immortal. Almost in the blink of an eye, it closed in on 800 miles with unbelievable speed and crushed Yifan. Moreover, at the same time, 4 ancient saint mechas flew out and rushed toward Yifan. One of them held a blood-red dragon spear, one bent a purple saint longbow, and one pulled out the golden axe on its back to attack the great enemy together. Swoosh, Yifan retreated again and quickly entered his blue ancient saint mecha before disappearing from the void. He had used the secret technique of the celestial court to launch a sneak attack. Kacha, with a flash of 5-colored divine light, 5 primal chaos treasured swords behind his back soared into the sky and almost cut a purple mecha in half at the waist. So powerful, even more terrifying than I imagined. A woman and an old man in the mecha looked at each other in shock. They quickly activated the forbidden array and summoned the other mechas back. The 4 powerful ancient saint war machines came and went quickly. They were sucked into a divine gate, but Yifan did not let them go. He chased after them and attacked fiercely. With the help of the 5-colored divine light, he attacked with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, breaking the thigh of a golden mecha, the arm of a red mecha, and the bow of a purple mecha. Then, he pulled them out with brute force. In a one-on-one fight, only an ancient saint can fight him. Maybe only a few monsters from the main planet can fight him. Everyone on the Chao family mothership was shocked. All of them were dumbfounded, and a chill ran down their spines. Swoosh, Yifan disappeared again. He controlled Qi Meng's ancient saint mecha and used the secret technique of the celestial court to merge with the void. He also used the heaven-deceiving array to hide his aura. Even the mothership couldn't detect him. Damn it, he escaped. We came here with so many people, but we suffered such heavy losses. It's hard to swallow this. Someone clenched his fists in anger. Boom. However, what shocked them was that Yifan didn't run away. He actually approached the mothership, and the 5-colored divine light swept out, cutting off a corner of the ship's hull that weighed several tens of tons. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out. Yifan swung the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, smashing everything in his way. He tore off a large piece of the hull and wanted to break in. This is not a human. Quickly, activate the energy shield. Everyone was stunned. This was a god of death, an evil spirit that broke free from the shackles of hell. He was invincible and even dared to attack the mothership. Boom, the energy shield activated and protected the entire mothership. Even an ancient saint's attack could not do anything. Yifan had no choice but to retreat. He stood in the air and faced them coldly. Inside the ship, a young man was about to go mad with anger. His name was Chao Tian, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, he almost destroyed one of our mothership's great Dao runes propulsion systems. This is a divine treasure, and it was actually shattered. Now, the situation is very bad. We need to return to the main planet immediately. If we are targeted by other forces, it will be very dangerous." Beside him, an enchanting and beautiful woman also looked terrible. Her name was Chao Lin, and she was Chao Qing's sister. She did not expect to suffer such a great defeat when she came to denounce him. "We have underestimated him. This is a very dangerous and terrifying monk. We cannot underestimate him in the future," an old man sighed. "Return." Chao Lin gave the order reluctantly. On this day, the immortal feather star was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. A person and a mecha had defeated the Chao family's mothership fleet. What a glorious achievement. This is crazy. Is this true? This monk named Yifan is too powerful, isn't he? This is an unbelievable battle. He can't possibly be able to compete with the freaks of the main planet, can he? Is this the rise of another legend? The immortal feather star was shaken, and everyone was shocked. After the battle, Yifan's expression was very cold. While the outside world was in an uproar, he began to take action again. He asked around and had a detailed understanding of the Qi family. He then found out what kind of person Qi Yun was. It was he who had provided help to the Chao family. This time, he had almost fallen into the killing formation. Yifan responded to this and began to search for Qi Yun's youngest son. In the end, he dragged him out of a brothel in an ancient city in the Great Wasteland and shocked him half to death with his supreme divine power. Go and tell your old man that I am not afraid of him. If he provokes me again, I do not mind looking for him to settle the score, Yifan warned. Bang! On a divine island of the Qi family, Qi Yun smashed his teacup into pieces. Looking at his beloved son who was seriously injured, he stood up, gritted his teeth, and said, "This is the immortal feather star. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up." Suddenly, Qi Kuan's voice came from afar, ordering him not to act rashly. He said, "Little brother, don't cause trouble for me." Qi Yun's expression was livid. He did not say anything until Qi Kuan was far away. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you have the indestructible golden body, so what? Can you compare to Wan Qing?" The Chao family played an important role on the Eternal Lord planet. A stomp of their foot could make anyone tremble. They were a powerful force. They came with a fleet of motherships, but they were defeated by a single person and a single mecha. The immortal feather star was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it. No matter how they tried to find an excuse, it seemed too dreamy and unreal. It is said that he is an ascetic from the depths of the universe. I did not expect him to be so powerful. Could he be another divine fetus after Wan Qing? The Chao family will not let this go. They have lost a lot of face on the immortal feather star. They will most likely send an army to fight. Everyone was shocked. They all felt that this incident was unreal. The news also reached the heavens. All the important people were stunned. They realized that Yifan's potential was limitless and that he was talented in battle. Fan Xian and some of the clan members frowned. The inextinguishable golden body had missed them. It was famous on the immortal feather star and would attract the attention of many powerful forces. Even if the Chao family went to kill it, it would be useless. There might be other powerful forces who would extend an olive branch. I think it is necessary to make up for it, Fan Zhou said to himself. He looked at his clan members. A true inextinguishable golden body was not a few generations later, but the first generation. No one could predict how much potential it had. The Eternal Lord Star was a vast ancient star. It was vast and had a large population. Since ancient times, many people had been born there. There were even ancient gods. The Chao family dominated a region. Few people in the eastern region could match them. Now, some of the giants were angry. In front of the huge palace, many people were silent and did not dare to say anything. This was an ancient palace that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was floating in the sky. It was the symbolic building of the Chao family. It was surrounded by space carriers, islands, and mountains. Pa! An old man smashed a diamond table in the palace and shouted, "Useless! You have disgraced the Chao family." A space carrier and a large fleet were defeated by a Dao Slayer. What use do you have? The people below were trembling, but no one dared to say anything. This result was too embarrassing. There was nothing to say. Think of a way to wash away your humiliation. Don't let the Chao family become a laughingstock, or else I'll feed all of you to the dragons. Another giant roared angrily. That day, a gale swept out from the Chao family. A group of people left, wanting to get rid of Yifan. All types of methods were used. The immortal feather star received the news very quickly. The people of the Chao family were furious and decided to enter the immortal feather star en masse. They wanted to cause trouble for Yi Fan. The news spread like wildfire. For the past few days, Yi Fan had been very low-key. Although he had shocked the immortal feather planet with his battle, he did not dare to be arrogant. Instead, he went into hiding and visited various historical remains to find what he needed. This was a historical site known as the Evergreen Pond. It was a pond made of bluestone, and there were a few stone pavilions beside it that had traces of time on them. Clusters of lotus flowers grew in the pond, looking like jade. They were flourishing, not withering in the past 20,000 years. It was said that Wan Qing had once bathed here, and the lotus flowers had sprouted overnight. After such a long time, the pond had not dried up, and its spirituality was still there. I think Emperor Qing must have been incredible at that time, reaching a shocking level, Yi Fan said to himself. He was convinced that Wan Qing was Emperor Qing. Regardless of whether it was in the Brahmin race's heaven or the immortal feather star, he had been seriously looking for traces of his ancestors. He believed that this could be a stop on the ancient road of the galaxy. Otherwise, why would Emperor Qing have appeared? After such a long time, he had been searching carefully and asking some people indirectly. He had learned some unusual information. Throughout history, there had been groups of monks who seemed to have passed by this area. If I want to know more, maybe I should go to the eternal main star. Yi Fan believed that there should be more traces there. Splash, he dived into the pond and swam downstream. Wisps of spiritual energy rose up in the water, forming a myriad of colors. This place was very suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan could not help but be amazed. The ancient demon emperors were extraordinary. They must not have become emperors 20 million years ago, but they could leave such immortal traces. Hey, handwriting! Yi Fan was surprised. On a piece of green stone at the bottom of the pond, he saw a line of words. They were not ancient words, nor were they divine words. They were words from Earth. Master Pang was here. Seeing this sentence, Yi Fan's expression became strange. Then, his heart beat violently, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. Such a person with such bad taste, such tone, such handwriting, immediately pointed to one person, Pang Bo. He really passed by here. Yi Fan suppressed his excitement. Without a doubt, this line of words confirmed his guess. Emperor Qing had passed by here, and Pang Bo had passed by here. This was a stop on the ancient road of the galaxy. Oh, I have to be more careful and look for traces of them. Maybe some of them have not left yet, he said to himself. There were no treasures at the bottom of the pond. Yi Fan rushed out of the water and continued to the next relic, following the legend of Wan Qing. Hey, the Chao family is here. They have issued a sky-high reward. Whoever can provide clues and capture that monk will be rewarded handsomely. This news swept across like a gust of wind, stirring up the clouds in all directions. The people of the Xianxia star were very interested. The Chao family made a comeback. Last time, they were dispirited. This time, the fleet of battleships roared. It was like a dark cloud pressing down on the sky. They rushed toward the planet, full of murderous intent. Yi Fan looked from afar and saw that the silver battleships were densely packed like a steel jungle. There were 3 motherships that had come just for him. It could be said that they had mobilized a large force. They really think highly of me. Yi Fan was surprised. He knew that this could be a big crisis. The Chao family had come to the Xianxia star with great momentum. In the next half a month, they attacked in all directions, looking for traces of him. However, they had not found anything. Could it be that he has already left? The people of the Chao family were suspicious. Chao Ling frowned. Her enchanting and beautiful face revealed a thoughtful expression. Then, she said with certainty, when I retreated the last time, I had people activate the power of the galaxy net to monitor this part of the galaxy. Any appearance of the starry door would be detected. As for directly flying to the outer region, it is even more impossible to hide. We can be sure that he has not left this ancient planet. Increase the bounty, a middle-aged man said. Not long after, the Xianxia star was in an uproar. The Chao family was actually willing to use a supplementary divine ingredient to refine the strongest constitution evolution fluid for a monk. They are indeed rich and overbearing. Few other big forces can compare. Is this a battle of pride? Is it purely to vent their anger? What do you know? I heard that the monk has an indestructible golden body. Even after more than 10 generations, it is still amazing. The golden divine blood that can be refined is priceless. With the Chao family's all-knowing methods, it will definitely be of great use. It is definitely worth it. Many people were whispering, causing a huge uproar. Very well, if the Chao family is willing to pay, I am willing to help. Go and collect the bounty. On the Qi family's divine island, Qian laughed coldly. Not far away, in a quiet bamboo forest, his most beloved son was recuperating. More than half of his bones were broken, and his vitality was greatly damaged. This made him extremely angry and annoyed. You are an outsider monk, and you dare to behave so atrociously on the Xianxia star? I will make sure that you will regret ever being born. Qi Yun was furious. He ordered people to go to the ancient sacred Mecca warehouse and retrieve a secret map of the Great Path. He studied it for a long time. This was the talisman used to construct these war tools, and it contained a huge secret. My clan's ancient sacred Mecca is not so easily taken away. Now, analyze it carefully for me. I wanted to explode together with this war tool. A group of elders buried themselves in front of the talisman and studied it carefully. From time to time, the talisman of the Great Path would flash. They were conducting all kinds of experiments, preparing to crack the ancient sacred map. Qi Meng came to visit and said, "Ninth uncle, what are you doing?" "Big uncle told me to tell you not to act recklessly. Yi Fan saved our lives. If you make a move now, others will look down on us and say that we are biting the hand that feeds us." "My dear niece, what are you thinking?" "Don't worry, I am not that kind of person." Qian smiled as he sent Qi Meng off. In heaven, the Brahma clan received the news that the Chao clan had made a move. Fan Xian frowned and said, "This is not good. If he is captured, won't the indestructible golden body pass us by? Oh, we can try some other methods to draw him over. Do you still remember the ascetic cultivators that appeared several years ago? Why do I feel like they came from the same place?" Fan Tian spoke with an evil tone. His fiery red hair was a dazzling scarlet red. "That's right, there might really be a connection." The Brahma clan's big shot, Fan Zhou's eyes lit up and he stood up. On the Xianxia star, on a divine island of the Qi clan, Qi Yun laughed coldly. His eyes were sinister as he stared in a certain direction and said, "Let the ancient sacred Mecca explode. If he is smashed into pieces, we will go and extract the golden divine blood. If we fail, we can also expose his whereabouts and sell him to the Chao clan to collect the reward for the divinity minerals. No matter what, he would not be at a disadvantage. This time, he would have a great harvest." The group of people rushed toward a vast wasteland. "Oh, he should be in the depths of the mountains. Get ready to activate it. Let Qi Meng's ancient sacred Mecca of war disintegrate and destroy the so-called indestructible golden body for me." Qi Yan's expression was sinister. He did not hesitate to destroy a divine artifact in order to severely injure Yi Fan and destroy his physical body. In the depths of the mountains, Yi Fan was restless. He had a feeling that something was about to happen and that he was about to face a great disaster. This was an instinctive feeling that one's cultivation level had reached a certain level. After ascending to the 8th level of severing heaven, this kind of divine instinct had become even more extraordinary. Something is wrong. What is going on? Yi Fan used his powerful divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Then, he looked inside his physical body that was as pure as rainbow divine glass. He held the green copper tripod in his hand to guard against any mishaps. "It's this ancient sacred Mecca." Finally, his expression changed. At the last moment, this divine artifact of war underwent a transformation. It suddenly became dazzling and was actually about to explode. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. He quickly summoned it out and fiercely suppressed it into the green copper tripod, isolating it from the outside world. The green copper tripod had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even though it was broken, it was not something that could be destroyed by the power of the mortal world. It could suppress an ancient sacred weapon. The blue radiance was blazing, but it could not detonate the divine Mecca. Yi Fan carefully observed and saw that something was wrong. He sneered and erased the destructive imprint, resolving the dangerous situation. So dangerous. This is a divine artifact. If it really shattered and burned in my body, I would definitely not be able to endure it. Even if I don't die, I will still be crippled. How ruthless. Yi Fan still had lingering fears. This brat's life is really tough. The ancient sacred mecha actually did not explode. What method did he use to endure it? In the distance, Qi Yun was bewildered and had a gloomy expression. Then, he smiled sinisterly and immediately contacted the Chao family, telling them that Yi Fan was here. The Chao family's mothership was extremely fast. It appeared in a short while and completely sealed off the entire mountain range. All the strongest firepower was concentrated in front. The depths of the mountain range were completely peaceful. All types of powerful vicious beasts and barbaric dragons were lying dormant, feeling a type of pressure and danger. Occasionally, strange birds would cry out and flee into the distance. The leaves on the trees fluttered about, fluttering down in a disorderly manner. There was a wave of austere energy, as if late autumn and winter had arrived, sweeping through this place. The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. The fleet of motherships appeared several hundred li away. It was as if millions of evil mountains were traversing through hell, making everyone's hearts almost stop beating. The ice-cold ships flickered with cold light. They were densely packed, surging over like lead clouds. Under the lead of the three motherships, they sealed off this mountain range. Yi Fan naturally sensed this a long time ago. He opened his heavenly eyes and saw a dark expanse in the distance that made one's heart tremble. Qi. A streak of scarlet light rushed out several hundred li, sweeping towards Yi Fan. Chao Lin's expression was cold as she gave the order. The great battle thus began. Wherever the scarlet light passed, mountains collapsed and lakes dried up. It was dazzling and terrifying. Yi Fan didn't have much of a choice. He entered the light blue mecha and turned into an ancient saint. He held a large blue bow in his hands, his eyes releasing cold light. Chao family, you all are too domineering, bullying others intolerably. Yi Fan held the large bow with both hands, releasing heaven-overflowing fluctuations. This was a divine artifact. It was sparkling and dazzling. The large bow was several zhang long, releasing a terrifying aura. Yi Fan shifted his position, avoiding the tens of thousands of beams of light. He released a loud roar and drew the bowstring. His entire body shone with endless radiance as he aimed forward. It was as if a volcano was erupting, or as if a vast sea had burst its dike. A biting cold and intimidating aura surged, illuminating eternity, piercing through the river of time. With a light shout, Yi Fan released the bowstring. Fluctuations that made one's flesh and bones tremble swept out in all directions. The arrow that left the bowstring flew out, the brilliant beam of light like a blue sea. Hong, this arrow struck a 500 zhang long giant ship. Light rushed into the 9 heavens on the spot, producing an intense explosion that shattered heaven and earth. That place was filled with endless black holes. This was a catastrophic result. There were many smaller ships in the surroundings, and they were all affected. Under the scattering of the holy arrow's fluctuations, they all exploded one after another. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Back off. Someone in the 3 motherships gave the order one after another. They propped up the light screen and pressed forward to protect the battleships. Then, they shot out destructive light beams. This type of powerful mothership was enough to shatter this ancient star. Now that it was attacking Yi Fan, it was naturally a great disaster. It was like a tsunami that swept through the world. Their defense was astonishing. Once the light screen was activated, it would be difficult for outsiders to break through. To the enemies, it could only mean despair. If not for the traversal formula, Yi Fan would have definitely fallen. The divine power of the 3 space carriers was too great. It was enough to sweep across the boundless star field. Wherever they passed, even saints would be shocked. Other than that, there were also 6 ancient sage mechas standing in the sky, swinging their golden divine swords, black dragon spears, purple heavenly sabers, etc. This was a great battle, the sky surging, incredibly ruined. Chaotic energy was even blasted out, unable to endure such terrifying power. As for the mountain range, the moment Yi Fan rose into the air, it collapsed inch by inch and turned into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. Yi Fan, return my brother's life. Chao Lin was enchanting and beautiful, but at this moment, her face was somewhat distorted. She screamed. She was Chao Qing's blood sister. Last time, she was the one who came with the mothership, but in the end, she suffered heavy losses and had to leave dejectedly. Yi Fan did not reply and disappeared from his original position. He used the secret arts of the Celestial Court and the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal himself and rushed forward. At close range, he waved his golden fist and forcefully smashed into the light screen of a mothership. A deafening sound rang out, but unfortunately, the wave-like ripples spread out, and he could not attack. This mothership had tens of millions of Dao patterns densely covering its body. The interweaving brilliance could not be broken, otherwise it would not have been revered as a powerful mothership. Beams of light shot out together, and the sky was colorful and overflowing. All kinds of divine radiance burst forth, looking extremely dazzling. Any beam of light was extremely destructive. Yi Fan retreated, moved horizontally, and charged vertically. He constantly changed his position, controlling the ancient sage war tools to fight back fiercely. The three motherships sealed the sky, and a supreme defensive light screen descended, blocking all of Yi Fan's attacks. Meanwhile, they still had a dense group of battleships that could shoot and kill the enemy without restraint. Yi Fan did not want to continue fighting, so he took out the chessboard formation and wanted to escape. However, the other party discovered his intentions, and the three motherships rushed out with hundreds of millions of beams of light, cutting the void. This method was simple and effective, completely breaking through the laws with brute force. The Supreme Divine might cut the void into countless pieces, and Yi Fan could travel through space, but he would immediately rush out. Outer Realm Cultivator, you are dead for sure. Return my nephew's life. A middle-aged man shouted, and the attack power of the mothership he was on became even stronger. I will use your golden divine blood as a sacrifice to my brother, grind all your bones into pieces, and sprinkle them in front of his grave. Chao Lin also screamed, full of resentment and hatred. Yi Fan's expression did not change. He continuously attacked, wanting to break through the blockade, but the light of the motherships was like the sea, sealing and enveloping this place. He could not break through at all. Qi Yin said sinisterly, it seems like he can't make it. He is going to fall here today, and we have to help out. After all, we have received a bounty from others, and that is a type of divine mineral. We cannot let this brat leave alive. A mothership rushed up and joined the battle. The four directions were sealed, and Yi Fan's situation became even more dangerous. He had fallen into a hopeless situation. It's the Qi family's mothership. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. Outer Realm Cultivator, are you willing to join us? Perhaps we have a way to save you. Suddenly, someone secretly transmitted a message. An ancient sacred Mecca appeared in the distance, watching the battle from the horizon. Who are you, and what are your conditions? Yi Fan asked. I come from an organization called God. Those who can be ranked in it are all peerless experts. They often go to the outer realm to mine divine minerals, and they need an ascetic like you. The Mecca transmitted a message. If you want me to join, you have to let me see your strength. Help me sink a mothership first. Yi Fan said. Your request is too excessive. I have already contacted another god, and he said he wants to test you. You must have a stunning performance to be worthy of us taking action for you. The god within the ancient sacred war tool replied. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and he no longer paid attention to this god. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. If he didn't change anything, he would most likely die. For motherships compressed the space. Even if he had the Celestial Court's secret concealment technique and the heaven-deceiving formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. 5 colored divine light flashed, and 5 treasured swords slashed out, cutting a large part of the light screen. Unfortunately, it quickly healed, and he couldn't rush out. Boom! The heaven and earth collapsed. Yi Fan struck out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, similarly shattering the light screen. He rushed forward for several kilometers, but in the end, he was swept back by the light screen that appeared again. Your performance is astonishing, and you are qualified to join, God. However, we still want to see your potential. If it is stunning enough, you will become our core member. The god transmitted a message. Facing 4 mothership fleets alone was like a legend to any Dao executioner. It could even be called a miracle, which was why even this mysterious organization recognized him. Yi Fan sneered in his heart. No matter what, he had to rely on himself. The other party still didn't help him. Did they want to see his trump card? This was clearly unreliable. Open for me. Yi Fan circulated the army formula with all his strength, treating one mothership, the densely packed fleet behind it, and the blazing light screen as one. He did everything he could to control it, wanting to move it away. Boom, the heavens trembled, the fleet of motherships trembled, and the impenetrable light screen undulated. Everyone was stupefied. Just how enormous and terrifying of a power was this? To control an unmatched mothership fleet from so far away, it was comparable to moving an ancient life star. It was because there were supreme traces of the great Tao here, and every strand could lock down the universe. Who could move it? This was a leviathan that could wipe out stars. Yi Fan did it. The god in the distance was shocked, and he said to himself, could it be that he really has the potential to become a core member? As for Chao Lin, Qi Yun, and the others, they were all dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. This was truly a person who could pull up the stars and moon, and whose aura was unrivaled. Is he human? How did this ascetic cultivator cultivate? It's truly shocking. Many people were tongue-tied, and they were almost dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Boom. Blood seeped out of Yi Fan's mouth. What he was doing now was incomparably difficult. Even someone as powerful as him could not defy the heavens for long. The void was clearly locked down, and the light screen isolated everything, but it was forcibly moved away by him. Some battleships lost their balance and collided one after another. They emitted brilliant light and were continuously destroyed. Boom, Yi Fan threw out the mothership and rushed out of the blockade. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he charged out of the exceptional killing formation formed by the 4 motherships. Too powerful. He can even escape like this? Inconceivable. Many major powers were watching the battle and were incomparably shocked at this scene. Who was that just now? It seems to be that terrifying organization on the Eternal Lord Star, God. Heavens, could it be that this ascetic has caught the eye of God? Yi Fan had killed his way out of the 4 mothership fleets. For many people, this was simply a miracle. Don't let him go. This person is terrifying and has boundless potential. If he escapes, there will be endless disasters in the future. Qi Yin roared. For the first time, he felt fear. The Chao family people hadn't even chased after him, but he had already led the motherships to chase after him. He was even more active than those on the Eternal Lord Star because he was truly afraid. That's right, kill him. We can't let him go. Chao Lin also shouted. The 3 motherships chased after him. But no matter what, they couldn't catch up. Yi Fan escaped danger and rushed through the realm gate. This ascetic is very powerful and has the qualifications to join God. The 2 gods from the Eternal Lord Star looked at each other and made this judgment. Although Yi Fan had spat out golden blood, his physique was astonishing. He recovered in a moment and his vitality was not damaged. That night, he entered the Qi family alone and used secret arts and the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura. Like a ghost, he ascended a divine island floating in the air. There were all kinds of divine marks and marks here that could defend against ancient saints. He used the travel formula and safely entered without making a sound. There were no alarms. This person is very powerful. He must be an unrivaled existence among the ascetics. In the future, his achievements will most likely catch up to the ancient gods. We must find him. If we don't get rid of him, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. On the island, Qi Yun's expression was ugly. This time, he had let Yi Fan escape. He was alarmed. He had personally seen how terrifying the other was, and a layer of haze appeared in his heart. He had gathered a group of powerful subordinates and was discussing how to find Yi Fan. He was determined to kill him. There's no need to find him. I'll come myself. Yi Fan stepped on the moon with a cold expression. He walked step by step like a god. You. Qi Yun was shocked. He didn't think he would be so daring as to barge into the Qi clan's forbidden area. One had to know that this place could defend against ancient saints. Immediately, someone rushed into the sky, wanting to gather people and send out a warning. They wanted to use the power of the immortal Feather Qi clan to kill Yi Fan. Not a single one of you can leave. Yi Fan walked several hundred zhang away and intercepted them in the sky. With a pu sound, he removed the heads of 2 people who rushed into the sky. They were dripping with blood as he threw them onto the ground. The remaining people kept quiet out of fear. They were all horrified and felt a chill from head to toe. I'll pay you a visit tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go and sink the Chao clan mothership. Yi Fan was like a demonic god as he pressed forward step by step. His words were cold. The bright moon washed the starry sky, and pure white divine light shot out in all directions. Yi Fan was walking on the moon like a god of death. No one outside knew that he had arrived on a divine island of the Qi family. 2 blood-stained heads were thrown to the ground by him, shocking the group of people. Their scalps went cold, and no one dared to act rashly. Cultivator from the outside world, what are you doing? This is the immortal Feather Qi clan, don't you dare act recklessly, someone shouted loudly. His relationship with Qi Yun was not shallow. What am I doing? You already know the answer. Yi Fan stepped on the moonlight, and with a single step, he arrived in the blink of an eye. He punched him into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. He had come to kill. He wanted to find trouble with Qi Yun and get rid of him. There was nothing much to say. An old man came forward and said, Young man Yi, I heard that you have a good relationship with our clan's pearl, and big brother Qi Kuan also admires you very much. What you do will destroy their relationship and lead to serious consequences. You have the nerve to say that? Who sent the mothership and the Chao family to surround and kill me? I saved Qi Meng, and this is how you treat me? Yi Fan's voice was cold. His step landed, and the entire island almost collapsed. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and with a ping sound, the person was sent flying and turned into ashes in the air. Let's talk about it. The immortal Feather Qi clan has no ill intentions. Big brother Qi Kuan has already said that he wants to invite you to be a first-class guest, a middle-aged man said. But in reality, you want to kill me. Yi Fan stared at everyone. The middle-aged man continued, this. In short, the immortal Feather Qi clan is willing to be on good terms with you. Some unpleasant things may have happened today, but it was only the actions of an individual. We can talk about it. If we were to talk about it, I wouldn't have come to this divine island. I would have gone to meet Qi Kuan directly. Is there anyone on this island who wants me to visit? Yi Fan mocked. This was Qi Yun's base camp, and the troops he had gathered were of the same mind as him. They had all boarded the battleship to kill Yi Fan, so there was nothing to talk about. Sir Qi was indeed impulsive today, but fortunately, he did not make a big mistake. Please calm down, little brother. We are willing to compensate you. The middle-aged man was Qi Yun's niece's son-in-law. Yi Fan coldly glanced at him and no longer spoke to him. Instead, he stared at Qi Yun and said, Old thief, how long are you going to hide? Do you think you can escape this calamity? Qi Yun's veins were throbbing. Just now, his niece, son-in-law, and the others had bowed down to him, but it was completely useless. The other party was overbearing, making his expression unsightly. From start to finish, he didn't feel anything. Although he was afraid, he didn't want to lower himself to beg for mercy. With a gloomy face, he secretly sent a message to someone asking for reinforcements. Why aren't you saying anything? Yi Fan gave him a sidelong glance. Expert from outside this region, don't go too far. We admit our wrongs and are willing to pay the price to compensate you. Do you want us to kneel down and beg for mercy? A hot-tempered fighter said. Pooh. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's mouth. He struck out with a fist, and this person turned into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul were both destroyed. Your power and arrogance have become a habit. Even in this kind of situation, you still can't put down your airs. Those who don't know might even think that I'm the one begging for mercy. Who exactly is the one on the chopping block now? Many people's expressions changed. The young man on the other side was extremely ruthless. He didn't even frown after killing several people in a short period of time. Now, no one dared to speak carelessly and kept their mouths shut. This time, this old man was wrong. What do you want? My Qi clan can give you some divine ores as compensation. Qi Yin spoke. His expression was indifferent without any expression. That's not necessary. Your life is enough. Yi Fan said. A few people stood behind Qi Yin. All of them revealed angry expressions and ominous glints shot out in all directions. They had been preparing for a long time and activated an ancient formation. At the same time, a group of terrifying firearms emitted blazing light and swept forward to launch a murderous attack. Everyone, let's kill him together. The news has already been sent out, and I believe there will be a great army coming to assist in a moment. Even the ancestral saints will be alarmed, these people shouted loudly. At the same time, Qi Yin entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fled into the distance at lightning speed. He wanted to escape this calamity. I dared to come here, so why would I be afraid of your tricks? Yi Fan's expression was calm. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was unleashed, and the formation markings in front of him were greatly destroyed. After that, 5-colored divine light appeared behind him and swept through all the blazing martial divine light, destroying all of them. He also entered the ancient sacred war tool and used the secret technique of the golden divine treasure. In the next instant, the golden sacred bell, divine sword, heavenly pagoda, treasured umbrella, and other things appeared at the same time. All of them were dazzling as they transformed into streaks of flowing light and rushed forward. This was an attack that didn't discriminate. PFFF, PFFF, streak after streak of bloody light dyed the red divine island red. Those who rushed over to attack Yi Fan were all chopped into pieces. Almost no one could take this attack. On this divine island, there were no motherships or the strongest war tools in the universe. How could these people contend against Yi Fan? They would only be throwing their lives away. He was like harvesting crops. With a sweep, a large expanse of blood blossomed. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood and a foul stench as corpses fell in rows. Old thief, you still want to escape? Yi Fan executed the Xing word art and cut off the path forward in an instant. Everyone, let's go together and stop him. Our great army is about to arrive, and there will definitely be ancestral saints coming out of seclusion, someone tempted and encouraged loudly. I only need a breath of time to kill people. Why do I need to take so long? Those who obstruct me must die. Yi Fan said ruthlessly. The 5-colored divine light flashed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was executed. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Corpses exploded one after another. They were not on the same level at all. The entire place was surrounded by a large expanse of bloody fog. Qi Yin flew up into the sky, but under the Bing word art, his ancient sacred Mecca did not listen to him. He quickly lost control and fell down. You can't mess around. I am the younger brother of the head of the Qi family. I am a direct descendant of the main bloodline. Qi Yin panicked. Everyone was afraid of death, and he had experienced it himself. When the time came, he was completely terrified. The person I am going to kill is you. Yi Fan said coldly. No, if you kill me, you will be in big trouble. If you show mercy, you can go anywhere you want on the immortal feather planet in the future. We will give you endless benefits. Qi Yin's face was pale. Even if I kill you, I can go anywhere I want on this planet. Also, don't think too highly of yourself. I really don't think that you have a high status. You are just an annoying rat. If I kill you, then so be it. Yi Fan said coldly. I will fight you to the death. Qi Yin's face was pale. He wanted to fight to the death and detonate the ancient sacred Mecca. Gotcha, Yi Fan had already made his move. It was clean and neat. The 5-colored divine light flashed behind him, and he cut the ancient sacred Mecca in half. Sparks flew everywhere. Then, he added a punch. Suddenly, the core of the Mecca turned into a ball of light and turned into powder. Bang, Yi Fan pulled Qi Yin out and said, I have killed people who are 100 times stronger than you. Old man, how dare you provoke me? No. Qi Yin shouted. He was completely paralyzed. He could not help but beg for mercy. Pfff, blood spurted 2 to 3 meters into the air. Yifan crushed him with one hand, turned around, and left without looking back, disappearing into the horizon. The cold moonlight shone down. The divine island was a mess. Dead bodies were everywhere. Qian's people had died, and there were many casualties. This was destined to be a restless night. The Qi family of Xianyu was in chaos. The location of the divine island was a bit out of the way. The island was surrounded by ruins that Yifan had set up to isolate the space. However, what had happened was quickly discovered. This was a drastic change. Battleships roared, and the ancient sacred Mecca's war tools appeared. The place was locked down, and the sky was filled with noise. It won't be long before news of what happened here spreads throughout Xianyu Star. The Chao family will be alerted. Now is the time to sneak in and kill them, Yifan said to himself. This was a primitive mountain range. Auspicious air was rising. This place was the base of the Chao family. It was in a very good location. It was said that this was the training ground of the ancient great sage. 3 space carriers were parked in 3 different directions in the huge training ground. Divine air filled the air, and there were small battleships parked on top of each mountain. What a great place! Yifan could not help but exclaim. This was a place with soaring dragons and spirits. Auspicious air was overflowing, and divine light was faintly discernible. It was a rare place for cultivation. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He had to admit that the Chao family had many tricks up their sleeves. To be able to snatch this ancient training ground, they must have spent a lot of effort. Ordinary ancient sages did not have the luck to enter. This was definitely the place where the ancient great sage lived. Now, there were still various ruins flashing, and not all of them had been destroyed. This place was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Even ancient sages would have to frown if they came. It would be difficult to attack. If they were not careful and triggered the restriction, they could be killed. Yifan entered the space carrier and could use the power of a sage. However, he did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he laughed coldly. What a good place. There are thousands of ordinary dragon veins, and the most important thing is that there are 2 rarely seen main dragon veins intertwined together. They are still alive. Yifan was originally thinking about how to break in, but after seeing this kind of terrain, the corners of his mouth almost twitched. This was the most ideal terrain for setting up the Heaven Yin Yang formation. He really suspected that ancestor Yuan Tian had been here before. That was why he had created such an absolute ancient technique that could evolve into a great killing tribulation. Now, he could almost be said to be the Yuan Taoist master. He was only a hair's breadth away. His understanding and comprehension of the great arts were unparalleled in the world, and no one could compare to him. Yifan began to get busy. He quickly set up the formation at the periphery of the mountain range. He wanted to kill without leaving a trace and make the Chao family suffer the consequences. This kind of dragon vein is really rare. Even dozens or hundreds of ancient stars might not have such an exquisite thing, but I actually found it here. All kinds of runes flew out. Of course, the premise was that he used the heaven-deceiving formation as a cover. Otherwise, he would be scanned as soon as he made a move. Yifan found that after coming to the Eternal Star region, he used this kind of formation the most. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move an inch, and he would be discovered very quickly. In the depths of the mountain range, the chaotic chi formed ribbons and surrounded this important area. The 3 space carriers were thousands of meters long and had a cold luster. In one of the space carriers, Chao Lin's expression was gloomy, somewhat spoiling her beauty. Her eyes were full of resentment as she said, "He's really lucky to escape from the encirclement of 4 space carriers. I can't wait to catch him and kill him. We have to think of a way. This ascetic is super powerful and has extraordinary escape methods. If he doesn't take the initiative to appear, it will be very difficult to find him." An old man frowned. "We have to capture him no matter what. Didn't Qian make a move? We have to drag the entire Qi family down with us and borrow their great power to kill this little dog." Chao Lin was almost crazy as she screamed at the top of her lungs. They didn't know that Yi Fan had already arrived and had taken the initiative to take action. Before long, Yi Fan carved mysterious runes in the earth veins and on the stone peaks. As long as they were activated, they would instantly cause 10,000 dragons to roar and the divine veins to boil. "Oh, it's enough. Let's enjoy the fireworks and the meteor shower," he said softly. An elder in the mothership exclaimed, "That's right. Drag the Qi clan down with us. They are half the masters of this life planet. If they make a move, it will be earth-shattering. Make a good plan so that the Qi clan cannot leave and participate." Chao Lin laughed hysterically after speaking. Her face was ferocious, a far cry from her usual beauty. Report. We just received news that the ascetic cultivator broke into one of the Qi clan's divine islands. He massacred Qi Yun and the others. A middle-aged man entered the control room and reported. What? The elders stood up abruptly. Could it be that the god has taken a liking to him? They were doubtful. Hee. Chao Ling let out a sinister cold laugh, and said, "This is really perfect. This way, as long as we give it a push, the immortal feathered Qi clan will definitely go into the water, and advance and retreat with us. With this local snake, everything will be much easier. I want to cut that little dog piece by piece." "That's right, ha ha ha." The elders laughed. This was a rare opportunity. The Qi clan would definitely be enraged. They just needed to guide them a little and they would be able to achieve their goal. "What are you waiting for? Contact the Qi clan and send them our most sincere condolences. Oh, and don't forget to tell them that we will avenge the dead." Chao Lin laughed viciously. "We have to be careful. He dared to attack the Qi clan. He is extremely daring. It is hard to say if he will not come here to kill us," an elder said with a frown. "I really hope that he will appear. This place has the ancient great sage's symbols, as well as my clan's formations. I'm looking forward to him defying the heavens." Chao Lin licked her bright red lips, revealing her snow-white and dense teeth that made one's hair stand on end. Rumble, all of a sudden, the sky and earth shook. The primitive mountain range shook as if it was going to flip over. Primordial energy erupted, and many spaceships parked on the mountain peaks fell. Not good. Enemy attack. The mountain was in chaos. Spaceships roared, and all kinds of sage symbols shot out in all directions. It was hazy and formed a horrifying ocean. "This is the ancient great sage's place of seclusion. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll make sure they can't leave. Their soul bones will be turned to ash. It would be best if that puppy showed up." Boom, an even more intense collapse occurred. All of the ancient sage inscriptions came to life, and the mountains and rivers began to flow in reverse. The sun and moon began to spin, and the river of time seemed to have been thrown into disorder. Not good, this place is going to collapse. The elders felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, the leaders of the other two motherships were also alarmed. The ancient great sage's runes had been ignited, and this had become their nightmare. "Quick, get out of here!" everyone shouted. The great Tao of heaven and earth was burning, the power of the sun, moon, and stars all swirling, about to bury this place. Even the defensive light screen of the mothership was shattering, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. What's going on? Even the runes of the ancient great sage can't stop it? Who is it? Chao Lin's face fell. In the distance, Yi Fan indifferently watched all of this. From the moment the origin Heaven-Yin-Yang formation had formed, he knew that this place would inevitably become a peerlessly dangerous land. The runes of the forbidden formation's soul altar flickered, the great Tao roared, and the power was monstrous. The earth veins turned into real dragons, tearing everything apart. Almost at this moment, the primitive mountain range was boiling. The dragon's aura was billowing, and the killing intent was monstrous. In an instant, more than a dozen battleships were smashed and turned into powder. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" everyone shouted. This was an impregnable base, and nothing had ever happened on the immortal Feather Star. Now, it had been breached by an unknown enemy, and everyone was terrified. Could it be that the members of the gods have come? Thinking of this possibility, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The three motherships emitted a huge light screen to protect their own fleet. They wanted to fly into the sky, but it was extremely difficult. The ancient great sage's runes were originally meant to protect this place, but now they had been disintegrated by Yifan from the inside. The origin heaven pattern changed the direction of the mountains and rivers, turning this place into a land of catastrophe. The great sage's spell formation was burning. This was a disastrous result. The ancient great sage's magical power was so great that it could penetrate the heavens and the earth, summon the wind and summon the rain, and swallow the stars and the moon. It was omnipotent. But now, the great formation was out of control, disintegrating, burning, and heading towards destruction. The remaining great power exploded, attacking indiscriminately. Even the starships could not withstand it. No! Screams sounded one after another. One after another, the battleships were torn apart. The great sage's light swept across a large area. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battleships were destroyed, and many strong people were buried. "Rush out, leave quickly!" people shouted. The densely packed battleships all rushed into the sky, fleeing for their lives. However, the ancient great sage's spell formation was not ordinary. The sky was also intertwined with light. The moment it disintegrated and collapsed, the destructive power spread to every inch of space. The battleships were like moths after autumn, falling in droves. It was a scene of doomsday. "No!" Chao Lin shouted in the mothership. She was completely crazy. She shouted, "Who is it? Come out! Chao family, enjoy to your heart's content." Yifan appeared and stood in the distance. He no longer hid his aura, and the people in the mothership could scan him. The Chao family was furious, but there was nothing they could do. "Bastard, I won't let you go. I'll grind your bones to dust." Chao Lin's facial features were twisted. She did not look like a normal girl. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and she was like an evil spirit with disheveled hair. "Charge, kill your way out." The three motherships raised their screens of light and quickly rose into the air, wanting to break free from this terrifying domain. What was the ancient great sage? They were once unrivaled under the heavens. Although their formation had long since been damaged, it had been ignited by someone and turned into a sea of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The three motherships had all suffered heavy damage and could not care about protecting the surrounding battleships. They could not even care about escaping and could only struggle frantically. This was a great disaster. The densely packed battleships in the sky self-destructed within the formation, exploding one after another under the great sage's light. It was a catastrophe. Blood dyed the sky red was not enough to describe how terrifying it was. There was no blood, no tears, no wailing, only the battleships being destroyed. Every time, a group of strong individuals would fall. However, such a catastrophe was like fireworks in Yifan's eyes. He was not moved at all and watched quietly. Boom! Finally, one of the motherships exploded, which made the catastrophe even more shocking. A few important members of the Chao family in the mothership were killed, and not a single one escaped. Two real dragons, one black and one white, rushed out from the ground. They were tens of thousands of feet long and majestic. The dragon scales shone with a metallic luster, and their power was astonishing. These were the two main dragon veins underground. They turned into the power of yin and yang of the original forbidden formation, which destroyed everything in its way. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and many battleships were destroyed. In the end, only one mothership flew up into the sky, fleeing for its life. It did not stop for even a moment. It left the immortal feather star and rushed towards the eternal Lord Star. The battleships were destroyed, and the mountain range was devastated. It had been flattened, and there were metal fragments everywhere. Green smoke was everywhere. One mothership escaped, and another mothership was destroyed. The last mothership was broken into pieces and crashed. The great sage's runes were destroyed, and the original forbidden formation disappeared. The dragon veins returned to peace. Yifan entered the wasteland like a demon. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the land was red for thousands of miles. He did not say anything. He first used the secret technique of the golden divine treasure to attack indiscriminately. He pierced through the wreckage of the mothership, which was tens of thousands of feet long, and caused it to split again. Many people did not die, but they were all seriously injured. They crawled out of the broken mothership, coughing up blood and struggling. You came here with so many people. Is this what you wanted? Yi Fan asked. You. A few important people were so angry that their wounds opened again, and they coughed up blood again. One of the women shouted at the top of her lungs and cursed loudly. The light in her eyes was terrifying. She was scolding Yi Fan. It was Chao Lin. There is nothing more to say. I will send all of you on your way. I think the Chao family must be very distressed to have lost so many battleships. Yi Fan made his move and displayed his vision. Boundless light rushed out, and the whole place was submerged. All kinds of miserable cries rose and fell. When it was quiet, everything was gone. Even the wreckage of the mothership had become fragments. The land was bare, and nothing was left of the primitive mountain range or the base. The sky was bright, and the night was over. The morning glow rose, and the De Huang was very peaceful. The massacre had come to an end. In the distance, two gods were whispering. They were very shocked. They had seen the battle with their own eyes, and they thought that Yi Fan was qualified to enter the organization of gods. Perhaps he could become a core member. Brother Yi, please wait, they called out. However, Yi Fan did not stop. He turned into a bolt of lightning, tore open the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the morning, the immortal feather star was greatly shaken. Two terrible things happened that night, and the news spread quickly. Qi Yan had been killed in his seclusion, and the divine island had withered. Everyone was petrified. One had to know that the Qi family was half the master of the immortal feather star, and they were the #1 power. Their direct descendant had been killed in their own residence, and it indicated that a storm was coming. It was done by a martial practitioner from outside the city. He entered alone and killed Qi Yan and his subordinates. He is really strong. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Yi Fan had left after the matter was settled, but many people had survived the night before, and the news naturally spread to the outside world. Serves him right. Qi Yan was the most vicious person, and he was finally dealt with. This time, he bit the hand that fed him. Someone saved Qi Meng, but he helped an outsider kill her. It's good that he died. There were all kinds of opinions about this incident, but one thing was common: they recognized Yi Fan's strength, and dared to do such a thing. If the first incident was a storm, then the second incident was a tsunami that swept through the star region. The Chao family's 3 space carriers were destroyed, and the entire immortal feather star was shaken. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those were 3 space carriers, enough to sweep through the star region, but they had been destroyed by one person, and almost completely destroyed. It was Yi Fan who did it. He destroyed so many battleships by himself, and only one space carrier managed to escape. It's too scary. I don't believe it. Was it done by one person? Are you sure it wasn't a group of the strongest warriors in the universe that destroyed the Chao family's base? God, it's unbelievable. It's scary. People felt their mouths go dry when they heard the second incident. It was too surreal. Was this done by a person with flesh and blood? It should be a god. The Chao family was defeated, and their losses were even worse than the last time. 3 space carriers were destroyed, and only one space carrier managed to escape. For the Chao family, this was a disaster. Naturally, this matter could not be hidden. Many of the big powers on the Eternal Main Planet learned of it, and they were all dumbfounded. The Chao family's intestines were green with regret. All of this made them feel that it was unreal. Damn it, is that kid human? He destroyed 3 of our space carriers by himself? On this day, the people of the Chao family were going crazy. He has such a strong physique, and such a stunning ascetic cultivator is rarely seen. Do whatever it takes to recruit him. Let him have his pick of beauties and divine items. On the Eternal Main Planet, many of the big powers made such a decision immediately. In the heavens, when the Brahmin clan received this news, they were all dumbfounded, and their expressions were very interesting. He's so strong? Fan Xian said to himself, looking incredulous. He's most likely related to the ascetic cultivator from a few years ago. We can use this as a guide, and perhaps we can bring him back. Fan Zhou said. No matter the cost, even if it's just a corpse, we must bring him back. This was the decision of the Brahmin tribe of heaven. They knew Yi Fan's value better than anyone else. The indestructible golden body was not a descendant. It had a pure bloodline and was one of the strongest constitutions in the universe. It could be cultivated into a world-shaking expert that could allow the Brahmin tribe to rule the world. We were too careless in the past. We did not discover in time that he was the first generation of the indestructible golden body. Now we have to make up for it. Some of the Brahmin tribe wanted to absorb Yi Fan's golden blood. It was not as simple as refining it. They wanted this bloodline to be passed down and used to change the constitutions of their tribe. The best way was naturally to marry and integrate the indestructible golden blood into their tribe. Perhaps it could even activate the Brahma divine blood in their bodies. If we succeed, the Brahmin tribe might be able to rule the eternal kingdom within 5,000 years and become the #1 faction. That's right. The fusion of two types of divine blood, if it mutates, might give birth to a true god. The Brahmin tribe was extremely excited. The value of the first generation of the indestructible golden body was immeasurable. To them, it was an evolutionary fluid that surpassed the 4th stage, and they had to hold it firmly in their hands. They were in awe of the ancient gods. They were incomprehensible and supreme existences. Now, a few of the most powerful and ancient factions in the Eternal Kingdom still had some of the blood of the gods in their treasure vaults. In times of crisis, they could use it to create a few unparalleled experts to save the day. This matter. Perhaps we can only ask the ancestral saint to help us. Yi Fan's battle had stirred up a storm in the fairy feather star ocean. His name had spread throughout the region. He had single-handedly destroyed 3 fleets of space carriers. His achievements were glorious and stunning. Some of the direct descendants of the Qi family had a dispute. Yi Fan had broken into the Divine Island at night and killed Qi Yun. This had hurt their nerves. Some were angry and wanted to kill him, while others wanted to restrain themselves and not make a rash decision. On the Eternal Lord Star, which was even further away, Yi Fan had not yet gone, but he had already attracted the attention of some of the major factions. They all wanted to rope him in and obtain the sharp sword. At this moment, the Chao clan was the most infuriated. They were extraordinary on the Eternal Lord planet and ruled over a region. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke or anger them. Trash, what's the use of keeping you? 3 fleets have failed, and almost all of them have been destroyed. You still have the face to live? An elder was enraged. Without a doubt, the Chao family had become a laughingstock. The Xianxia starfield was in an uproar. Although the news had not reached the eternal main planet, some of the major forces had already noticed it and were all laughing at them. He's just a Dao Severer, not an ancient saint. Even after sending so many people, they were all defeated. What use do you all have? A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. The more the old man roared, the angrier he became. The people below did not even dare to breathe too loudly. This old ancestor could become a saint at any time, and was currently an incomparably powerful giant of the Chao clan. No one dared to argue. Are you all mute? Why aren't you talking? The old man's temper was like a raging fire. Seeing that they didn't say a word, he became even angrier. Ancestor, now we can only ask the ancestral saint to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, it will be difficult to catch that ascetic cultivator. He has all kinds of mysterious methods, and if he wants to escape, it will be difficult to catch him, someone bravely said. On the Eternal Lord planet, in a desolate and dilapidated ruin, a figure appeared. He faced an ancient statue and bowed, saying, I found an ascetic cultivator with an extraordinary bloodline. He is qualified to join our organization, God. In the future, he might become a core member. The indestructible golden body is indeed extraordinary. It appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it caused the entire star area to tremble. It is unforgettable. The statue emitted a strange fluctuation. Its words were ancient and frightening. Everyone had different reactions, and there was a turbulent undercurrent. However, Yi Fan did not care. He continued to move forward with his goal. In the past few days, he had almost traveled all over the Xianxia starfield, looking for the relics of the ancient predecessors. This was a stop on the starry sky ancient path, a part of the land of self-refinement. It could be assumed that the predecessors had all stopped here before. Understanding this type of strange country was extremely beneficial for the ascetic cultivators. Their way of thinking would receive a great impact. He killed Qiyun, and we cannot let him go like this. If we do not punish him, people will look down on the Qi clan. This is not generosity, but cowardice. The Qi clan was in an uproar. The pro-war faction wanted to act immediately and find Yifan. They felt that Qiyun's death was a humiliation to the clan. He saved our clan's celestial pearl, and many people know about it. Even our enemy, Heaven, knows about it. However, Qiyun repaid kindness with enmity and led a group of people to kill him. This can only be said to be a mess. If this continues, the outside world will definitely think that we are not kind. Qi Kuan and the others did not want to act rashly, and they hoped to think of a safe solution. There is nothing more to say. This person must die. Only by obtaining his golden blood can we wash away the humiliation. That's right. Since he dared to provoke us, he must pay the price. We cannot let him live. In the end, the pro-war faction waved their sleeves and left, acting on their own. They sent out a large number of experts, and the whole Xianxia starfield was suddenly in chaos. The people were not very surprised. The Qi clan was half a resident of this ancient planet. How could they let the matter rest when a direct descendant was killed? They had to take action. However, Yifan's original technique was unparalleled. He could change his temperament and appearance without anyone noticing. He swaggered in and out of various cities with ease. We can't find him. This ascetic cultivator's secret technique is very strange. He hides in the sea of people, and there is no way to find him. The Qi clan's pro-war faction frowned and gritted his teeth. Go and find the ancestral saint. I heard that the Fan clan's ancient saint has come out of seclusion, and he might be here for that lad. We cannot let them take him away. Oh, there is another way. Ask the Supreme Celestial Mirror to come out. Even if he hides in the sea of people, we can still find him. That's right, it is time to use the Celestial Mirror. The pro-war faction of the Qi clan was about to make a big move. They swore to find Yifan and take his life. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Qi clan had a peerless and stunning revered immortal physique. He swept through the starry sky and was invincible. He had left behind several secret treasures, and one of them was an ancient mirror. It was not the strongest, but its divine power was definitely strange. Wherever it shone, all illusions would be broken, and no secrets would be hidden. It was called the Supreme Celestial Mirror. Boom! A huge beam of light shone down. Yifan's soul trembled. He looked up in shock and found that a brilliant radiance had shone down and buried him. What a terrifying light! It's coming from an ancient mirror. Yifan's heart jumped. He took out the green copper defense and sped away like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had left the city. However, not long after, a brilliant light shone down again. It was overflowing with colors, and he had nowhere to hide. This brat does have some tricks, but it's impossible to escape the Supreme Celestial Mirror search. The people of the immortal feathered Qi clan laughed as they locked onto Yifan. Boom! The battleships roared as one mothership after another soared into the sky. This planet was not big, so they could travel tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. They quickly arrived at Yifan's location and shot out beams of divine light to kill him. Damn Qi clan! Yifan was astonished. With 4 motherships flying over, he could only run. He opened a realm gate and fled towards the outer space. However, the Qi clan used the Supreme Celestial Mirror as a guide. Hazy immortal light flowed and illuminated everything about him. It followed him into the outer space, and he had no way to escape. Yifan had encountered great trouble in this star field. This was the first time he had felt so troublesome and unable to escape. The Supreme Celestial Mirror was very magical and could reflect everything about him. The distance is too close. If I lay down Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving runes, they might temporarily lose their senses. However, as long as I move, I will still be discovered. I need to increase the distance. Yifan traversed the universe, and the people of the Qi clan could also jump through space. They began a relentless pursuit. Yi Fan's expression became cold. He was preparing to descend on a meteorite and begin his counterattack. He still had some secret methods that might be able to heavily injure the enemy's motherships. However, at this time, a fluctuation that caused his heart to palpitate transmitted over. He knew that the situation was not good. An ancient saint had arrived. Not good. I've alarmed such a character. In the depths of the star field, a large expanse of dark clouds appeared. This was a magnificent scene that swept across the stars. A large black hand stretched forward and covered the entire starry sky. The 4 motherships trembled. They had been obstructed. Yi Fan's heart trembled. There was indeed a gap between him and an ancient saint. Unless he went up another level, he would definitely not be their opponent. The large black hand wanted to seize the 4 motherships. This kind of method was extremely powerful. Boom! In another part of the star region, a green hand reached out and collided with the black hand, blocking his way. At the same time, a loud voice shouted, "Old ghost of the Brahmin race, how dare you come to my Chi clan and behave atrociously?" The large black hand retracted and turned around to grab Yi Fan. It was boundless and covered the entire starry sky. Yi Fan's expression changed. He entered the host Mecca and let out a clear whistle. The 5-colored divine light behind him swept across the starry sky. At the same time, he waved his golden fist and 6 supreme fist intents shot out. With a loud bang, the primal chaos under the starry sky surged. Yi Fan flipped a few times and fell into the distance. The giant black hand trembled, but it was unable to grab him. Everyone was shocked, especially the people in the 4 motherships. They were all dumbfounded and filled with confusion. Too powerful, he can compete with an ancient saint. Ordinary people can control the war tools of the ancient saints and unleash their saintly might, but they can't really fight a saint like this. A green Dao light shone as the large green hand reached out, wanting to grab Yi Fan and bring him back to the Chi clan. Behind Yi Fan, the golden divine treasure opened. Dao bells, divine swords, heavenly pagodas, treasured umbrellas, and all kinds of other golden weapons flew out, drowning the area in front of them and clashing violently with the large green hand. This brat is too heaven-defying. He can fight against an ancient saint? Our Chi clan's ancestor is here, yet he can still resist it. What kind of battle power is this? The Chi clan's army arrived one after another, but when they reached this part of the starry sky, they were all stunned. When Yi Fan put his life on the line, he could fight against an ancient saint. On the heavenly hall side, the large black hand didn't reach out. Instead, they watched coldly from the side. They could vaguely see a black figure standing in the depths of the universe. Traces of the Tao interweaved to form a terrifying field. He resisted an ancestral saint? In the depths of the starry sky, the Brahmin race's motherships also rushed over. Fan Xian felt his mouth go dry as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Yi Fan blocked the green hand and was not taken away. He was actually able to fight back in a short period of time. This made everyone dumbfounded. Not even a saint could do anything to him. The Chi clan's pro-war faction finally knew what kind of cultivator they had provoked. This fellow was extremely powerful and dared to arm wrestle with a saint. He was not afraid of the heavens or the earth and could fight. Of course, Yi Fan was on the passive side. No matter how many methods he used, he could only barely protect himself. However, this was enough to shock the world. Everyone on the battleships was petrified. Regardless of whether it was the Brahmin clan's giants or the Chi clan's leaders, there were all people present. Fan Zhou's eyes flickered with a strange light. Chi Kuan frowned and sighed. Peerless fairies like Fan Xian and Chi Meng were also present. They stood in the mothership's control room, dumbfounded. Their eyes flowed with a strange luster. This was too shocking. How did he cultivate? How did he reach such a realm? Even an ancient saint can't do anything to him? Cultivators excavate their own treasures and cultivate heaven-defying techniques. Reaching this stage is truly frightening. The Chi clan saint frowned. He approached from afar and no longer used his large hand to fight. His true body had appeared. In order to protect himself, Yi Fan also began to fight with everything he had. A golden circle was propped up by him as he operated the ancient Saint Mech to form a Taiji symbol to fight against this saint. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the Heavenly Clan's old ghost laughed loudly. This was the power of his divine sense that could penetrate any spaceship. The Qi Clan's people were shocked and retreated in fear that this marauder ancestor would attack them. Qi Yaoguang, you're truly capable. You've fought a Dao executioner for so long without a clear victor. The Heavenly Clan's old ghost mocked. His body seemed hazy in the darkness. Fan Yuntong, if you think you're a level higher than others, you can come and try. Qi Yaoguang spoke. His green robes fluttered and the saint's fluctuations were astonishing. The star domain was trembling under his divine sense. Why should I try? This little Dao friend and I are friends and not enemies. I've come here to support him. It's useless even if you try to sow discord, said Fan Yuntong. In reality, he had also attacked Yi Fan at first. However, he had only tried once and stopped after failing to take him away. Clang clang, behind Yi Fan, the 5-colored divine light spun, and the 5 treasured swords spun around, emitting an immeasurable pressure. It was comparable to the movement of the sun, moon, and stars, impenetrable by all arts, and even Saint Qi Yaoguang's attack was repelled. Fan Yuntong saw all of this, and was both shocked and regretful. This was the god seed of the Hall of Heaven, and after so many years, no one had been able to comprehend it. Instead, it had helped Yi Fan. As for ancient sage Qi Yaoguang, his face remained impassive. After fighting for such a long time, even though he had the upper hand, he was still unable to take down Xianxia. He was a sage, a peerless expert in eternal kingdom. He was an existence that could look down on the ants in the world. However, he was unable to succeed. It was inexcusable. Boom, Yi Fan displayed an irregular phenomenon. Even though it was just a simple fusion, an expansive indistinct and not a complete connection, the power was still astonishing. It struck Qi Yaoguang until he cried out strangely and flew backwards. This star domain immediately collapsed, chaotic energy toppling mountains and overturning seas. It turned into a dark cloud, rushing outwards, terrifying and astonishing. He had sent a sage flying. In the star domain, the people in the spaceships were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that after this battle, Yi Fan's value had increased. Perhaps the most powerful ancient factions on the Eternal Lord planet would extend an olive branch to him. Alright, I admit that you can defeat a sage. This old man will have to go all out. Qi Yaoguang's face was hot. This was truly uncomfortable, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sister Meng, your old ancestor was almost beaten to the ground by a Dao-severing brat. Just now, his face was red and blood was gushing out. It was extremely uncomfortable. In the mothership, Fan Xian teased. She sent the scene to the main control room where Qi Meng was. Qi Meng blinked her large eyes and said, "What are you so happy about? He came out from your Hall of Heaven, and he slaughtered his way through. I remember that your family suffered heavy losses, and everyone was hopping mad. I heard that your favorite 9-colored divine glass lamp was even shattered." Boom, an astonishing transformation took place on the battlefield. Qi Yaoguang did as he said. He released a wave of heaven overflowing might, and the sun, moon, and stars all trembled because of him. He wore a layer of green battle armor, and his aura immediately became many times more powerful. It affected the pulse of this star domain, and the terrifying aura shocked the heavens. Sage King armor, this divine armor wasn't very large. It was only half a zhang tall, and it was just enough to cover his body. Many people cried out in alarm. It surpassed the ancient mecha and was a king-grade item. It could raise a sage's strength to a whole new realm. Just like how a half-saint could display holy might after controlling an ancient mecha, when a true sage entered a suitable war tool, they could similarly surpass realms, and their battle prowess would soar. Wang, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The universe shattered, and Qi Yaoguang became unmatched. He stretched out a large green hand and grabbed forward. It was as if the sonorous voice of the heavenly Dao rang out, and the star domain was broken. Yi Fan fled at lightning speed, turning into a streak of flowing light and disappearing into the depths of the universe. He knew that it would be difficult to face this opponent unless he went up another level. However, the large green hand broke through the universe, and it was omnipotent. It rapidly extended over, and it was boundlessly terrifying. It enveloped a small planet beside Yi Fan's body, and it exploded with a single grab, plucking the stars and capturing the moon, this wasn't a legend. This was something that had truly happened. When one reached such a level of power, they were all kings among the sages. They were absolute existences. Hung long, the universe rumbled, and the entire river of stars trembled. Meteors turned into powder one after another, and 7 or 8 small planets were all crushed by this large green hand. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. His thoughts moved at lightning speed, and he prepared to risk it all and use all of his trump cards. Suddenly, the old ghost from the heavens took action. He also entered the ancient sacred king armor, and a huge pitch-black hand stretched out. With a ping sound, the starry sky was shattered, and the path of the large green hand was blocked. "Old ghost, what are you doing?" Qi Yaoguang said in a low voice. "Naturally, I'm protecting my clan's esteemed guest." "I won't allow you to offend him," Fan Yuntong said with a smile. Qi Yaoguang laughed loudly, and said, "This little friend clearly rebelled against the heavens, and he killed his way out of your clan. How did he become an esteemed guest?" "It's just a misunderstanding. A little explanation will do. It's better than you guys biting the hand that feeds you and wanting to punish him, right?" Fan Yuntong said. Qi Yaoguang shook his head, and said with a smile, "The younger generation is just insensible. I'm already this old, and there's nothing I can't accept. Why would I bicker with him and become enemies with him? I was just testing him. Now, I'll invite him to my Qi clan as a guest." No one would have thought that the two ancient saints would act like this. It was unknown whether they really didn't bicker with him, or whether they had ulterior motives. Be it the Brahmin clan or the deity-feathered Qi clan, everyone was a little stunned. They hid in the spaceship and watched the scene unfold in a daze. The two ancient saints were clearly fighting over Yi Fan. In the distance, Yi Fan didn't continue to escape, because two powerful divine wills had locked onto this star region. He was considering whether or not he should fight to the death, regardless of the price. "Brother Yi, can we talk?" Just as the two saints were about to fight, the giant of the Brahmin clan, Fan Zhou, spoke. He flew out of the Cosmos mothership and flew towards Yi Fan. "What do you have to say?" Yi Fan asked. "Not long ago, there was a misunderstanding. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality," Fan Zhou said. He wanted to invite Yi Fan back and said that he would definitely treat him as an honored guest. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, but his face was expressionless. How could he return to the Brahmin clan? There was nothing to say about this. "Brother Yi, I know you have some prejudice against us, but please don't worry. I won't let anything unpleasant happen again. This time, I swear that if I do anything unfavorable to you, I'll be struck by lightning and die during the tribulation." Fan Zhou made a solemn vow on the spot, shocking many people. He was serious and didn't hesitate to be so serious. After that, although Fan Zhou didn't say it explicitly, the hints were very obvious. He hoped that Yi Fan would marry into the Brahmin clan, and the only thing missing was Fan Xian's name. Many people were dumbfounded. What was going on? The Brahmin clan attached so much importance to this ascetic cultivator. The change was too fast. "Fan Xian, your uncle sold you out," Qi Meng said while blinking her large eyes. Fan Xian was devastatingly beautiful. Her two beautiful white legs were intertwined as she sat in the control room. She was also shocked. Then, she waved her jade-like hands, smashing the screen of her conversation with Qi Meng until black smoke rose. On the other side, Saint Qi Yaoguang's mind was shaken. He opened his heavenly eye and stared at the distant Yi Fan. Then, he looked at the old ghost and couldn't help but say, could he be the first-generation imperishable golden body? No wonder, you guys suddenly became like this. The two of them were conversing in secret. Others didn't know, but they could see their expressions. They both revealed strange expressions. Qi Yaoguang secretly transmitted to Qi Kuan, telling him to come out. Because his status was too high, it wasn't good for him to personally pull people over. When Qi Kuan received the news, he was greatly shaken. Then, he braced himself and tried to rope in Yi Fan. He actually promised that if he could refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid, he would give him a portion when the time came. What happened? Why did the two clans change their minds? Both of them have this type of attitude? Everyone was confused. Sister Meng, looking at your family's attitude, they most likely won't sell it to you. Instead, they will directly give it to you. Fan Xian sneered. At this time, Fan Zhou suddenly took out an ancient mirror and showed it to Yi Fan. He said, I wonder if little friend recognizes this item? Yi Fan was expressionless, but his heart was shaken. Wasn't this the void mirror? No, to be more accurate, it was a replica of the Ji family's imperial weapon. It was a king weapon. This was left behind by an extremely talented cultivator many years ago. He said that if someone could recognize it, then that person would most likely be someone from his hometown, Fan Zhou said unhurriedly as he stared at Yi Fan's expression. Was this left behind by Ji Haoyue, or was it Ji Ziyue's weapon? Although Yi Fan's expression was calm, his heart was very uneasy. In the distance, Fan Yuntong smiled. He had been paying attention and sensed a wisp of Yi Fan's divine sense. Although it was very faint, it reflected his mood. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. As expected, saints were not easy to provoke. A moment of carelessness and he was seen through, knowing that his relationship with this ancient mirror was not shallow. Brother Yi, why don't we find a quiet place to talk? Fan Zhou received the old ancestor's hint and heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, it was related to the stunning cultivator from many years ago. Qi Yaguang's expression changed. Fan Yuntong revealed a faint smile and put away the black Saint King armor. He was not prepared to fight anymore. He said, there is no need for the two of us to fight. Little friend, you can choose yourself. Brother Yi, I heard that you are an outer realm cultivator. Perhaps you came from the same place as my ancestors. Over 100,000 years ago, they walked on a path of trials and finally stopped here. Can we talk in private? Divine sense fluctuations came from the distance. Several groups of people were rushing over. Even though they weren't ancient sages, they still made the Brahma race and Qi family feel great fear. It was because they were actually the transcendental powers of the eternal overlord star. You really made it easy for us to find you. We were just about to invite you to become one of us, a god. A figure flew over from the distant sky, causing the expressions of the two ancient saints to change. This organization was too terrifying. Yi Fan had just fought against a saint, and this had truly shocked these people who had followed him. At this moment, they appeared one after another and fervently tried to rope him in. The Qi clan of the Celestial Feather clan had chased after Yi Fan, causing a group of people to follow them. Now that they had shown up one after another, Yi Fan was shocked. He did not look at God, nor did he care about the hateful gazes of the Chao clan. Instead, he looked at the others. Your ancestor embarked on the path of the strongest trial and finally lived here for a long time? This was an earth-shattering piece of news. He had vaguely heard the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner mention it before. Throughout the endless years, most of the people who stepped on this path ended up in a bloodbath in the outer realms, but there were also a few who stopped halfway. Now, he encountered this group of people, so how could he not be shocked? He stared at them without blinking. The others all revealed strange expressions. This was someone from the Eternal Lord Star's Underworld King bloodline. Their power was great, and there was an old fellow with heaven-overflowing magical force overseeing them. They couldn't be provoked. This was an ancient family that could contend against the Chao family. Our ancestor's last wish was to step on the path of return, to return to his hometown. Unfortunately, he couldn't fulfill his wish even until his death. The people of the Hades King's bloodline said, extending an obvious olive branch. Yi Fan did not talk too much with them. He only learned a little about a secret. The Northern Dipper star field was very special. It was a place that even the ancient emperors were searching for. It seemed that apart from the five-colored altar and other primitive teleportation platforms, it was very difficult to find and enter from the outside. We've been exploring for many years, but we've never set foot on that path of return. We can't determine the coordinates. According to their speculations, if they wanted to enter that star domain, they could only rely on luck. There was no way to measure it. It seemed to be shrouded in an extremely mysterious mist. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He really wanted to travel with the Netherworld King race. There were many things he wanted to understand about the road ahead, about what had happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, and about the Eternal Lord Star. But in the end, he gave up on that idea. he needed to be careful. After so many years, the Netherworld royal clan must have been assimilated. This could be seen from their reliance on motherships and battleships. Yifan glanced back and saw the ancient mirror in Fanzhou's hand. He sighed in his heart. He had to make a trip. Since it involved the big and small moons, he had to go even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Of course, he wasn't too worried. If he was forced into a corner, he could fight with all his might. There was still hope for him to escape. He turned around to look at the god and tactfully expressed that he could consider joining them. However, he needed to go to the Brahmin tribe to take care of some matters, so he needed time. Afterwards, he politely expressed his gratitude towards the Netherworld King's clan, saying that he would definitely pay them a visit after the matter was settled. All of this was just borrowing power. If these two organizations were interested in him, they would definitely exert pressure on the Heavenly Hall, causing them to be fearful and not dare to make a move. In fact, the Brahmin race did not want to go to such extremes. After all, a living first-generation indestructible golden body was much more valuable than a corpse. Only the Chow family's eyes were spitting fire, but they didn't dare to approach. Now that Yifan had become the target of enticement from all sides, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain an advantage if they made a move in the outer realms. The Qi family tried their best to explain, but they still couldn't get Yifan to leave with them. At most, they could only ease the tension between them, so they were a little disappointed. But there was nothing that could be done. It was Qi Yun who repaid kindness with enmity first, and the pro-war faction who chased after him was really too much and unkind. Just like that, a tense confrontation and great battle came to an end. The smoke dispersed, and the tension was gone. There was a harmonious atmosphere between everyone. Yifan would go to the Heavenly Hall. The god and the Netherworld King race had both made their voices heard. It couldn't be considered a threat, but it was a hidden warning. If the Brahmin race dared to harm him, they would incur their wrath. Even the Saint Fan Yuntong was incomparably afraid of the god organization, because there had been more than one incident of a saint being slaughtered, and it was all done by a member of the god organization. Yifan was originally a target of assassination, but now he had become one of the most powerful physiques in people's eyes. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to get him to join their side. He had become a delicious cake, and the change was so great that it made people sigh. The Heavenly Hall was just a small world created by an ancient sage. It had merged with a small planet and evolved into a pure land. It couldn't be considered a true life source star. When he came here again, it was completely different from the last time. Yifan had become an esteemed guest, and not a guest elder who had to do his best for the clan. He was greatly respected. Of course, many people still pinched their noses and greeted him. They really wanted to skin him alive. Last time, he caused a great disturbance here, slaughtering in all directions, making many of the clan's disciples extremely dissatisfied. But now, things were completely different. Even the fan universe was extremely courteous to him, no longer acting high and mighty. Even a peerless beauty like Fan Xian had to welcome him with a smile. As for what he was thinking in his heart, it wasn't worth knowing. That brat destroyed several of our ancient divine war tools, and even seized our god's 5-colored secret force seed. Now, he is instead being treated as an esteemed guest. Damn it. There were some who were discontent and wanted to step out. However, they were immediately suppressed by the experts who were observing everything in secret, telling them not to cause trouble. Without a doubt, this made many people feel extremely sullen. They wanted to swarm over and teach Yifan a lesson, but they couldn't. They could only watch helplessly. What? Even young Miss Fan Xian might marry him? This can't be real, it must be an illusion. I want to kill that brat. What virtue or ability does he have to marry our clan's celestial pearl? After hearing this news, many young people couldn't sit still. Not all the plunderers of the heavenly halls had the surname Fan. To them, Fan Xian was the goddess of their dreams. Suppress. Fan Universe only said these 2 words in response to this uproar. Now that he wanted to rope in Yifan, he naturally couldn't let some impulsive young people spoil the grand plan. Yifan didn't have much to say here. He only wanted to ask about the secret of the ancient mirror, who left it behind, and what words were left behind. 8 years ago, a stunning ascetic cultivator came to our star domain. He fought with an unknown creature in the cosmos and was gravely injured. Yi Fan's eyes were profound. Through Fan Universe's narration, he knew that it was undoubtedly Ji Haoyue. When he saw the portrait, he was even more certain. Unfortunately, that stunning cultivator didn't stay for long. When I rushed over, he had already disappeared. Ji Haoyue had brought a type of divine mineral from the starry sky and left a small portion to exchange for an ancient mecha. He was very vigilant. He had originally said that he would stay and join the heavenly halls, but he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fan Universe was a bit embarrassed and didn't explain in detail. But thinking about it, it wasn't without reason that Ji Haoyue was so guarded against them. What words did he leave behind? Yi Fan asked. It's all engraved on this ancient mirror. Fan Universe, in order to show his sincerity, handed over the void mirror replica. There were a few lines of small words engraved on the back of the mirror. It really was Ji Haoyue's handwriting. I suffered heavy injuries on the path ahead and returned to recuperate. The Eternal Lord Star can't be missed. It's vast and mysterious. The evolution liquid can speed up one's cultivation, so it's worth staying here for a while. The members of the Mind Division aren't limited to this star domain. There are hunters on the heavenly path that specifically target the strongest trial takers. Is extremely dangerous. These were 9 pieces of precious information that shook Yi Fan's heart. The clues left behind by Ji Haoyue were very important to those who came later. Yi Fan carefully read through them and fell into a moment of silence. 8 years had passed. How was Ji Haoyue now? He should have improved very quickly in this place and his cultivation had increased rapidly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested for those who came later to stop and extract the evolution liquid. But even so, Ji Haoyue had suffered heavy injuries on the path ahead and fled back to recuperate. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Where did you get this ancient mirror? It was in a historical site. Legend has it that Wan Qing once bathed there. It's called the Evergreen Pond, Fan Universe said somewhat unnaturally. This wasn't given to them by Ji Haoyue. It was obtained when the race was searching for the whereabouts of the stunning ascetic cultivator. It was somewhat different from what Fan Universe had said before. In order to make Yi Fan believe it, Fan Universe called the people who had participated in the search and let Yi Fan observe their sea of consciousness to see how they had obtained this ancient mirror. Yi Fan didn't say anything more and thought about it seriously. The path to heaven was indeed difficult. He didn't know what he would encounter in the future. Could Brother Yi consider heaven? Fan Universe tactfully said, hoping that he would join. He hinted that Fan Xian could marry him. In this star domain, Fan Xian was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women. She was on par with Qi Meng, a peerless beauty that could topple cities. She was a resplendent immortal pearl. Yi Fan tactfully declined. How could he care so much now? He was only thinking about how to obtain the most powerful evolution liquid to quickly increase his cultivation and then hurry forward. He was well aware that on this ancient path of the most powerful refinement, one might need the power of a saint. Otherwise, he would only die in vain if he charged forward. Whether he marries into the family or not has nothing to do with me. Don't involve me. When Fan Xian vaguely heard that she needed to be sacrificed, she immediately found an old ancestor and expressed that she wouldn't compromise. Fortunately, the young miss resisted with her life. How could she marry that bastard brat? Many youngsters let out sighs of relief. Young Miss Fan Xian is proud and arrogant. She has her own dreams. So what if this person is powerful? He can't enter her eyes. During these days, the Brahmin race tried every means to rope in Yi Fan, promising him many things. They said that they were searching for divine ores that might be able to refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid in the future. However, Yi Fan knew that the Brahmin race's accumulation had almost been used up. There wasn't much left. If they wanted to refine the legendary 4th stage, they might not be able to do so without several thousand years. Not to mention them, even on the Eternal Lord planet, there weren't many great powers that could say they could refine it. Yi Fan wanted to leave. The Brahmin race was stalling for time, but the members of the God race and the Netherworld King race had warned them to protect Yi Fan. I think he's refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We might as well just kill him. We'll obtain the origin of the imperishable golden body and give his corpse to the Chow family. We'll share the burden. That's right. The Chow family has exerted too much pressure on us these days. If we continue like this, there will be big problems. The radical faction clamored, wanting to take action against Yi Fan. That won't do. Compared to the members of the God race, the pressure from the Chow family isn't much. That mysterious organization's reach is extremely long. It's extremely terrifying. Fan Zhou shook his head. We can let him leave, but before that, we must obtain what we want. An elder narrowed his eyes, revealing 2 strands of cold light. Some people didn't understand. If they didn't kill him, how could they obtain the golden blood? How could they merge it with the Brahmin race's bloodline? The elder explained that they could find some Brahmin race women and give birth to some descendants with the imperishable golden body. If these people grew up, their value would be immeasurable. That's right, that is the 2nd generation of the imperishable golden body. With just a few of them, it would be enough to sweep through this star domain. In the end, the golden blood will merge with our Brahmin race and be used by our race. Another elder nodded. In the end, the Brahmin race became hostile. They sent out ancient saints to put Yi Fan under house arrest. They wanted to obtain his imperishable divine inheritance. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. The Brahmin race really was vicious, all types of drugs practically drowning out his residents, stimulating his primitive beastly instincts. They wanted him to submit. A few beautiful women appeared, every one of them tall and slender, alluring and moving. Their intentions were clear, they wanted him to leave behind descendants. Yi Fan's face darkened. He operated mysterious techniques, neutralizing all of the various drug effects. They weren't that effective against him. You better be a bit more obedient. Don't force us to extract your blood, genes, and other things. When the time comes, we forcefully accelerate the process. You still won't be able to do anything. Someone warned. Bring away all of these mediocre women. If you want to give birth to my descendants, then your clan's Fan immortal is more likely. Yi Fan mocked. In front of the large screen, Fan Xian was also looking at the situation. She was so angry her delicate body trembled. She stood up and said, despicable, too arrogant. Let's forcefully extract his golden divine blood. Fan Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. She had had enough of Yi Fan. His undisguised mockery and provocation made her want to stamp her shoe on his face. However, no matter how angry she was, it was useless. The experts of the Brahmin race stopped her, and it was impossible for her to enter. After Yi Fan saw her, he loudly mocked her, making her so angry that she could only hide her anger. I was just joking. Since you rushed over so impatiently, could it be that you want to use force on me? Surnamed Ji, don't be so arrogant. You aren't as important to us as you think. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Veins popped out on Fan Xian's forehead. You're angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me you want to use force on me, but, even if that's the case, I won't let you get what you want. Yi Fan laughed loudly, completely unrestrained. This brat is too savage. I really want to beat him to death. The few youngsters who accompanied Fan Xian clenched their fists. Yi Fan's mouth was extremely despicable, and he didn't stop nagging. Every word was enough to make others stomp their feet, yet he didn't seem to realize it and acted as if he didn't care at all. Fan Xian was so angry that she screamed, soak him in the lunar death water and peel off a layer of his skin. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The experts guarding this place looked at each other in dismay. The young miss had truly been provoked, and she was flustered and exasperated like this. It was rare to see her like this after so many years. Do as Miss Fan says. Soak him in the lunar death water and make him shut his mouth. A man with some authority spoke. No, the higher-ups won't allow that. An old man shook his head. It doesn't matter. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, we can directly extract his blood and refine his genes. We can directly interfere and promote the birth of the next generation of the indestructible golden body. Right now, they didn't have much hope. Yi Fan was clearly unmoved by force or persuasion, so they might as well directly extract his divine gene imprint and artificially create a second generation. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. We can replicate an exact copy of the Indestructible golden body, but we can't maintain that kind of divinity. You and I both know that the next generation of the golden body that is born naturally is the most powerful. It's better not to use extreme methods. The old man retorted. The Brahmin race really couldn't stand Yifan. His mouth was so venomous that all sorts of medicinal substances had no effect on him. Whether it was the women who had been sent over or the Brahmin immortal who had come to teach him a lesson, he had ridiculed them all. Even someone as strong-willed as Fan Xian had flipped out and shouted several times that she wanted to castrate him. The most beautiful woman in this star region had said such crude words, so it was easy to imagine what kind of stimulation she had gone through. Beauty, you're the one who said those words. Did I hear wrongly? Such vulgar words coming out of your mouth. Should I say that this is your nature, or that you're vaguely looking forward to it? Kill this bastard. I've had enough of him. Fan Xian was so angry that her beautiful body was trembling. The Brahmin race was starting to consider using force to obtain the blood and genes to extract what they needed. However, they would definitely have to ask the saints for help. Wait. In the end, Fan Xian stopped them again. She was truly angered badly. She felt that doing this wouldn't appease her anger at all, so she thought of an extremely abnormal idea. Didn't we capture a rarely seen devil emperor ape in the starry sky? Lock her up with this brat. The Brahmin race's people were stupefied. They knew that Fan Xian was truly angered badly. She couldn't bear it any longer and wanted revenge. The devil emperor ape was a type of extremely evil, and obscene creature. They lost 2 half-saints before capturing it. Its genes were incomparably terrifying. They had always considered extracting it for research, but they hadn't taken action yet. The devil emperor ape likes strong and robust men. Now, fulfill her wish. Fan Xian said. Yifan was stunned. He realized that he could offend anyone but this woman. If he truly angered them, they would do anything. Oho! That was a giant devil emperor ape covered in black fur that reached a foot in length. It was 6 zhang tall, and its bloody mouth was wide open. Drool dripped down continuously, truly making one feel nauseous. Use the divine laws of the Great Tao to completely suppress him. Make him lose the ability to move and help the devil emperor ape. Fan Xian said sinisterly. She then turned around and left. She was a woman after all, so she didn't dare to truly watch. You're a freak. Yifan knew that he couldn't take it anymore. He prepared to break out of prison. If this continued, he felt as if all of his goosebumps were going to fall onto the ground. Hong, a cauldron rushed out from between Yifan's brows. The source energy of all life descended, able to collapse the void of the universe. The giant black ape's bones were immediately smashed apart, and it flew outwards. What? This is the source energy of all life. Heavens, this type of rarely seen immortal material can be used to forge divine mechas. It's matchless and unrivaled, yet he actually has it in his hands. The Brahmin race was in chaos. Those who were watching over Yifan were all shocked. They quickly hurried over to report. This matter was too important. Yifan wanted to break out of prison, startling all of the experts in this region. They hurried over together, activating the divine patterns of the Great Tao to stop him. Don't worry, even a true saint can't break out. This is where saints are imprisoned to begin with, so there's no need for everyone to worry. Someone said. You have the source energy of all life on you? Fan Xian heard the news. When she hurried over, she was stunned. At first, the heavens didn't want to completely offend Yifan. That ancient saint didn't search him for the secret treasures of various sects, and only wanted to use a few of his family's beauties to get close to him. After that, it was just a romantic affair, and it couldn't be considered a grudge. Now, they were a bit regretful. The value of something like the source energy of all life was too high, and it was worth taking action. Golden blood, source energy of all life, all of this, is too fantastical, all concentrated on a single person. Hong, an intense tremor sounded. Everyone discovered that the source energy of all life wrapped around a green hazy object. It smashed into the ancient saint's symbols, and many ancient traces were erased. Not good, he might escape. We need to report this to the ancestral saint. The green copper was extremely sturdy. Even though there was nothing worth its revival, it merged with the all-life source cauldron, and when it was used to smash things, it was absolutely unstoppable. What it lacked was magical force, but a portion of it was replenished by the source energy cauldron. Hung Long, the ancient saint's great prison split apart, and streak after streak of cracks appeared. All types of symbols were erased, and Yi Fan was about to rush out. "Ancestral saint, please come out of isolation," someone shouted loudly, going to invite Fan Yuntong. Suddenly, all types of colored light flew out. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning. This was something that flew out from the black prison, and it was everywhere. "Retreat, quickly retreat. Close all of the pores on your body, and don't use your divine senses. This is a holy medicine that stimulates the primordial beast instincts, and it has leaked out from the prison." Someone shouted loudly, and his expression was one of panic. During these days, for the sake of dealing with Yi Fan, they piled up all types of holy medicines in the great prison. These things could not only attack one's physical body, but they could also corrode one's divine senses. They could turn into light, and they were everywhere. These were holy medicines, refined by medicine saints who understood ancient medicine refinement techniques. They were the most terrifying. Dong, Yi Fan blasted open the great formation, successfully breaking out of the prison. All types of light mists flew out, submerging this region. No one could hide, because who could instantly move faster than light? Ho! Many people's eyes became red, releasing roars that were full of wildness. This was the return of their bestial nature. There were some who couldn't help but start a slaughter, and there were others who were full of bestial desires. This place became incomparably terrifying. Killing intent rushed into the heavens, and everything was in chaos. The Fan clan suffered the consequences of their own actions, absorbing this type of holy medicine. "Didn't you want to deal with me?" Yi Fan looked at Fan Xian, who was like a crane among chickens. She was slender and elegant, her ivory-white body dyed in a layer of pink. "The medicinal effects aren't enough, give me a bit more." Yi Fan grabbed a handful of holy medicines, scattering them all over her body. "Ah!" Fan Xian's screams were accompanied by a type of hurried breathing. It was a bit high-pitched, and it shook one's soul. Fan Xian's figure was tall and straight, her beautiful legs turning from pure white to pink. She almost fell weakly onto the ground, and her entire body became incomparably hazy. "You dare?" Yi Fan roared with laughter. He didn't care about anything else, rushing forward and slaughtering his way over. All types of holy medicines were being tossed about, and then this place became completely chaotic. Everyone went crazy. "You dare?" Fan Yuntong arrived. A saint could travel thousands of li in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes and broke out of seclusion, he naturally arrived in an instant. Boom! A beam of heaven overflowing holy might descended, heading towards Yi Fan. Fan Yuntong was truly angered badly. What had the heavens become now? Their bestial nature had returned, and there was going to be great chaos soon. All of this started because of this brat. He was the one who spread the holy medicine everywhere. He was simply a scoundrel who burned, killed, and plundered, committing all kinds of crimes. Yi Fan hadn't killed anyone yet, and was only giving them a taste of their own medicine. However, the consequences were even more severe. That devil emperor ape howled loudly, chasing after several half-saints. Its eyes were all red. Yi Fan naturally found it extremely strenuous to resist the holy might. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He felt that the situation was far from reassuring. Under the pressure of the holy might, his body had no choice but to resist with all its strength. The holy medicine turned into light and mist, and it was effective against him. At this moment, he had no time to refine it. The various experts of the Fan clan went crazy. The prison was in a state of chaos, and bestial nature, slaughter, and instincts all interweaved together. "I'm going to kill you!" Fan Xian shouted loudly. Her full and towering chest heaved up and down, almost bursting through the bindings of her tight clothes. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, and she was gasping for breath. She still had a bit of rationality left. When she saw Yi Fan, she immediately attacked. However, it was completely useless, and she couldn't move the holy physique at all. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He wanted to kill her, and with a tap of his finger, a bloody mark appeared on her snow-white neck even from far away. However, he immediately released a muffled groan. Holy might covered the sky and earth from the heavens. Fan Yuntong's expression was cold as he slaughtered his way down, wanting to quickly quell the chaos. Hong, another wave of holy might appeared, meeting Fan Yuntong head-on. It sent him flying and blocked his path. Why aren't you leaving yet? Qi Yaoguang arrived and shouted at Yi Fan. During these days, he had always been lingering outside the heavens, and now, he appeared to help. Yi Fan nodded and turned around to leave. He quickly laid down the chessboard formation platform and walked inside. At this time, his divine sense was also a bit scattered, and his vision was no longer clear. He was also affected by all kinds of light mist while fighting against a saint. Behind him, Fan Xian's body had long since become weak. Her breath smelled like orchids, and many multicolored clouds appeared on her pure white body. She had completely lost herself, and she instinctively shouted, "I'm going to kill you." She entered the realm gate and weakly attacked. "I'm going to kill you." Hurried words and a powerless voice came from behind, accompanied by a breath that smelled like orchid. Yi Fan turned around and Fan Xian followed closely behind. She aimed her palm at his back, but how could she injure the indestructible golden body? They arrived at the star domain. The chessboard platform was connected to the outer space, far away from the battlefield of the heavens. All the clamor and sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. Fan Xian was tall and slender. Her hair was smooth and silky, and her body was sparkling. Her eyes were hazy and her long eyelashes were trembling. Although she was lost, she still maintained her usual train of thought. "Surname Ji. I'm going to demote you to a slave and make you the lowliest servant. Even the ancestral saint won't be able to forgive you." Her thoughts were in chaos and she couldn't control them at all. The resentment in her heart erupted. Her slender arms flickered with a bewitching luster as her slender fingers streaked past, aiming for Yi Fan's temple. Yi Fan's divine sense was also scattered, and his thoughts were unclear. However, his eyes still flashed with a cold light as he turned around. His golden blood energy surged and blasted Fan Xian away. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and her face was pale. She almost lost her life. "You dare!" The realm gate hadn't disappeared yet. Saint Fan Yuntong had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. He saw the scene through the spatial passage and attacked with a peerless attack. This was the fluctuation of a saint. Yi Fan suffered a heavy blow while he was in a daze. His body was flung away, and a vast amount of magical power pressed down on him. "Old ghost." Qi Yaoguang's expression changed. He quickly blocked the ancient saint of the heavens and fought with him. The realm gate that cut off the path ahead dimmed and disappeared immediately, isolating heaven and earth. Starlight sprinkled down, and specks of light appeared in the darkness. Fan Xian was like an exquisite work of art. Her entire body was translucent, and her skin and bones were jade-like. However, at this moment, she was stained with strands of scarlet light. She was tall and slender compared to ordinary women. Her body was built according to the golden ratio as if it was carved out of warm jade. At this moment, she was in a trance. "I won't rest until you die. You'll become my slave." She lost her ability to think normally, and an instinctive anger drove her to attack Yi Fan, spilling out many of the words in her heart. "You lowly ascetic cultivator, you've provoked me time and time again. How hateful. I will use the cruelest methods to torture you, to make you understand what reason and law are." Her body moved up and down gracefully, curvaceous in all the right places. There was a hint of red in her snow-white skin, and there was a luster in her translucent skin. She stepped forward with her long white legs, aiming for the top of Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan let out a low roar and swung his fist out of instinct, releasing a blazing light. His physical strength was so great that he could fight against a saint. Pooh! There was only a flash of bloody light, and that body turned into a bloody mist. It was killed on the spot, and the light slowly dissipated. What? Inside the heavenly hall, Fan Yuntong was startled. He felt a chill as he growled, "You actually killed my direct descendant." Fan Xian and Fan Tian were the two people his clan valued the most. They had spent a great deal of effort to nurture them because their bloodlines were very pure. Perhaps there would be a day when they could revive the blood of deities. I hope the death substitution talisman left behind by an ancient deity can save her life. Fan Yintong's face was gloomy. He fought Qi Yaoguang while killing his way to outer space to save Fan Xian. Bloody mist curled up in outer space. With a flash of misty splendor, a delicate jade-like body that seemed to be carved out of ivory appeared. All of the bloody mist and light flowed back in reverse. It was incomparably mysterious. Surname Fan Xian let out a resounding scream. She was momentarily clear-headed, but as the light of the holy medicine circulated, her large eyes became blurry and no longer as clear. At this time, she wasn't touched at all. Her body was slender and snow-white like jade. Her hair was scattered, and her eyes were very bewitching. She instinctively launched an attack against Yi Fan. Pooh! However, what awaited her was only a golden finger radiance. It shattered her perfect body, and she turned into a bloody mist amidst the intense pain. This ascetic is really ruthless. Within the heavenly hall, Fan Yintong's expression changed once again. He had bestowed the death substitution talismans left behind by the ancient deities, so he could sense them all. Fan Xian was one of the top beauties in this star field. She and Qi Meng were known as the twin peerless geniuses. Who would have thought that she would be mercilessly killed by Yi Fan? Moreover, she was under the influence of the holy medicine. Even her instincts couldn't control her killing intent. A terrifying beam of light flew out from the heavenly hall and slashed towards outer space. Fan Yintong had deduced Yi Fan's position and launched a long-range attack. Yi Fan's body shook violently. A sudden beam of holy light swept over him. If not for his indestructible golden body, he would have been smashed to pieces and his soul scattered. No half-saint could withstand an attack from an ancient saint. He had been attacked by a saint in succession. Although he was strong enough and didn't die, his blood and aura were in chaos. He couldn't purify the holy medicine, and his mind became even more unclear. Pooh! A bloody light flashed. Yi Fan had already killed Fan Xian 4 times. The death substitution talismans left behind by the ancient deities were all cracked and couldn't be used again. Ah, you lowly ascetic cultivator, you actually killed me so many times. Fan Xian was indignant and cried out in alarm. Every time she recovered, she would have a brief moment of clarity. She was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. Afterwards, she would become even more confused every time because the holy medicine's light would flow back and reconstruct her body, completely merging into her blood. Her body was beautiful to the extreme. Every inch of it was white and full of luster. It was the work of the gods. It was a perfect masterpiece. She had a peerless face, a swan-like neck, a towering chest, a small waist, and a slender, white, and beautiful legs. When combined together, she was incomparably graceful and moving. Yi Fan killed Fan Xian 5 times in total. The 6th time didn't happen. After the two of them rushed together, a charming scene appeared. Their primal instincts won over their respective hatred and other factors. The holy medicine was completely activated. It couldn't be expelled or purified, affecting their bodies and minds. The two of them were entangled together. Lowly slave, I'm going to crush you under my feet forever. What most resplendent and beautiful pearl? I don't see you being any more noble than that. Specks of auspicious light flickered under the starry sky. The two bodies were entangled together. When their primal instincts flared up, in their final moments of clarity, the two of them slandered each other. One of them had a bronze body, sturdy. The other was spotlessly white like ivory, slender and wonderful. They violently twisted about like two snakes coiling around each other. This was a type of primal desire. It was a scene that would make one's face blush and heart beat wildly. The medicine refined by the ancient sage finally displayed its effects. It was unstoppable. Clear and cold star splendor, the boundless cosmos. This vast and spacious void could contain everything. There was no sound, and it was so quiet that it made one feel lonely. Yi Fan and Fan Xian didn't know where they were. Their blood was boiling, and after being dominated by a primal instinct, they lost themselves. That last bit of clarity completely disappeared. 10,000 strands of star splendor, the eternal cosmos. In this boundless starry domain, an individual was as insignificant as a speck of dust, not worth much. The bronze power, the pure white sparkling beauty, the two slender bodies, and the fluctuations of divine sense, it was incomparably charming. The primal instinct, the sea of desire, the scene of blood vessels surging, all of this interweaved together to form a hazy scene of amorous feelings. Fan Yintong and Qi Yaoguang fought, and they finally fought their way into outer space. Wherever they passed, meteors turned to ash, and beams of light shot out in 10,000 strands. Nothing could obstruct their footwork. Fan Xian had a high status in the heavens, and was nurtured as an inheritor. But now, she had already died 5 times, and even the ancient deity's puppet death substitution talisman had been completely destroyed. Fan Yintong had lost contact with her, and this made him very uneasy. He didn't know how she was right now. Old ghost, you robbed my race's mothership and refined the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. I've long since wanted to settle accounts with you. Qi Yaoguang blocked his way, not giving him a chance to rescue her. The battle continued. After an unknown amount of time, Fan Yintong didn't hold any hope. They had fought for more than 2 hours, and he believed that Fan Xian had already died several times during this long period of time. This brat really is vicious, even treating my Fan clan's immortal beads like plants, willing to take action. He's worse than a beast. He was furious. In the end, they finally fought their way into the star domain. Fan Yintong was the first to notice that something was wrong. He laughed coldly and said, "Old ghost, your wishful thinking actually came true. You want to raise the next generation of golden bodies?" Fan Yintong's expression was also strange. He didn't expect to run into this scene in outer space. His expression wasn't that good, but he finally understood what was going on. This was the effect of the divine medicine. Before this, his great-great-granddaughter had already been killed 5 times. This was truly abnormal. If the two of them were clear-headed, Fan Xian would definitely be dead. Starlight flowed like water. Yi Fan and Fan Xian revived. When they understood each other's state, they both stared blankly, and then began to struggle intensely. Fan Xian's divine sense fluctuations were sharp and ear-piercing. She was so angry that her teeth hurt, and her internal organs were burning. However, at this time, she didn't have a trace of strength left. She couldn't change anything at all. Her snow-white body was flushed red. She was so angry she wanted to scream out, but she was weak and powerless. Her face alternated between green and white. She used the last of her strength to push Yi Fan away. She pulled out a blue dress and wrapped it around her jade-like body. Then, she quickly moved several hundred zhang away. "Your Brahmin race is truly despicable," Yi Fan said. He put on a long robe and then took out an ancient mecha. He was ready for battle because he sensed that Fan Yintong and Qi Yaoguang had arrived. Fan Xian almost fainted from anger after hearing these words. Several black lines were lightly throbbing on her sparkling white forehead. She pointed at Yi Fan but couldn't say anything. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. "Surnamed Yi, bastard from outer space, I'm not done with you." The two saints arrived and took action to separate them, each protecting one of them. Fan Yintong's face was gloomy. A large black hand reached out and slapped toward Yi Fan. Qi Yaoguang laughed loudly and met his palm. "Old ghost, you've suffered a double loss. It seems you didn't get anything. The golden body descendant plan has failed." Fan Yintong became even more furious after hearing these words. He attacked crazily while Fan Xian, who was not far away, clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were spitting fire as she wanted to smash that disrespectful old bastard to pieces. Of course, if glances could kill, Yi Fan would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. He would have died over 10,000 times already. Qi Yaoguang laughed and said, "Let's call it a day for today. We'll talk about it after you've calmed down. Do you want this little fellow cultivator to marry into your family and continue to complete the indestructible golden body plan, or do you want to kill him? You can decide after you've calmed down. I'll leave with him." With a flash of light, the two disappeared without a trace. In the sky, only the ashen-faced Fan Yintong and the rosy Fan Xian were left. Under the dazzling starry sky, Fan Xian screamed, but there was nothing he could do. Fan Xian's face alternated between red and white, but he could not change anything. Fan Yuntong wanted to chase and kill, but he held back his anger. If he dared to do this to the Qi clan, Qi Yaoguang would definitely destroy the heavenly hall. Light showered down, and Yi Fan and Qi Yaoguang arrived at the immortal feather planet. They were extremely fast, and along the way, the Qi clan's saints were all in a good mood. "Hey, kid, why aren't you saying anything? You took advantage of me, and now you're a saint?" The old man was not serious. "You're the saint," Yi Fan said. Thinking about what had just happened, he felt a headache coming on. Young people are so lucky. You're so much better than I was back in the day. You're so decisive. Qi Yaoguang laughed. "You old man, you're so disrespectful." Yi Fan rubbed his temples. He had cultivated many meridians, and his Xian Kung Fu was connected to the gods. Now that he had completed the 9 transformations, all the side effects were gone. "Hey, little friend, don't say that. That was a celestial flower from the star field, and it was stuck in a pile of cow dung like you." TSK, really?" The old man's words were not kind. Yi Fan really wanted to step on him. He gave him the back of his head and began to think about what to do next. Qi Yaoguang obviously felt that it was easy to talk. He said, "Hey, young man, don't act like you have a deep grudge. It's not like we're taking advantage of each other. After all, you have an indestructible golden body, and you're worth paying for." Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead. He glanced sideways at him and said, "Since you say so, I think Miss Qi Meng is not bad." Qi Yaoguang immediately stopped and warned him not to have any bad ideas. Otherwise, the whole world would hunt him down. At the same time, he did not dare to continue teasing him. "Senior, I'm serious." It was Yi Fan's turn to tease him. "Go away," Qi Yaoguang said. "If you piss me off, I'll destroy your corpse and get rid of you. I don't care if you have a golden body or a holy body." The Qi clan was located in a primitive mountain range. Below it was a city, and above it was a divine island that floated in the sky. It was densely dotted with stars, and it looked very spectacular. This was the first time that Yi Fan had entered as a guest. This time, he received a grand reception. With their ancestral sage accompanying him, naturally, no one dared to find fault with him. Yi Fan felt a sense of vicissitudes and grandeur as he ascended a floating ancient city. This was the place where the supreme immortal physique had secluded himself in the past. Now, it had become a sacred ancient land that even saints had to revere. The bluestone slabs on the street were filled with potholes from the passage of time. As he walked on them, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the ages. Yi Fan's heart was clear, and he found a rare moment of peace in this place. Qi Yaoguang was very cunning and naturally wanted to obtain the indestructible golden blood, but he did not force it. Instead, he took great care of Yi Fan and did not force him. "Old ancestor, he killed Qi Yun. Are we really going to let this matter rest?" someone asked unwillingly. Qi Yaoguang sternly warned his descendants to improve their relationship with Yi Fan and not to become enemies. This was because he had already seen through Yi Fan's potential. If he grew up, he might become unrivaled in the world. Having a friend like this was far better than having a shameful plan. Of course, the premise was that Yi Fan could survive and grow to that realm. There was one thing that Qi Yaoguang had not considered. One of his descendants was born with a big mouth. Not even an hour after they returned to the Qi clan's immortal city, this person had already exaggerated the story of the Brahma clan's defeat. "What? You're saying that Fan Xian and that ascetic cultivator are under the starry sky? No way, one of our eternal star field's divine flowers was taken by someone just like that? That damned ascetic cultivator, I'm going to kill him." The outside world was in an uproar. People from all walks of life were moving to verify this news. The Starry Sky Network was even more chaotic. Many people were rioting, unable to accept this. When Qi Yaoguang found out, he was so angry that he wanted to slap this blabbermouthed great-grandson to death. His face was covered in black divine patterns. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? I don't believe it. Just an ascetic cultivator from the outer realms. How could he be worthy of our star field's immortal beads? It's definitely a rumor. If it's true, I'll definitely go and kill that imperishable golden body. Fan Xian was extremely popular in this star field. With such a major event happening, the younger generation could no longer remain calm. There was a huge uproar, and many people were rubbing their fists in anticipation. As for the heavens, many people were bursting with anger. This time, they had really suffered a double loss and obtained nothing. Yi Fan lingered in the Qi clan for several days. He wouldn't give a single drop of golden blood even if he was beaten to death. He was even afraid of losing a single strand of his hair. He treated Qi Yaoguang as if he were a thief. It's not that I'm stingy, but if you guys use my genes to create another golden body that is exactly the same as me, how can I endure that? Qi Yaoguang patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry, I just want to obtain a little bit of the imperishable golden blood to cultivate. I definitely don't have that kind of intention. Moreover, that kind of clone isn't very valuable. It won't have your original divinity. Yi Fan looked at him. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was determined not to give it to him. During these days, his entire body was clean and without a single strand of dirt. He was afraid that Qi Yaoguang would take advantage of this loophole. In the end, he gave this old saint some divine liquid from the immortal ascension pond as thanks, but he didn't expect that it would cause the other party to be shocked. This liquid actually contained a type of divine mineral. Brat, do you really not believe that my Qi clan can refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid? Yi Fan insisted on leaving, and Qi Yaoguang couldn't stop him. Although he knew that this imperishable golden body was extremely valuable, he felt that it was more appropriate to be on good terms with it. Yi Fan needed the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, but after understanding it in detail, he could only sigh. This kind of thing was too heaven-defying. It was no problem for the Qi clan to refine the third stage, but it was almost impossible to advance further. This was because it was impossible to find the missing main material of divinity. It was rumored that there was still a remnant of that material from 4,000 years ago. It was taken out to be auctioned, but unfortunately, it had already been exhausted. In the boundless universe, if one wanted to search for it by oneself, one could only come across it by chance. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Nowadays, regardless of whether it was the Heaven or the Qi clan, most of the divinity minerals were accumulated over many years or exchanged with others at a high price. It was too difficult to search for it at the last moment. These days, Qi Yaoguang acted as if he was guarding against a wolf. He didn't let Yi Fan get close to Qi Meng, which made him roll his eyes. Before leaving, Yi Fan wanted to see the Supremacy Immortal Mirror. This sect's secret treasure was too mystical. It was actually able to find him in the boundless sea of people. It was really worth being vigilant about. Qi Yaoguang took out the secret treasure. It was an ancient mirror that had been around for tens of thousands of years. It was simple and unadorned, and it overflowed with a divine aura. It was very mysterious. You can rest assured that there is only one treasure mirror on the Eternal Lord Star. Other than this, no one can see through your fake body, Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. This mirror was very mystical. As long as the light shone down and shrouded the body, no matter how one tried to hide, there was no place to hide. The immortal feather star was very small. Hence, the mirror's light could shine down and illuminate everywhere. If it was on the Eternal Lord Star, it would not be so effective. The Qi clan was half the owner of the immortal feather star. They could act without any scruples. It was not a problem for them to illuminate all the cities, but it would not be so easy to leave this place. Yi Fan touched his chin and felt relieved. This mirror could not deduce the secrets of heaven. It was just that the mirror's light was mysterious. It only appeared when he was swept by the light beam last time. If the area was vast enough, or if he avoided it in advance, this mirror would not have any effect. On this day, Yi Fan left. The Qi clan helped him build a starry door in the extraterrestrial region, which led directly to the Eternal Kingdom. This saved him the trouble of finding his own way and crossing over. You have to be careful. The Chao clan has sworn to take your divine blood and destroy your life spirit. These days, the Qi clan has withstood a lot of pressure, Qi Yaoguang said. Without batting an eyelid, he sent Yi Fan on his way. Silently, he picked up a strand of Yi Fan's hair. Yi Fan immediately sensed it. At close range, he was definitely not weaker than a saint. He purposely teased the old man and said, "Senior, When are you going to marry me and Sister Qi Meng? Get lost. Qi Yaoguang's face twitched, and he wanted to hit someone. Yi Fan flicked his fingers, and the strand of hair turned to ash. He then rushed into the starry door without looking back and disappeared. It was dark inside the void tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan rushed out. There was a huge star in front of him, and a godly aura that made people feel awe-inspiring covered the sky and covered the earth. It was incomparably vast, and it was unknown how many times larger than the immortal feather star. It was as if there was a real living god lying dormant on this ancient star, and it made people tremble when they saw it. This was the eternal Lord Star. In terms of grandeur, it was definitely comparable to the ancient stars with life in the Big Dipper. No one knew how long it had existed, and it was as if, as the legends said, it had once given birth to a god. Yi Fan was very cautious and used the deceiving stratagem to cover his body. He used the secret technique of the celestial court to blend into the void, and then flew towards the huge star. He did not want to be discovered the moment he approached. In the end, he successfully descended and stood on this large planet. Immediately, he felt a desolate and vast aura rushing toward him. The mountains shook and the earth shook. A group of ancient beasts, each as big as a small mountain, rushed through the forest in front of him, crushing many giant trees. This was a world that had once given birth to a god. It was boundless, with towering mountains and flowing rivers. The mountains and rivers were majestic and boundless, and there were many species that had never been seen or heard of. Yi Fan traversed who knew how many millions of miles and finally made it out of the Great Desolate. He asked cautiously and slowly came to understand the situation. He truly understood how powerful some of the major powers were. Yuan City was a huge city with a long history that had existed since ancient times. There were ancient buildings, and there were even modern ones. It was very complicated and strange. There were no overly tall buildings here, or else all the ancient palaces and so on would have been submerged by modern buildings, and now they looked even more classical. The combination of ancient castles, crystal cities, gardens, and modern villas was very pleasing to the eye. This was one of the 10 famous cities of the Eternal Lord Star, and all the big powers had settled here. It was an ancient sacred city where crooks mixed with honest folk. Yi Fan was speechless. He saw a huge advertisement board, and on it was actually Fan Xian. The movie she starred in was about to be released, and Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Is it similar to the movies on Earth? He was really speechless. No wonder Chao Qing would chase after her from the Eternal Lord Star to the heavens. It seemed that the effect of celebrities and beauties was not limited to the other side of the starry sky, and it was the same everywhere. Yi Fan walked on the main street that still had an ancient aura. He was struck by the alternating modern and classical scenes as he walked forward aimlessly. Along the way, he saw the footprints left by the ancient great sage on a blue stone, and he also saw the ruins of the ancient castles where the descendants of the gods resided, as well as a modern theater. Suddenly, a bitter aura rushed over. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping in front of him. The murderous aura made even him apprehensive. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. It was a colosseum that occupied a large area, and every giant stone was engraved with great Dao runes that flowed with the traces of time. Many people stopped in their tracks because a large advertisement had just been posted. In 3 days, there would be a stunning battle here, and it would be a great collision between super powerful divine bodies. Yi Fan was petrified on the spot because he saw the person participating in the battle on the advertisement. Even though it was only a side view, he could almost confirm that it was an old friend. The man on the poster had jet black hair that was as thick as a waterfall, draping over his chest and back. His eyes were filled with endless stars, deep and terrifying, like a demonic god. Even though it was only the side of his face, people could feel his sharpness. His face was as sharp as a knife, like the reincarnation of an ancient god. Behind him, a vast and intimidating purple aura surged. Southern monster Qi Lin. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He didn't think that one of the gladiators would be him. This was too unexpected. This was an old friend of the Big Dipper. Central Emperor, Southern Monster, Bodhisattva of the West. Back then, he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation. After so many years, he finally heard news of the Southern Monster. This person is very powerful. He's undefeated 99 times in a row. He's called the demonic god, a legend. In front of the huge stone gate in front of the arena, many people were looking at the poster. They discussed in whispers, talking about some of the southern monsters' situation. He's about to face the most crucial battle. If he can win 100 battles without being defeated, he'll have the qualifications to fight for the title of the strongest and become a member of that sequence. We must come to watch the battle in 3 days. We can't miss it. It will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers. There will definitely be a world-shaking battle. There will most likely be peerless experts stopping him. The southern monster definitely had a heavenly talent when he was in the Big Dipper star region. When he cut down the Tao, he produced a phenomenon comparable to the ancient demonic emperor, making all monsters worship him. And now, he was still stirring up a storm on the Eternal Lord Star. Clearly, he was a super powerful character that everyone was paying attention to. I don't know if he's loyal to a family or fighting for himself. His background has always been mysterious, and there's no way to find out more about him. It seems that he's the strongest warrior raised by a big family. Someone is hiding everything about him in the dark. Maybe he's a slave captured from the outer realm. Otherwise, who would fight like this? The 100th battle is about to begin. 100 battles of life and death was an impressive achievement. Up to this point, it was truly a sensational battle. Unfortunately, no one had been able to uncover the secrets of the demonic god. Yi Fan learned a lot in front of the arena. This was the pastime of rulers and the favorite of the nobles. They would often send out their battle pets to compete. Every time, a large number of people would be involved, because there would be all kinds of bets on who would win and who would lose, and every time, the wager would be astronomical. This was a competition of death. Entering the arena was a battle of life and death. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the death of one's body and soul. No one was willing to enter. Normal people wouldn't participate, because this was too cruel. This was an arena where great powers fought, using their powerful servants to fight. Many disputes were resolved through this. Of course, there were also special circumstances. Some people wanted to hone themselves or participate in the duel for the sake of the high duel fees. High risk naturally had high returns. The underground black merchant hoped that cultivators of a certain standard would enter the arena, and they were even more looking forward to the showdown between famous people. Thus, they didn't hesitate to offer a sky-high price. In the past, the things that could attract experts were nothing more than peerless beauties, sacred artifacts, and so on. Later on, even the most powerful evolutionary fluid became a reward, attracting even more experts' hearts. Because of this, the Colosseum became more and more popular. Every time there was a battle of importance, it would cause a commotion in all directions. Many nobles would personally come to watch. This time, the winner of the duel would obtain the 3rd stage of the evolutionary fluid. The demonic god would break through the legend of being undefeated in over 100 battles, attracting the attention of the world. Naturally, the reward would be very generous, attracting many ancient clans to participate. Many people would definitely place bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators wanted to watch the battle, but it was difficult to obtain a ticket. Even if they spent a lot of money, they still wouldn't be able to obtain one. The seats in the Colosseum had long been filled, and they had been divided up by various nobles. Yi Fan could only watch helplessly. Even if he had all kinds of treasures, it was useless. It was difficult to obtain a ticket, and he had no way of entering. A large group of people had gathered at the entrance of the Colosseum. They were all people who wished to obtain a ticket but couldn't enter. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes lit up when he saw Qi Meng. She actually came to watch the battle, and one could imagine the influence of today's battle. He immediately moved forward and secretly transmitted his voice, causing Qi Meng to be astonished. Qi Yaoguang appeared from the side, blocking him as if he was guarding against a wolf. "Brat, I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about my descendant. Senior, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Please help me get a ticket." Yi Fan laughed. 6 or 7 people from the Qi clan came. In the end, an unlucky fellow with a darkened face unwillingly handed over his ticket to Yi Fan. He had a stomach full of resentment, but because of the old ancestor's face, he didn't dare to act out. He gloomily walked towards the main street. In this place, you absolutely must be a bit more obedient. Don't cause trouble. Qi Yaoguang warned. The Colosseum was vast and enormous. At the center was a stone platform that resembled half a mountain. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. It was rumored that this was cut out by an ancient great sage. It was sturdy enough, and there were immortal divine patterns engraved on it. As for the spectators, they all sat around the stone platform. There was a great protective formation in front of them, so they didn't have to worry about all kinds of offensive techniques rushing out. They could peacefully watch the battle. This place was mainly made of stone. All kinds of seats, railings, and platforms were made of stone. It retained a primitive aura and emitted a type of pressure. During the ancient years, saints often fought here. The ground here has been dyed with saint blood, and it is definitely a holy land. Someone discussed in a low voice. The great battle hadn't started yet, but the various kings had already sat down. The enormous Colosseum was completely filled with people. Every single one of them was someone with status and background. Yi Fan entered separately from the Qi clan, and his seat just happened to be right behind them. Even though they were adjacent, no one felt that there was any connection between them. "Brother, can you change seats? My clan's master has some matters to discuss with young Miss Qi Meng." A young man spoke, using his eyes to indicate for him to stand up. Unfortunately, Yi Fan just happened to be sitting behind Qi Meng. He did his best to avoid the two of them getting to know each other, but someone still came looking for him. He glanced at this person. Even though this person was a servant, he had already reached the Dao-severing realm. He looked in the direction where this person came from, and on another row of seats not too far away, there was a cultured and refined young man who was currently nodding towards him and Qi Meng. "I'm sorry, I don't want to change seats." "You." This young man's eyes shot out a beam of light. It was extremely shocking. This was a supreme expert, and he didn't think that Yi Fan would refuse without even thinking about it. "Don't worry, Zhaoan is back." Not too far away, the cultured man in white said, as if he didn't want to cause trouble. His eyes were very bright, and his cultivation was extraordinary. "This is Zhao Qingchuan, a famous expert who is extremely famous among the younger generation. And the Zhao clan is similar to the Chao clan. They are both nobles of a region on the Eternal Overlord planet, and they are the most powerful forces." Qi Meng frowned. She had never interacted with Zhao Qingchuan before, so she didn't know why he was acting like this today. Based on his status, there are definitely very few people who would dare to go against him. As one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation, today he is acting like this. He is testing my identity. Yi Fan's heart stirred. That's right. Qi Meng nodded. Yi Fan was a new face, and to those who frequented the arena, he was too unfamiliar. Now that he dared to refuse Zhao Qingchuan, it revealed a lot of information. The battle has begun. On the high platform, a screen of light rose up and enveloped the huge stone platform, preventing the battle from affecting the spectators. The screen of light was crystal clear, and it was carved by the ancient great sage, so it was absolutely safe. On the vast stone platform that was like half a broken mountain, a young man appeared. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and his body was bronze in color. He was very strong, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a demon god, and he had a special temperament. This body was no different from the southern demon, but it was a pity that Yi Fan couldn't use his divine sense to penetrate the great sage's screen of light, so he couldn't sense his aura and make a final judgment. The battle has begun. There was a commotion in the arena, and another gladiator appeared. His body was covered in demonic patterns, and his silver hair fell over his shoulders. Even his eyes were silver, and he was very powerful. As soon as he appeared, he left behind a few afterimages as he pounced towards the demon god. Silver eyes, it's actually silver eyes. No wonder. I knew that the demon god's 100th battle would be obstructed. It turned out that this person has come out. How much did they have to pay to invite him? This was a king tier who had only been defeated once in his life. He had dominated the eastern region for more than 100 years, and only gave way to saints. He didn't fear any Dao-severing experts, and he had killed several half-saints. It was said that 100 years ago, during the selection for the strongest constitution, he had lost to his opponent due to an accident. It was very regrettable. Everyone, you can place your bets now. The bets on the ground reminded everyone. Silver Eyes quickly retreated after the attack and confronted the demon god, no longer attacking. Clearly, the two of them were familiar with the rules of the arena, and they wanted to give the noble guests time to place their bets. After the commotion, the arena regained its calm. Many people had placed their bets, and the battle was about to begin. This was a primitive battle without the help of mecha or war tools. It was a battle fought with the methods of the ascetic cultivators. For the people of the Eternal Lord Star, this was especially hot-blooded. Since ancient times, they had always relied on external tools, and there were almost no ascetic cultivators left. This profession was almost extinct. They had heard that in the era of their ancestors, the ascetic cultivators tore apart mecha with their bodies and fought against the world. Unfortunately, that era had passed, and all kinds of powerful war tools had become their choice. Within the arena, all kinds of light beams danced, and a fierce battle broke out. The demon god was like its name, like the reincarnation of an ancient demon lord. Its divine bravery was unstoppable. Yifan secretly guessed that the southern monster must have taken the evolution fluid, and not just once. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so tyrannical. Silver Eyes was also divine. After all, he was a peak Dao severing expert, and he had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level. He was stronger than the southern monster. The two of them fought, and all kinds of secret techniques were used. They were all ascetic cultivators' methods. This was a battle for the treasures of the flesh, and the spectators were dazzled. So powerful. If they continue to develop like this, they will one day be able to tear apart ancient mecha with their bare hands. The southern monster is too powerful. His cultivation level is not as high as Silver Eyes, but he can fight on equal footing. This is really inconceivable. You should know that Silver Eyes can be said to be an invincible existence among Dao severing experts. People discussed in low voices and watched nervously. Pfft. No one would have thought that after a mere 200 rounds, the demon god would strike out with a peerless attack and almost cleave Silver Eyes in half. Silver blood splattered, and this opponent was sent flying, no longer able to fight. He won. So fast, 100 consecutive victories. Oh my god, that piece of divinity or of mine pressed down on Silver Eyes. At this moment, another young man appeared in the arena. With a smile on his face, he waved at the crowd and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Do you want to know the origins of the demon god? Until today, when he won 100 consecutive victories, I feel that I am qualified to say it. He comes from a mysterious ancient planet. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, waiting for him to create glory. To tell you the truth, he is only one of the powerful bloodlines of that ancient planet, and there are many more there. I think you all know what I am talking about and understand what I mean. I have shown everyone the terrifying value of that mysterious ancient planet through him. I think our compatriots here can't hold back anymore. Does anyone want to go on an expedition?" "What? A mysterious ancient planet with many powerful bloodlines? Doesn't that mean the source of life is very terrifying?" The arena was filled with all kinds of voices. Many people were cursing. They had bet on Silver Eye, but in the end, they lost everything and lost everything. What a joke. If there was such a precious planet, you guys would have already left. Why would you say it out loud and invite us on our way? The heirs of the great nobles naturally bet on rare ores. Many people lost big and were in a bad mood. They didn't believe his words. Let him speak in detail. I want to listen carefully. Naturally, there were also true nobles in the arena. Their expressions were serious and they were very interested in this. The man on the stone platform was very young with a slender figure and a fair complexion. He had a head of long blue hair and an imposing appearance. With a calm and confident expression, he quietly watched people's reactions. This seems to be someone from the Lan Tua clan. It's the saint's grandson, Lan Tua. He's very fond of him. Someone was astonished. The Lan Tua clan was very famous on the Eternal Lord Star. They focused on the exploration of the star domain. They started off as marauders and slowly grew into a giant. They once discovered an ancient land of life and sold the experts there, accumulating a batch of initial capital. Yifan clenched his fists. He learned about the clan's past from people's discussions. Simply put, they were a group of human traffickers. Now, they had their eyes on the Big Dipper star domain and started with his old friends. Everyone, you don't understand. You still don't understand the value of that ancient planet. Although my Lan Tua clan wants to advance, we don't have the strength to do so. If we go there alone, we probably won't be able to make a splash. I can tell everyone with certainty that it's a divine land with traces of ancient deities' activities. There are all kinds of powerful bloodlines and ancient minds formed from the origin life stone. There are many natives and naturally, there are also some experts. Lan Tua Tu explained some of the Big Dipper star's situation. It immediately caused a sensation. At this moment, people couldn't sit still and were all attracted. There are immortal tears green gold, black dragon pattern gold. They can be refined into divine mechas. In addition, there are supreme immortal medicines used by ancient deities to refine immortal pills. You all know what this means. It's incomparably dreamy. All of these are extremely precious and their value can't be estimated. They will only be wasted in the hands of those natives. We need to excavate them and display their true value. Lan Tuatu was impassioned as he mobilized all the major clans, asking who wanted to join them and head to the Big Dipper star region together. This was a huge uproar. The outcome of the battle in the arena was no longer important. Everyone was attracted by this mysterious ancient planet. Traces of the ancient gods, countless precious resources, this is what we lack. Those natives don't understand the value of these things, we can't let them shine. The Lan Tua clan was about to carry out a great robbery. They deeply felt that their own strength was not enough, and they needed some powerful allies. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would fall in the Big Dipper star region. With such a beautiful prospect and so many divinity ores, it was worth it for every major force to make a move. No one could remain calm. The Lanto clan started off by plundering and grew into a giant. Their hearts wouldn't be so kind. If the road ahead was filled with immortal medicines, would they still call on us? Needless to say, it's full of danger. Naturally, there were people who didn't buy it, especially the hostile forces of the Lanto clan. They spoke up one after another and questioned loudly. High risk comes with high reward. The natives of that place are indeed not weak. Otherwise, why would we need allies? However, no matter what, they can't contend against our eternal kingdom, said Lan Tuatu. In the end, he threw out a heavy bomb. It shocked many nobles and even some saints who had secretly arrived stood up and looked at him in disbelief. Everyone, do you still remember Wan Qing? He proved his Tao with a primal chaos green lotus and came from that ancient planet. What? Is what you said true? Everyone was in an uproar. I can tell everyone that Wan Qing finally returned to that ancient planet and passed away 10,000 years ago. He left behind his orthodoxy and immortal treasures. This information was fatal. Everyone was tempted. Wan Qing swept through this place back then and left behind an indelible myth and legend. If what you said is true, we can consider cooperating. A battle across galaxies is the most interesting. Some nobles responded positively. In the arena, only Yifan's eyes were cold. Some nobles were very conceited and treated the cultivators of the Northern Dipper domain as lowly natives. The Lanto clan in particular deserved to be killed, however, he couldn't change anything. The news had leaked out, and a collision between galaxies was inevitable. Yifan was not anxious. He was calm and even somewhat expectant. He firmly believed in the terror of the saints of the Northern Dipper domain. If these people went on an expedition, it would be interesting to see who would suffer a great loss. Everyone, we need to make a long-term plan. If there are nobles who are interested and want to go on an expedition, they can come here and discuss with our saint, said Lan Tuatu. The arena became a meeting place. Many major forces were discussing, and many people were red in the face. Faced with absolute benefits, no one was willing to relax. Lan Tuatu said, everyone knows that an expedition will cost a lot and require a great price. My clan is willing to go there with the 10 races. We can discuss in detail who is willing to form an alliance. Many people cursed. This was a naked asking price. The Lanto clan wanted to find a partner and clearly stated the number of allies. They didn't want to accept everyone. People understood that they wanted to make a killing. They would choose whoever had the highest value and who was willing to give up various resources. The nobles were naturally unwilling, and the scene was chaotic. Not far away, Zhao Qingchuan walked over and chatted with Qi Meng. They actually talked about the indestructible golden body. He was cultured and elegant, asking if this ascetic was from the Northern Dipper domain. Qi Meng naturally wouldn't say anything. The Qi clan had already made their stance clear. They wouldn't be hostile to Yi Fan. It was better to be friends with such a person than to be enemies. At this time, even someone of Qi Yaoguang's status had already climbed onto the stone platform in front of the arena. He was there to understand the situation of the Northern Dipper domain in detail. The arena was in an uproar. There were a few people walking over with Zhao Qingchuan. One of them cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan and sneered, "Who are you, brat? Brother Zhao wants to exchange seats with you, yet you dare to go against him. You must have just come out of your sect, how insensible. Cooperate with you?" Yi Fan glanced at him. "I'll give you two choices. One is to scram immediately, and the other is to wait for death." This young man was insufferably arrogant. He directly approached Yi Fan. Qi Meng secretly transmitted her voice, "This is a rogue cultivator named Su Hai. He's quite famous in Origin City. He has already cut his Dao for many years and is very close to some of the nobles. He's a sharp blade." "Is Zhao Qingchuan really that sharp? This is the first time we've met and he's already like this. Could it be that he's discovered my identity and wants to use Su Hai to test me?" Yi Fan's heart stirred. "Su Hai, what are you doing? Hurry up and come back," Zhao Qingchuan said. "Brother Su, come back. Those who don't know would think that Brother Zhao is bullying us." A few nobles also tried to persuade him. "I just can't stand his calmness. I want to see what kind of divine being he is." Su Hai was very insolent. He came up and pulled on Yi Fan's arm. Scram. Yi Fan didn't budge. The swastika heavenly art was mixed with his voice, forming a beam that rushed into Su Hai's immortal platform. Pfft. Blood flowed out of Su Hai's 7 apertures. His forehead cracked and he was sent flying, landing right on his seat. His entire body convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. The expressions of the people around them changed, but no one said anything. It was obvious that this kind of thing happened frequently. Some nobles' heirs were passionate fans of the arena. Their battle pets and slaves would often come here to participate in the battles, and there would be conflicts from time to time. Zhao Qingchuan looked deeply at Yi Fan and left with a few people. However, when he turned around, he said to Qi Meng, "The Chao clan is angry. If the Qi clan wants to go to the Big Dipper Star region, you must be careful." The arena was in chaos. The people were very dissatisfied. Only the 10 clans could form an alliance with the Lantua clan. This was too little. Many nobles wanted a piece of the pie. An elder from the Lantua clan appeared and comforted them. He promised that this was only the first batch of advance troops. Their main task was to scout ahead. After the results were confirmed, the main army would set off. "Everyone, perhaps you don't know, but there's an important piece of news that I haven't said yet. The value of that ancient planet is much greater than we imagined. Do you still remember the person named Wuxia who almost destroyed our eternal Lord Star over 100,000 years ago? In his later years, he also descended on that ancient planet and passed away there." "What?" The people in the arena were completely shocked. This matter was too distant, but the nobles would never forget it. That year, that battle was simply a nightmare. There were peerless experts wearing the battle armor left behind by the ancient gods, but they suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, there was a divine battle armor that was permanently shattered. It was destroyed in that battle. Wuxia swept through the Eternal Star region, leaving behind a terrifying legend. Yi Fan's mouth opened and closed again. Emperor Wuxia had also appeared here. Such power made people revere him. He had once heard the Black Emperor say that Wuxia didn't set off from the extraordinary scholar residence in a step-by-step manner. Instead, he had set off many years after becoming a saint and had gone to many places. I wonder if the saintess who wanted to follow an emperor Wu Shi's footsteps and look up to him for the rest of her life came from here. Unfortunately, after searching for a lifetime, she died in the starry sky in the end. The resplendent Big Dipper, the arena meeting ended, and the various races dispersed one after another. However, the storm spread like a hurricane, and the entire Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. The era of great wastelands had arrived. Many major powers were eager to go all out and enter the Big Dipper to transport away those rare resources. In the following days, the giants discussed in secret and began the interstellar expedition. Everything was carried out in full swing. Many loose cultivators became active because the various great clans were recruiting. Since they were about to embark on a long expedition, it was only natural that they would need experts. Some of the great clans even hired mercenaries. In many people's eyes, this was a great era. There would be endless wealth waiting for them. That was a mysterious ancient planet filled with dreams and divine treasures. As for what Yi Fan was doing? Of course, he was being recruited. He wanted to use this opportunity to go back and take a look. There was a faint anticipation in his heart. The battle between the mothership and the saints was about to be revealed. After so many years, Wu Shi's tomb is still here. It's called Purple Mountain. Those natives are really pitiful. Since they can't bear to do it, let's go and cut it open. When they heard that Wu Shi's tomb was still there, the major races that had suffered in the past were immediately excited. They firmly believed that the supreme human must have left behind countless divine treasures. I'm looking forward to you opening it. Yi Fan only let out a cold laugh after hearing this. Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. Undercurrents were surging in the dark today, all sides unable to remain calm. The great era of development had arrived, an unprecedented opportunity placed before them. All great clans were recruiting soldiers. As long as one had enough strength, they would definitely be recruited. They all wanted to seize the initiative in the future battles for territories. Origin Ancient Mine, it truly is something to look forward to. There is actually a place like this. I believe that a certain amount of Origin Life Stone can be excavated. Since there is this type of divine material, then perhaps the others can be found as well. It truly makes one excited. 5th or even 6th level immortal evolution liquid might even be refined. The beautiful prospects and grand blueprints made many great clans excited. For them, that place might become a divine land of revival, recreating the glory of eternal kingdom. Only Yi Fan frowned. These people wanted to excavate Origin Ancient Mine. Were they tired of living? Could it be that this ancient star had a few quasi-emperors who were going to head over with mechas left behind by ancient deities? This will trigger a great revolution. Back then, we found a similar resource star, allowing our civilization progress to be advanced by 50,000 years. This time, it might be 100,000 years, or even longer. Just wait and see. Yi Fan was rushing about, entering and exiting various great recruitment points. He was choosing a great power, wishing to find a king clan with enough strength to join one of the 10 clans. In reality, all of the clans were recruiting, but there were only 11 clans including the Vanguard and Lantua clan. The others had to wait until they were clear before setting off. Yi Fan wasn't willing to wait too long. The entire star system was recruiting, the supply of mercenaries becoming unprecedentedly high. After being recruited by the great clans, it was as if all of humanity was going to carry out a great migration. The starry sky web was boiling, people discussing and arguing every day, always revolving around this topic. There were naturally people who criticized this, saying that this was invasion, protesting that this was bullying the weak natives. However, no great power cared about these things. In their eyes, there were only benefits, not letting go of any resources. Yi Fan was choosing between mercenaries and great powers, moving back and forth. With his strength, he would definitely be welcomed no matter where he went. However, his ambitions weren't limited to this. He wanted to rise up, and when the time came, he would be able to plunder a mothership. When the various great clans took action, only the Underworld King clan remained calm. They didn't make any preparations, coldly watching from the sidelines. They only gave a few great clans they were on good terms with a word of warning, saying that that place would most likely be difficult to find. Back then, their ancestors came from that place. Now, very few people knew that even their ancestors couldn't find the way back. They felt that the Lantua clan might not necessarily succeed. When the Lantua clan learned of this, the person in charge shook his head and laughed, saying that the demonic god was not ordinary and had grasped the demonic race's ancient method to record the starry sky coordinates, paying great attention to measurement along the way. The Lanto clan, on the other hand, could deduce and calculate step by step based on these coordinates that were so primitive that they were almost ancient. They could go back in time and find that mysterious universe. When the Netherworld King tribe heard about it, they also started to make preparations. However, their true intentions were not to participate in it. This was because they vaguely remembered the teachings of their ancestors. There was a path of immortalhood in the Big Dipper star domain. Even the ancient emperors had found their way to that place. It was definitely not simple. However, they buried all of this at the bottom of their hearts and didn't say it out loud. They were prepared on the surface, but they were watching silently in secret. Other than the Netherworld King tribe, the deity Feathered Chi clan also had other plans. This was because the old saint, Qi Yaoguang, had personally consulted Yi Fan and said that he would listen to his advice. Don't go. Looting there won't end well. Yi Fan only said this and didn't mention the situation in the Big Dipper star. The Qi clan immediately quieted down and became very cautious. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. From Yi Fan's calm words, they could feel a murderous intent. You have no choice but to prepare. Someone is watching you. They all know that you have helped me before, and some big clans have already guessed that I came from the Big Dipper star domain. For example, that Zhao Qingchuan is very meticulous. He must be observing your movements. Brat, you are really dishonest. Aren't you tricking us? Qi Yaoguang said. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said, they are going to invade the Big Dipper star domain. There will be an interstellar war, and it's hard to say who will die. I just don't want you to act alone and attract the attention of others. This was a long and drawn-out preparation because an expedition was not a child's play. There was always the possibility of failure in the outer realms. The people of the Eternal Lord Star weren't blindly arrogant. They had learned enough information from the demon god. Recruiting experts, building warships, and repairing motherships were all being carried out in full swing. All kinds of expedition plans were also being discussed. During this time, other than thinking about which major force to join, Yi Fan was also actively preparing. He was doing his homework, analyzing and studying all kinds of minerals. He learned about the various divine main materials needed to refine the strongest evolution fluid. They were truly rare and could only be found by chance. However, he might be able to find some in the Big Dipper star. Today, he urgently wanted to increase his realm. The ancient mirror left behind by Ji Haoyue recorded the dangers ahead. The 9 pieces of information made him restless. If he wanted to advance, he must become a saint. Otherwise, there would be many dangers ahead. If he chased like this, he would most likely die. This divine mineral that only appears once in eternity is the Eye of Creation? Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder the evolution fluid was so priceless. None of the required materials were ordinary and all of them were peerless treasures. Especially the 9 main materials, each more precious than the last. The Destiny Rock, the Eye of Fortune, the Immortal Vine, the Primordial Life Stone, the Heart of the Dead World. Which one of them wasn't heaven-defying? In a sense, as long as there was a main mineral with divinity, he could refine the first stage of the evolutionary fluid. He could find substitutes for the other main materials, and then add dozens of auxiliary rare minerals, and he would more or less succeed. In fact, the number of main divinity materials would determine the stage of the evolutionary fluid that could be refined. For example, in the Pure Land of Heaven last time, they didn't have the Immortal Vine and used the meteorite withered vine heart as a substitute. They only had the Destiny Rock, the Primordial Life Stone, and a small piece of the Heart of the Dead World to successfully refine the third stage of the fluid. Of course, they were well prepared. They had gathered all kinds of auxiliary rare minerals, and they were all of high quality. The missing main materials were all good substitutes. Yi Fan pondered for a while after understanding the details. It was simply impossible to refine the 9th stage of the immortal level fluid, not to mention the ninth stage. Even the eighth and seventh stages were difficult to refine. The most sensational event in the past 50,000 years on the Lord Eternal Star was when someone barely managed to refine the sixth stage of the fluid. After robbing the purple-eyed woman at the Undying Mountain, the Destiny Rock had only just begun to melt and had just extracted the first stage of the fluid. I left it in the Heavenly Village, so it should be of great use. In addition, I can ask the Sacred Prince to invite the victorious Fighting Buddha. Maybe he can get a piece of the primordial life stone from the Origin Ancient Mine. As for the Heart of the Dead World, I seem to have it with me. When he stepped on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he once stayed on a planet full of withered bones for a period of time. He once saw the battle between the saint-level skeletal creatures and the Golden Holy Ship. In the end, he went deep into the Earth's core and took away a mineral filled with death energy. Now, he finally learned that it was actually the Heart of the Dead World. This kind of mineral only had a 1 in a billion chance of appearing in the land of extreme death. The black mineral contained the miracle of immortality and was the rarest of treasures. Yi Fan studied it carefully and finally learned a lot of valuable things. If he could return to the Big Dipper this time, he would pay more attention and collect them. By doing so, both he and his old friends would gain great benefits. There would be a qualitative transformation. Every step forward would shorten the time of cultivation by 100 years. The significance was too great. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. The various clans of the Eternal Lord Star were in full swing. Their preparations had almost come to an end. It could be seen that they were very serious and attached great importance to this trip. Yi Fan chose to join a super noble clan known as the Rising Sun City. In the history of such an ancient clan, there had been great sages. In particular, some of them still had King of Sages. Therefore, they were known as nobles. The Chao clan, the Brahmin clan of the Immortal Feather Star Ocean, the Mo clan of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Zhao clan where Zhao Qingchuan was from, the Rising Sun City Royal clan, including the Lantua clan. There were a total of 11 clans. The pre-war preparations were almost done. They were about to start assembling and embarking on the road of expedition. A war across star fields was about to begin. Yi Fan was not so optimistic. There really were experts in this star field. It was not as simple as he thought. If the great sage rode a divine mecha on the road, it would most likely be a disaster. Of course, he was not pessimistic. Since he could not stop it, he could only follow. When the time came, he would inform the saints of the Big Dipper in advance. Perhaps there would be a grand occasion where the weapons of the great ancient emperors collided with the mecha of the ancient gods. I should prepare some gifts for them. For example, I should send some sketches to the 11 great royal clans. It would be best if I could lead them to places like the Origin Ancient Mine or the gathering place of the ancient races. However, it was very difficult to do so. Who would believe him? If he presented the sketches, he would most likely be immediately targeted and found out. In the end, the opportunity came. What happened next caused a huge uproar. A pair of siblings from the Purple Cloud race who had been lost in the universe for many years returned with shocking news. They said that they had been to the Big Dipper star field and had fallen near a strange place called the Immortal Mountain. They had hibernated there for many years, but in the end, an accident happened. The evolutionary fluid that they had refined was taken away by a native. That is really a treasure land. Through the description of the siblings from the Purple Cloud race, it has been confirmed that the words of the Lanto race can be trusted. That native has one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Perhaps there really are many powerful bloodlines in that land. Miss Ziyan has finally returned. She is the pride of the Purple Cloud race. She has entered the universe alone with her brother for so many years to refine the evolutionary fluid. It is really admirable. She is the most beautiful fairy on the eternal main star, comparable to Qi Meng and Fan Xian in the immortal feather star field. When Yi Fan received the news, he was stunned. The pair of alien siblings had escaped and returned. They were once his captives and had only just returned to the mother planet. The fairy-like beautiful young lady Ziyan and her group had suffered greatly. The mothership had been taken away, leaving only the golden mecha gods will inside. It had to constantly jump through space and was lost in the cold and dark universe more than 10 times. It had almost died outside and only returned after a narrow escape. Some of the warriors who had returned with them were immediately secretly divided up by the various royal families. They were lured with large amounts of money just to understand that ancient planet. Unfortunately, these people's knowledge was limited. Because they had been immersed in refining the evolutionary fluid for many years, they had no idea what kind of divine land the real Big Dipper star was. They also talked about some important matters. When they were about to leave, they had captured many strange races. The power of their bloodlines was indeed extraordinary. This could not help but make the people of the eternal main star even more excited. Yi Fan began to move. He distributed various versions of the secret map, making people mistakenly think that it was the secret revealed by these people who had returned. After doing all this, there was only one thing left, and that was to save the southern demon. In these few months, he had been working hard to confirm her identity, but it was still difficult to get close. The Lanto race's defenses were too strict. Finally, before he set off, the ancient Saint Qiyaoguang brought him an important piece of news. Recently, rumors had been everywhere. All kinds of maps of the Big Dipper star field were flying in the sky. This made the various royal families lose confidence. Together, they forced the Lanto race to make them reveal all the secrets the demon god knew. In the end, the 10 generals pressured the royal families. The Lanto race had no choice but to tell the truth. They allowed them to see the demon god's sea of consciousness. Everything was no longer a secret. What? The demon god is a clone and not the real one? Yi Fan was a bit surprised, but he was not that surprised. He had long suspected that it was most likely not the real southern demon. That's right. There is a strand of the southern demon's imprint in his sea of consciousness. Most of it is led by a half-saint from the Lanto race, Qiyaoguang said. The southern demon had once fought with the Lanto race. In order to save her sister, Qi Huishui, she almost died and spilled a lot of demon god's blood. The Lanto race used this to forge the demon god's body. Qiyaoguang said, a few years later, the demon godlike man came back and killed many of the Lanto race's experts. However, under the intervention of an ancient saint, he lost an incarnation and passed away with heavy injuries. Yi Fan was shocked. The southern demon was not simple. To be able to escape from an ancient saint, either he was well prepared or he was unbelievably powerful. In that case, the demon god sea of consciousness now contains the imprint of the southern demon's incarnation? That's right. Qiyaoguang nodded. Since the Lanto race revealed the secret, did you let anyone see the consciousness of that incarnation? Yi Fan asked. I saw it myself. Qiyaoguang showed it to him. In the end, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The southern demon was really ruthless. He lost his incarnation and almost died. It was definitely done on purpose. That was because these imprints were all terrifying killing plans. The Big Dipper in the demon god sea of consciousness did not seem to have many ancient saints. The sea of consciousness clearly showed some important places of the ancient race, thinking that there were divine treasures there. That incarnation was definitely done by the southern demon and was left behind on purpose. This is a massacre against the ancient race. The people of the Eternal Lord Star and the ancient race will kill each other. When the southern demon left, the Big Dipper star region was in deep trouble. The threat of the ancient races was too great. They could sweep through the world at any time and leave billions of corpses behind. In a sense, the southern demon was forced to leave. Yi Fan distributed the map and wanted to do the same. However, it was not perfect because he did not fall into the same situation as the southern demon and could not take advantage of the current situation. The southern goblin's plan was very perfect. It displayed all of his intentions, and the two of them coincidentally had the same idea. How ruthless! Yi Fan laughed. The southern demon was indeed impressive. Woo! The war horn left behind by the ancient great sage sounded. The motherships of the Eternal Lord Star rose into the air one after another and headed for the stargate that had been opened long ago. The Violet Cloud royal family also joined in. A total of 12 noble families set off, and each group sent at least 4 motherships. As for the ancient Saint Mechas, there were even more. There were also powerful beings like Saint Kings to hold the line. The thick bugle horn released an oppressive desolate divine sound. The expeditionary army set sail, breaking the peace of tens of thousands of years. Every mothership was followed by a group of warships. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Each of the 12 great clans sent out at least 4 motherships, some as many as 7. They moved majestically, releasing holy might as they tore through the sky, continuously entering the enormous starry gate in outer space. This was a great battle that spanned across galaxies. Under the rumbling of the ancient war bugle horn, large amounts of steel flickered with ice-cold luster. They covered the sky and covered the sky dome as they headed towards the other shore of the starry sky. Many people sent them off. All types of flying ships rushed into the sky, and there were also many experts who flew into the sky with their physical bodies. The various king clans' descendants and women were like sending off their heroes on their way, scattering flowers in the void. "I'll be waiting for your return." A beautiful young lady transmitted sound to a young man. "Haha. I'll conquer a large territory and establish a resplendent country." "Children, I'll be waiting for your good news." There were ancestral saints who came to send them off as well. The fluctuations they released resounded through the sky dome, resonating with the entire star domain. "Brave warriors who have expanded our territory, will be waiting for your triumphant return." The relatives and friends of the 12 great clans sent them off, sending out their blessings. The warships were like a forest, flickering with the cold luster unique to metal. The expeditionary experts' morale was very high. They were all waiting for glory to descend and carve out a splendid future. In the end, the enormous starry gate slowly dimmed. All of the warships entered, completely disappearing into another resplendent sea of stars. The Great War had begun, the boundless cosmos, the boundless starry sky. It was incomparably grand and boundless. From ancient times until now, it had been called the cosmos. People could only define it like this, because it was vast, profound, and terrifying. There was no way to measure it. Darkness was the eternal theme. Even though there were countless stars, they still seemed insignificant in this black curtain. The coldness and loneliness were boundless, far more cruel and terrifying than people could imagine. The first spatial jump went smoothly. They appeared in a bleak void. This was a region of death without the slightest fluctuation of life. The Southern Fiend recorded the path using the Fiend race's most ancient and simple starry sky coordinates. Without any mistakes. After complex restoration and deciphering, they sorted out the correct route map. Very good. Let's make the next space jump. If there are no accidents, we will need to make more than 400 jumps in total to reach that mysterious ancient planet with life. When Yifan heard this, he was moved. It seemed like his change of direction was not a horizontal one. Reaching Eternal Kingdom was a vertical one. He remembered very clearly that when he stepped onto the 5-colored altar, strange dead stars descended one after another. In total, there were less than 100 dead stars. The second, the third, the 88th space jump. Everything was very stable. A large number of motherships led the endless steel battleships forward with a might that could sweep through the star field. After crossing the sky for the 89th time, all the battleships came out from the huge stargate. A strange fluctuation appeared in front of them, and the alarm rang in every mothership. "There's a spaceship up ahead. It's extremely damaged, lying in the cold starry sky, together with the cosmic dust." An image appeared on the big screen. It was a 1,500-foot-long battleship. It was majestic and huge, almost as big as the mothership. "It belongs to our everlasting star region, but we don't know which family it belongs to. It's actually destroyed here. Send a battleship to see what happened." A silver spaceship rushed up, forming a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the huge ship and circled around it to observe. Then, it entered through the huge hole. Suddenly, a mournful scream could be heard. Every battleship received their signal. The people who entered the spaceship suddenly had their facial features contorted. Then, they exploded one by one. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the screen red. Then, a strange sound was heard. The connection was cut off, and the place became deathly silent. Who can tell me what happened? In the mothership of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Marquis of the Mo clan shouted coldly. The damaged spaceship belonged to their clan. No one could answer. There were many things in the universe that couldn't be explained. The vast great void was incomparably long, and people couldn't explore it in their entire lives. Anyone who traveled in the universe would know that things that were 100 or 10,000 times stranger than this had happened before. It was incomprehensible. Shoot them. The Marquis of the other mothership decisively gave the order. There were so many of them here. Not to mention the ancient mechas, there were 50 to 60 motherships. If they fired at full force, even a sage would be smashed to pieces in an instant. Moreover, in this expedition, the various clans had ancient sages to support them. They had nothing to fear. Boom! A beam of light tore through the darkness, cutting open the cold and eerie huge ship. Everything inside could be seen clearly. In the next instant, something strange happened. Many people in the battleships cried out in fear. All kinds of signals were cut off, and the spaceship was showing signs of losing control. Within the damaged hull, a huge fog appeared. It was dusky and thick like lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack. It spread out in an instant, covering the sun, moon, and stars. It enveloped the entire void, completely submerging the mothership and the hundreds of battleships around it. Not good, this is the devil fog. Retreat quickly, avoid it. Someone cried out in alarm. This was simply the bane of all spaceships. Everywhere it passed, the battleships were all corroded beyond recognition. Even the great Daoruns couldn't stop it. This is an extremely dangerous thing in the universe. Even the ancient sages have to avoid it. It can devour and destroy everything. Fortunately, we only encountered a small amount. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. Quickly ask the sages to take action. No one could say for sure what kind of substance the devil fog was. It would sometimes have strong electromagnetic properties, and sometimes it would display a destructive divine energy that was constantly changing. It was very rare in the universe and was classified as a terrifying legendary thing. It was definitely terrifying, but it was difficult to determine whether it had an independent will or whether it was a living body. The four ancient sages acted at the same time. Divine chains of order formed millions of marks. They flowed and formed a cage that trapped all the fog in the center. They refined it together and continuously destroyed it. When there was only a little bit left, a sage opened his mouth and spat out a divine glass furnace. It was resplendent and crystal clear. The furnace opened and the remaining fog was forcibly sucked in. Existences of this level naturally didn't lack divine weapons. Some weapons were left behind by the ancient ascetics. They were peerless in power and were similarly suitable for them. Bring it back and properly study it. Just what kind of substance is this? In the distance, there was a terrifying scene. Over 100 warships were all damaged and lifeless. It was clear that not a single person had survived. Meanwhile, the marks on the mothership at the center were also dim. The body of the ship had been cut open and not a single person had survived. This group of motherships had been completely devoured and crippled. They had just set off, but they had already lost a priceless mothership. This made everyone feel very depressed. Anything can happen in the universe. This isn't much. If we want to cross galaxies, we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Let's continue on our way. A sage said coldly. The people of the 12 great nobles frequently entered the starry sea of the cosmos and naturally understood this kind of cruelty. They had encountered things many times more terrifying than this. As a result, they weren't that depressed. They quickly adjusted themselves and continued forward. The following path was rather long because the ancient coordinates of the southern demon were becoming more and more difficult to understand. The original calculations and deductions weren't necessarily accurate and needed to be verified repeatedly. They took many wrong paths and had to continuously correct them along the way. This process was time-consuming and exhausting. They deduced, calculated, explored, and verified. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed and they were only halfway through their journey. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Every spaceship rumbled as they were swept up by a terrifying great Tao fluctuation. Many small spaceships were violently impacted and quickly disintegrated. Enemy attack. Battle prowess comparable to the ancient saint level. An unknown creature is rushing over from the depths of the universe. It was a gigantic beast the size of a small mountain. It was several hundred zhang tall, and its entire body was covered in blood-colored scales. Even its eyes were blood-colored, and it was as muscular as a wild bull. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head, and its claws were as sharp as black rocks. It directly tore at a mothership, destroying many battleships along the way. It let out a spiritual fluctuation that shook the universe. The sound of its roar was enough to shatter one's soul. Yi Fan was shocked. The vastness of the universe was indeed mysterious. A creature comparable to the ancient saints actually appeared in this boundless and silent starry region. What kind of creature is this? Where did it come from? Why is it attacking us? This is a vicious beast that has reached the saint level. A year ago, a mothership of my Zhao clan came to explore this part of the universe and encountered it. Its young son was severely injured and it chased us through many starry regions. I didn't expect to come here and meet it again. It didn't need to think to know that the Zhao clan had almost killed the son of an ancient saint-level vicious beast. Now that they had met again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. The battleships around the mothership were all destroyed by its spiritual roar and exploded. The powerful mothership was torn apart by it, and cracks also appeared on it. Boom, the protective light screen of the mothership opened and finally got rid of it. It was not a lie that the mothership could fight against the saints. At this time it displayed its true battle prowess and emitted a brilliant light. The sages who accompanied the expedition appeared, and this time, there were 8 of them. All of them emitted destructive waves, causing the entire starry sky of the universe to tremble. Black holes appeared everywhere, and even the stars were about to fall. This ancient vicious beast opened its mouth and roared. Its blood-red eyes flashed fiercely. It knew that it would definitely die if it fought, so it tore open the void and escaped. However, before it left, it slapped down with its claws. Hundreds of small spaceships turned into cosmic dust and were destroyed in an instant. They couldn't resist at all. Yi Fan was shocked. Traveling in this dark universe, he actually met such a lonely and terrifying saint. The boundless starry region was indeed incomparably terrifying and mysterious. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue. The huge fleet of motherships made another space jump. The 2 saints held the line to prevent the beast from following them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The expedition army combined the route that the siblings from the Violet Cloud royal family had taken when they were lost and carefully calculated the coordinates left by the southern demon. The road ahead was gradually becoming clear. Perhaps they would reach their destination soon. Half a month later, a battleship that was exploring the starry region and verifying the road ahead seemed to be startled. It quickly retreated. The captain's voice trembled as he reported a terrifying matter. We found them. It's been 100,000 years, they're actually still here. They've existed for eternity. Very soon, everyone in the huge fleet of space carriers was horrified. They also saw a terrifying scene. That kind of majestic scene made every cultivator's hair stand on end. Even the Supreme Saint turned pale after seeing it. In the ice-cold starry sky, there was a vast expanse of darkness. It was boundless, majestic, and magnificent, carrying with it a boundless pressure. It approached from afar, making even the saints' faces turn snow-white. The universe was extremely vast, boundless without end. Even if humans could travel across it, they could only move about in a limited area for their entire lives. In the face of this unknown dark sky, they were too insignificant and insignificant. It was almost impossible to encounter anything in the star domain, and loneliness was the eternal theme. However, today, this norm was broken. What they saw was extremely shocking, and when they woke up, they felt a chill from head to toe. Their mothership fleet was enormous and majestic, but at this time, compared to the large steel forest on the other side, they seemed very weak and insignificant. That was a huge fleet, and every ship was incomparably vast. The smallest was thousands of zhang in length, while the largest was tens of thousands of zhang in length. They stretched across the sky, densely packed and covering the heavens and earth. After drifting through the cosmos for who knew how many years, they had long since been engraved with the long river of time. However, time was still immortal, existing since ancient times. It's really them. Even the ancient saint's voice was trembling. The ice-cold fleet was even more majestic and magnificent than their mothership fleet, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was an invincible overlord that could sweep through the cosmos, even though most of the battleships were already dim and the luster wasn't as bright as before, that kind of dignity and grandeur was still there. In particular, the immortal Great Tao traces hadn't faded and were still flowing, emitting a supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was eternal glory, the crystallization of a peak-era civilization. They had once swept through the 6 directions and 8 desolates, reigning supreme in the cosmos they could reach. Wherever their war flag pointed, all would submit. However, even now, they no longer had a trace of life fluctuations and became lifeless. At a glance, it was like an ancient tomb. This was a type of desolation, and even more so a type of desolation. All of the glory, all of the past, had been buried in the dust of history, drifting alone through the cosmos. This was a group of incomparably terrifying ghost ships. After all these endless years, people's expressions changed at the mention of these ships. When facing them, it was like facing death gods, like evil spirits that had broken free from their shackles in hell. 100,000 years ago, their brilliance was boundless, creating an unprecedented flourishing age. That was a great era of prosperity, illuminating the world with an unrivaled divine splendor. However, as they came to an end and reappeared after a period of time, they became synonyms for death and fear, shocking the entire universe. No one knew what had happened. After an expedition into the depths of the universe, the once invincible fleet set foot on a path of no return, and when it reappeared, it became a ghost ship. This was a nightmare. The invincible Radiant had transformed into the shadow of death. The first mothership fleet that discovered them rushed over to take a look. In the end, they became the followers of the Grim Reaper and became a part of it. Because of this, the ancient sages of the Eternal Lord Star were alarmed. In the end, 11 ancient sages went, but none of them returned. After a long time, when people saw them again, they discovered that the warships of the 11 sages had also become part of them. And at that time, as long as 20,000 years had passed, people felt that the dangerous period had passed. Even if there had been a terrifying entity in the fleet in the past, it should have long since left, and the mystery could be unraveled. However, the nightmare continued, and the terrifying past repeated itself. The 4 ancient sages boarded this fleet, and without a sound, they disappeared with them into the depths of the dark universe, never to return. 50,000 years later, it appeared again. There was no end, no beginning, and it was unknown where it was heading, moving forward aimlessly in the void universe. At that time, after the various hegemons of the Eternal Lord Star learned of this, they sent 10 sages together to block their way in the cold universe and entered deep into the fleet. However, the nightmare continued, and it did not end. The 10 sages all disappeared, just like their predecessors, never to return. At that time, the people of the Eternal Lord Star were anxious and mobilized a large number of destructive weapons. They were unwilling to reveal the strange and terrifying truth, and launched an attack that could destroy a star field. It was a scene that made people's hair stand on end. The light beams that could destroy planets, suns, and many other celestial bodies were of no use at all. These ghost ships floated tirelessly without a beginning or an end. All the divine items of the Great Path and the divine light were useless against them. On the contrary, a strange wave spread out, and the motherships that participated in the attack were all turned into dust, turning into cosmic dust. No one escaped. The terrifying past terrified the people of the Eternal Lord Star. In the past 100,000 years, they had ventured deep into the universe to mine, and they had encountered them 14 times. They appeared in different star fields, separated by who knew how many galaxies. It was hard to imagine how they had arrived. The last time they met was 40,000 years ago, in a remote galaxy that was unimaginably far away. Since then, they had never appeared again, and people thought that they had disappeared in the desolate frontier of the universe. Who would have thought that the ancient specter ship would appear again, just like in the past? Their silence had never changed in the past 100,000 years. They were lifeless, and the living avoided them. Get out of the way, make way for them. Fear spread, and even the saints had ugly expressions. It was this terrifying fleet of ghost ships that had silently swallowed their ancestors. No one could stop them. Even now, they would not forget the tragedy of the past. Unless the ancient gods were resurrected, they would only die a tragic death if they went up. This was a cold steel jungle, but also a graveyard of death. It could bury ancient saints and devour all the strong. 100,000 years ago, that was the peak of glory. What did the strong who went on the expedition encounter? Why did it become like this? This was the question on everyone's mind, but no one could answer it since ancient times. Even where they were going and what they wanted to conquer, no one could find out, because they did not leave behind any clues. This invincible fleet had quietly traveled far away. Could it be? 100,000 years have passed, and we still can't uncover the truth? After such a long time, maybe there is nothing there anymore. The younger generation was too far away from that period. Some hot-blooded youths could not resist the curiosity in their hearts, and wanted to be the exploration heroes that tore apart the fog. Kill anyone who dares to act recklessly. The ancient saint personally gave the order. The more powerful one was, the heavier their heart felt. How many ancient saints had fallen back then? There was no lack of outstanding figures among them. The 10 saints from 50,000 years ago had boarded with the mentality that the past had long passed, and that everything had been smoothed over with time. In the end, they were all annihilated. Just how powerful was this fleet back then? Looking at the scale, it is truly vast and magnificent to the extreme. Could it be that they had gathered all the strength of the former Eternal Lord Star? Some nobles could not help but feel their hearts palpitate and ask this question. This fleet was truly too magnificent. It was like a dark cloud covering all directions, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Among them, there were 4 giant ships that were at least 200,000 zhang long, much grander than the motherships of the present day. They were densely packed at the center of the fleet. If these ghost ships that had existed since the ancient times were giants, then this fleet of expeditionary ships was only a dwarf. They could not be compared at all. Back then, our Eternal Lord Star was truly glorious. Perhaps extreme prosperity leads to decline, and even the heavens could not bear to see it continue. An ancient saint looked at the 4 giant ships with a pale face. He spoke of some ancient past events, causing people to inhale a breath of cold air. In that era, the Eternal Kingdom had indeed reached an extremely powerful flourishing age. It was already very glorious for an ancient star to produce 3 great sage in an era. However, 100,000 years ago, the people of this star field achieved a breakthrough and broke the norm. No one knew whether it was 7 great sage, or a few more could be added. In short, it was world-shaking and had reached a shocking level. People said that if there were no accidents, a god might have been born in that era. In the end, their wishes were not fulfilled. That expedition was led by the 4 great sages. In the center of the ghost ships that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the 4 magnificent motherships that were 200,000 feet long were the exclusive holy ships of the great sages. What? 4 great sage-level motherships? Back then, there were 4 great sages who led the fleet on an expedition. How terrifying was their combat strength? They disappeared in such a strange manner and became ghost ships in the end? Many people were shaken and expressed their shock at this result. The ancient saints felt bitter in their hearts because some of their direct ancestors had died in unknown ways. The enormous ghost ships carried an aura of death as they passed by their eyes. No one dared to go forward and could only watch the glorious relics of their ancestors from afar. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, Something's not right. What's that? What's that? There's a huge iron chain between the 4 great sage ships? None of the motherships could scan that area because there was a strange fluctuation being emitted from that area that could block all probing. A noble stood outside the mothership and gathered his courage to look into the distance. He used his heavenly eye to observe the indescribable scenery. However, the distance was too far. In the blurry darkness of the universe, the distance between any celestial body was unreachable and boundless for humans. Move closer. An ancestral saint also noticed the situation and ordered a mothership to fly forward. He didn't dare to get close and only watched from afar. Many experts rushed out of their spaceships and gazed into the distance. As their eyes opened and closed, beams of light shot forward. Yifan also left the battleship and stood on the body of the ship to look into the distance. His heavenly eye was extremely sharp, so he immediately saw the inside story and was immediately shaken. It's a huge ancient coffin. An ancient saint cried out involuntarily. They got even closer. Everyone gazed into the distance in fear and amazement and finally saw the miraculous scene clearly. The 4 ancient ships of the great sage were each in a different direction, and there was a massive coffin locked within each of them as they floated through the universe. It was unknown what the ancient coffin was made of. It seemed to be made of gold yet not gold, stone. Yet not stone, wood yet not wood. The material was unknown. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had passed through an unimaginable amount of time in the river of time. 4 thick chains were tied to it, shackling it in the center of the 4 great sage motherships. It seemed incomparably heaven-defying and evil. Although the coffin was huge, it seemed very small when compared to the 4 great sage ships. However, when everyone looked forward, they immediately ignored the 4 great sage ships and only had eyes for the coffin. In the cold cosmos, it was the only one. There was a terrifying existence that proved that it was the eternal protagonist of the world, an ancient saint said with a trembling voice. In the past 100,000 years, our eternal star field has discovered the ghost ships that represent death 14 times. However, each time, we could only see the 4 great sage ships. There was only darkness between them, like a boundless mysterious void that couldn't be seen through. Who would have thought that we would actually see through it today? Or perhaps it could be said that it has revealed its true appearance. Another ancient saint said with a solemn expression, so in that case, our ancestors sent out 4 great sage ships for this coffin? They excavated, or perhaps the spoils of war they obtained was this huge ancient coffin? The ancient saints all muttered to themselves. Yi Fan looked at the mysterious ancient coffin and great waves surged in his heart. Since the darkness has disappeared, everything can be seen. Perhaps we can go over and take a look. Let's stake it all. I will go and take a look to uncover this terrifying ancient mystery. A noble said. Facing an ancient mystery was a difficult choice that filled one with a desire to explore but at the same time filled their hearts with fear. Those from the eternal Lord Star naturally wanted to uncover the reason for the mysterious deaths of their ancestors. Now, the boundless dark void had disappeared and only a giant coffin had appeared. This made their thoughts even stronger. That's right. Perhaps we can blow away the fog and restore the truth of the past. The terrifying crisis is most likely over, another noble responded. This was a major event that transcended the ancient times. If they could find out the truth, it would bring them great prestige and benefits. The eyes of some arrogant nobles flickered. 100,000 years ago was an ancient and mysterious era. There must have been a reason for 4 great saints who could sweep through the starry sky to make a move and muster such a large force. It wasn't that the 4 great sages didn't reap any rewards. They locked the ancient coffin and embarked on their return journey. That was the item they were escorting, and it might be a priceless immortal item. Of course, the danger was obvious, but it was worth the risk. If they could gain something, it would most likely have a profound impact that would shake this era. You guys go and investigate. A noble ordered a few suicidal warriors to go forward and investigate with their lives. Among all kinds of terrifying legends, there was no such thing as the ghost ship taking the initiative to attack the spectators. Sending a few suicidal warriors to investigate shouldn't bring disaster to the fleet. Regardless of the era, there was no lack of people who walked on the edge of a blade and lingered between life and death. Their choices determined their fate. Different lives had different manifestations. The strength of these black-clothed people wasn't weak. 2 of them had already severed their paths. Of course, this was also the reason why they were willing to become suicidal warriors. Only by receiving the nurturing of the ancient undying clans could they obtain precious medicines and evolution fluids to advance. Now, the time to show their value had arrived. Without a sound or a single word, they flew towards the huge black mass of ships. This was a tomb of death built from a forest of steel. It had existed in the universe for 100,000 years. The ancient saints and nobles were all paying close attention. Everyone held their breath as they watched the suicidal warriors enter the fleet. Perhaps they could unravel the eternal mystery. More importantly, if there was no danger, this would be an unimaginable amount of wealth. Whoever obtained it would immediately become an overlord of a region. The 4 great sage-level motherships, the boundless corvettes, could sweep through the star domain 100,000 years ago, and now, they still could, not damaged. Soon, the 6 Deathsworn approached the 4 20,000-meter-long Great Sage-class ships and entered the space where they clustered. They're getting closer. Nothing unexpected has happened. Everyone became excited, and even some nobles couldn't hold themselves back anymore. If there was no danger, they would rush over to receive this batch of peerless saint artifacts. If the 4 great sages' corpses were still there must be divine treasures left behind. Quick, let's see what's different about that coffin. A royal noble impatiently said. The most uncertain factor was naturally the huge coffin. Perhaps all the danger was coming from it. Otherwise, why would the 4 ancient great sage tie it up? The death warriors were very careful. When they were 3 kilometers away, they circled around the coffin and gestured to this side. They didn't discover any danger. Suddenly, a person's expression seemed to shake, causing the cultivators on this side to become nervous. They all looked in the direction he was pointing. We can't see it from this angle. Move the mothership and go around to take a look. An ancient saint said. Everyone began to move to another part of the starry sky to take a look. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. After changing the angle, he further discovered the secret of the ancient coffin. The other corner of the coffin had a crack moved. To be more precise, there were several cracks. There was a coffin inside, not just one layer, but several layers of coffins made of the same material. 1, 2, 3, 8 layers of the ancient coffin had been moved away. When it reached the 9th layer, it was stopped and couldn't move. Because the angle of the movement was very small, one wouldn't notice it if they didn't look carefully. Only the last layer of the coffin was undamaged. It was like a solid body without a single crack. Divine 9-layer coffin, Yifan was shocked. Just as he guessed, this huge coffin was not simple at all. It was the coffin of a deity from countless years ago, and it should have been buried above the 9 heavens. At this moment, he finally understood why the Eternal Kingdom mobilized so many people and sent out the 4 world-shaking great sage 100,000 years ago. It was because what they wanted to do was not ordinary. They actually crossed the 9 heavens and stole the coffin of a deity. The 4 great sage forcefully opened the 8 layers of the coffin, but when they truly touched the 9th layer, they encountered a devastating disaster. That was the ancient great sage, invincible in the heavens and earth. In the era when the ancient emperors didn't appear, who could compete with him? He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with no opponents. However, the 4 great sage worked together and led this boundless fleet to deal with a dead deity, but they were completely annihilated. Yifan's body was cold from head to toe. It wasn't the first time he saw the 9-layer coffin of the mythological era. This was because he had one in his cauldron. Killing Saint Chi Luo and the others suggested that he throw it away and bury it in the universe, but he didn't and still kept it by his side. Back then, he used his golden divine blood to open the outer layers of the coffin. Thinking about it now, he felt a chill run through his body. If he continued to open it like these great sage, he would probably have died many years ago, right? A deity had died a long time ago, but it still couldn't be touched by the stunning great sage. What kind of extreme combat power did this represent? Go to the great sage's ship and take a look, a noble ordered. 2 Deathsworn boarded a magnificent ship. Even though time was merciless and time flew by, the great sage-level ship was still intact and flowing with a dim luster. The 2 Deathsworn boarded, and not long after, someone came out and waved excitedly at them, telling them that there was an important discovery inside. The physical body of the great sage is undamaged. There were only 8 words, but they seemed to have a strange magical power. Both the nobles and the ancient saints couldn't sit still and were all excited. The value of that mysterious coffin was definitely immeasurable, but they couldn't determine its level yet. However, the divine treasury of the great sage could be seen. It was easy to imagine that it was worth it to obtain a corpse. There must be a top secret within their bodies. Perhaps they could find the 7th or even the 8th stage of the evolution fluid. One had to know that 100,000 years ago was a glorious peak that produced many great sages. It was inseparable from the most powerful evolution fluid. Those 4 were the rulers of that time, so how could they not have immortal elixirs? There was a commotion. An ancient saint spoke, forcefully suppressing everyone's impulses. Even though the crisis seemed to have been resolved and the ghost ship didn't devour lives like it did in ancient times, they still couldn't be careless. The giants discussed for a while, and finally, an ancient saint brought a group of people over to board the great sage's ship to move the divine treasury. The death-sworn soldiers that went over earlier couldn't even get close to the body of the fallen great sage. They were stopped by the terrifying supreme being Dao marks, and if they took another step forward, their bodies would be crushed to pieces. An ancient saint personally led the group, but they didn't immediately enter the forbidden region. Instead, they stopped at the side of the dark mass of ships for a long time. Only after seeing that there were no problems with the death-sworn soldiers inside for a long time did they feel at ease. Over 100 people boarded a great sage ship. Soon after, loud laughter sounded. It was clear that they were extremely excited after seeing the world-shocking divine treasury. Haha, perhaps we can obtain the great sage-level evolution fluid. Everyone, there is no danger here. All of the warships and motherships are ours. A half-saint laughed loudly as he walked out from the ancient ship. This type of news immediately made everyone excited, their bodies all trembling. Forget about everything else, if they could obtain this type of glorious fleet, then it would be worth it. The 12 great king clans' strength and backing would advance by leaps and bounds. For great sage-level ancient ships, as well as many saint-king-level warships, and there are even exceptional mechas. Everyone immediately erupted into chaos, all of them becoming stupefied. Then, they almost went crazy, all of them wishing to rush forward. Suddenly, an ancient saint's expression changed, hurriedly shouting, "Not good, disaster has reappeared, hurry and return." His face was snow-white, veins jumping on his forehead. He roared loudly, truly wishing he could rush over and bring everyone out. What happened? What happened? Everyone was confused, all of them looking forward. What did they touch? Why did the ancient coffin become dark, unable to see through it, turning into an expanse of primal chaos? Everyone was alarmed. In the past, wasn't the ancient ghost ship just like this? The 4 great sage ships were covered in darkness, a boundless void, representing death and loneliness. Now, this type of situation reappeared. Hurry and return. Everyone cried out loudly, not even the saints able to calm down. Divine light erupted from their eyes, staring rigidly forward. However, everything was too late. The 100 or so individuals all lost their auras, entering the ancient ship, thus disappearing. No. Many giants cried out loudly. The terrifying legend of the ancient ghost ship reappeared, even devouring a saint, cutting off his path of life. Wang, suddenly, the void trembled, a figure rushing out from the great sage ship. That ancient saint appeared, doing everything he could to struggle, wishing to escape. His face was full of fear, unknown what he had encountered. Save me. He reached out his hand with difficulty, rushing out from the ancient ship, wishing to break free from the fleet. Outside, an ancient saint saw this, quickly lending a hand, because that saint was only a dozen or so steps away from the ghost ship region. Even though each step was difficult, he was still going to break out. However, something even more terrifying happened. It was as if there was an invisible large hand pulling at that escaping individual, slowly pulling him backwards, unable to come out. Meanwhile, the ancient saint who rushed to the ghost ship also released a great cry of fear, his face devoid of all color, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. He himself couldn't budge an inch, as if he was pulled by an invisible hand, entering the ghost ship region. Then, his facial features distorted, silently disappearing into the void. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. These were 2 saints. To them, they were unrivaled existences that could sweep through an ancient star, yet at this moment, they seemed so helpless and weak, being taken away just like that. This was an absolutely terrifying scene. Why? What exactly is going on? Many kings were trembling. However, this was not the end. A strange fluctuation spread out, sweeping towards everyone. They were about to become a part of the ghost ship. No. Everyone was terrified, and they roared in anger. Yi Fan's heart was even more shaken. Others didn't know, but he felt it the clearest. This terrifying fluctuation actually contained a wave of void power, similar to the Ji clan's great Tao of void, and it was coming for him. Void Emperor, he is. Void Emperor. Yi Fan was astonished. The divine nine-layered coffin buried above the nine heavens might belong to the Void Emperor. No, there are two other types of terrifying power, not any weaker than this void power. They are tangling with it. His heart surged with monstrous waves. 3 ancient emperors, their powers were tangling with each other. After thinking of this possibility, Yi Fan was shocked to the extreme. How was this possible? But, it was indeed true. It's over, we are also going to become a part of the ghost ship. At this moment, many kings were in despair. The murderous spirit of the ancient ghost ships reappeared. They had been drifting in the terrible universe for so many years, like a group of ghosts, silent and silent. Whenever they appeared, there would be a great calamity. Everyone thought that after 100,000 years, the calamity had become a thing of the past, but today it was proven that time could not erase them. They were still so heaven-defying. A large number of ships were black and boundless. The cold metallic luster was dim, but it was the most terrible graveyard in the world. Waves were spreading. Quick, make a space jump. Even the saints were anxious. Some people tore open the void and left directly, while others built a stargate, wanting to take away the fleet. They were far enough away and had a buffer time. Half of them retreated and successfully escaped. Only the people in Yi Fan's area could not succeed, because one of the great void paths was mainly aimed at them. To be exact, it was because of Yi Fan. The Rising Sun royal family was anxious. The 5 motherships and a large fleet could not make a space jump at all. They were imprisoned by a mysterious force and could not escape. This was a great disaster. In addition to the Rising Sun royal family, the motherships of half of the nobles were blocked. The construction of the Stargate failed. In front of the Great Void Path, their space laws were not enough. What kind of power is this? The great laws of the ancient ghost ships are unparalleled. Are we all going to be buried here? Everyone's faces were pale. They wanted to fly away with their bodies, but found that it was impossible. They were all fixed by the power of the void. They would not forget the miserable state of the 2 saints just now. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing them apart and pulling them into the door of death. Their facial features were distorted, and they could not break free. It's coming for me. Yi Fan's scalp was numb. No matter how many methods and magical powers he had, he could not get rid of it. This was the aftermath of the power of the ancient great emperors for more than 100,000 years. He felt that he could be turned into ashes at any time. In front of this kind of power, an individual was too small, even if he was about to become a saint. There was no sound in front of him. A terrible disaster was happening. 2 motherships and hundreds of frigates were broken inch by inch, turning into cosmic dust. The waves were about to spread here. I don't want to die. Why would the primeval emperor want to kill me for no reason? At the moment of life and death, Yi Fan truly understood how insignificant his strength was. To the masses, ancient emperors were akin to gods. No one had the strength to contend against them. The situation was critical. That wave of fluctuations quickly arrived, shattering the 3rd mothership and a large number of ships. The holy artifact was extremely weak and couldn't withstand a single attack from the aftermath. The situation was critical, but Yi Fan's heart calmed down. Perhaps he was going to die, but he couldn't panic. His body couldn't move, so he had to be calm. The destructive power belongs to the other 2 great emperors. The great Tao of the void is merely spreading. It hasn't destroyed any living beings. After Yi Fan calmed down, he felt that time seemed to have stopped. In a split second, he made all kinds of judgments and used his golden spirit to display the profound meaning of the great void technique that he knew. The great Tao of the void is coming for me. The only thing I can attract him is his Tao. Golden divine senses resonated, merging with the unmatched great Tao. He discovered that his body could move, no longer restricted. His judgment was correct. Clang, then, Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Tao patterns interweaved, simple and unadorned. On it were the sun, moon, stars, and the universe's chaos. It explained the mysteries of the void. This was a royal weapon that Ji Haoyue had left in the Eternal Kingdom. It was obtained by the people from heaven and fell into his hands. He didn't expect it to become a life-saving talisman. Once this mirror appeared, the ignorant great Tao of the void seemed to have gained consciousness. It was as if a person had come back to life and protected it. Pop, the replica of the void mirror shattered, and the tens of thousands of patterns imprinted inside turned into rays of light. They entered the universe and were absorbed by the great Tao. Yi Fan was shocked. This ancient mirror wasn't strong and could even shatter him. However, it was like a primer that revived the great Tao of the void that had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Rumble, in the center of the specter ship, the divine spirit nine-layered coffin emitted strands of multicolored light. It was immortal light that interweaved into a pattern. The dark void gradually turned into light. Everything in front of the coffin could be seen. The other two mysterious fluctuations were being suppressed, and the destructive power was retreating. A primitive Great Emperor-level fluctuation was fighting for supremacy. They tangled with each other and obliterated each other. It was indescribably complicated and looked abnormally evil. Why is it like this? Yi Fan had almost never been as shocked as he was today. Didn't they say that it was difficult to meet great emperors and that they couldn't fight in the same world? But now, he saw three kinds of emperor patterns. The great Tao of the void was fighting one against two. In this silent confrontation, the universe's starry sky began to tremble. The stars in the sky were about to fall. Chi. 3 rays of light rushed out from the ancient coffin and entered the boundless sea of stars. They became eternal, became the heavenly Tao, and merged with the world's origin. They twisted, tangled, and interweaved like gods in a life and death battle. This is the continuation of the battle from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is the end of the battle between the great emperors. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. It was really hard to imagine that such a thing could happen. In the depths of the universe, in the boundless sea of stars, he saw the aftermath of the great emperor's power. Who were those two? Yi Fan knew that this wasn't a true confrontation between great emperors. It was because the people involved had long passed away in meditation. It had been too long. This was only the continuation of their Tao, a conquest. The outstanding figures of endless generations were buried in the starry sky. Just the aftermath alone made the 4 great sages suffer grievances, making several dozen ancient saints fall, forming the terrifying ghost ship. This was the ghost ship's secret, created by the 3 unmatched existences. Even now, their aftermath hadn't been extinguished yet. It's them, it's definitely them. Yi Fan felt his entire body go ice cold. He understood the other two's origins. They were definitely from Undying Mountain. Back then, there was first the Great Completion divine body, and then there was the Void Emperor. The divine might of 2 eras suppressed the darkness chaos and quelled Undying Mountain's great calamity. Everyone knew that the Great Completion divine body's body declined due to old age. In his later years, he died at the sacred cliff, killed by someone. The Void Emperor took over and resisted everything. In the end, he also slowly grew old. When he succeeded and stopped, he was already in his twilight years. Not long after returning to his family, he buried himself in the boundless void chaotic streams. That era was too difficult. Undying Mountain didn't have just one unmatched existence. The Void Emperor had killed one before, and later on, he charged in alone. He fought against them with the intention of destroying everything indiscriminately. It could be said that that was the most difficult period of the human race. A human great emperor and several unmatched existences fought and dealt with each other. It was truly too difficult to quell the chaos. Moreover, the other restricted regions were also moving. It was hard to imagine just what kind of predicament the Void Emperor faced back then. Later generations obtained bits and pieces from the vanished desolate antiquity documents and restored some of the facts of the past. During the Void Emperor's era, the 7 great restricted regions were all active. This was a secret that wasn't recorded in historical records. It was an inference made by later generations after gathering endless rumors. That was a great era of darkness. Among the ancient great emperors, the Void Emperor might have suffered the most because he faced too many difficulties. Just what kind of pressure did he endure alone? It was unimaginable because he might have faced more than one restricted region's chaos. No one knew how he successfully quelled all the chaos, and even more so, no one knew what kind of price he paid. All of these, not many people in the current world knew. Yi Fan also only heard some rumors. Later on, when he asked Jizi for confirmation, he only believed it after seeing his tacit agreement. There were also rumors in the world that the Grand Xia Empire's Grand Emperor might be the second reincarnation of the Void Emperor. Yi Fan also asked Jizi about this, but he sadly shook his head. There were only a few desolate antiquity secrets that were passed down. It was said that the Void Emperor faced the most hardships. To be able to quell the chaos, he himself paid an unimaginable price. From birth, he fought until his old age. He faced several restricted regions alone, but in the end, he still managed to quell the chaos. What kind of price did he pay? Yi Fan learned the truth from Jizi. The Void Emperor had the undying medicine, but he only lived for one lifetime. Needless to say, this was a sad song. He fought the most among the great emperors, faced the most enemies, and paid the greatest price. The flourishing era of the human race that appeared later had a lot to do with his foundation. When he was alive, he beat his enemies until they were cold. When facing the great emperors of the later generations, his enemies didn't dare to waste any more time. In the later years of the Void Emperor, his body was weak. When he was about to pass away, he buried himself in the boundless void. The world didn't know that his battle hadn't ended yet. He fought against two supreme existences in the starry skies. Yi Fan muttered. At this moment, everyone could move. The great Tao of Void appeared, suppressing the other two destructive powers. Everyone felt as though they had been granted amnesty and quickly retreated. The curtains fell on the war between emperors over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, the aftermath also emitted the ultimate radiance. There was an outcome. Clang! The final layer of the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era was actually opened. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes from afar, using all of his cultivation to observe, wanting to see through to the end. The aura of the great ancient emperor spread. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, all the motherships trembled and all the creatures knelt down. At this moment, the green bronze shone. Only when facing the most terrifying aura in the world did it recover and stabilize Yi Fan's body. In this starry sky, he was the only one who didn't kneel down. The ancient coffin buried in the 9 heavens opened. A majestic body fell down, holding a broken weapon in his hand. It was actually cast from eternal blue gold and dyed in the blood of emperors. Bang! The eternal blue gold had already shattered into dozens of pieces over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, this imperial weapon turned into a stream of light and flew in all directions, disappearing into the cosmos. This was the extreme Tao weapon of the enemy that the Void Emperor destroyed in the past. At the same time, another majestic body fell down from the ancient coffin. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, shaking the world. Void, you fought for your entire life. Even before death, you dragged us down with you. Although I hate you, I still respect you. This was the remnant will of a majestic figure from more than 100,000 years ago. You calculated that we would come and faked your death in the coffin. Even though your body is old and weak, you still managed to kill us in the end. I'm not willing. This was the remnant will of another body. They had fallen over 100,000 years ago. At that time, their bodies should have disintegrated. The remnant will left behind in the past didn't disperse and remained until now. Now, inch by inch, they broke apart and turned into two beams of eternal immortal splendor, fusing into the cosmos. Boom! Large groups of ships were disintegrating. Spectre ship would no longer exist, only a lonely ancient coffin was left. It shattered the iron chains and floated towards the depths of the dark cosmos. Quick, activate the transportation formation and seize the divine treasury of Spectre ship. Many nobles shouted. Yi Fan, however, didn't move at all. He quietly watched the distant ancient coffin. He felt a kind of sadness for the Void Emperor. After fighting for his entire life, the last person, a coffin, left alone in the cosmos. It had come to an end just like that. He recalled the words of the Black Emperor, and his heart was moved. The true great emperor of the human race is invincible. Even the true great emperor of the human race is dead. Since Void was born, he had fought until he grew old. Even before his death, he was old and weak. He still fought against the two supreme existences alone in a cosmos that no one knew about. He had the elixir of immortality, but he only lived for one lifetime. Yi Fan muttered to himself, the true great emperor of the human race is dead. That simple and unadorned coffin left alone into the darkness until it couldn't be seen anymore. The two words great emperor were extremely heavy. The extraordinary years were like fleeting clouds. What they truly faced was the loneliness of the endless ages. Shocking talents were envied by later generations, but who knew what they experienced in their lives? From birth to old age, they faced it alone. This was truly a sad song. Old friends, people from the same generation as them all died. Only he himself carried pain and weariness as he fought. His long life was filled with loneliness. The desolate era was in chaos, and the passage of time erased everything. The later generations had forgotten his achievements, that he had once fought alone in outer space until now. In the eyes of the people, the great emperor was unrivaled, glorious, standing at the peak. He was someone that people yearned for. But who could understand the Void Emperor's miserable old age? Even though he was old and weak, his blood energy dried up, he still fought. His companions and beauties of the past had long since become graves, and he was the only one who lived the latter half of his life. In the end, he silently went on his way, choosing to fight against a great enemy in outer space until the very last moment of his life. He walked towards the end alone. After 100,000 years, the curtains closed. A single person with a coffin, no one to send him off. Only he himself left into the distance, entering the dark and cold depths of the cosmos, mournfully burying his bones in a foreign land. This was a true great emperor. Streaks of holy light surged, blossoming in the starry domain. That enormous fleet, including the 4 great sage ships, were all breaking apart inch by inch, quickly disintegrating. The Void Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The chains were broken, and his corpse went on its way alone, buried in the boundless void. Meanwhile, the remaining enormous fleet was being destroyed. This type of scene was world-shaking, absolutely terrifying. The ancient ghost ships are collapsing, they've reached the end. In the endless distance, the people of the Eternal Lord planet were all actively taking action. They quickly operated the formations, transferring the various ancient ships and divine artifacts in the starry sky. Those were all priceless treasures. The 4 great sage ships became the focal point of everyone's attention. There were divine depositories there, unparalleled treasures. They couldn't allow them to be destroyed like this. Pung, however, after the 9-layered coffin left, this place went out of control. Large amounts of the fleet shattered, turning into cosmic dust. It was difficult to stop it. The hearts of the 12 nobles were dripping blood. Even the saints clenched their fists and did everything they could to save the ship. This was the radiant fleet from 100,000 years ago, it was unrivaled. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't defy the heavens. The Void Great Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The space it stopped in began to collapse. This type of situation was irreversible. Hurry, construct the greatest star gate, definitely lure out the 4 great sages' ships. Those are divine treasures. Even the ancient saints cried out loudly, personally taking action. In the heavens above, a gate that looked like it was forged from metal appeared. It was enormous beyond compare, as if it connected to the ends of the world. Symbols flickered about, locking down the area ahead. Boom, swathes of metal fragments flew out and explosions rang out without respite. Silvery light flashed and even the sacred artifact was reduced to ash when it charged out. It's out. We fished out a great sage's ship. An aristocrat excitedly shouted. They trembled and waved their arms with all their strength. They nervously stared at the ancient holy ship that flew out from the stargate and released a boundless pressure. Not good, it's also breaking apart. It can't hold on any longer either. Everyone's hearts sunk. Even though the great sage's ancient ship flew out, it had long been broken apart. Moreover, it was still breaking apart, silently disappearing. Too terrifying. Just the aftermath of that ancient coffin destroyed the great sage's ancient ship. This truly is horrifying. Everyone trembled. They didn't have the courage to chase after the divine coffin at all. Even though it was the target of the great sage's expedition more than 100,000 years ago and was extremely precious, now, they could only leave it in the distance. Dazzling light erupted, and explosions continued. The great sage's ship broke apart into pieces. An ice-cold corpse fell out from within, drawing everyone's cries of alarm. It's the great sage from 100,000 years ago. Everything has been destroyed, and only his corpse was preserved. Within the destructive fluctuations, explosions continuously rang out. Only an aged corpse hadn't broken apart, the only thing that could still be considered complete. The saints took action together, not a single one of them wishing to capture him. However, Tao traces interweaved. The great sage's body began to collapse, making several ancient saints back up in alarm. This truly is a world-shocking horror. The final fluctuations from that ancient coffin actually produced such terrifying results. The great sage's body was blasted into blood and crushed bones. Within his body, a dim blood gourd fell, enduring the aftermath of the Tao laws. Kacha, the blood gourd also released shattering sounds, affected. However, it didn't completely shatter in the end, only having half of it left. Everyone was shocked. The aftermath continuously destroyed the ancient ship, corpse, and gourd, 3 types of great sage weapons, and only now did it disappear. One could imagine just how terrifying it was. That was just the remnant fluctuations of an ancient coffin from more than 100,000 years ago, yet it could still be like this. When faced with everything, everyone could only feel shock and fear. They couldn't say anything for a long time. In the depths of the cosmos, the earth-shattering fleet that had swept through the starry sky 100,000 years ago had been completely destroyed. Inch by inch, they turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Of the 4 great sage motherships, only this one broke free from the starry sky and rushed out of the Stargate. However, in the end, only half of the blood gourd was left behind. Let's see what kind of secret treasure was left behind. The blood gourd was collected by several ancient saints. They carefully checked it in one of the motherships. Outsiders were not allowed to approach, or else they would be killed without question. Everyone knew that they had picked up a treasure. How could the ancient great sage's items be ordinary? There were quite a few artifacts left behind in the broken gourd. Evolution liquid. There's actually the most powerful precious liquid from 100,000 years ago. This is truly a heaven-defying item. Cries of surprise came from within the mothership. A noble who had the qualifications to watch brought out such exciting news. The fleet immediately erupted. It's the 8th stage of the divine evolution liquid. When this news came out, it triggered a huge uproar. One had to know that the most sensational thing in the eternal star domain in the last 50,000 years was the refinement of the 6th stage of the divine evolution liquid. And now, an almost perfect precious liquid had actually appeared. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? It made people's mouths go dry. What a pity, 100,000 years is too long. Today, the medicinal properties have already deteriorated and are no longer the same as before. It can only barely approach the 4th stage of the evolutionary liquid. An ancient saint carefully examined it and came to this conclusion. It was unavoidably disappointing, but there was nothing they could do. Although it is regretful, this can still be considered a great harvest. The amount of this precious liquid isn't small, worthy of being the work of the great sage. Our 12 royal clans can all have a share. There were a few other precious artifacts inside the blood gourd. They were evenly divided by the ancient saints, and outsiders didn't know what they were. Meanwhile, this bottle of the most powerful evolutionary liquid was equally distributed among the 12 clans. The unexpected encounter with the ancient ghost ship resulted in the death of 2 saints and the destruction of several motherships. It could be said that the losses were not small. The Rising Sun royal clan was the most pitiful. The saints of this clan who had accompanied the expedition had fallen, and there was only one mothership left. The fleet was still in pieces, and the evolutionary liquid they obtained fell into the hands of their marquis. At this moment, Yi Fan collected his thoughts and no longer gazed into the depths of the starry sky. He withdrew his gaze and stared at the marquis in the mothership. This marquis had an illustrious status. He was a giant of the clan and had reached the semi-saint realm. He might not necessarily be the one with the highest cultivation in the mothership, but his words carried the most weight. The saints said that if some divine ores were added to this evolutionary liquid and continued to be refined, it might become the best 4th stage of the precious liquid. This time, the expedition against the Big Dipper will be rewarded according to your contributions. This bottle of precious liquid is waiting for you all, the giant said to boost morale. The other clans all had saints overseeing them. Now, they seemed the weakest and could only rely on themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to reap great rewards in the Big Dipper. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was recruited and was not qualified to enter the mothership. Now, he was in a battleship, watching this giant through a big screen. He was determined to get this bottle of evolutionary liquid. A huge stargate appeared, and dozens of motherships began to set off with a dense fleet. Everyone gathered their thoughts and set off for the Big Dipper star region. This time, we will conquer that ancient star. No one can stop us. Even the ancient ghost ship has disintegrated and can't do anything to us. This is an auspicious sign. We will become the masters of this starry sky. The 12 Marquis began to cheer for their subordinates, saying that the experience of trembling with fear not long ago was a good sign. They began to advance, constantly jumping through space. Under the starry sky, our radiance is everywhere. The mysterious Big Dipper will belong to us. We will bring the light of hope and transform that place into a divine land. After another month of trekking, this expeditionary army approached the Big Dipper and sensed a breath of vitality. We're here. It's right in front of us. Through that quiet star area, we can sense the aura of a life star. We will conquer it. Everybody cheered and gazed at the screen. Haha, hard work will always be rewarded. We've left our homeland and traveled to this star area. Finally, we will get something. I heard that those natives are guarding the treasure mountain. They don't know its value. All the rare resources will blossom in our hands. The mothership started to divide in an orderly manner. The 12 great clans each occupied one side. Apparently, they wanted to divide the Big Dipper. That ancient star is big enough, comparable to our eternal Lord Star. However, the most precious resources are mostly concentrated in the north. We need to discuss how to divide them. Our Lanto clan only needs these 3 areas. The Lanto clan's royal noble pointed at a secret map. What? Your Lanto clan's appetite is too big. Besides the Blood Phoenix Mountain and the Fire Chelan Cave, you also want to swallow the Origin Ancient Mine? That place has the most precious life stone. The Chow family's royal noble was discontented. This time, our Lanto clan provided the information and secrets of this ancient star. Otherwise, how could you find this place? It's reasonable for us to take the Origin Ancient Mine, said the Lanto clan's royal noble. No. The other great clans objected together. The Mo family's royal noble said, Gentlemen, you can compete for the Origin Ancient Mine. My clan only wants the Immortal Mountain and the Holy Cliff. This place is far from the north. We won't compete with you. My Zhao family chooses the ruins of God. Besides, we also want the nest of 10,000 dragons and the primitive lake in the north. The royal nobles all spoke up and chose their own targets. They didn't want to give in and started to argue. Yi Fan's face showed a strange expression. However, he didn't say anything. He just coldly observed their decision. The Purple Cloud clan's royal noble said calmly, Gentlemen, don't argue. All of this was found from the sea of consciousness of the monster god. Let's see it with our own eyes before we decide. Correct. We are about to descend into the Northern Dipper Star region. Let's make a trip there first and scout around. Seeing is believing. We can make a decision at that time. There is one thing that we must agree on. We definitely cannot attack each other. Even if the Origin Ancient Mine, Undying Mountain, Ruins of God, Fire Chelan Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and the other great subordinate lands truly have immortal medicines, none of us can harbor evil intentions and plot against others. The black mass of motherships advanced through the cold universe, passing through the long ancient starry sky path. Finally, they neared their destination. The enormous steel forest flickered with eerie luster. I'm close, I'm back. Yi Fan was very excited. He had never thought that he would return in such a way, sitting on a metal battleship. He had left this starry sky for 2 years. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. He wondered how his old friends were doing. Had the path of immortalization opened? How many sages from the outer realms had come? Had there been a great change in this world? Everything was unknown, waiting for him to return to explore and understand. Starlight flickered. Ice-cold metal fleets streaked across the sky, directly entering this star domain, arriving at the destination of the expedition. The Big Dipper star domain possessed a majestic life force. It had already seeped into the starry sky from far away. It's here, it's this great star. That's right, it's really a mysterious ancient star with life. It's only bigger than our eternal Lord star. Creation is truly miraculous to have created such a source of life. From now on, this place will shine with eternal radiance. It will be a divine land for our resurgence. At this time, even the great nobles couldn't hold it in anymore. They were incomparably excited, and their eyes were piercing. These natives are too useless. They guard a gold mine but don't know how to mine it. The spiritual chi here is abundant, but they only know how to cultivate. They don't know how to develop in an all-round way. We'll lead them. Based on their intuition, they guessed that this was an extremely ancient source of life. There must be secrets from the primal chaos era. Divine ores and immortal medicines definitely existed. Many people laughed loudly. After crossing the Sea of Stars for half a year, they had finally reached the end. This trip would definitely not be in vain. I hope the native bloodlines here are stronger. When the time comes, we can make use of them. We'll need them to mine divine ores, and the power of their bloodlines will help us cultivate. The experts of various races were all excited. All of them were rubbing their palms, ready to go all out and become interstellar heroes. A cold smile hung on Yifan's lips. Did these people really treat this place as a treasure trove of resources? Did they think they could kill and plunder as they pleased? The fleet that flickered with a cold metallic luster was densely packed, giving off an oppressive feeling. They arrived above the ancient star and came into contact with this huge star. As soon as they arrived, the distance between the 12 great royal clans automatically widened. They were all on guard against each other, afraid that someone would secretly attack their own people in order to fight for the godly medicine. Lightning flashed in Yifan's eyes. The Big Dipper was a little different. The aura of the Great Path was chaotic, dark and unpredictable, as if it was covered by a large curtain. That's strange. Could it be that the path to immortality has really opened? Why does it feel so profound and unfathomable? I can't deduce anything? At this time, the saints that came with them walked out of the cabin one after another. They looked at the magnificent stars below and couldn't help but frown. They couldn't see through this place. There is no need to doubt that this is an ancient treasure ground. There is a layer of mysterious aura around it, so we cannot be careless. It's best to be careful. A saint reminded. His heart was a bit uncertain. What can there be here? It's just a group of natives that only care about the physical body. This place will become our treasure trove of resources. According to the memories of the demon god's sea of consciousness, there are a few saints on this ancient star. However, with so many saints accompanying them, with so many motherships and Saint King armors here, it's enough to flatten them. A few kings didn't seem to mind and were full of confidence. They treated this place as their own territory and wanted to immediately divide it up. Of course, the Violet Cloud King family, Zhao family, and many other kings were still quite cautious. Seeing was believing, so they immediately sent out scouting ships to find out the truth. Something's wrong. This great star is very strange. I can't see through it. A saint spoke. His gaze was like lightning. He personally oversaw a mothership and stared at the large screen. He couldn't carry out an all-round scan, so in the end, he sent out a powerful divine sense. There's an exceptional ancient formation protecting this great star. It's carrying out a defense. Everyone was stupefied and revealed astonished expressions. Only a star that had produced ancient gods would have this kind of characteristic, having magical patterns automatically protecting it. That's right, back then, there was a Wan Qing who most likely touched upon that domain. There's also that Wuxia. They quickly thought of Wan Qing and Wuxia. They felt that the appearance of such ancient formation patterns was pardonable. Otherwise, it would be wrong. The scouting ship is in the midst of a spatial jump and will head towards the Undying Mountain Range. Everyone, please wait patiently, a king from the Zhao family said. Not long after, the signal was transmitted and a clear image was projected on the large screen. The cultivators of the Eternal Lord Star were under attack. What is this? Is this a treasure that fell from the outer realms? Could it be a saint weapon? This might be a weapon that fell from the war of gods in the outer realms. Quickly chase after it, it might be a great fortune. A group of cultivators from the Dragon Transformation secret realm chased after it. After that, several Immortal Foundation experts were attracted over. They chased after the scouting ship, wanting to capture it. In the various motherships, all the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned. After that, they couldn't help but laugh uproariously, tears almost flowing out of their eyes. A bunch of country bumpkins. How pitiful. They don't even know what a scouting ship is, thinking that it's a divine weapon. Heh. These are the so-called ascetics. It sounds nice to say that they're digging up treasures from the human body, but in the end, they don't even know anything. If we send a saint-grade mothership down, it's enough to sweep through their region. The 12 king and marquis were completely at ease. Many experts let out a long sigh and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a group of ascetics was nothing. Swoosh, the scouting ship performed a spatial jump and disappeared from that region. This caused the group of natives to be dumbfounded. They lost their target and all of them retreated resentfully. In the outer realms, the 12 king clans were even more at ease. Their countenances were incomparably light. Such natives posed no threat at all. This is only a small area. Don't be impatient. It's best for us to investigate carefully. We can't let our guard down. Being at ease was one thing, being reckless was another. After all, this was an expedition of incomparable importance. No one would be truly impulsive and take risks. The scouting ship approached Undying Mountain and captured a clear scene in the sky outside. Oh, this is truly a majestic black mountain. It's all the emperors of the mountain. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That boundless and majestic aura assaulted their faces, making every single one of them palpitate uncontrollably. Wait a moment, what is that? The scouting ship hadn't entered Undying Mountain yet, but had already captured a scene from far away. They saw a strange scene. It's just a turtle that can fly. What's there to make such a fuss about? After the scene froze, a king mocked and said to another person. Another king suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Something's wrong. This is a black tortoise." Oh, no, this is actually an ancient medicine. It can actually choose its own resting place and fly through the sky. What this is? At this moment, even the saints were startled. They stared at the frozen scene and carefully observed it. This was a tortoise with a dragon head. It could also be called a black tortoise, but it had roots. It flew through the sky with an Undying Mountain and scattered down sparkling radiance. Not to mention the many kings, even the native Yi Fan was stupefied. He widened his eyes. After so many years, he saw this stock of undying medicine again, black tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine. Back then, when he, little girl, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui mistakenly entered Undying Mountain, they had seen this stock of divine medicine. At that time it was so shocked that it flew through the sky. This is a wondrous ancient medicine. It's a great natural opportunity. We have obtained the care of the heavens, and we will obtain an astonishing harvest here. A king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I believe this should be the ancient legendary, immortal medicine. It can be refined into a 9 revolutions immortal pill by deities, and it can also be refined into a perfect 9th layer evolutionary liquid by us. Their voices were all trembling. They never thought that there would be such abundant resources. The value was so shocking that they almost fainted. According to the demonic god Sea of Consciousness, there are many other places like this immortal earth, and their value is the same. Could it be that there are similar immortal goods? The group of people's breathing became hurried. All of this was too shocking. For them, the 9th layer evolutionary liquid was the world's greatest temptation. All of their eyes became red. Damn it, the Chow family took action first, rushing towards the great earth below. The Lan Tua clan didn't keep their promise either, descending first. The 4 motherships moved together, rushing towards the northern region together. The 12 great clans were originally separated, each guarding an area and taking precautions against each other. Now that they saw the two clans move, rushing towards their respective targets, none of them could remain calm. They were all scared that the good things would be taken by others first. The enormous battleship set sail, forming a black expanse. Another 4 clans moved, rushing towards the source of life below. Then, no one cared about anything else. The clans moved separately, rushing into their own target regions. Pooh, the scouting ship that transmitted back images entered Undying Mountain and suddenly shattered, losing contact with them. How did it get destroyed? It seems to have been pierced through by an inexplicably powerful native. Oh, this ancient star is said to have several saints, and they all live in important places. We have to be careful. It's no matter. If a saint really appears, our sage and ancient Saint War Soldier King are vegetarians, so many motherships are enough to obliterate him in an instant. Many people on the motherships enter the ancient star with longing and beautiful hope, rushing towards the Origin Ancient Mine, Undying Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and other places. Yifan also finally moved. The Rising Sun royal family only had one mothership left, and the saints had fallen. The remaining hundreds of battleships were no threat to him. He wanted to seize this mothership, and even more so, he wanted to get his hands on the evolutionary liquid. Calling dead dog. Yifan had long been familiar with how to use the battleship. He tried to get in touch with the people of the Heavenly Village in his own battleship. 2 years ago, he seized a holy ship outside Undying Mountain. Even though it didn't have the divine will inside and couldn't jump through space, all other functions were still there. He left it to the Black Emperor. Damn, it's really a hallucination. Why do I hear a bastard calling me? There was an entrance between the Heavenly Village and the outside world, and the Black Emperor's ship was right there. At this moment, it was a bit suspicious. A little baldy stuck his head out and looked around, holding a small wine jar. He burped and said, "I heard it too. It seems to be Master's voice." "That's right, it's me. It's not a hallucination. I'm back." "Ah, Master." The little baldy sat on the ground and rubbed his big eyes. He stared at the big screen and said, "Master, the Black Emperor forced me to drink. I didn't want to drink. I missed you." "Damn, you're stealing wine again. What does it have to do with me?" The Black Emperor almost swallowed him in one gulp. Then, he stared at Yifan in disbelief and said, "Brat, you. Why did you come back? Don't talk about anything else first. I have something important to inform you guys. This time, we have a big operation. We will loot a large number of motherships, all of them are saint level." Yifan quickly passed on the message. The 12 royal families all had evolutionary liquid and motherships, so it was worth taking action. Ah, robbing wild aliens. The little baldy was the first to get excited. "I have something important to report to the Marquis." After scanning and interrogating, Yifan finally boarded the mothership of the Rising Sun clan. The people here were all direct descendants of the clan. Under normal circumstances, mercenaries were not allowed to disembark. The Lapis Lazuli was a magnificent ship with a length of 4,500 meters. It was a rare saint-level treasure ship with peerless combat power. Unfortunately, there was no saint to oversee it. Letting Yifan disembark could only be said to be a disaster. In today's world, who under the saint could subdue him? "What's the matter?" An expert of the Rising Sun clan asked with a trace of contempt in his eyes. They did not value mercenaries and temporarily recruited cultivators. They were originally used as cannon fodder. But now, this planet did not seem to be dangerous. There were resources everywhere, so these people did not seem so important. On the contrary, it might bring too much consumption. "I've come to take over this ship." Yifan smiled. "What? How dare you, a lowly mercenary, dare to say such words?" The expert of the Rising Sun City royal family stood up. Puff, Yifan pointed his finger, and a flower of blood appeared between the eyebrows of this person. He died on the spot. His expression was frozen on his face as he fell straight down. Hua, there was chaos in the cabin. The people next to them all jumped up and their expressions changed. Such a thing had actually happened. It was unexpected. Who are you? Why did you betray your employer? A middle-aged man shouted. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan, and I come from this ancient planet. In your eyes, I'm a native, Yi Fan said. It's you, the ascetic who challenged the Chao family and caused the heavens to be disgraced. You actually came from here. Everyone was surprised. Quick, spread the warning throughout the fleet. A big shot shouted in exasperation. He was incomparably furious. The others also had a bad premonition and all retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's combat power was so strong that there was no saint to stop him. In a flash, his divine technique was profound, and the vision of his saint body was displayed. Everyone was swept away and lost the ability to move. It's useless. One of my Taoist bodies has gone to the main control room and cut off the connection between this ship and the outside world. They are completely isolated. Yi Fan's voice was cold and ruthless. The mothership was very terrifying. When attacking from the outside, it was comparable to an ancient sage attacking. However, once Yi Fan entered, everything became ineffective against him. In the main control room, Yi Fan's Taoist body flashed with the five-colored divine light, directly smashing more than a dozen experts and knocking out the marquises of the Rising Sun clan who came after hearing the news. He quickly isolated the area and sealed off all the important areas to prevent the people of this race from doing something desperate and self-destructing. Things happened too suddenly. The people of the Rising Sun clan were completely dumbfounded. The mothership had changed owners. This was incomparably illusory and hard to accept. Yi Fan's Taoist body entered the main control room, while his real body swept away the experts in the huge mothership like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. No one could stop him wherever he went. An hour later, he had complete control of the mothership. Some of the leaders of the Rising Sun clan had died. The rest had become captives and were locked in a closed cabin door. They were full of unwillingness and incomparably depressed. This was like a myth. One person had captured one of their motherships so quickly. They were completely defeated and had no power to fight back. Yi Fan found the evolutionary fluid immediately. After opening the cork, essence overflowed. He sniffed it and immediately confirmed that it was beyond the third stage. They said it's not as good as the fourth stage evolutionary fluid and needs to be nourished and refined. So, I'll keep it for now. Yi Fan didn't kill the captives because they were of great use. They knew how to control the war tools of the ancient sages, such as motherships and battleships, which could be handed over to the Heaven Village. Then, he controlled the Marquis and sent his divine thoughts into the Marquis's forehead. He issued one order after another, mobilizing hundreds of warships around the mothership. He told the fleet to enter the North region but not to act rashly. Then, he drove the mothership himself and jumped through space, directly arriving at the Heaven Village. The big black dog was very shocked, and his eyes glowed green. After seeing the spaceship 2 years ago, he already knew its value. He drooled and said, my mothership is here. The little bald ran over and complained, Master, when you were not here, the Black Emperor and Elder Duanda urged me to drink and plunder other people's treasures. I didn't do it willingly. I miss you. Haha. I didn't think we would meet again one day, and so soon. Li Tian appeared. He was as elegant as before, and his evil aura didn't diminish. Your third disciple wasn't taught bad by others. He's just naughty by nature. Yan Ishi's clothes were as white as snow, and she became even more elegant. Waha, I didn't think I could catch aliens one day. This is great. Longma, who wished for the world to be in chaos, appeared. He was extremely fast and shot over like a scarlet cloud. His mane was like flames, and the scales on his sturdy body were dazzling. The Heaven Village was completely alarmed. Many people appeared and looked at the huge mothership. Everyone was very surprised. Especially when they saw Yi Fan, they were even more stunned. No one thought they could see him again. Those who set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky, the path of the strongest trial, since ancient times, not many people could return calmly. Even if they survived, it would be many years later. But now, only 2 years had passed, and Yi Fan appeared alive and well. Moreover, he kidnapped such a huge ship. It really made people speechless. I say, brat, did you actually set foot on the path of the starry sky? Why did you come back so soon? Don't tell me you became a deserter? Old Saber Honcho, the grandson of the killing Saint Chi Luo, said. The others laughed when they heard this. Divine child. Little Kair also appeared. She happily waved at them. A large group of people surrounded him. Even the killing Saint Chi Luo came. After not seeing him for 2 years, he had become even more aloof. He didn't have a trace of an assassin's temperament anymore. He was more like a philosopher with a transcendent temperament. This doesn't make sense. Why did you come back so quickly? I heard from the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner that it would be very difficult to find the way back after leaving. The starry sky coordinates here aren't clear, so you can only slowly find your way back after becoming strong enough. The killing saint was doubtful. I missed everyone midway, so I took a small business trip. Today, I specially came back to see you guys and bring you a great gift. Yi Fan said with a smile. The group of people were speechless. Since ancient times, this was the first time someone came back midway after setting foot on the path of the starry sky. This could also be considered heaven-defying. I already sent people into the realm gate to deliver the news. Sacred Prince, Savage, GZ, Yao Yuekong, and the others will hurry over soon. The Black Emperor said. His eyes were very bright. He already knew that this time, he was going to do something big. Lama's eyes rolled back. He walked a large circle around the mothership, knocking here and there. After discovering that it was a divine artifact, he immediately became excited and shouted that he was going to loot it to the end. Yi Fan told everyone why he came back. Then, he asked the heavenly village to hurry up and take action. First, they had to detain all of the captives. They would be of great use in the future. The Black Emperor was the most excited and said, "That's right, this emperor still has many things that I haven't figured out. This time I will become the overlord under the starry sky. After breaking through their star gate, I will most likely be able to comprehend the great ancient emperor's 5-colored altar." Master. Yi Tong was the first to return. His eyes were filled with tears. He thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. He didn't expect to reunite so quickly. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. He discovered that after not seeing him for 2 years, his eldest disciple's heroic bearing was flourishing. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was about to sever the Tao. He was about to take that crucial step, then, Li Heishui came. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran also arrived. They were all deeply moved to be able to meet again. Haha. A monkey covered in resplendent golden fur appeared. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a deity that had come into being. Everyone could feel how powerful and terrifying the potential within his body was. Sacred Prince's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. During these 2 years, he made a trip to Mount Meru. After returning, he went into seclusion and obtained an extraordinary Tao fruit. His cultivation advanced greatly. However, when he saw Yi Fan again, he first laughed loudly. Then, he became astonished and said, "Sever the 8th layer of the Tao, you, so fast?" Yi Fan laughed and said, "In a while, we will deal with those motherships and seize the evolution liquid. Our cultivation will at least increase by a level, maybe even a few levels." He explained the cause and effect, making everyone nod their heads. Their eyes shone with divine light and they were incomparably excited. The Black Emperor hooted and said, "There is actually such a great use. How about this? This emperor will study the Star Gate and will definitely break it soon. When that time comes, we will head straight to the Eternal Lord Star and rob them for a long time." Longma was also full of ambition and said, I want to step into the starry skies and enter the Eternal Lord Star. I will call that Tomb Raider and have him dig up graves there." Me too, me too. The little Baldy raised his little hand and jumped up as if he was afraid of leaving him behind. The group of scourges had just heard some news and were already planning to attack the Eternal Lord Star. Be careful, there is an organization called God over there, and there are many strange things about them. They are very terrifying. Yi Fan said, telling them to calm down first. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and take action. Otherwise, he was afraid that the group of people might really attack the 7 great restricted regions. Let's go and capture wild extraterrestrials alive. The group laughed loudly and boarded the mothership at the same time. If the people of the Eternal Lord Star heard this, their noses would definitely turn crooked from anger. They were actually being treated as prey. For safety's sake, Killing Saint also went on his way. That was because those motherships were all Saint grade and had saints holding the line. There were also some powerful war tools. At this moment, the flames of war were burning everywhere. The Lantua race really headed straight for the Origin ancient mine. A giant mothership led dozens of battleships outside the restricted region. They immediately sensed that something was wrong. That's not right, there is a terrifying strange power here that is suppressing the various instruments within the spaceship. This place is barren with no signs of life at all. It should be an ownerless land. The few ancient saints shouldn't be here. In the end, dozens of battleships flew in to scout the way. They wanted to get to the bottom of it because the absolute beginning life stone was more precious than their lives to them. Rumble, however, something shocking happened. All the battleships that entered the restricted region lost control. They all plunged into the ground and broke apart inch by inch. On another battlefield, the vast sea race of the Eternal Lord Star had obtained great rewards. They passed by an ancient race gathering place and attacked, cutting off their main mountain peak and stealing large amounts of resources. Not all ancient races had ancestral kings. The races in this region weren't very strong and were suppressed to the point where they couldn't retaliate. These natives really can't do it. Let's go to the Fire Qilin cave and see what we can get from that divine land. The king nodded and said, the Lantua race is charging towards the Origin ancient mine. The Chao family and Mo family of the original Demon Sea are rushing towards Undying Mountain. We need to hurry and not fall behind. For some of the ancient races, today was an unforeseen event. It was the first time in many years that they had encountered an inexplicable attack. The sea race headed north. Following the imprint in Nanyao Sea of Consciousness, they found several ancient race residences and went on a rampage. Their battleships were densely packed as they broke through the holy lands of some races. Too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow. They attacked for resources, taking away some of the ancient race's medicinal fields and some divine ores from the treasury. Naturally, this led to a fierce confrontation. They were only a small race and weren't a match for them. Without an ancestral king, they had no power to fight back. They simply couldn't resist the saint-level mothership and the powerful mechas. The sea race was very excited. These races weren't strong and didn't have saints overseeing them. However, their treasury was rich, which made them even more certain that there would be a shocking immortal grade item in the Fire Qilin cave ahead. It's a piece of 7th Tribulation Earth essence. It's buried in their hands. This is one of the divine auxiliary ores used to refine the evolution liquid. It can be called a peerless item. The sea race was invincible. Their mothership covered the sky and pushed forward in a carpet fashion. They encountered fierce resistance when they arrived at the Blue Demon Abyss. Even 8 of their battleships were destroyed. What? Such heavy losses? There are 7 or 8 half-saints fighting back. Deploy the ancient saint mechas and flatten this abyss. The sea race's noble's expression was cold. This was the first time they had been obstructed since coming to the Big Dipper star region. 8 battleships had been sunk, which meant that hundreds of people had died. This was a huge blow to them. With a glaring light, 2 ancient saint war tools descended from the sky. One of them was a 9-meter-tall mecha. One held a spear flowing with scarlet mist, while the other held a dragon. Saber as black as demonic light. They started a massacre at the same time. Screams rang out in the Blue Demon Abyss. Many ancient race members were killed. Blood surged and turned the place into a river of blood. This was the first time the sea race had attacked. Although they had plundered several important places of the ancient races, they hadn't started a massacre like this. Now, they bared their sharp fangs and took revenge for their clansmen. Aboriginals who only know barbarian arts want to compete with the high-level races of the vast star region? Today, we'll beat you until you feel the pain. Hand over all the ancient saint artifacts. Otherwise, blood and bones will fill the abyss, the sea race's noble said coldly. Pooh. A streak of crimson light flashed as he entered the third Empyrean sacred Mecca. With a platinum holy sword in hand, he sliced off the head of a half-sage with his own hands, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The Blue Demon clan was not weak. It was known as one of the 10 great ferocious clans. The clan originally had a saint overseeing it, and its illustrious reputation spread far and wide. However, 2 years ago, they had bullied the human clan and challenged the authority of the saints. They had even wanted to kill Yi Fan and destroy the Qixia residents. They had wanted to provoke Gai Jiuyo to kill the saints of the human clan. During that calamity, one of the clan's ancestors managed to escape the calamity. Afterwards, he didn't dare to return to the clan, which was why today, this fierce clan was unable to resist. The secret map provided by the Southern Demon was targeted. For example, the Blue Demon race and the Demon race were fierce races that were filled with hostility and threat to the current world. They were a small source of chaos. 2 years ago, the Blue Demon clan was still insufferably arrogant and wanted to start a massacre against the human clan. Ever since Gai Jiuyo killed their ancestral king, they had suffered a disastrous decline. Now, they had fallen to such a state and were being attacked instead. Below the Blue Demon abyss, screams rose and fell as corpses fell one after another. The fierce clans that used to be very powerful in the past were being defeated again and again today. A total of 7 Empyrean sacred war machines entered the underground world and were invincible. Everyone's metal body was stained with blood and broken bones as they mercilessly reaped lives. Boom! Suddenly, an Empyrean sacred Mecca emitted a dazzling light. Cracks appeared on its surface and then it exploded. What's going on? The Marquis of the Sea clan was shocked and returned to the mothership. Fearing that an accident might occur, he scanned the entire area with the mothership and deduced. The ancient formation is extremely powerful. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that this formation was broken and not complete. That Empyrean sacred Mecca had mistakenly entered the intact formation pattern and was killed. This was the Great Sage's formation. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by Gai Jiuyo that day. Otherwise, the people of the Eternal Lord planet might not have been able to take advantage of it today. Oh, there's an ancient city in the underground world. Open up their treasury for me. On this day, the Blue Demon clan encountered a great calamity. Their corpses were everywhere and they were almost exterminated. They suffered heavy losses and some of them killed a bloody path to escape. Unbelievable. This group of natives has a rich collection. The things piled up in their treasury are comparable to a divine ancient mine. The Sea clan was shocked. When they opened the treasury, they were dazzled by the bright light and petrified. After a long time, there was a hubbub of voices. Go all the way north and all these will belong to us. The Sea clan went crazy. 4 motherships and hundreds of battleships swept through all obstacles and pushed forward. It had to be said that they were very lucky. The route they took was the former habitat of the 10 great vicious clans. Although these clans were very fierce, some of them were not royal clans. The most important thing was that 2 years ago, Gai Jiuyo personally took action and killed their ancient king. Now, they had no saint-level battle strength. The Sea clan swept through everything and advanced. In the end, they even split up and attacked. The 4 motherships moved side by side and swept through the Blood Moon race, Electric Violet race, and Green Ghoul race. Unfortunately, the former vicious clans were now being attacked by a group of ancient saint-level mechas and motherships. They were utterly defeated, their blood dyed the ancestral ground red and their corpses piled up into mountains. This was simply a reincarnation. In the past, they were high and mighty, but now, after losing their ancient king, they became weak races that were bullied and slaughtered. The Sea clan was full of satisfaction because their harvest was too abundant. The treasuries of the 10 great vicious clans were filled with rare minerals and many of them were legendary treasures. The ancestral items of these natives are too rare. It seems that we don't need to dig them up. Just opening their treasury will give us a pleasant surprise. After defeating several races, their confidence soared. They believed that the natives' combat strength was low and nothing to fear. Next, they didn't know whether to say that they were lucky or unlucky. The 4 motherships worked together and didn't attack the next ancient race. As a result, they avoided a true archaic king race. There were several ancient kings overseeing this place, they directly opened up a battlefield and jumped through space. They arrived at the mountain range where the Fire Qilin cave was and rushed into the Emperor race's territory. This was a majestic ancient peak. Old medicines were everywhere, and immortal vines grew between the cliffs and stone peaks. There were also many strange birds and auspicious beasts. Immortal energy lingered about this place, making it seem like an immortal domain. This was especially the case at the center. Even though the mountain peak there was barren and flowing with fiery light, it was like the cave of a deity. Multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of auspicious colors. Ancient caves were everywhere. In particular, there was an immortal cave at the very center. Divine light surged and turned into fiery light, illuminating the heavens in a mysterious manner. Tao patterns flowed out strand after strand like water ripples. This really is a divine land. The Sea clan was shocked. They had a premonition that there were peerless treasures buried here. If they could take it down, they would most likely obtain an unimaginable harvest. Something's wrong. Don't act blindly without thinking. Within a mothership, the Sea clan's ancient saint suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he entered the northern region, he had always been seated, not taking action or speaking. However, at this time, he was roused awake. It was because at this moment, he felt a wave of terrifying Tao aura that made his entire body shiver. When he opened his heavenly eyes and gazed into the distance, his face immediately became snow white. How could it be like this? This ancient star has this type of existence. A deity was born here, and now, there is his undying aura. The Sea clan saint's face was devoid of all color. He was terrified. Those who truly understood this place would all be like this. This wasn't something they could contend against at all. It was because unmatched great Tao symbols flickered vaguely. You absolutely cannot take action. However, when he woke up and spoke, it was already too late. The warships up ahead had already taken action, long flying towards the Fire Qilin immortal cave. Who dares barge into my Fire Qilin immortal cave? A shout sounded from within the mountain range. Several dozen people rushed into the sky, blocking their path. For ancient sacred mechas took action at the same time. The blood-colored spears in their hands, as well as the black dragon blades that were dyed in blood, hacked through the several dozen experts in front of them. How daring! The guards of the Fire Qilin immortal cave were shocked. Since ancient times, not a single person had dared to offend their dignity. This was the first time someone had come knocking on their door. Outside the mountain gate, more than 50 figures rushed into the sky in succession. Among them were 3 half-saints. Despite their powerful cultivation, they were only here to protect the gate. Within one of the ancient sacred war tools, the experts of the Sea clan had a sinister smile on their faces. They had already adapted to this kind of battle and directly rushed over. A streak of bloody light flashed past. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin immortal cave was hacked apart and died a violent death. He couldn't block their path. Kill. The other 3 ancient sacred war tools also displayed their might. They wielded sacred swords, bloody spears, and other weapons. They all unleashed their great Tao saint might and rushed over, slaughtering the other 2 half-saints and the 50 or so people. Have you eaten the gall of a deity? Are you tired of living? A dignified and furious roar rang out in the distance. It came from within an ancient cave as several hundred people rushed out. One of the elders turned into a streak of fiery light and rushed over with great speed. He easily smashed the 4 mechas flying and then tore one of them apart, grabbing the person inside in his hands. Pfft, blood splattered as he directly crushed the expert of the Sea clan. Retreat! The saint of the Sea clan shouted with an ugly expression. Not good. One of the half-saints among the captives said that this ancient star not only has an ancient saint, but also a great sage. There might even be a living quasi-emperor. Someone reported to the nobles of the Sea clan from within a mothership. What? Set sail immediately and use a spatial jump to leave this place. At this moment, they sensed the aura rushing out of the Fire Qilin immortal cave. They knew that things were not good. A peerless existence was reviving. Boom, everything was too late. Within this ancient mountain range, all kinds of great Tao runes flickered. They were densely packed and covered the entire sky. It was impossible to build a stargate. Especially at the center, the ancient caves were spewing out multicolored light as if a giant was reviving. The Fire Qilin Immortal Cave at the center was the most mysterious. In just a short moment, over 1,000 people rushed out from each ancient cave. All of them were furious. Even in the most terrifying era of the Archaic Era, no one dared to bully them like this. Today, there was actually someone wantonly massacring them in front of their mountain gate. This was a type of humiliation. "Ants, die for me!" The old ancestor king that came out first roared in anger. He displayed his peerless divine abilities and blasted apart the other 3 ancient mechas. He crushed them to death, turning them into a pile of broken bones and blood. The Sea clan was immediately stupefied. How could they suddenly encounter such a powerful person? "Charge out, leave this place!" A giant roared. The Fire Qilin Immortal Cave had the strong aura of an ancient deity. There was also a peerless divine formation that locked down the void. There was no way to use a spatial jump, so all the battleships could only fly high into the sky. Ants that don't know the difference between life and death, don't even think about leaving. That old ancestor king reached out a large hand that covered the sky. Large numbers of battleships exploded as if he was killing flies. It was incomparably terrifying. "Quickly retreat, I'll stop him." The Saint of the Sea clan took action. He was inside an ancient and mysterious mecha. His strength immediately rose to the Saint King realm and could crush a planet. Hong. He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed over, blocking the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient king. He was heavily injured with a single punch, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. The Fire Qilin Cave's ancient king was shocked. He didn't expect this ice-cold metal war body to be a Saint King. He quickly retreated, destroying dozens of battleships with a single slap during this process. It was unknown how many cultivators of the Sea clan died. "You forced me to do this." The Saint of the Sea clan attacked with all his strength. He brandished the power of a Saint King and shot out beams of divine light that drowned out the heaven and earth. He directly shattered this ancient king and turned him into bloody light. "What? You killed an ancient saint of my race." The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were shocked. Everything happened too quickly and they didn't have time to stop it. All of their eyes turned red. They were the masters of this land, the most powerful race. When had they ever been bullied to their doorstep like this? Moreover, an ancient king had been killed. It was simply like a fantasy story. "Don't let a single one go." An aged and furious roar sounded from within the ancient cave. It seemed to have come from the Archaic Era and shook many battleships until they directly exploded in the sky. A figure rushed over murderously and directly smashed into the Saint King's war tool, causing it to emit cracking sounds. This was a shriveled elder with Qilin flames flowing all over his body. He held a terrifying weapon in his hand. Hong. Another figure rushed into the sky. He was also extremely terrifying. When his palm descended, he actually directly smashed apart a mothership and turned it into fine powder. The Fire Qilin Cave was furious and sent out a peerless expert. The glorious archaic imperial family was attacked right at their doorstep like this. This was simply a joke. Now, an ancient king had actually died. The race was furious to the extreme. Only by killing all of their enemies and letting their blood flow dry could they wash away their humiliation and resentment. Ah, a mournful cry rang out. The Saint of the Sea clan didn't last long before his ancient armor was shattered by the ancient king who was going all out. Then, he was almost tortured to death. His body shattered inch by inch, and his soul was extracted. Even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. He would have to endure endless torture. A mothership struggled free with difficulty and wanted to rush into the sky. However, a streak of immortal light flew out from the Fire Qilin Cave and slashed it into ashes with a xiao sound. At the end of the distant horizon, Yi Fan and the others were astonished. Why was the Fire Qilin Cave so angry that they even slashed out an extreme imperial weapon? Wasn't this the same as using a giant hammer to kill a mosquito? We came a step too late. The Sea clan will definitely be completely annihilated. Of all the people they could provoke, they specifically came to the Fire Qilin Cave. Aren't they just courting death? The Sacred Prince sighed. I hope they don't discover the secret of the evolutionary fluid. Otherwise, they will come to fight with us. This is a difficult competitor to provoke, said Yifan. Their harvest was great. With killing Saint Qi Luo overseeing the situation, they had just successfully seized the evolutionary fluid from a noble king. It was precisely because of this that they were delayed and could only watch helplessly as the Sea clan went to their deaths. Hurry up and go to the next place. Heaven bless the overflowing Net clan. They definitely can't attack the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, Yifan began to pray for the people of the Eternal Lord Star. He didn't care about their life or death, but rather his heart ached for the evolutionary fluid and the mothership. The overflowing Net clan wasn't very lucky. On the way to the Blood Phoenix Mountain, they encountered a great ancient king clan. An intense battle unfolded, resulting in heavy casualties. Facing an illustrious undying king clan with an ancestral king overseeing it, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. Large amounts of mechas were destroyed. Of course, this ancient king clan also paid a high price. They were almost razed to the ground, and 2 ancestral kings died. Yifan and the others came just in time. They seized the most important mothership and successfully obtained the evolutionary fluid. They then disappeared into the horizon. I've received news that 2 great clans have gathered in Undying Mountain. Let's hurry over. I hope we can make it in time. At this moment, the outside of Undying Mountain was very strange. The people of the Chao clan and the Origin Demon Sea were confronting each other. They weren't willing to retreat and wanted to be the first to enter the mountain. Even though the spaceships they sent out had mysteriously crashed in the Black Mountain Range, they still weren't willing to retreat. This was because they had personally seen the immortal medicine of immortality, the Black Tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine, appear here. Who knew that a headless knight had already appeared in Undying Mountain? He stood at the center of the mountain region and rode an ancient beast. He was like a revived deity. The northern region was in a state of chaos. Bloody light rushed into the heavens and murderous intent covered the sun. It was a gloomy scene. The ancient races were being attacked on a large scale. This was the first time in many years. Many ancestral lands of the ancient races had become battlefields. Spaceships appeared and various beams of light pierced through the clouds. Blood splashed everywhere and corpses piled up into mountains. Bitter battles were happening everywhere. There was not just one battlefield. The Blue Demon Race, Blood Moon Race, Green Ghost Race, Cloud Mist Race, and Silver Moon Race were destroyed one after another. This shook the entire eastern wasteland. Of course, the noble ships of the Eternal Lord Star also suffered heavy losses. The Swallow Cloud Race, Blue Sea Race, Unsetting Sun Race, and Overflowing Luo Race had all paid a heavy price. What kind of power is this? Why do they dare to attack the ancient races? Why does it seem like they came from beyond the heavens? They're a civilization from outside this region. They have a different kind of divine weapon. Their battle prowess is astonishing and cannot be underestimated. A few extremely powerful ancient races were ambushed. They were flustered and left behind piles of corpses. The ancestral lands of many great races were dyed red with blood. This battle shocked the world. The situation that had been peaceful for many years was suddenly broken. Many people couldn't adapt to this and couldn't accept it. Battlefield after battlefield opened up in different places at almost the same time. It was clear that this group of people who suddenly appeared had a clear purpose. They're crazy. They're attacking the ancient races. This group of experts is shockingly courageous. Their origins must be great. Even some of the archaic king clans have suffered greatly. This is a war that will not end until one side is wiped out. They will definitely not rest until one side is destroyed. The entire world was focused on the eastern wasteland. Everyone was discussing this incomparable battle. It had almost broken the balance of the races. Smoke and flames of war covered the land and the clouds of war were dense. All the great races were on guard. Many battlefields had been opened up. The 12 great races from the Eternal Lord Star were not ordinary. The motherships and the ancient saints' war tools worked together to kill the sun and moon. Yifan and the others changed their path and didn't immediately rush towards Undying Mountain. They were also paying attention to the other battlefields. When they heard that the Brahmin race was about to fall, they chased after them. In the beginning, the Brahmin race had a smooth journey. They had wiped out several races. However, when they encountered the Herculean bull devil race, they suffered heavy losses. This was an illustrious royal race even in the archaic era. All of a sudden, several ancestral kings jumped out and defeated the Brahmin race. They could only flee. Almost all the powerhouses of this race had died in battle. Their ancient sacred meccas were destroyed, and their bodies were torn apart by an old demon bull king. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a fierce battle. The Brahmin race was almost completely annihilated. Even Fan Yuntong, an ancient saint with the sage king armor, was chased by an old bull king. This is too terrifying. Mother **Cur. Who can tell me why the natives here are so powerful? The few survivors of the Brahmin race felt a chill run down their spines as they fled for their lives. Clearly, they couldn't believe what had happened. At first, the battle went very smoothly. They swept through several races and obtained a large amount of rare resources. However, after entering the territory of the ox demon race, they immediately tasted the bitter taste of defeat. This group of beefy and over 3 meters tall monsters had several inches of ox hair draped over their bodies. They had a pair of large horns on their heads and possessed brute strength. They could continuously destroy their battleships. Looking at this group of barbaric bulls that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils, the experts of the Brahmin race were so regretful that their intestines turned green. This was simply a nightmare. There was simply no way to fight. Who said that this ancient planet is weak? These natives are all descendants of the demonic god. Damned Lantua race, the information they received was all bull **T. They sent us to our deaths. Ancient Saint Fan Yuntong led a small group of direct descendants and fled for their lives. All the motherships had been sunk, and the battleships had been turned into scrap metal. They couldn't jump through space. Behind them, 3 old bulls were as large as mountains. They stared at them with their huge eyes. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers, and even waterfalls would flow in reverse. They chased after them for millions of miles. 2F** King terrifying. The remaining direct descendants of the Brahmin race couldn't even speak fluently. They were intimidated by the divine might of the Herculean bull race. Swish! Killing Saint attacked and directly destroyed the small world that Fan Yuntong had created. Some of the powerhouses inside fell out. Swoosh! With a flash of 5-colored divine light, Yifan rushed over and captured the king nobles of the race who had escaped alive. Brat, it's you actually came to this ancient planet? Someone shouted as he recognized him. Heh, this seat is from this place. It's time for me to play host. Yifan sneered. Ah! The people of the Brahmin race shouted loudly. They were so angry that their eyes were red. They knew that Yuan Jing had suffered such a great loss because Yifan had planned and paid attention to him. You guys are tired of living. The sacred prince's golden hair shone brilliantly as if he was cast from gold. His battle prowess surged, and he alone could kill all the half-saints of the race. The Black Emperor advised, don't kill them. Capture them alive. This emperor wants to study the starry door and dismantle the motherships. Captives of this level will be of great use. The sacred prince's divine bravery was boundless. He swept his black iron cudgel across the enemies, causing them to spit out blood and fall down one after another. The 3 old ox kings chased to this place and were surprised to see the sacred prince. Then, they laughed honestly and continued to chase after the only one who had escaped, Fan Yuntong. It was obvious that Fan Yuntong wouldn't live for long. The 3 old ox kings had locked onto him, so his defeat was only a matter of time. Yifan's group successfully obtained the evolution fluid and rushed to the next battlefield. The north region was in chaos. The flames of war spread far and wide, and many ancient races were dragged into the battle against the motherships. There were many battlefields. It had to be said that some of the 12 royal races from the Eternal Lord planet were very powerful. For example, the Zhao race had swept through all the enemies without meeting a match. This was because they had a Saint King holding the line. He had entered a dazzling and terrifying mech and was invincible. He had already killed 2 Saint Kings. Moreover, they had a bad premonition. After stealing a large amount of resources and sweeping through the ancestral lands of some ancient royal races, they prepared to jump through space to escape this place. In this battle, blood flowed like rivers, and countless corpses fell densely. The North region was surrounded by a deathly aura. It was a terrifying scene. This really is a calamity. Where did these cultivators come from to wipe out a few ancient royal races? The entire world was gazing at the North region. Everyone was paying close attention. I heard that even the Fire Qilin cave was attacked. This is truly unprecedented. Moreover, a saint was killed. Now, the clan is furious. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were indeed furious. They took the initiative to attack, searching for spaceships and imperial weapons. People of the Fire Cloud race. Are you tired of living? Of all people, why did you come to the Blood Phoenix Mountain? Yi Fan cursed. This meant that the race was going to be completely wiped out and they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. The Fire Cloud race had suffered heavy losses before because they encountered a powerful ancient royal race with a Saint King overseeing it. They suffered heavy losses and barely managed to escape this calamity. They were extremely furious and disregarded everything. They used a forbidden power to sweep through the mountains and rivers and all living things. They killed their way forward and unknowingly turned the surrounding mountain ranges of the Blood Phoenix Mountain into ashes. Moreover, several hundred patrolling experts were turned into bloody mist, all of them dead. The Blood Phoenix Mountain was an ancient royal race, so how could they swallow this? From ancient times until now, no one had ever dared to provoke them. They took action with lightning speed and turned the entire race into ashes, leaving nothing behind. When the Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain took action, the North region surged with tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic light. The two great royal races were furious, and it was the same as piercing through the heavens. The entire North region was like boiling water, becoming completely chaotic. The ancient races said that there were over 10,000. Even though it was an exaggeration, there were still many of them. The people from the Eternal Lord Star only stirred up a few dozen races. Now, all of the northern region's king races received the news and moved out together. This was simply a disaster. The remaining motherships and warships immediately fell into a swamp of 10,000 races. Ancient race armies appeared everywhere, making the faces of the 12 races from the other side immediately turn snow white. They were completely stupefied. Fuck, the information was wrong. This is too ridiculous. Did we come to hell? Why are there demonic god descendants everywhere? How the fuck do we fight this? Lantua bastards, the demonic gods should be killed 10,000 times. We have entered the kingdom of demons. Even if all the king races of the Eternal Lord Star descend together, we might not be able to conquer this place. I curse these demons. Within the spaceship, the experts from the Eternal Lord Star were all pale. They were all stunned. The expeditionary army continued to flee, and the spaceships were exploding. The death toll had long since become uncountable. The Zhao race had a Saint King overseeing it. Originally, their battle results were plentiful, but they hesitated half a step and wanted to take over one more ancestral land. In the end, it was too late for regrets. That was because the two ancient royal races had taken action. An undying celestial light flew over and turned their Saint King to ashes. Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain are stealing our business. Move quickly, don't let them deal with the two races outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and rushed towards Undying Mountain. They didn't dare to use the motherships now because the 10,000 ancient races were all furious. If they saw such a warship, they would all attack together. The aura of Undying Mountain was strange. Chao family and Mahast family from Origin Demon Ocean were all ashen. Dozens of warships that entered couldn't even make a bubble before exploding mysteriously. Even a mothership couldn't move even an inch after falling in. It seemed that if they wanted to escape, they would need tens to hundreds of years of deduction to find a way out. Damn it, didn't they say that this ancient star wasn't powerful? Why do I feel like we've fallen into a demon's lair? Chao family's nobles roared. Who can tell me what's going on? One of our ancient ships fell in, but why can't we send out any signals? Mahast family from Origin Demon Ocean was similarly furious. That mothership had a powerhouse from the Mahist family, a son that the ancestor saint liked very much. Now that he had fallen in, it was hard for them to accept. Attack, blast this place open. We can even destroy planets, so why should we be afraid of a mere black mountain? Mahist family's nobles gave the order. Several motherships rose into the air and aimed at Undying Mountain, releasing a blazing light. This kind of energy was enough to turn small planets into ashes, and now, it was all for the sake of breaking open the Tao patterns here. Streaks of enormous light beams that were enough to destroy everything in the world shot towards Undying Mountain. The divine might was astonishing. What shocked Mahist family and Chao family was that the Tao marks within Undying Mountain appeared and turned all of the attacks into nothingness. They were completely useless. At the same time, a headless horseman appeared at the center of the Black Mountain. He brandished an iron spear and pierced forward. Hong, this was a disaster that could collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. Large amounts of ships turned into flying ashes and exploded together. Meanwhile, several motherships were also shattered one after another, unable to take a single blow. Both races had Saint Kings present. They took action together, but they all released miserable cries as their bodies exploded one after another, turning into bloody mists. The two races suffered disastrous losses. Almost 80% of their troops were wiped out in an instant. When Yi Fan and the others rushed over, they just happened to see this scene from the distance. Their bodies all turned cold as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Of all the people they could provoke, they had to attack the life-forbidden region. This shouldn't be triggering the darkness chaos, right? Yi Fan's body went cold. Within Undying Mountain, a headless horseman slowly turned his body and just happened to face this direction. Even though he didn't have a head, there seemed to be a pair of ice-cold eyes shooting over. Black mountains were everywhere, and every one of them towered into the heavens. They were clustered together, forming the world's most terrifying danger zone, Undying Mountain. At the center of the great peaks, black mists curled in spirals. It was incomparably mysterious. Since ancient times, apart from the Void Emperor, not many people had entered. At this moment, a headless corpse was facing this direction. It made one's entire body go cold, and even their bones seemed to have been frozen. There was no need to doubt his power. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan had seen him. Back then, he had encountered him when he mistakenly entered Undying Mountain. This person protected the divine land at the center of Undying Mountain and didn't allow anyone to offend him. At the center of Undying Mountain, there were a total of 108 main peaks. The Black Mountains were like ink as they surrounded the secret land. It was incomparably terrifying. The Headless Knight was like a deity, making everyone's soul tremble. It was difficult to imagine his level. He actually smashed 2 Saint Kings into bloody mist. His mount is a stone horse. The Sacred Prince's golden eyes were like lightning. The Headless Knight wore black divine clothes that flowed with black light. It was full of texture. He was tall and valiant. He held a black golden spear in his hand and had a heaven-subduing appearance. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head. There was quite a bit of blood around his neck as if it had just been chopped off. What he was sitting on was a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It raised its head and neighed. It was terrifyingly powerful. Its large stone hooves would shatter the void every time they descended. The stone horse is a saint spirit that hasn't reached the consummate level. It's unfathomable. One can well imagine this knight's battle prowess and difficulty. What exactly was at the center of Undying Mountain for such a terrifying existence to appear? He didn't have a head, yet he was still alive. This should only be a protector and not the master of Undying Mountain. He killed 2 Saint Kings with a single spear. The terror of the Forbidden Region can be seen, said the Black Emperor in a heavy voice. Jizi was ordinary and silent. He didn't say a single word. His father had once fought here and exchanged blows with an unparalleled existence. The years were merciless. The Void Emperor had long since been buried in the dark cosmos, and his corpse's whereabouts were unknown. He's coming out. He's stepping on Black Peak. He's about to come out. Dong Fangyi raised his wolf-toothed club and shouted. Quickly retreat. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't fight and could only flee. The Black Emperor's formation platform had long been prepared, and this place was far enough from Undying Mountain. They had plenty of time to go far away. Let's jump through space and leave this demonic den. Chow family and Mo family's people were all alarmed, and they all cried out loudly. Just now, under the attack of that spear, less than 20% of them survived, and that was because they were far away. However, when the Headless Horseman charged over, the sky collapsed, and the battleships exploded like fireworks. They were all turned into dust by a powerful aura. What kind of monster is this? He hasn't even attacked us yet, but his aura is already unbearable. Death, there were deaths everywhere. In the end, only the Chow family's mothership managed to escape. The other warships and the Mo family all fell, crashing here. The Headless Horseman didn't care. He didn't attack. He just released a powerful aura, which created such a terrifying scene. The surviving mothership of the Chow family didn't charge out very far before it was shaken out of the Stargate by a sharp killing intent. It wailed as it flew into the distance. The Headless Horseman didn't look too long. He stepped into the void like a flying immortal and entered a realm gate. He actually wanted to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan and the others. This emperor is uneasy. Why do I feel like a disaster is imminent? While crossing the sky, the Black Emperor's heart was pounding. I also have a premonition that a disaster is about to befall us. Yi Fan said solemnly. The Sacred Prince's expression was grave. He also had the same feeling. This kind of person's spiritual sense was the sharpest, and he could sense the arrival of a great disaster in advance. Quickly go to my Ji family, he's coming for me. He sensed the aura my father inherited from me. GZ, who was usually silent, said. Everyone's hearts tightened. They believed that this great disaster originated from Undying Mountain, and they were targeting them. In the mysterious void, they sensed the existence of the Headless Horseman. The stone horse leaped through the void and chased after him. Fortunately, the Black Emperor had grasped the ancient Emperor's formation runes. His speed was extremely fast, and he entered the southern region in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the Ji family. The darkness chaos wouldn't have descended again, right? Everyone's expressions were ugly. More than 100,000 years ago, my father fought against Undying Mountain, suppressing the world. Even though he is no longer here, Ji family still has nothing to fear. GZ calmly said. Wang, immediately afterwards, an ancient mirror flickered. It was simple and imposing, appearing out of nowhere. Primal chaos waterfalls poured down, the scene magnificent. Deity, this was the deity within the Void Emperor mirror reviving on its own. It emitted the imposing aura of an ancient emperor. At this moment, everyone in the southern region felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down. The great races were all shaken. The birds and beasts were all lying on the ground, wailing in grief. Chi, the Void Emperor mirror tore apart space, disappearing with a flash, crossing hundreds of millions of li as it rushed towards Undying Mountain. The unmatched might of an emperor covered heaven and earth. Even though it was moving through the void, this type of ancient emperor aura was still world-shattering. It overflowed, making many powerful races tremble in fear. What's going on? Yi Fan and the others were all stupefied. This ancient mirror revived on its own, not needing anyone to activate it. The deity within was just missing a great roar towards the heavens. It was as if the Void Emperor had reappeared. This is my father's weapon. It accompanied him in battle his entire life. It saw through the changes in Undying Mountain and fought in the Void Emperor's place. Moisture appeared in GZ's eyes. Hong Long, that Headless Horseman's reaction was fast, immediately turning the horse back, entering the Black Mountain. That stone horse that was about to become a holy spirit was trembling. It trampled through heaven and earth, laying between the 108 black peaks. The void mirror released a streak of immortal radiance, directly rushing into the center of Undying Mountain. It scattered down endless ancient radiance, making that place look extremely strange. Black mists curled upwards, making contact with that immortal radiance. There was no great explosion, no loud noise, only a type of light that seemed like ascension to immortality surged. After dying for so many years, the Void Emperor's will still hasn't disappeared. According to the agreement, Undying Mountain shouldn't have appeared in the world. It can be considered that we were rash. An ancient voice that didn't carry any emotional fluctuations sounded from the most mysterious black mist. The 108 black peaks rumbled and trembled together. Within a range of 1,000,000 li, everyone felt their blood run cold. They clearly heard this divine voice, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. It was rumored that the Void Emperor attacked the restricted region and reached an agreement with all sides. It was actually true. After being intimidated for more than 100,000 years, its power was still there, transmitted through the ancient mirror. Wang, immortal radiance flickered. That ancient mirror disappeared, directly appearing in Ji. Family. The radiance was restrained, becoming simple and unadorned, losing that majestic emperor energy. Void figures flickered about in the mirror, and the voice reappeared. Everything that happened just now was replayed through this ancient mirror. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others were all shocked. Jizi's eyes were sparkling. He silently turned around, carrying the ancient mirror into the depths of the family, disappearing from sight. Not good. The Black Emperor's expression was extremely ugly, full of worry. The appointed time was definitely about to arrive. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be when the path of immortality opened. On that day, the unmatched existence of the restricted region would definitely appear. Only heaven knew what would happen. The northern region was in chaos. Even though the motherships were about to be wiped out, the consequences of this disturbance were far from settled. Where did this power come from? They actually dared to move against the ancient races. Along the way, they were as easy as breaking dry weeds, wiping out no small number of great races. It was to the extent where a few archaic royal races' ancestral lands were flattened. Yi Fan and the others re-entered the northern region because he knew that there was still a race that hadn't been wiped out yet, and that was the Lantua clan. They went to Origin Ancient Mine, and he didn't know how they were doing right now. At this moment, the Lantua clan's faces were all green. They cursed inwardly, cursing who knew how many times they had cursed the southern fiend. Wasn't this clearly a trap? This is the world of devils, and the word weak will never be related to this place. We're finished. Ever since more than 20 warships fell into the absolute beginning forbidden region and a mothership exploded inside, they already had a bad premonition and urgently rose into the air. However, a mysterious fluctuation transmitted from the depths of the forbidden region. Their ships were shattered one after another silently, terrifying to the extreme. The Lantua clan's faces turned green. They couldn't care about anything else anymore, only wishing to carry out a spatial jump and leave this blasted place. However, the stargates couldn't be constructed, so there was no way to escape. They clenched their teeth, releasing the most ferocious attacks that were enough to destroy a star domain. Dazzling radiance landed on Origin Ancient Mine, but it was completely erased. This type of divine might was enough to blast apart an entire ancient star, but it was useless here. Peng, a person walked out from Origin Ancient Mine, as if the heavenly Tao transformed into human form, hazy and terrifying. His power connected the past, present, and future, as if an immortal had been reborn. The Lantua clan was completely stupefied. That wasn't a true creature, but rather one formed from Origin Life Stone. This was what they wanted the most. Many people swallowed their saliva. That body formed from Origin Life Stone released strand after strand of immortal splendor, imprisoning all of the motherships. Even if Dao Yan was alive in the past, he might not have dared to barge into Origin Ancient Mine. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from within the divine mine. Meanwhile, that Origin Life Stone body trembled, and radiance flourished, drowning over. The Lantua clan's people were scared out of their wits. Who was inside this Origin Ancient Mine? Dao Yan was an ancient deity of the eternal main star, rumored to have obtained the Tao 1 or 2 million years ago. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to be shocked. Wherever the radiance passed, all of the motherships and ancient divine war tools turned into flying ashes, completely obliterated. Even the Lantua clan Saint King couldn't even release a grunt before turning into an expanse of bloody light on the spot, completely evaporating without leaving anything behind. Hong. At the same time, the Violet Cloud King family ships above the nest of 10,000 dragons were completely pulverized by the purple waves released by the 10,000 dragon bell, turning into smoke and dust. At this point, the curtains fell on the great battle. All of the motherships were destroyed, and apart from a few ancient mechas that escaped, the 12 great king clans were almost completely wiped out. However, the storm couldn't be quelled. The 10,000 ancient races were furious, and they wanted nothing more than to turn the sky upside down. They even dared to attack the far ancient imperial family. Did these people eat God's gall and want to defy the heavens? Eternity, they came from a life star called Eternity, and they dared to attack us. These ants must be tired of living. The 10,000 ancient races roared. On that day, many radical and terrifying royal clans announced that they would definitely think of a way to attack Eternity Star region, killing until rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses flowed. As for who had the greatest harvest, it was undoubtedly Yifan's group. In this battle, they had seized 3 undamaged motherships, 5 ancient divine mechas, and the evolution fluids of the 5 great nobles. However, the Black Emperor was very anxious and said, "It's too urgent. Once the path of immortalization opens, I think it will be the appointed time. Existences comparable to great emperors will appear. The day when the sky breaks is not far away." The war ended, but the storm continued. A life planet called Eternal became the focus of people's discussion. The ancient race was unwilling to accept this. They were attacked inexplicably and suffered many casualties. They wanted to retaliate. The strongest ancient royal races, as well as the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other lofty eternal races all captured some captives. They tortured and interrogated them, obtaining a lot of information. A nation that had given birth to gods attacked the Big Dipper star region in search of divine ores to refine the evolution fluid. This news caused a huge uproar. The noisy North region and the noisy ancient race attracted the attention of the whole world. The exploration of life planets outside the region and the great counterattack against Eternal caused heated discussions. In this war, some ancient kings of the ancient race had fallen. Their ancestral lands had been breached and looted clean. Some races had even been razed to the ground. How could they accept this? The ancient royal race was furious and wanted revenge. The whole world knew about it. The Eternal Lord Star became the focus of people's attention. Ants, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. You killed my clansmen and destroyed my ancestral lands. This enmity is irreconcilable. An ancient king roared, shaking the whole north region. People guessed that this was the anger of someone who was infinitely close to the great sage. Yifan was speechless. The Eternal Lord Star regarded the natives here as uncivilized races, while the ancient kings of the Big Dipper star region regarded them as ants. They were really not much different. The outside world was in an uproar, and it was difficult to calm down. "Wow, it's so exciting!" The little Baldi Huahua from the heavenly village shouted excitedly. He came down from a mothership, swaying as if he was drunk. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, feeling a lingering fear. He stumbled out and cursed, "I just went out to test the ship, but I'm like a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat me up. F***ck, I almost died outside." The heavenly village had seized 3 saint-level motherships. This was an astronomical amount of wealth. The big black dog, Yan Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others naturally wanted to test the waters and see the performance of this ship. They performed a few spatial jumps. However, the eyes of the ancient race outside were completely bloodshot. The moment they discovered traces of them, an army of tens of thousands rushed up into the sky. It was as though they were heavenly soldiers and generals. There were even more than 10 ancient sages chasing after them. The Black Emperor and the others were chased until they were in a sorry state. Fortunately, they were already familiar with controlling the mother ship and immediately used a spatial jump. Otherwise, they would have been skinned alive. The Sacred Prince was not interested in these battleships. He stared at an ancient sage mecha and fiddled with it for a long time. After learning how to use it from the captive, his eyes lit up and he entered the mecha, wanting to spar with Qi Luo. The heavenly village was bustling with activity. A group of people were all bustling about. Even Duanda eagerly ran over after receiving the news. He would definitely be there wherever there were treasures. The group of captives hung their heads dejectedly, all of them with sullen faces. Now that they had fallen into the hands of this group of people, they even had thoughts of dying. Is this the weak native that the Yao god spoke of? Stop joking. Don't you see? Even a little baldy in open-crotch pants is acting so sly. He blinks his big eyes and is trying to extort a confession from a Dao executioner. What kind of people are these? Every single one of them is powerful. That barbarian with a big stick is actually arm wrestling with their race's half-saint. Mother *Ker, he is actually using 2 fingers. Too arrogant. Also, that dog has a square head and big ears. Its eyes are as big as copper bells, and it is like a small mountain. It is actually piloting the saint-level mothership like a human. What kind of place is this? Even a dog is so powerful and abnormal. The most ridiculous thing was that monkey. It almost tore apart the ancient sage's war tool. Just how powerful was its physical body? Mother *Ker, it is just a monkey, yet it can tear apart a saint weapon barehandedly? The group of captives' faces turned deathly pale. They inwardly felt that this place was definitely the home of the devil. Otherwise, how could the little wimp, dog, and monkey, these low-level creatures be so powerful? These people were about to cry. Seeing this group of powerful natives tormenting them, they even felt like dying. They regretted their past actions. They really shouldn't have come on this expedition. What kind of monsters are these? In the end, we have instead become their prey. Aren't they rushing to their deaths? The faces of this group of captives were all green, and their hearts were filled with worry. They wanted to cry, yet they couldn't. Even their intestines were green with regret. Now that they had been intimidated, they could only obediently teach them everything they knew. Otherwise, didn't they hear what that large black dog had said? They would all be thrown into a pot of oil and fried human flesh to go with wine. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Mist curled up in the distance. Between the small bridge and the flowing water, there were strange rocks and verdant trees. Yi Fan and the elders of the heavenly village were drinking tea and enjoying this rare tranquility. Little Kair blinked her large eyes as she poured tea for them. Then, she stood quietly at the side and listened to their conversation seriously. Yi Fan told Qi Luo and the others about his journey of trials. He talked about the various mystical aspects of the eternal star domain, and he even emphasized the wonders of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. The killing saint nodded after listening for a long time. He expressed that he would support the Black Emperor in deciphering the mother ship and researching the star door. If they could reach that star domain, they might be able to obtain even more evolution fluid. During this process, Yi Fan also understood what had happened in the past 2 years. He was constantly paying attention to the problem of the path of immortalization because it was of great importance. During these 2 years, the path of immortalization naturally hadn't opened yet, but the figures of sages from the outer realms kept appearing. Some terrifying people have come. Even the ancient races don't dare to offend them, the killing saint said. For example, not long ago, 2 ancient golden crows had flown over from beyond the heavens. Their magic power was overflowing, and dazzling fiery light streaked across the middle state. It was as if 2 suns had descended. It was said that these 2 ancient demonic sages were just scouting ahead. Behind them were their clansmen, and they came from an ancient planet with life called Huasang Country. What? Huasang Country? Yi Fan revealed an odd expression. The universe was boundless, and currently, there were only a few known sources of life. Huasang Country was definitely one of the most powerful ancient planets with life. When he returned to Earth, he had learned some of the truth. In ancient times, the sages of Huasang Country, Skirich Country, and Gaochen Country had gone there in search of the diagram of immortalization. And the Huasang Country planet was absolutely powerful beyond compare. The legend of Dei shooting the sun on Earth was related to them. In ancient times, 10 ancient golden crows of the saint level caused chaos and brought disaster to ancient China. The unrivaled expert Dei appeared out of nowhere and forged 9 arrows. He drew the bow in succession and shot the 9 golden crows to death. In the end, the old golden crow of the Huasang Country, who could look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crossed the star field and arrived. He was a quasi-emperor, and in the end, he caused Dei to fall. These records and legends left a deep impression on Yi Fan. How could he not be amazed after hearing them today? This ancient hero of Dei had died many years ago, but his legends never ceased. Yi Fan took out the 2 black arrows he had brought from Earth and gently stroked them. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use them in the future. Otherwise, it would inevitably be a peerless massacre. The Hussein country planet was truly terrifying. During these 2 years, the Big Dipper star region was very peaceful. There weren't many great battles, but undercurrents were surging. Even the heavenly laws and energies had undergone changes. They became increasingly mysterious and couldn't be deduced. During this period of time, apart from the Hussein country, the other outer realm sages were all very mysterious. Even now, no one knew where they were and they rarely interacted with the natives. The Big Dipper star region is going to be chaotic. Only heaven knows what will happen in the future. The killer saint sighed. And now, the path of immortality had stirred the clouds in all directions. Everyone was paying attention to it. The ancient sages of various star fields had all come. It was very likely that it would become the most terrifying battlefield in the universe. The more he understood, the more anxious he felt. Yi Fan even felt a sense of anxiety, a bad premonition in his heart. The deities of the outer realm, the saints of all heavens, and the experts of various regions had come in droves. It was bound to be a grand meeting that was rarely seen throughout the ages. It could also be a terrifying storm. There isn't much time left. Not to mention the other life-forbidden zones, just the appearance of the supreme existence of the undying mountain is not something the human race can contend against, Yi Fan muttered to himself. One had to know that there were a total of 7 life-forbidden zones. Even if the races and factions were different, one could imagine that it would be an unprecedented disaster. Yi Fan's expression was firm as he said, cultivation and raising combat power are the most important things at present. Everything else is empty. Only by breaking through to the next realm and advancing in cultivation will we have a foothold in the future. The most powerful physique and bloodline evolution liquid was undoubtedly a divine medicine that could shorten the time needed to become a saint. This time, Yi Fan and the others seized a total of 5 portions of the evolution liquid. Moreover, they learned from some important captives how to refine this precious liquid. It was just that many of the divine ores couldn't be found in the Big Dipper. 5 portions of the evolution liquid, all close to the 4th level, but not yet there. We can't waste them like this. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, the Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, the Killer Saint, and the others sat together. They seriously studied the ancient deities' alchemy recipes, observed the evolution liquid, and discussed solemnly. 2 years ago, I seized the Destiny Rock from outside the Undying Mountain, right? That's the main material of divinity, and it's still very useful. Yi Fan said. The grey rock was carried over. The evolution liquid from back then had been used up, allowing Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and Little K-er's unpolished gold and unpolished jade physiques to undergo an astonishing transformation. I still have a piece of the heart of the realm of death, but so far, there are only 2 main materials of divinity. We still need 2 more to extract the 4th level of the evolution liquid. Yi Fan took out a black stone. It was shrouded in the aura of death, but it contained an indescribable vitality and mighty power. The Origin Ancient Mine contains a peerless main material of divinity, but there's a supreme existence hibernating and sleeping inside, so there's no way to extract it. Through the captives, they already knew how precious the Origin Life Stone was. Even a fingernail-sized piece was enough to make the people of the Eternal Lord planet go crazy. If we find the Origin Life Stone, even if we gather 4 main materials of divinity, we'll most likely be able to refine these 5 portions of evolution liquid into the 4th level of evolution liquid. After all, 100,000 years ago, it was the 8th level of precious liquid. Now, they all knew that this kind of evolution liquid was extremely important. It might be able to make the people here become saints, and shorten the cultivation time by several hundred years. I'll take a trip to Mount Meru and ask my uncle to see if he can find the Origin Life Stone, said the Sacred Prince. Dang, a long and drawn-out bell sound rang out from Mount Meru, spreading throughout the western desert. It was deafening. The victorious fighting Buddha was about to descend the mountain. The younger brother of the Emperor fighting is about to come into the world again. What? The victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru is coming to the eastern wasteland. The people of the eastern wasteland who were well informed all had different reactions when they heard this. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and that was fear. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had killed the great sage Kuan Zhou and fought against several great ancient imperial clans alone. Even now, people were terrified. The sacred prince returned with shocking news. His entire body was covered in golden fur as he said, "My uncle wants to enter the Origin ancient mine to ask for a piece of the Origin life stone." What, is this, true? Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others were all dumbstruck. The Black Emperor's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was stupefied and couldn't say anything for a long time. "Can you let your uncle bring me along?" Only Duanda's skin was as thick as a city wall. End of chapter 1181. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.